Chapter 24. In Petrograd. The journey from Halifax to Petrograd passed monotonously, like going through a tunnel, and it really was a tunnel into the revolution. Of my trip through Sweden, I remember nothing but bread cards, the first I had ever seen. In Finland, I met Vandervelde and de Man on a train. They also were going to Petrograd. "Do you recognize us?" the man asked. "I do, although people change a lot in time of war." And our conversation ended with that not very courteous retort. In his younger days, de Man had tried to be a Marxist, and had fought Vandervelde well. During the war he shed the innocent infatuations of his youth in politics, after the war he shed them in theory. He became an agent of his government, and nothing more. As for Vandervelde, he was the least important of the leading group of the International. He was elected chairman because neither a German nor a Frenchman could hold the post. As a theorist, he was simply a compiler. He maneuvered his way about among the various socialistic currents as his government did among the great powers. He never had any authority among Russian Marxists. As an orator he was never more than a brilliant mediocrity. When the war came along, he exchanged the chairmanship of the International for a post as royal minister. I fought Vandervelde implacably in my Paris paper. By way of answer, he appealed to the Russian revolutionaries to make peace with Tsardom. Now he was going to Petrograd to invite the Russian Revolution to take Tsardom's place in the ranks of the Allies. We had nothing to say to each other. At Belostrov, the station on the Finnish border, we were welcomed by a delegation of the United Internationalists and the Central Committee of the Bolsheviks. No one was there from the Mensheviks, not even from their internationalist wing, Martov, etc. I embraced my old friend Uritsky, whom I had met in Siberia at the beginning of the century. He had been the permanent correspondent of the Paris Nash Slovo for Scandinavia, and had acted as our connecting link with Russia during the war. A year after we met at Belostrov, Uritsky was assassinated by a young socialist revolutionist. 20 It was in the welcoming delegation that I first met Karakhan, who later became famous as a Soviet diplomatist. The Bolsheviks were represented by Fyodorov, a metal worker who soon after became the chairman of the workers' section of the Petrograd Soviet. Even before we reached Belostrov, I had learned from the Russian papers that Chernov, Tsereteli and Skoblev had joined the coalition provisional government. The alignment of the political groups became perfectly clear at once. Looming ahead of us as something that must be launched promptly, was an implacable fight, allied with the Bolsheviks, against the Mensheviks and the populists. We were given a tremendous welcome at the Finnish terminal in Petrograd. Uritsky and Fyodorov made speeches, and I answered with a plea for the necessity of preparing a second revolution, our own. And when they suddenly lifted me into the air, I thought of Halifax, where I had had the same experience. But this time the arms were those of friends. There were many banners around us. I noticed my wife's excited look, and the pale disturbed faces of my boys, who were not certain whether this was a good or a bad sign. They had already been deceived once by the revolution. At the end of the platform, right behind me, I noticed de Man and Vandervelde. They kept back on purpose, apparently because they were afraid to mix with the crowd. The new socialist ministers of Russia had not arranged any welcome for their Belgian colleague. Vandervelde's role of the day before was still too fresh in everyone's memory. Immediately after the welcome at the station, I found myself in a whirlpool in which men and events swept by me as swiftly as litter on a rushing stream. The most important events are now the least charged with personal memories, for thus does memory guard against burdening itself too heavily. I think that I went from the station straight to the meeting of the Executive Committee of the Soviet. Cheeds, who, at that time was invariably the chairman, greeted me rather dryly. The Bolsheviks moved that I be elected to the Executive Committee, on the strength of my having been chairman of the Soviet in 1905. This threw the committee into confusion. The Mensheviks and the populists began whispering to one another. They had then an overwhelming majority in all the revolutionary institutions. Finally it was decided to include me in an advisory capacity. I was given my membership card and my glass of tea with black bread. Even my wife and I shared a bit in the bewilderment of our boys in the streets of Petrograd at hearing Russian, and seeing the Russian signs on the shops. We had been away from the capital for 10 years. When we left, our oldest boy was only a little over a year old, the younger one had been born in Vienna. The Petrograd garrison was enormous, but it was no longer solid in its allegiances. The soldiers sang revolutionary songs as they marched, and sported red ribbons on their tunics. It all seemed as incredible as a dream. The tramcars were full of soldiers. Military training was still going on in the wider streets. Riflemen would squat to charge, run a distance in a line, and then squat again. War, the gigantic monster, was still standing behind the revolution, throwing its shadow upon it. But the masses no longer believed in the war, and it seemed as if the training were going on only because no one had thought of stopping it. The war had become impossible, but the liberals, cadets, had not yet begun to understand that, nor had the leaders of the so-called revolutionary democracy. They were mortally afraid to let go of the skirts of the Entente. I knew Tseretelli only slightly, Kerensky not at all, and Chid somewhat better. Skobelev was an old pupil of mine. With Chernov I had had many passages at arms in the debates abroad. Gotz I now met for the first time. And this was the ruling group of the Soviet democracy. Tseretelli was unquestionably head and shoulders above the others. I first met him at the London Congress of 1907, when he represented the Social Democratic faction in the Second Duma. Even in those early days, he was a splendid speaker whose moral integrity made a strong appeal. His years of hard labor in Siberia advanced his political authority. He returned to the revolutionary arena a mature man and immediately took a foremost place among his confreres and allies. He was the only one of my opponents to be taken seriously. But, as is often the case in history, it took a revolution to prove that Tseretelli was not a revolutionary. One had to approach the Russian Revolution from the world point of view, rather than from that of Russia, to avoid getting lost in complexities. Yet Tseretelli approached it with the background of his experience in Georgia, supplemented by that in the Second Duma. His political outlook proved to be hopelessly narrow, his education superficially literary. He had a profound respect for liberalism. He viewed the irresistible dynamics of revolution with the eyes of a half-educated bourgeois, terrified for the safety of culture. The awakened masses seemed to him more and more like a mutinous mob. From his very first words, I realized that he was an enemy. Lenin called him a dullard. It was cruel, but apt. Tseretelli was a gifted and honest but limited man. Lenin called Kerensky a petty braggart. Even now there is little one can add to that. Kerensky was and still is an adventitious figure, a ruling favorite of the historical moment. Every mighty wave of revolution, as it draws in the virgin masses not yet trained to discrimination, inevitably raises on its crest such heroes for a day, heroes who are instantly blinded by their own effulgence. Kerensky followed in the direct line of Father Gapon and Krustaliov. He personified the accidental in an otherwise continuous causation. His best speeches were merely a sumptuous pounding of water in a mortar. In 1917, the water boiled and sent up steam, and the clouds of steam provided a halo. Skobelev first entered politics under my guidance when he was a student in Vienna. He left the editorial staff of the Vienna Pravda to go home to the Caucasus to try to get elected to the Fourth Duma. In this he was successful. In the Duma he came under the influence of the Mensheviks, and entered the February Revolution with them. Our connections had long ago been broken off. I found him in Petrograd as a newly created Minister of Labor. He came swaggering up to me in the executive committee and asked me what I thought of it all. I answered, "I think we shall get the better of you very soon." It was not very long ago that Skobelev laughingly reminded me of this friendly forecast, which came true 6 months later. Soon after the October victory he declared himself a Bolshevik. Lenin and I were opposed to his admission to the party. At present, of course, he is a Stalinite, and in this, things are as they should be. With my wife and children I found with great difficulty a room in the Kiev hostelry. On our second day there, a resplendent young officer called to see us. "You don't recognize me?" I did not. "I am Loganov." And as I looked at the debonair young officer, I remembered a young blacksmith of 1905, a member of a fighting unit, who had engaged in street fights with the police, and had attached himself to me with all the fervor of youth. I lost track of him after 1905. It was only now, in Petrograd, that I learned from him that he was not really the proletarian Loganov, but a student at the Technology Institute, a man named Serebrovsky, who came of a wealthy family. But in his younger years had become affiliated with the workers. In the reactionary period, he became a qualified engineer and drew away from the revolution. During the war, he had been a government director of two of the biggest plants in Petrograd. The February Revolution shook him up and made him remember his past. He had heard through the newspapers of my return, and now he was standing before me insisting that my family and I move to his apartment, and that without delay. After some hesitation, we consented. Serebrovsky and his young wife occupied an enormous and luxurious apartment becoming to a director. They had no children, everything was waiting for us there. In a half-starved and dilapidated city, we felt as if we were in heaven. But things changed suddenly when we began to talk politics. Serebrovsky was a patriot. We found out afterward that he hated the Bolsheviks bitterly, and considered Lenin a German agent. At the outset he met with opposition from me, and he immediately became more circumspect. But it was impossible to live in the same house with him. So we left the home of these hospitable but, as far as we were concerned, alien people, and returned to our room in the Kiev hostelry. Some time later, Serebrovsky once again got our boys to visit him at his house. He treated them to tea and preserves, and the boys gratefully told him their impressions of Lenin's speech at a public meeting, their faces flushed with pleasure over the chatter and the preserves. "But Lenin is a German spy," said their host. What was that? Could anyone have said those words? The boys relinquished their tea and preserves and jumped to their feet. "Well, that is certainly a dirty thing to say," declared the elder of the two, as he searched his meager vocabulary for an appropriate word. It was the host's turn to feel offended, and with this their acquaintance came to an end. After our victory in October, I induced Serebrovsky to join in the Soviet work. The Soviet service brought him, as it did so many others, into the Communist Party. At present, he is a member of Stalin's Central Committee of the party, and one of the mainstays of the regime. If he could pass for a proletarian in 1905, it is even easier for him to pass for a Bolshevik now. After the July days, of which I will say more later, the streets of the capital teemed with slander against the Bolsheviks. I was arrested by Kerensky's government and, 2 months after my return from exile, found myself once again in the familiar Kresty prison. Colonel Morris of Amherst must have read the news in his morning paper with great satisfaction, and he was not the only one who felt that way about it. But the boys were disgruntled. What sort of a revolution was this, they asked their mother reproachfully, if Dad could first be put in a concentration camp and then in prison. Their mother assured them that this was not yet the real revolution. But the bitterness of skepticism had crept into their souls. After my release from the prison of the revolutionary democracy, we settled down in a little apartment, rented from the widow of a liberal journalist, in a big bourgeois house. Preparations for the October Revolution were in full swing. I was made the chairman of the Petrograd Soviet. The press attacked me in every conceivable way. At home we were surrounded by a wall of growing enmity and hatred. Our cook, Anna Osipovna, had to endure the attacks of the housewives whenever she went to the house committee for our ration of bread. My son was hounded at school, and dubbed chairman, after his father. When my wife came home from her work at the woodworkers' trade union, the head janitor watched her go by, with eyes full of hatred. It was torture to walk up the stairs. Our landlady kept asking us over the telephone whether her furniture was safe. We wanted to leave the house, but where could we go? There were no apartments available in the entire city. The situation was growing more and more intolerable, but one fine day the house blockade ceased as abruptly as if somebody had lifted it with an all-powerful hand. When the head janitor met my wife he would make a bow such as only the most important tenants were privileged to receive. At the House Committee, the bread was issued without delays or threats. No one banged doors in our faces now. Who had achieved this change, what magician? It was Nikolai Markin. I must give an account of him, because through him, or rather through a collective Markin, the October Revolution was victorious. Markin was a sailor in the Baltic Navy, a gunner and a Bolshevik. At the outset, we did not know of his existence, it was not his way to push himself forward. Markin was not a speaker, words came to him with difficulty. Moreover, he was shy and sullen, with the sullenness of a force driven in deep. He was cut all of one piece, and of the purest dye. I did not even know that he existed when he undertook to care for my family. He got to know our boys, treated them to tea and sandwiches at the canteen of the Smolny, and, in general, provided them with the little pleasures that were so hard to get in that grim period. Without ever showing himself, he would drop in to inquire if everything was all right. I did not even suspect his existence. From the boys and from Anna Osipovna, he learned that we were living in the camp of the enemy. Markin called on the head janitor and the House Committee, not alone, I think, but with a group of sailors. He must have used some very persuasive words, for suddenly everything about us was changed. And thus, even before the October Revolution, there was a dictatorship of the proletariat in our house. Not until much later did we learn that the sailor, our children's friend, was responsible for all this. As soon as the Soviet turned Bolshevik, the Central Executive Committee opposed to the Bolsheviks used the support of the owners of the printing works to deprive the Soviet of its paper. We needed a new organ. I consulted Markin. He vanished into the abyss, made the necessary calls, had his say with the printers, and in a few days we had a newspaper. We called it The Worker and the Soldier. Markin spent day and night in the office arranging things. During the October days, his solid figure, with its dark and sullen head, was always turning up in the most dangerous places at the most crucial moment. He called to see me only to say that everything was all right and ask if I needed anything. He had widened his sphere, he was establishing the dictatorship of the proletariat in Petrograd. The looting of the rich wine stores of the capital by the rabble of the streets was beginning. Behind this dangerous movement was someone who was trying to consume the revolution in the flames of alcohol. Markin instantly sensed the danger, and went to fight it. He guarded the wine stores. When it was impossible to guard them, he destroyed them. In high boots, he would wade to his knees in precious wines full of broken bottles. The wine flowed down the open street sewers into the Neva and stained the snow. Tipplers lapped it up from the gutters. With revolver in hand, Markin fought for a sober October. Soaked to the skin, exuding the fragrance of the choicest wines, he would return home, where our two boys were waiting breathlessly for him. Markin beat off the alcoholic attack of the counterrevolution. When I was entrusted with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, it seemed quite impossible to start anything. The entire staff, from the assistant minister to the typist, were practicing sabotage against us. The cases were locked and the keys were missing. I called in Markin, who knew the secret of direct action. 2 or 3 diplomats spent 24 hours in locked rooms, and the next day Markin brought me the keys and invited me to the ministry. But I was still busy at the Smolny with the general work of the revolution, and so, for a time, Markin became an unofficial minister of foreign affairs. He learned the mechanism of the commissariat quickly, carried on the weeding out of the highborn and thieving diplomats with a firm hand, reorganized the office. Confiscated for the benefit of the homeless the contraband which was still coming through from abroad in the valises of diplomats, extracted the more instructive secret documents from the archives. And published them on his own responsibility and with his own commentaries, in separate pamphlets. Markin had no academic degree, and his writing was not free from grammatical errors. His comments were sometimes quite unexpected. But, on the whole, he drove the diplomatic nails in firmly, and at the very points where they were most needed. Baron von Kuhlmann and Count Czernin read Markin's yellow pamphlets at Brest-Litovsk eagerly. Then the civil war began. Markin filled many breaches. Now he was establishing the dictatorship far to the east, commanding a flotilla on the Volga, and driving the enemy before him. Whenever I heard that the man at the danger point was Markin, I felt relieved and heartened. But his hour had struck. On the Kama, an enemy's bullet overtook Nikolai Georgievich Markin and knocked him off his strong seaman's feet. When the telegram telling of his death reached me, I felt as if a column of granite had come crashing down in front of me. His photograph stood on the children's table, in a sailor cap with ribbons. "Boys, boys, Markin is dead." Two pale faces were twisted with sudden pain before me. They had been on an equal footing with the sullen Nikolai. He had initiated them into his plans and into the secrets of his life. With tears in his eyes, he had told the 9-year-old Seryoza that the woman he had loved so dearly and so long had deserted him, and that was why there was often darkness and sullenness in his soul. In a frightened whisper, and with tears in his eyes, Seryoza had confided this secret to his mother. This tender friend, who had opened his soul to the boys as if they had been his equals, was at the same time an old sea-wolf and revolutionary, a true hero, like those of the most marvelous fairy tales. Could it really be true that the Markin who, in the basement of the ministry, had taught them how to use revolver and gun was now dead? In the silence of the night, two little bodies shook under their blankets after the black news came. Only their mother heard their disconsolate sobs. Life was a whirl of mass meetings. When I arrived in Petrograd, I found all the revolutionary orators either hoarse or voiceless. The revolution of 1905 had taught me to guard my voice with care, and thanks to this, I was hardly ever out of the ranks. Meetings were held in plants, schools, and colleges, in theaters, circuses, streets, and squares. I usually reached home exhausted after midnight. Half asleep I would discover the best arguments against my opponents, and about 7 in the morning, or sometimes even earlier, I would be pulled painfully from my bed by the hateful, intolerable knocking on the door. Calling me to a meeting in Peterhof, or to go to Kronstadt on a tug sent for me by the Navy boys there. Each time it would seem to me as if I could never get through this new meeting, but some hidden reserve of nervous energy would come to the surface, and I would speak for an hour, sometimes 2, while delegations from other plants or districts, surrounding me in a close ring, would tell me that thousands of workers in 3 or perhaps 5 different places had been waiting for me for hours on end. How patiently that awakening mass was waiting for the new word in those days. The mass meetings in the modern circus were for me quite special. My opponents likewise considered them so, but in a different light. They regarded the circus as my particular fortress, and never even attempted to speak in it. But whenever I attacked the conciliationists in the Soviet, I was interrupted by bitter shouts, "This is not your modern circus." It became quite a refrain. I usually spoke in the circus in the evening, sometimes quite late at night. My audience was composed of workers, soldiers, hard-working mothers, street urchins, the oppressed underdogs of the capital. Every square inch was filled, every human body compressed to its limit. Young boys sat on their fathers' shoulders, infants were at their mothers' breasts. No one smoked. The balconies threatened to fall under the excessive weight of human bodies. I made my way to the platform through a narrow human trench, sometimes I was borne overhead. The air, intense with breathing and waiting, fairly exploded with shouts and with the passionate yells peculiar to the modern circus. Above and around me was a press of elbows, chests, and heads. I spoke from out of a warm cavern of human bodies. Whenever I stretched out my hands I would touch someone, and a grateful movement in response would give me to understand that I was not to worry about it, not to break off my speech, but keep on. No speaker, no matter how exhausted, could resist the electric tension of that impassioned human throng. They wanted to know, to understand, to find their way. At times it seemed as if I felt, with my lips, the stern inquisitiveness of this crowd that had become merged into a single whole. Then all the arguments and words thought out in advance would break and recede under the imperative pressure of sympathy, and other words, other arguments, utterly unexpected by the orator but needed by these people, would emerge in full array from my subconsciousness. On such occasions I felt as if I were listening to the speaker from the outside, trying to keep pace with his ideas, afraid that, like a somnambulist, he might fall off the edge of the roof at the sound of my conscious reasoning. Such was the modern circus. It had its own contours, fiery, tender, and frenzied. The infants were peacefully sucking the breasts from which approving or threatening shouts were coming. The whole crowd was like that, like infants clinging with their dry lips to the nipples of the revolution. But this infant matured quickly. Leaving the modern circus was even more difficult than entering it. The crowd was unwilling to break up its newfound unity, it would refuse to disperse. In a semi-consciousness of exhaustion, I had to float on countless arms above the heads of the people, to reach the exit. Sometimes I would recognize among them the faces of my 2 daughters, who lived nearby with their mother. The elder was 16, the younger 15. I would barely manage to beckon to them, in answer to their excited glances, or to press their warm hands on the way out, before the crowd would separate us again. When I found myself outside the gate, the circus followed me. The street became alive with shouts and the tramping of feet. Then some gate would open, suck me in, and close after me. This would be the doing of my friends, who pushed me into the palace of the dancer Kseshenskaya, a palace built for her by Tsar Nicholas. There the general staff of the Bolsheviks had firmly entrenched itself, and men in grey soldiers' coats sat on the silk-upholstered furniture or tramped the long unpolished floors in their heavy boots. One could wait there until the crowd cleared away, and then go out again. Walking in the dark along the deserted streets after the meeting, I caught the sound of footsteps behind me. The same thing had happened the night before, and as it now seemed, the night before that. With my hand on my Browning, I turned sharply and walked back a few steps. "What do you want?" I asked sternly. I saw a young, devoted face before me. "Allow me to protect you. Some of those who come to the circus are enemies." It was the student Poznansky. From then on he was always with me. Through all the years of the revolution, he was attached to me for special missions, of varying sorts but always involving great responsibility. He guarded my personal safety, organized secretarial help during military campaigns, sought out forgotten war stores, got the necessary books, built fighting squadrons out of nothing, fought at the front himself. And later on in the ranks of the opposition. He is now in exile. I hope that the future will bring us together again. On December 3rd, when I was speaking before the audience of the modern circus, I made a report on the work of the Soviet government. I explained the significance of our publishing the diplomatic correspondence of Tsarism and Kerensky. I told my faithful listeners how, in reply to my assertion that the people cannot shed their blood for agreements which they do not conclude, do not read, and do not see. The conciliationists in the Soviet had cried out to me, "Don't speak to us in this language. This is not your modern circus." And I repeated my answer to the conciliationists, "I know only one tongue, one revolutionary language. I speak it to the people at their meetings, and I shall speak it to the Allies and the Germans." The newspaper report of this speech records prolonged applause at this point. My connection with the modern circus ended only in February, when I went to Moscow. Chapter 25. Concerning Slanderers. When I arrived in Petrograd in the early part of May, 1917, the campaign about the sealed car, in which Lenin had made his way through Germany was in full blast. The new socialist ministers were in alliance with Lloyd George, who had refused to let Lenin pass into Russia. And the same gentlemen were hounding Lenin for passing through Germany. My own experience on the return journey supplemented Lenin's experience with a proof from the contrary. But that didn't save me from being made the butt of the same slander. Buchanan was the first to set the ball rolling. In an open letter to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, in May, it was no longer Miliakov, but Tereshchenko, I described my Atlantic Odyssey. My argument culminated in this question: do you, Mr. Minister, consider it in order that England should be represented by a man who has disgraced himself by such shameless calumny and who has not moved a finger to rehabilitate himself? There was no answer, nor did I expect one. But Miliakov's paper stepped in to defend the ambassador of an ally, and repeated the charge on its own behalf. I decided to brand the calumniators as solemnly as I could. The first All-Russian Congress of Soviets was then in session. On June 5, the hall was full to the brim. At the dose of the meeting I rose to make a personal statement. Gorky's paper, which was hostile to the Bolsheviks, next day reported my concluding words and the scene as a whole as follows. Miliakov charges us with being hired agents of the German government. From this tribunal of the revolutionary democracy, I ask the honest Russian press, Trotsky here turns to the press table, to reproduce my exact words, until Miliakov withdraws his accusation. The brand of a dishonorable slanderer will remain on his forehead. Trotsky's statement, the report continues, uttered with force and dignity, was received with a unanimous ovation from the entire gathering. The whole Congress, without distinction of faction, applauded stormily for several minutes. And 9/10 of the Congress were our opponents. But this success, as subsequent events proved, was fleeting. It was one of the paradoxes peculiar to parliamentarism. Next day the wretch, the speech, tried to pick up the glove by publishing the statement that the German patriotic Verein in New York had given me $10,000 to overthrow the provisional government. This at least was plain speaking. I must explain that 2 days before I left for Europe, the German workers in New York, to whom I had lectured many times, together with my American, Russian, Lettish, Jewish, Lithuanian, and Finnish friends and followers, had given me a farewell meeting at which a collection was taken up for the Russian Revolution. The sum collected amounted to $310, of which $100 was contributed by the German workers through their chairman at the meeting. On the following day, with the consent of those who organized the meeting, I distributed the $310 among 5 emigrants who were returning to Russia and were short of money for the trip. That was the history of the $10,000. I recounted it at the time in Gorky's paper, the Novaya Zhizn, June 27, ending the article with this moral. To provide the necessary corrective for future occasions, I feel that it is pertinent for me to state, for the benefit of liars, slanderers, Cadet 21 reporters, and blackguards in general, that in my entire life I have not only never had at my disposal, at one time, $10,000, but even a tenth of that sum. Such a confession, I am afraid, may ruin my reputation among the cadet public more completely than all the insinuations of M. Miliakov, but I have long since become reconciled to the thought of living without the approval of the liberal bourgeois. After this, the slanderous tales died down. I summed up the whole campaign in a pamphlet, to the slanderers, and sent it to the printers. A week later, the July days were upon us, and on the 23rd of July I was imprisoned by the provisional government on the charge of being in the service of the German Kaiser. The investigation was in the hands of practitioners of justice seasoned under the regime of the Tsar. They were unaccustomed to treating facts or arguments honestly. This was a turbulent time, too. When I learned what the prosecution's material was, I was so amused at its helpless stupidity that it took the edge off my wrath at the villainy of the accusation itself. I wrote in the record of the preliminary investigation of September 1st. In view of the fact that the very first document produced, the deposition of Corporal Yermolenko, which so far has played the leading role in the persecution of my party and me, a persecution undertaken with the aid of members of the Department of Justice, is unquestionably a purposely fabricated document, not intended to clear up the case, but maliciously to cloud things over. In view also of the fact that M. Alexandrov, the court examiner, has willfully ignored the most important questions and circumstances concerning this document, the examination of which would inevitably expose the falsity of the evidence submitted by Yermolenko, a person whom I do not know. In view of all this, I consider it morally and politically debasing for me to take any part in the procedure of investigation, while I reserve the right to expose the true meaning of the accusation before the public by every means at my disposal. The accusation was soon lost in the larger events that swallowed up not only the investigators but all of old Russia, with her new heroes, like Kerensky. I did not think that I should have to return to this subject. But there is a writer who in 1928 picked up and supported the old slander. His name is Kerensky. In 1928, 11 years after the revolutionary happenings that lifted him so suddenly to the crest and washed him as inevitably away, Kerensky assured us that Lenin and other Bolsheviks were agents of the German government. Were connected with the German General Staff, were receiving sums of money from it, and were carrying out its secret instructions with a view to bringing about the defeat of the Russian army and the dismemberment of the Russian state. This is all told in great detail in his amusing book, 22. I had formed a pretty dear idea of Kerensky's intellectual and moral stature from the events of 1917, but I never would have thought it possible that at this time, after all that has happened, he could have the audacity to repeat the accusation. But that is exactly what he did. He writes, Lenin's betrayal of Russia, at the most crucial moment in the war, is an indubitable, established historical fact. Who, then, supplied these indubitable proofs, and when? Kerensky starts off with a pretentious story about how the German General Staff recruited candidates for its espionage among the Russian prisoners of war and shoved them into the Russian armies. One of these spies, either actual or self-constituted, often they themselves did not know, presented himself to Kerensky to tell him of the entire espionage system. But, remarks Kerensky with a melancholy air, these disclosures had no particular importance. Precisely. Even from his own account one can see that some petty adventurer tried to lead him by the nose. Did this episode have any relation to Lenin or to the Bolsheviks in general? None whatsoever. The episode, as Kerensky himself admits, had no particular importance. Then why does he tell it? Only because he wants to fill in his narrative and make his further disclosures appear more important. Like his informer, Kerensky simply wants to lead the reader by the nose. Yes, he says, the first case had no importance, but then, from another source, they received information of great value. And that information proved beyond the possibility of a doubt that the Bolsheviks were in contact with the German General Staff. Please note that, beyond the possibility of a doubt. Next follows, the ways and means, too, by which this contact was maintained, could be established. Could be established? This sounds equivocal. Were they established? We will know presently. Let us be patient, it took 11 years for the disclosure to ripen in the depths of its creator's soul. In April, a Ukrainian officer by the name of Yarmolenko came to General Alexeyev at headquarters. We had heard this name. He is the decisive figure in all this business. One notes too that Kerensky cannot be exact even when he has no interest in being inexact. The name of the petty rogue whom he brings out on the stage is not Yarmolenko, but Yermolenko. 23. This, at least, was the name under which he was listed by Mr. Kerensky's court investigators. And so, Corporal Yermolenko, Kerensky refers to him as officer, with intentional vagueness, presented himself at headquarters as a pretended German agent, to expose the real German agents. The evidence given by this great patriot, whom even the bourgeois press, bitterly hostile to the Bolsheviks, was soon obliged to characterize as a dark and suspicious person, proved conclusively, once and for all, that Lenin was not one of history's greatest figures, but only a paid agent of Ludendorff's. How did Corporal Yermolenko discover this secret, and what proofs did he submit to captivate Kerensky? Yermolenko, according to his statement, had received instructions from the German staff to carry on separatist propaganda in the Ukraine. He was given, Kerensky relates, all the necessary information regarding the ways and means of maintaining contact with the directing German representatives, regarding the banks through which the necessary funds had been forwarded, and the names of the more important agents, which included several Ukrainian separatists and Lenin. All this is printed word for word on pages 295 to 296 of the great opus. Now we at least know how the German General Staff behaved toward its spies. When it found an unknown and semi-literate corporal as a candidate for espionage work, it did not put him under the observation of a junior officer of the German intelligence service, but connected him with the directing German representatives. Acquainted him at once with the entire network of German agents and even gave him the list of banks, not one, but all the banks, through which it forwarded its secret German funds. Say what you will, you cannot dispel the impression that the German staff acted with arrant stupidity. This impression is the result, however, of our seeing the German staff not as it really was, but as pictured by Max and Moritz, the two corporals, the military corporal Yermolenko and the political corporal Kerensky. But, in spite of his being unknown, unintelligent, and low in rank, could Yermolenko perhaps have held some high post in the German espionage system? Kerensky would like to make us think so. But we happen to know not only Kerensky's book but his sources as well. Yermolenko himself is simpler than Kerensky. In his evidence, given in the tone of a stupid little adventurer, Yermolenko himself quotes his price. The German General Staff gave him exactly 1,500 rubles, the highly depreciated rubles of that time, for all the expenses incurred in arranging for the secession of the Ukraine and Kerensky's overthrow. He candidly adds in his evidence, it has now been published, that he had complained bitterly but in vain about the stinginess of the Germans. Why so little, protested Yermolenko, but the directing personages were deaf to all his pleas. Yermolenko does not tell us, however, whether he conducted his negotiations with Ludendorff, Hindenburg, the Crown Prince, or the Kaiser himself. He stubbornly refrains from naming the directing gentleman who had given him his 1,500 rubles for the breaking up of Russia, traveling expenses, tobacco, and liquor. We venture the hypothesis that the money was spent mostly on liquor, and that after the German funds had melted from the corporal's pockets, without resorting to the banks of which he had been told in Berlin, he bravely presented himself at the headquarters of the Russian General Staff to find further patriotic help. It is quite probable that on his way there he was picked up by some officer of the Russian intelligence service engaged in hounding out Bolsheviks, and it was from just such an officer that he probably got his inspiration. As a result, two views of life, so to speak, were lodged in the corporal's incapacious head. On the one hand, he could not suppress his sense of injury against the German lieutenant who had thrown down 1,500 rubles and not a kopeck more. On the other, he did not dare forget that he had been initiated by the directing German representatives into the whole German espionage system, including all its agents and banks. And who were the several Ukrainian separatists whom Yermolenko disclosed to Kerensky? Kerensky's book says nothing about this. To give additional weight to some of Yermolenko's sorry lies, Kerensky simply adds a few of his own. According to his testimony, the only separatist Yermolenko mentioned was Skoropi-Zyaltikovsky. But Kerensky is silent about this name, because his very mention of it would have compelled him to admit that Yermolenko had no disclosures to make. The name of Zyaltikovsky was no secret to anyone. During the war, the papers had mentioned it several times. And he himself did not try to conceal his connection with the German General Staff. In the Paris Nash Slovo, as early as the close of 1914, I had branded that small group of Ukrainian separatists who associated themselves with the German military authorities. I named all of them, including Zyaltikovsky. But we are also told that Yermolenko had mentioned not only several Ukrainian separatists, but Lenin as well. Why separatists were mentioned, one can perhaps understand. Yermolenko himself was being sent for separatist propaganda. But why mention Lenin to him? Kerensky does not answer that, and it is not through oversight either. Yermolenko drags the name of Lenin in senselessly and without any connection. The man who inspired Kerensky tells how he was recruited as a paid German spy with patriotic aims, how he demanded an increase in his secret funds, 1,500 war rubles. How he was informed of his future duties, such as espionage, blowing up bridges, etc. Then, according to his testimony, and all this has nothing at all to do with the story he has just been telling, he was told, by whom? That he would be working in Russia but not alone, that Lenin and his followers were working in the same direction there. This is the verbatim text of his deposition. It seems that a petty agent engaged in blowing up bridges is initiated, for no practical reason, into such a secret as the relationship between Lenin and Ludendorff. Yermolenko suddenly adds at the end of his evidence, still with no apparent connection with the rest of the tale, but obviously at the crude prompting of some other person, I was told, by whom? That Lenin took part in conferences in Berlin, with the representatives of the German General Staff, and that he stayed at the home of Sviyazhsk, as I later learned for myself. And that's all. Not a word to explain how he had found out. The court examiner, Alexandrov, showed not the slightest interest in this single, factual, bit of Yermolenko's testimony. He did not ask him the plainest question as to how the corporal found out that Lenin was in Berlin during the war and that he had stayed with Sviyazhsk. Or perhaps Alexandrov did ask this question, he could hardly help asking it, but, receiving an answer as inarticulate as a cow's moo, decided not to keep the episode on record at all. Probably. Are we not entitled to ask about this cock-and-bull story? What fool will believe it? But it seems there are so-called statesmen who pretend that they believe it and invite their readers to believe it, too. And is that all? It is. The military corporal has nothing more to say. The political corporal has only hypotheses and guesses. We will follow him. The provisional government, Kerensky relates, saw itself confronted with a difficult problem, that of further investigating the threads indicated by Yermolenko. Following on the heels of the agents who were going back and forth between Lenin and Ludendorff, and catching them red-handed with the most incriminating material. This high-sounding sentence is woven of two threads, falsehood and cowardice. This is the first time the name of Ludendorff is introduced. Yermolenko does not mention a single German name. The corporal's head was remarkable for its small capacity. Kerensky speaks with studied ambiguousness of the agents who went to and fro between Lenin and Ludendorff. On the one hand, it sounds as if the reference is to definite, already known agents who had only to be caught red-handed. On the other, it looks as if Kerensky simply had a platonic idea of agents. If he intended to follow on their heels, his problem was that of following unknown, anonymous, transcendental heels. By his verbal artifices, he only discloses his own Achilles' heel, or, to put it in less classical language, his own ass's hoof. According to Kerensky, the investigation was conducted so secretly that no one but 4 ministers knew anything about it. Even the poor Minister of Justice, Petrograd, was not informed of it. That is the meaning of a really statesmanlike approach. At a time when the German General Staff was disclosing to every Tom, Dick and Harry not only the names of its trusted banks, but even its connection with the leaders of the greatest revolutionary party, Kerensky was doing the exact opposite. Aside from himself, he could find only 3 ministers case-hardened enough to follow on the heels of Ludendorff's agents. The task was very difficult, complicated and long drawn out, is Kerensky's plaint. We are ready to believe that. But finally his patriotic efforts were crowned with success. Kerensky says it in so many words, our success, at any rate, was simply an annihilating for Lenin. His connection with Germany was established unquestionably. Let us remember that, established unquestionably. How and by whom? It is at this point in his crime novel that Kerensky introduces 2 well-known Polish revolutionaries, Gniecki and Kozlowski, and a certain Madame Sumanson, of whom no one could give any information and whose very existence has not yet been proved. These 3, it is alleged, were the contact agents in question. What are Kerensky's grounds for representing the now defunct Kozlowski, and Gniecki, who is still alive, as intermediaries between Ludendorff and Lenin? No information is given. Yermolenko did not even mention these names. They crop up in Kerensky's pages just as they cropped up in the newspaper pages of the July days of 1917, as suddenly as Deus Ex Machina, with the Tsarist intelligence service playing the part of the machine. Here is Kerensky's story, the Bolshevik German agent from Stockholm, who was carrying with him documents which proved incontrovertibly the connection between Lenin and the German High Command, was to be arrested on the Russo-Swedish border. The documents were known to us, exactly. This agent, it transpires, was Ganetsky. We see that the four ministers, of whom the Prime Minister was naturally the wisest, did not work in vain. The Bolshevik agent from Stockholm was carrying with him documents that were known beforehand, known exactly, to Kerensky, documents containing incontrovertible proof that Lenin was the agent for Ludendorff. But why doesn't Kerensky let us share his secret knowledge of these documents? Why doesn't he throw some light, if only in a few words, on what they were about? Why doesn't he say, or even intimate, how he learned of the contents of these documents? Why doesn't he explain what the idea of the Bolshevik agent was in carrying documents that proved the Bolsheviks to be agents of Germany? Kerensky doesn't say a word about all this. Once again, may we not ask, what fool will believe him? But it turns out that the Stockholm agent was never actually arrested. The remarkable documents, known exactly to Kerensky in 1917 but still unknown to his readers in 1928, were never captured. The Bolshevik agent was proceeding toward the Swedish frontier, but he never reached it. Why? Because the Minister of Justice, Petrograd, who could not follow on his heels, bolted out Corporal Yermolenko's great secret too soon. And success was so near, and so easy. The 2 months' work of the provisional government, chiefly of Tereshchenko, directed toward the exposure of the Bolshevik intrigues, ended in failure. Yes, those are Kerensky's exact words, ended in failure. On a previous page it was said that the success of this work was simply annihilating for Lenin, his connection with Ludendorff was incontrovertibly established. And now we read that the 2 months' work ended in failure. Doesn't all of this seem like rather questionable clowning? Yet despite the failure of the four ministers who followed on the heels of the legendary Madame Sumanson, Kerensky does not lose heart. He proudly declares of the connection of the Bolsheviks with Ludendorff, in complete consciousness of my responsibility before history, I can only repeat the words of the prosecuting attorney of the Petrograd Regional Court. This is his culmination. It was thus that he appeared on the public platform in 1927 to charm the bourgeois volunteers, the left lieutenants, the gymnasium students and the democratic young ladies, in complete consciousness of my responsibility before history. Here he is, in his full stature, the inimitable political corporal, Narcissus Kerensky. And a few pages after this solemn oath, another deadly confession, we, the provisional government, in this way lost forever. The possibility of proving Lenin's treason decisively, and on the basis of documentary material. Lost forever. Of the whole structure founded on Yermolenko's shoulders, nothing is left, after all, except the word of honor before history. But even this is not the end. Kerensky's falsehood and cowardice reveal themselves perhaps more strikingly than ever in his treatment of my case. Concluding his list of German agents who were to be arrested by his orders, he modestly remarks, a few days later Trotsky and Lunacharsky were arrested. That is the only place where he includes me in the German espionage system. He does it with studied vagueness, without any elocutionary bouquets, and saving his words of honor. There is reason enough for this. Kerensky cannot avoid mentioning me altogether, because his government did arrest me on the same charge as that preferred against Lenin. But he does not want to, nor is he able to, dwell on the evidence against me, because in my case his government disclosed its aforementioned ass's hoof in a very spectacular way. The only evidence against me that the court examiner Alexandrov produced was the allegation that I together with Lenin had passed through Germany in a sealed car. The old watchdog of Tsarist justice had not the ghost of an idea that Lenin's companion in the sealed car was not I but the leader of the Mensheviks, Martov. Whereas I arrived a month after Lenin, from New York, traveling by way of a Canadian concentration camp in Scandinavia. The charges against the Bolsheviks were being compiled by such sorry and contemptible dealers in lies that they did not even think it necessary to find out from the newspapers when and by what route Trotsky had come back to Russia. I showed the court examiner up, then and there. I flung his dirty little papers in his face, and turned my back on him. Then I sent a protest to the provisional government. Kerensky's criminal guilt toward his readers is all the more obvious in its crudeness on this point. He knows how disgracefully his court justice collapsed in its charges against me. And that is why, although he includes me, in passing, in the German espionage system, he does not say a word about how he himself and his 3 other ministers had been following on my heels across Germany. At the time that I was in a concentration camp in Canada. If Lenin had not had the support of all the material and technical power of the German propaganda apparatus and the espionage system, the slanderer generalizes, he would never have succeeded in destroying Russia. Kerensky wants to believe that the old regime, and he, along with it, was overthrown by German spies rather than by the revolutionary people. How consoling it must be to have a historical philosophy that represents the life of a great country as a toy in the hands of an organization of spies maintained by that country's neighbors. But if the military and technical power of Germany was able to overthrow Kerensky's democracy in a few months and plant Bolshevism in its place by artificial means, why has the material and technical apparatus of all the countries of the Entente failed in 12 years to overthrow this artificially fostered Bolshevism? But let us not be drawn into the realm of historical philosophy, let us stick to the world of facts. In what did the technical and financial assistance of Germany actually find expression? Kerensky does not say a word about that. In 1917, the Bolsheviks in Petrograd were publishing a tiny newspaper, like the one they had published in 1912, before the war. They were issuing handbills. They had agitators. In other words, we were a revolutionary party. Where, then, did the help of the German espionage system express itself? Of this, too, there is no word in Kerensky's book. But what could one say of this, anyway? We have examined Kerensky's evidence, before history, suppressing our disgust and resorting to the support of a saving irony that is sometimes as necessary as a lemon in seasickness. We have not ignored a single argument or a single consideration, in spite of the doubt that kept plaguing us throughout this examination, whether it was generally worthwhile to rake up this garbage. Ludendorff, Hindenburg, and many other heads and workers of the German staff are still alive. They are all enemies of the Bolsheviks. What prevents them from giving away the old secret? In Germany, the power is now in the hands of the social democracy, which has access to all the old archives. If Ludendorff did not hide his connection with Lenin from Yermolenko, there are surely many people in Germany who knew at least as much as was confided to the Russian corporal. Why do all these implacable enemies of the Bolsheviks and the October Revolution keep silent? It is true that Kerensky mentions Ludendorff's memoirs. But only one fact emerges from these memoirs. Ludendorff hoped that the revolution in Russia would lead to a disintegration of the Russian army, first the February Revolution, and later the October one. No memoirs were necessary to disclose this scheme of his. The fact that he allowed a group of Russian revolutionaries to pass through Germany was enough. On Ludendorff's part, this was an adventure dictated by the grave military situation in Germany. Lenin took advantage of Ludendorff's plans to further thereby his own. Ludendorff was saying to himself, "Lenin will overthrow the patriots, and then I will strangle Lenin and his friends." And Lenin was saying to himself, "I shall pass through in Ludendorff's car, but for his service I shall pay him in my own way." No detective talents like Kerensky's were necessary to prove that two opposing historical plans crossed each other's paths at a certain point, and that this point was the sealed car. The fact is history. Since then, history has already had time to check up on both reckonings. On October 25, November 7, 1917, the Bolsheviks seized power. Exactly a year later, under the mighty influence of the Russian Revolution, the revolutionary masses of Germany overthrew Ludendorff and his masters. And 10 years after that, the democratic Narcissus whose feelings history had hurt tried to give fresh life to a stupid calumny, not against Lenin, but against a great nation and its revolution. Chapter 26. From July to October. On June 4, a declaration that I had submitted concerning Kerensky's preparation for an offensive at the front was read by the Bolshevik faction at the Congress of the Soviets. We had pointed out that the offensive was an adventure that threatened the very existence of the army. But the provisional government was growing intoxicated with its own speechifying. The ministers thought of the masses of soldiers, stirred to their very depths by the revolution, as so much soft clay to be molded as they pleased. Kerensky toured the front, adjured and threatened the troops, kneeled, kissed the earth, in a word, downed it in every possible way, while he failed to answer any of the questions tormenting the soldiers. He had deceived himself by his cheap effects, and, assured of the support of the Congress of the Soviets, ordered the offensive. When the calamity that the Bolsheviks had warned against came, the Bolsheviks were made the scapegoats. They were hounded furiously. The reaction, which the Cadet Party was shielding, pressed in from all sides, demanding our heads. The faith of the masses in the provisional government was hopelessly undermined. At this second stage of the revolution, Petrograd was again too far in the van. In the July days, this vanguard came to an open clash with Kerensky's government. It was not yet an uprising, but only a reconnaissance that went deep. But it had already become obvious in the July encounter that Kerensky had no democratic army behind him, that the forces supporting him against us were those of a counter-revolution. During the session in the Tauride Palace on July 3, I learned of the demonstration of the machine gun regiment and its appeal to other troops and to factory workers. The news came as a surprise to me. The demonstration had been spontaneous, at the initiative of the masses, but next day it went farther, now with the participation of our party. The Tauride Palace was overrun by the people. They had only one slogan: "Power to the Soviets." In front of the palace, a suspicious-looking group of men who had kept aloof from the crowd seized the Minister of Agriculture, Chernov, and put him in an automobile. The crowd watched indifferently; at any rate, their sympathy was not with him. The news of Chernov's seizure and of the danger that threatened him reached the palace. The populists decided to use machine-gun armored cars to rescue their leader. The decline of their popularity was making them nervous. They wanted to show a firm hand. I decided to try to go with Chernov in the automobile away from the crowd, in order that I might release him afterward. But a Bolshevik, Raskolnikov, a lieutenant in the Baltic Navy, who had brought the Kronstadt sailors to the demonstration, excitedly insisted on releasing Chernov at once, to prevent people from saying that he had been arrested by the Kronstadt men. I decided to try to carry out Raskolnikov's wish. I will let him speak for himself. It is difficult to say how long the turbulence of the masses would have continued, the impulsive lieutenant says in his memoirs, but for the intervention of Comrade Trotsky. He jumped on the front of the automobile, and with an energetic wave of his hand, like a man who was tired of waiting, gave the signal for silence. Instantly, everything calmed down, and there was dead quiet. In a loud, clear and ringing voice, Lev Davidovich made a short speech, ending with, "Those in favor of violence to Chernov raise their hands." Nobody even opened his mouth, continues Raskolnikov, no one uttered a word of protest. "Citizen Chernov, you are free," Trotsky said, as he turned around solemnly to the Minister of Agriculture and with a wave of his hand, invited him to leave the automobile. Chernov was half dead and half alive. I helped him to get out of the automobile, and with an exhausted, expressionless look and a hesitating, unsteady walk, he went up the steps and disappeared into the vestibule of the palace. Satisfied with his victory, Lev Davidovich walked away with him. If one discounts the unnecessarily pathetic tone, the scene is described correctly. It did not keep the hostile press from asserting that I had Chernov seized to have him lynched. Chernov shyly kept silent. How could a people's minister confess his indebtedness not to his own popularity, but to the intervention of a Bolshevik for the safety of his head? Delegation after delegation demanded, in the name of the demonstrants, that the executive committee take the power. Cheeds, Tseretelli, Dan, and Gotz were sitting in the presidium like statues. They did not answer the delegations, and looked blankly off into space or exchanged perturbed and cryptic glances. Bolsheviks spoke one after another in support of the delegations of workers and soldiers. The members of the presidium were silent. They were waiting, but for what? Hours passed in this way. Then, in the middle of the night, the halls of the palace resounded suddenly with the triumphant blare of trumpets. The members of the presidium came to life as if they had been touched by an electric current. Someone solemnly reported that the Volyn regiment had arrived from the front to put itself at the disposal of the Central Executive Committee. In all of the Petrograd garrison, the democracy had not had a single unit that it could rely on. And so it had had to wait until an armed force could come from the front. Now the whole setting changed immediately. The delegations were driven out. Bolsheviks were not allowed to speak. The leaders of the democracy were wreaking on us their vengeance for the fear that the masses had made them suffer. Speeches from the platform of the executive committee told of an armed mutiny suppressed by the loyal troops of the revolution. The Bolsheviks were declared a counterrevolutionary party. The arrival of that one Volyn regiment had done all this. 3.5 months later, the same regiment cooperated wholeheartedly in the overthrow of Kerensky's government. On the morning of the 5th I met Lenin. The offensive by the masses had been beaten off. Now they will shoot us down, one by one, said Lenin. This is the right time for them. But he overestimated the opponent, not his venom, but his courage and ability to act. They did not shoot us down one by one, although they were not far from it. Bolsheviks were being beaten down in the streets and killed. Military students sacked the Kshetinskaya Palace and the printing works of the Pravda. The whole street in front of the works was littered with manuscripts, and among those destroyed was my pamphlet to the Slanderers. The deep reconnaissance of July had been transformed into a one-sided battle. The enemy were easily victorious, because we did not fight. The party was paying dearly for it. Lenin and Zinoviev were in hiding. General arrests, followed by beatings, were the order of the day. Cossacks and military students confiscated the money of those arrested, on the ground that it was German money. Many of our sympathizers and half-friends turned their backs on us. In the Tauride Palace, we were proclaimed counter-revolutionists and were actually put outside the law. The situation in the ruling circles of the party was bad. Lenin was away, Kamenev's wing was raising its head. Many, and these included Stalin, simply let events take their own course, so that they might show their wisdom the day after. The Bolshevik faction in the Central Executive Committee felt orphaned in the Tauride Palace. It sent a delegation to ask me if I would speak to them about the situation, although I was not yet a member of the party. My formal joining had been delayed until the party congress, soon to meet. I agreed readily, of course. My talk with the Bolshevik faction established moral bonds of the sort that are forged only under the enemy's heaviest blows. I said then that after this crisis we were to expect a rapid upswing. That the masses would become twice as strongly attached to us when they had verified the truth of our declaration by facts. That it was necessary to keep a strict watch on every revolutionary, for at such moments men are weighed on scales that do not err. Even now I recall with pleasure the warmth and gratitude that the members showed me when I left them. Lenin is away, Muralov said, and of the others, only Trotsky has kept his head. If I had been writing these memoirs under different circumstances, although in other circumstances I should hardly have been writing them at all, I should have hesitated to include much of what I say in these pages. But now I cannot forget that widely organized lying about the past which is one of the chief activities of the Epigones. My friends are in prison or in exile. I am obliged to speak of myself in a way that I should never have done under other conditions. For me, it is a question not merely of historical truth but also of a political struggle that is still going on. My unbroken fighting friendship as well as my political friendship with Muralov began then. I must say at least a few words about the man. Muralov is an old Bolshevik who went through the revolution of 1905 in Moscow. In Serpukhov, in 1906, he was caught in the pogrom of the Black Hundred, carried out, as usual, under the protection of the police. Muralov is a magnificent giant, as fearless as he is kind. With a few others, he found himself in a ring of enemies who had surrounded the building of the Zemstvo administration. Muralov came out of the building with a revolver in his hand and walked evenly toward the crowd. It moved back a little. But the shock company of the Black Hundred blocked his path, and the cabmen began to howl taunts at him. "Clear away," ordered the giant without slackening his advance, as he raised the hand holding the revolver. Several men pounced on him. He shot one of them down and wounded another. The crowd drew back again. With the same even step, cutting his way through the crowd like an icebreaker, Muralov walked on and on toward Moscow. His subsequent trial lasted for 2 years, and, in spite of the frenzy of the reaction that swept over the country, he was acquitted. An agricultural expert by training, a soldier in an AUT mobile detachment during the imperialist war, a leader of the October fighting in Moscow, Muralov became the first commander of the Moscow military region after the victory. He was a fearless marshal of the Revolutionary War, always steady, simple, and unaffected. In his campaigning he was a tireless living example. He gave agricultural advice, mowed grain, and in his free moments gave medical treatment to both men and cows. In the most difficult situations he radiated calm, warmth, and confidence. After the close of the war, Muralov and I always tried to spend our free days together. We were united too by our love of hunting. We scoured north and south for bears and wolves, or for pheasants and bustards. At present, Muralov is hunting in Siberia as an exiled oppositionist. In the July days of 1917, Muralov held his head up, as usual, and encouraged many others. In those days, we all needed a lot of self-control to stride along the corridors and halls of the Tauride Palace without bowing our heads, as we ran the gauntlet of furious glances, venomous whispers, grinding of teeth, and a demonstrative elbowing that seemed to say, "Look! Look!" There is no fury greater than that of a vain and pampered, revolutionary, Philistine when he begins to perceive that the revolution which has suddenly lifted him to the top is about to threaten his temporary splendor. The route to the canteen of the executive committee was a little Golgotha in those days. Tea was dispensed there, and sandwiches of black bread and cheese or red caviar, the latter was plentiful in the Smolny and later in the Kremlin. For dinner, the fare was a vegetable soup with a chunk of meat. The canteen was in charge of a soldier named Grafov. When the baiting of the Bolsheviks was at its worst, when Lenin was declared a German spy and had to hide in a hut, I noticed that Grafov would slip me a hotter glass of tea or a sandwich better than the rest, trying meanwhile not to look at me. He obviously sympathized with the Bolsheviks but had to keep it from his superiors. I began to look about me more attentively. Grafov was not the only one, the whole lower staff of the Smolny, porters, messengers, watchmen, were unmistakably with the Bolsheviks. Then I felt that our cause was half won. But so far, only half. The press was conducting an exceptionally venomous and dishonest campaign against the Bolsheviks, a campaign surpassed in this respect only by Stalin's campaign against the opposition a few years later. In July, Lunacharsky made a few equivocal statements which the press naturally interpreted as a renunciation of Bolshevism. Some papers attributed similar statements to me. On July 10, I addressed a letter to the provisional government in which I stated my complete agreement with Lenin and which I ended as follows: "You can have no grounds for exempting me from the action of the decree by virtue of which Lenin, Zinoviev and Kamenev are subject to arrest. You can have no grounds for doubting that I am as irreconcilably opposed to the general policy of the provisional government as my above-mentioned comrades." Messrs. The ministers drew the due conclusion from this letter, and arrested me as a German agent. In May, when Tseretelli was hounding the sailors and disarming the machine gun companies, I warned him that the day was probably not far distant when he would have to seek help from the sailors against some general who would be soaping the hangman's rope for the revolution. In August, such a general made his appearance in the person of Kornilov. Tseretelli called for the help of the Kronstadt bluejackets. They did not refuse it. The cruiser Aurora entered the waters of the Neva. I was already in the Kresty prison when I saw this quick fulfillment of my prophecy. The sailors from the Aurora sent a special delegation to the prison to ask my advice: should they defend the Winter Palace or take it by assault? I advised them to put off the squaring of their account with Kerensky until they had finished Kornilov. What's ours will not escape us. It won't. It will not. While I was in prison, my wife and boys called to see me. The boys had by that time acquired some political experience of their own. They were spending the summer in the country house of the family of a retired colonel. Visitors often came there, mostly officers, and as they helped themselves to vodka they would rail at the Bolsheviks. In the July days this railing reached its climax. Some of these officers left soon after that for the south, where the future white forces were being gathered. When, in the course of a meal, a certain young patriot called Lenin and Trotsky German spies, my older boy dashed at him with a chair and the younger one with a table knife. The grown-ups separated them, and the boys, sobbing hysterically, locked themselves in their room. They were secretly planning to make their way on foot to Petrograd to find out what was happening to the Bolsheviks there, but fortunately their mother came, pacified them, and took them away. But in the city things seemed hardly better. The newspapers were denouncing the Bolsheviks, their father was in prison, the revolution was definitely disappointing. But that did not prevent them from delightedly watching my wife furtively slip me a penknife through the grating in the prison reception room. I continued to console them by saying that the real revolution was still to come. My daughters were being drawn more actively into political life. They attended the meetings in the modern circus and took part in demonstrations. During the July days, they were both shaken up in a mob, one of them lost her glasses, both lost their hats, and both were afraid that they would lose the father who had just reappeared on their horizon. During the days of Kornilov's advance on Petrograd, the prison regime was hanging by a thread. Everybody realized that if Kornilov entered the city he would immediately slaughter all the Bolsheviks arrested by Kerensky. The Central Executive Committee was afraid too that the prisons might be raided by the White Guard elements in the capital. A large detachment of troops was detailed to guard the Kresti. Of course it proved to be not democratic, but Bolshevik, and ready to release us at any moment. But an act like that would have been the signal for an immediate uprising, and the time for that had not yet come. Meanwhile, the government itself began to release us, for the same reason that it had called in the Bolshevik sailors to guard the Winter Palace. I went straight from the Kresti to the newly organized Committee for the Defense of the Revolution, where I sat with the same gentleman who had put me in prison as an agent of the Hohenzollerns. And who had not yet withdrawn the accusation against me. I must candidly confess that the populists and Mensheviks by their very appearance made one wish that Kornilov might grip them by the scruffs of their necks and shake them in the air. But this wish was not only irreverent, it was unpolitical. The Bolsheviks stepped into the harness, and were everywhere in the first line of the defense. The experience of Kornilov's mutiny completed that of the July days, once more Kerensky and company. Revealed the fact that they had no forces of their own to back them. The army that rose against Kornilov was the army to be of the October Revolution. We took advantage of the danger to arm the workers whom Tseretelli had been disarming with such restless industry. The capital quieted down in those days. Kornilov's entry was awaited with hope by some and with terror by others. Our boys heard someone say, "He may come tomorrow," and in the morning, before they were dressed, they peered out of the window to see if he had arrived. But Kornilov did not arrive. The revolutionary upswing of the masses was so powerful that his mutiny simply melted away and evaporated. But not without leaving its trace, the mutiny was all grist to the Bolshevik mill. Retribution is not slow in coming, I wrote in the Kornilov days. Hounded, persecuted, slandered, our party never grew as rapidly as it is growing now. And this process will spread from the capitals to the provinces, from the towns to the country and the army. Without ceasing for a moment to be the class organization of the proletariat, our party will be transformed in the fire of persecution into a true leader of all the oppressed, downtrodden, deceived and hounded masses. We were hardly able to keep pace with the rising tide. The number of Bolsheviks in the Petrograd Soviet was increasing daily. We represented almost half of the membership, and yet there was not a single Bolshevik in the Presidium. We raised the question of re-electing the Soviet Presidium. We offered to form a coalition Presidium with the Mensheviks and the populists. Lenin, as we afterward found out, was displeased at that, because he was afraid that it implied conciliatory tendencies on our part. But no compromise was effected. Despite our recent joint struggle against Kornilov, Tsereteli declined the coalition presidium. We had hoped for this. Nothing but a vote on the lists of candidates along party lines could solve the problem now. I asked whether the list of our opponents included Kerensky. Formally, he was a member of the presidium, though he did not attend the Soviet, and showed his disregard of it in every way. The question took the presidium by surprise. Kerensky was neither liked nor respected, but it was impossible to disavow one's prime minister. After consulting one another, the members of the presidium answered, "Of course, he is included." We wanted nothing better. Here is an extract from the minutes. We were convinced that Kerensky was no longer in the presidium, tumultuous applause, but we see now that we have been mistaken. The shadow of Kerensky is hovering between Chids and Zavadai. When you are asked to approve the political lineup of the presidium, remember that you are asked in this way to approve the policies of Kerensky. Tumultuous applause. This threw over to our side another 100 or so of the delegates who had been vacillating. The Soviet numbered considerably more than 1,000 members. The voting was performed by going out the door. There was tremendous excitement, for the question at issue was not the presidium, but the revolution. I was walking about in the lobbies with a group of friends. We reckoned that we should be 100 votes short of half, and were ready to consider that a success. But it happened that we received 100 votes more than the coalition of the Socialist Revolutionists and the Mensheviks. We were the victors. I took the chair. Tsereteli, taking his leave, expressed his wish that we might stay in the Soviet at least half as long as they had been leading the revolution. In other words, our opponents opened for us a credit account of not more than 3 months. They made a gross miscalculation. We were undeviating in our march to power. Chapter 27. The deciding night. The 12th hour of the revolution was near. The Smolny was being transformed into a fortress. In its garret there were 12 or 2 machine guns, a legacy from the old executive committee. Captain Grekov, commandant of the Smolny, was an undisguised enemy. On the other hand, the chief of the machine gun company came to tell me that his men were all on the side of the Bolsheviks. I instructed someone, perhaps Markin, to inspect the machine guns. They proved to be in poor condition as a result of continuous neglect. The soldiers had grown slack because they had no intention of defending Kerensky. I had a new and more reliable machine gun detachment brought to the Smolny. October 24, a grey morning, early. I roamed about the building from one floor to another, partly for the sake of movement and partly to make sure that everything was in order and to encourage those who needed it. Along the stone floors of the interminable and still half-dark corridors of the Smolny, the soldiers were dragging their machine guns, with a hearty clangor and tramping of feet. This was the new detachment I had summoned. The few socialist revolutionists and Mensheviks still in the Smolny could be seen poking sleepy, frightened faces out at us. The music of the guns was ominous in their ears, and they left the Smolny in a hurry, one after the other. We were now in full command of the building that was preparing to rear a Bolshevist head over the city and the country. Early in the morning, 2 workers, a man and a woman, panting after their run from the party printing works, bumped into me on the staircase. The government had closed down the central organ of the party and the paper of the Petrograd Soviet. Government agents, accompanied by military students, had put seals on the printing works. For a moment the news startled us, such is the power exercised over the mind by legal formality. Couldn't we break the seals? The woman asked. Break them, I answered, and to make it safe for you we will give you a dependable escort. There is a battalion of sappers next door to us, the soldiers are sure to back us, said the woman printer, confidently. The Military Revolutionary Committee immediately issued an order: 1. The printing works of revolutionary newspapers to be reopened. 2. The editorial staffs and compositors to be invited to continue publishing the papers. 3. The honorary duty of protecting the revolutionary printing works from counter-revolutionary attacks to be entrusted to the gallant soldiers of the Litovsky Regiment and the 6th Sapper Reserve Battalion. And from that time on, the printing works ran without interruption, and both newspapers continued publication. On the 24th, there was difficulty at the telephone exchange. Military students had entrenched themselves there, and under their protection the telephone operators went into opposition to the Soviet and refused to make our connections. This was the first, sporadic instance of sabotage. The Military Revolutionary Committee sent a detachment of sailors to the telephone exchange, and the detachment placed 2 small guns at the entrance. The telephone service was restored. Thus began the taking over of the organs of administration. On the 3rd floor of the Smolny, in a small corner room, the committee was in continuous session. All the reports about the movements of troops, the attitude of soldiers and workers, the agitation in the barracks, the designs of organizers of pogroms, the intrigues of the bourgeois politicians and the foreign embassies. The happenings in the Winter Palace, all these came to this center, as did the reports of the conferences of the parties formerly in the Soviet. Informants came from all sides: workers, soldiers, officers, porters, socialist military students, servants, wives of petty officials. Many of them told us utter rubbish, but some supplied us with serious and very valuable information. All that week I had hardly stepped out of the Smolny. I spent the nights on a leather couch without undressing, sleeping in snatches, and constantly being roused by couriers, scouts, messenger cyclists, telegraphists, and ceaseless telephone calls. The decisive moment was close at hand. It was obvious that there could now be no turning back. On the night of the 24th, the members of the Revolutionary Committee went out into the various districts, and I was left alone. Later on, Kamenev came in. He was opposed to the uprising, but he had come to spend that deciding night with me, and together we stayed in the tiny corner room on the 3rd floor, so like the captain's bridge on that deciding night of the revolution. There is a telephone booth in the large empty room adjoining us, and the bell rings incessantly about important things and trifles. Each ring heightens the alertness of the silence. One can readily picture the deserted streets of Petrograd, dimly lit, and whipped by the autumn winds from the sea, the bourgeois and officials cowering in their beds, trying to guess what is going on in those dangerous and mysterious streets. The workers' quarters quiet with the tense sleep of a war camp. Commissions and conferences of the government parties are exhausting themselves in impotence in the Tsar's palaces, where the living ghosts of democracy rub shoulders with the still hovering ghosts of the monarchy. Now and again the silks and gildings of the halls are plunged into darkness. The supplies of coal have run short. In the various districts, detachments of workers, soldiers, and sail-oars are keeping watch. The young proletarians have rifles and machine-gun belts across their shoulders. Street pickets are warming themselves at fires in the streets. The life of the capital, thrusting its head from one epoch into another on this autumn night, is concentrated about a group of telephones. Reports from all the districts, suburbs, and approaches to the capital are focused in the room on the 3rd floor. It seems that everything has been foreseen, the leaders are in their places, the contacts are assured. Nothing seems to have been forgotten. Once more, let us go over it in our minds. This night decides. Only this evening, in my report to the delegates of the Second Congress of the Soviets, I said with conviction, if you stand firm, there will be no civil war, our enemies will capitulate at once. And you will take the place that belongs to you by right. There can be no doubt about victory, it is as assured as the victory of any uprising can be. And yet, these hours are still tense and full of alarm, for the coming night decides. The government, while mobilizing cadets yesterday, gave orders to the cruiser Aurora to steam out of the Neva. They were the same Bolshevik sailors whom Skobelev, coming hat in hand, in August begged to protect the Winter Palace from Kornilov. The sailors referred to the Military Revolutionary Committee for instructions, and consequently the Aurora is standing tonight where she was yesterday. A telephone call from Pavlovsk informs me that the government is bringing up from there a detachment of artillery, a battalion of shock troops from Tsarskoye Selo, and student officers from the Peterhof Military School. Into the Winter Palace Kerensky has drawn military students, officers, and the women shock troops. I order the commissaries to place dependable military defenses along the approaches to Petrograd and to send agitators to meet the detachments called out by the government. All our instructions and reports are sent by telephone and the government agents are in a position to intercept them. But can they still control our communications? If you fail to stop them with words, use arms. You will answer for this with your life. I repeat this sentence time and time again. But I do not yet believe in the force of my order. The revolution is still too trusting, too generous, optimistic and light-hearted. It prefers to threaten with arms rather than really use them. It still hopes that all questions can be solved by words, and so far it has been successful in this. Hostile elements evaporate before its hot breath. Earlier in the day, the 24th, an order was issued to use arms and to stop at nothing at the first sign of street pogroms. Our enemies don't even dare think of the streets, they have gone into hiding. The streets are ours. Our commissaries are watching all the approaches to Petrograd. The officers' school and the gunners have not responded to the call of the government. Only a section of the uranium bomb military students have succeeded in making their way through our defenses, but I have been watching their movements by telephone. They end by sending envoys to the Smolny. The government has been seeking support in vain. The ground is slipping from under its feet. The outer guard of the Smolny has been reinforced by a new machine gun detachment. The contact with all sections of the garrison is uninterrupted. The companies on duty are on watch in all the regiments. The commissaries are in their places. Delegations from each garrison unit are in the Smolny, at the disposal of the Military Revolutionary Committee, to be used in case the contact with that unit should be broken off. Armed detachments from the districts march along the streets, ring the bells at the gates or open the gates without ringing, and take possession of one institution after another. Nearly everywhere these detachments are met by friends who have been waiting impatiently for them. At the railway terminals, specially appointed commissaries are watching the incoming and outgoing trains, and in particular the movement of troops. No disturbing news comes from there. All the more important points in the city are given over into our hands almost without resistance, without fighting, without casualties. The telephone alone informs us, we are here. All is well. It could not have gone better. Now I may leave the telephone. I sit down on the couch. The nervous tension lessens. A dull sensation of fatigue comes over me. Give me a cigarette, I say to Kamenev. In those years I still smoked, but only spasmodically. I take one or two puffs, but suddenly, with the words, only this was lacking. I faint. I inherited from my mother a certain susceptibility to fainting spells when suffering from physical pain or illness. That was why some American physician described me as an epileptic. As I come to, I see Kamenev's frightened face bending over me. Shall I get some medicine? He asks. It would be much better, I answer after a moment's reflection, if you got something to eat. I try to remember when I last had food, but I can't. At all events, it was not yesterday. Next morning I pounced upon the bourgeois and Menshevik populist papers. They had not even a word about the uprising. The newspapers had been making such a to-do about the coming action by armed soldiers, about the sacking, the inevitable rivers of blood, about an insurrection, that now they simply had failed to notice an uprising that was actually taking place. The press was taking our negotiations with the General Staff at their face value, and our diplomatic statements as signs of vacillation. In the meantime, without confusion, without street fights, almost without firing or bloodshed, one institution after another was being occupied by detachments of soldiers, sailors, and the Red Guards, on orders issuing from the Smolny Institute. The citizen of Petrograd was rubbing his frightened eyes under a new regime. Was it really possible that the Bolsheviks had seized the power? A delegation from the Municipal Duma called to see me, and asked me a few inimitable questions. Do you propose military action? If so, what, and when? The Duma would have to know of this, not less than 24 hours in advance. What measures had the Soviet taken to ensure safety and order? And so on, and so forth. I replied by expounding the dialectic view of the revolution, and invited the Duma to send a delegate to the Military Revolutionary Committee to take part in its work. This scared them more than the uprising itself. I ended, as usual, in the spirit of armed self-defense: if the government uses iron, it will be answered with steel. Will you dissolve us for being opposed to the transfer of power to the Soviets? I replied, the present Duma reflects yesterday. If a conflict arises, we will propose to the people that they elect a new Duma on the issue of power. The delegation left as it had come, but it left behind it the feeling of an assured victory. Something had changed during the night. 3 weeks ago we had gained a majority in the Petrograd Soviet. We were hardly more than a banner with no printing works, no funds, no branches. No longer ago than last night, the government ordered the arrest of the Military Revolutionary Committee, and was engaged in tracing our addresses. Today a delegation from the City Duma comes to the arrested Military Revolutionary Committee to inquire about the fate of the Duma. The government was still in session at the Winter Palace, but it was no more than a shadow. Politically, it had ceased to exist. During the day of the 25th, the Winter Palace was being surrounded on all sides by our troops. At 1 o'clock midday, I made a statement of the situation to the Petrograd Soviet. The newspaper account reports it as follows: on behalf of the Military Revolutionary Committee, I declare that the provisional government is no longer existent. Applause. Some ministers have been arrested. Bravo. Others will be arrested in the course of a few days or hours. Applause. The revolutionary garrison, at the disposal of the Military Revolutionary Committee, has dissolved the session of the pre-parliament. Loud applause. We have been on the watch here throughout the night and have followed the detachments of revolutionary soldiers and the workers' guards by telephone as they silently carried out their tasks. The citizens slept in peace, ignorant of the change from one power to another. Railway stations, the post office, the telegraph, the Petrograd Telegraph Agency, the State Bank, have been occupied. Loud applause. The Winter Palace has not yet been taken, but its fate will be decided during the next few minutes. Applause. This bare account may give a wrong impression of the mood of the gathering. My memory supplies these particulars. When I reported the change of power effected during the night, there was tense silence for a few seconds. Then applause began, a not very stormy, rather thoughtful applause. The assembly was feeling intensely and waiting. While they were preparing for the struggle, the working class had been seized by an indescribable enthusiasm, but when we stepped over the threshold of power, this unthinking enthusiasm gave way to a disturbed thoughtfulness. A sure historical instinct revealed itself here. Ahead of us there was probably the greatest resistance from the old world. There were struggle, starvation, cold, destruction, blood and death. Will we overcome all this? Many asked themselves. That was the cause of the moments of disturbed reflection. We will overcome it, they all answered. New dangers were looming in the far distance. But now we felt a sense of a great victory, and it sang in our blood. It found its expression in the tumultuous welcome accorded to Lenin, who at that meeting made his first appearance after a 4 months' absence. Late that evening, as we were waiting for the opening of the Congress of the Soviets, Lenin and I were resting in a room adjoining the meeting hall, a room entirely empty except for chairs. Someone had spread a blanket on the floor for us. Someone else, I think it was Lenin's sister, had brought us pillows. We were lying side by side, body and soul were relaxing like overtaut strings. It was a well-earned rest. We could not sleep, so we talked in low voices. Only now did Lenin become reconciled to the postponement of the uprising. His fears had been dispelled. There was a rare sincerity in his voice. He was interested in knowing all about the mixed pickets of the Red Guards, sailors, and soldiers that had been stationed everywhere. What a wonderful sight, a worker with a rifle, side by side with a soldier, standing before a street fire. He repeated with deep feeling. At last the soldier and the worker had been brought together. Then he started suddenly. And what about the Winter Palace? It has not been taken yet. Isn't there danger in that? I got up to ask, on the telephone, about the progress of the operations there, but he tried to stop me. "Lie still, I will send someone to find out." But we could not rest for long. The session of the Congress of the Soviets was opening in the next hall. Ulyanova, Lenin's sister, came running to get me. "Dan is speaking. They are asking for you." In a voice that was breaking repeatedly, Dan was railing at the conspirators and prophesying the inevitable collapse of the uprising. He demanded that we form a coalition with the Socialist Revolutionists and the Mensheviks. The parties that had been in power only the day before, that had hounded us and thrown us into prison, now that we had overthrown them were demanding that we come to an agreement with them. I replied to Dan and, in him, to the yesterday of the revolution, what has taken place is an uprising, not a conspiracy. An uprising of the masses of the people needs no justification. We have been strengthening the revolutionary energy of the workers and soldiers. We have been forging, openly, the will of the masses for an uprising. Our uprising has won. And now we are being asked to give up our victory, to come to an agreement. With whom? You are wretched, disunited individuals, you are bankrupts, your part is over. Go to the place where you belong from now on the dustbin of history. This was the last retort in that long dialogue that had begun on April 3rd, with the day and hour of Lenin's arrival in Petrograd. Chapter 28. Trotskyism in 1917. After 1904 I stood outside of both the Social Democratic factions. I went through the revolution of 1905 to 1907 arm in arm with the Bolsheviks. During the years of the reaction, I defended revolutionary methods in the international Marxist publications against the Mensheviks. I still hoped, however, that the Mensheviks would move farther to the left, and I made several attempts to bring about a union in the party. It was not until the war that I became finally convinced of the utter hopelessness of the Mensheviks. In New York, at the beginning of March, 1917, I wrote a series of articles dealing with the class forces and perspectives of the Russian Revolution. At that very time, Lenin, in Geneva, was sending to Petrograd his letters from afar. And both of us, though we were writing in different parts of the world and were separated by an ocean, gave the same analysis and the same forecast. On every one of the principal questions, such as the attitude toward the peasantry, toward the bourgeoisie, the provisional government, the war, and the world revolution, our views were completely identical. Here a test of the relations between Trotskyism and Leninism was made on the very touchstone of history. And it was carried out under the conditions of a chemically pure experiment. At that time I knew nothing of Lenin's stand. I argued on the basis of my own premises and my own revolutionary experience, and I drew the same perspective and suggested the same line of strategy as Lenin. But perhaps the question was quite clear to everyone at that time, and the solution universally accepted? On the contrary. Lenin's stand at that period, that is, before April 4, 1917, when he first appeared on the Petrograd stage, was his own personal one, shared by no one else. Not one of those leaders of the party who were in Russia had any intention of making the dictatorship of the proletariat, the social revolution, the immediate object of his policy. A party conference which met on the eve of Lenin's arrival and counted among its numbers about 30 Bolsheviks showed that none of them even imagined anything beyond democracy. No wonder the minutes of that conference are still kept a secret. Stalin was in favor of supporting the provisional government of Guchkov and Milyakov, and of merging the Bolsheviks with the Mensheviks. The same stand, or rather an even more opportunist one, was taken by Rykov, Kamenev, Molotov, Tomsky, Kalinin, and all the rest of the leaders and half-leaders of today. During the February Revolution, Yaroslavsky, Ordzhonikidze, Chairman Petrovsky of the Ukrainian Executive Committee, and others were publishing with the Mensheviks at Yakutsk a paper called The Social Democrat, in which they expounded the most vulgar and provincial sort of opportunism. If those articles in the Yakutsk Social Democrat, edited by Yaroslavsky, were to be reprinted today, they would kill him as a political thinker, if such a death were possible for him. Such are the present guards of Leninism. I realize, of course, that at various times in their lives they have repeated Lenin's words and gestures after him. But the beginning of 1917 found them left to their own resources. The political situation was difficult. Here was their chance to show what they had learned in Lenin's school and what they could do without Lenin. Let them name one of their number who arrived independently at the position achieved identically by Lenin in Geneva and by me in New York. They cannot name a single one. The Petrograd Pravda, which was edited by Stalin and Kamenev until Lenin's arrival, will always remain a document of limited understanding, blindness, and opportunism. And yet the mass membership of the party, like the working class as a whole, was moving spontaneously toward the fight for power. There was no other path for either the party or the country. In the years of reaction, one needed theoretical foresight in order to hold fast to the prospect of a permanent revolution. Probably nothing more than political sense was needed to advance the slogan of a fight for power in March, 1917. Not a single one of the present leaders revealed such a foresight or such a sense. Not one of them went beyond the point of view of the left petty bourgeois Democrat in March, 1917. Not one of them stood the test of history. I arrived in Petrograd a month after Lenin. It was exactly that long that I had been detained in Canada by Lloyd George. By that time, the situation in the party had changed substantially. Lenin had appealed to the masses against their sorry leaders. He had launched a systematic fight against the old Bolsheviks who, as he wrote in those days, more than once have played a sorry part in the history of our party by repeating a formula, unintelligently learned. Instead of studying the peculiar nature of the new and living reality. Kamenev and Rykov tried to resist. Stalin silently stepped aside. Not one of his articles written about that period shows that Stalin made any attempt to estimate his previous policy and win his way to Lenin's stand. He simply kept silent, because he had been too much compromised by his unfortunate leadership during the first month of the revolution. He preferred to withdraw into the background. He never made any public appearance to defend Lenin's views. He merely stood back and waited. During the most responsible months of the theoretical and political preparation for the uprising, Stalin simply did not exist, in the political sense. At the time of my arrival, there were in the country many social democratic organizations which included both Bolsheviks and Mensheviks. This was the natural result of the stand that Stalin, as well as Kamenev and others, had taken, not only in the early stages of the revolution but also during the war, although one must admit that Stalin's position during the war was known to no one. To this rather important question he had never devoted a line. Today the communist international textbooks all over the world among the communist youths of Scandinavia and the pioneers of Australia keep pounding it in that Trotsky made an attempt in 1912 to bring about the union of the Bolsheviks with the Mensheviks. But they never once mention the fact that in March, 1917, Stalin was advocating union with Tsereteli's party. And that it was not until the middle of the year 1917 that Lenin was able to pull the party out of the morass into which its temporary leaders, the Epigones of today, had driven it. The fact that not one of them understood the significance and direction of the revolution at its outset is now represented as a special dialectic profundity, in contrast with the heresy of Trotskyism, which was audacious enough not only to understand the day before, but to foresee the day after as well. When I told Kamenev on my arrival in Petrograd that nothing separated me from Lenin's famous April theses that determined the new course of his party, the former's only reply was, "I should say not." Before formally joining the party, I took part in drafting the most important Bolshevist documents. It never entered anyone's head to ask if I had renounced Trotskyism, as I was asked thousands of times during the period of the Epigone decline, by the Kashins, Thalmans, and others of the hangers-on of the October Revolution. The only juxtaposition of Trotskyism and Leninism to be heard in those days was in the leading group of the party, where they accused Lenin of Trotskyism during the month of April. Kamenev did this openly and with much insistence. Others did it more cautiously, behind the scenes. Many old Bolsheviks said to me after I arrived in Russia, "Now the celebration is on your street." I had to argue that Lenin had not come over to my point of view, but had developed his own, and that the course of events, by substituting arithmetic for algebra, had revealed the essential identity of our views. And that is what really happened. At those first meetings of ours, and even more after the July days, Lenin gave one the sense of a terrific inner concentration under a surface of calm and prosaic simplicity. The movement that had found its symbol in Kerensky seemed all-powerful in those days. Bolshevism seemed nothing more than an insignificant group, and officially it was being treated as such. The party itself did not realize the power it was to have on the day after, but Lenin was leading it firmly toward its greatest tasks. I harnessed myself to the work and helped him. 2 months before the October Revolution, I wrote, "To us internationalism is not an abstract idea existing only to be betrayed on every opportune occasion, as it is to Tsereteli in Chernov, but is a real guiding and wholly practical principle. A lasting, decisive success is inconceivable for us without a revolution in Europe." At that time I could not yet place the name of Stalin, the philosopher of socialism in a single country, beside the names of Tsereteli and Chernov. I concluded my article with the words, "A permanent revolution versus a permanent slaughter, that is the struggle, in which the stake is the future of man." This was published in the central organ of our party on September 7, and later reissued as a separate pamphlet. Why did my present critics keep silent then about my heretical slogan of permanent revolution? Where were they? Some, like Stalin, were waiting cautiously, peering about them. Others, like Zinoviev, were hiding under the table. But the more important question is, how could Lenin have tolerated my heretical propaganda in silence? In questions of theory he recognized no such thing as indifference or indulgence. How did he happen to allow the preaching of Trotskyism in the central organ of the party? On November 1, 1917. At the meeting of the Petrograd Committee, the minutes of this historical meeting, historical in every sense of the word, are still kept secret. Lenin said that after Trotsky had become convinced of the impossibility of union with the Mensheviks, there has been no better Bolshevik. And in this he proved very clearly and not for the first time, either that it had not been the theory of permanent revolution that had separated us, but the narrower, though very important question of the attitude toward Menshevism. Looking back, 2 years after the revolution, Lenin wrote, "At the moment when it seized the power and created the Soviet Republic, Bolshevism drew to itself all the best elements in the currents of socialist thought that were nearest to it." Can there be even a shadow of a doubt that when he spoke so deliberately of the best representatives of the currents closest to Bolshevism, Lenin had foremost in mind what is now called the historical Trotskyism? For what was nearer to it than the current that I represented? And whom else could Lenin have had in mind? Perhaps Marcel Kashin? Or Thalmann? To Lenin, when he surveyed the past development of the party as a whole, Trotskyism was no hostile and alien current of socialist thought, but on the contrary the one that was closest to Bolshevism. The actual course of the development of ideas in the party, as we can see, did not at all resemble the false caricature that the Epigones, taking advantage of Lenin's death and the tide of reaction, have been creating. Chapter 29. In Power. In the life of the country and in the life of the individual, those were extraordinary days. In social passions, as well as in personal powers, tension reached its highest point. The masses were creating an epoch, and their leaders felt their steps merging with those of history. On the decisions made and the orders given in those days depended the fate of the nation for an entire historical era. And yet those decisions were made with very little discussion. I can hardly say that they were even properly weighed and considered, they were almost improvised on the moment. But they were none the worse for that. The pressure of events was so terrific, and the work to be done so clear before us, that the most important decisions came naturally, as a matter of course, and were received in the same spirit. The path had been predetermined. All that was required was to indicate the work. No arguments were necessary, and very few appeals. Without hesitation or doubt, the masses picked up what was suggested to them by the nature of the situation. Under the strain of events, their leaders did no more than formulate what answered the requirements of the people and the demands of history. Marxism considers itself the conscious expression of the unconscious historical process. But the unconscious process in the historico-philosophical sense of the term, not in the psychological, coincides with its conscious expression only at its highest point, when the masses, by sheer elemental pressure, break through the social routine and give victorious expression to the deepest needs of historical development. And at such moments the highest theoretical consciousness of the epoch merges with the immediate action of those oppressed masses who are farthest away from theory. The creative union of the conscious with the unconscious is what one usually calls inspiration. Revolution is the inspired frenzy of history. Every real writer knows creative moments, when something stronger than himself is guiding his hand. Every real orator experiences moments when someone stronger than the self of his everyday existence speaks through him. This is inspiration. It derives from the highest creative effort of all one's forces. The unconscious rises from its deep well and bends the conscious mind to its will, merging it with itself in some greater synthesis. The utmost spiritual vigor likewise infuses at times all personal activity connected with the movement of the masses. This was true for the leaders in the October days. The hidden strength of the organism, its most deeply rooted instincts, its power of scent inherited from animal forebears, all these rose and broke through the psychic routine to join forces with the higher historico-philosophical abstractions in the service of the revolution. Both these processes, affecting the individual and the mass, were based on the union of the conscious with the unconscious, the union of instinct, the mainspring of the will, with the higher theories of thought. Outwardly, it did not look very imposing. Men went about tired, hungry, and unwashed, with inflamed eyes and unshaven beards. And afterward none of them could recall much about those most critical days and hours. Here is an extract from notes made considerably later by my wife. During the last days of the preparation for October, we were staying in Taurid Street. Lev Davidovich lived for whole days at the Smolny. I was still working at the Union of Woodworkers, where the Bolsheviks were in charge, and the atmosphere was tense. All the working hours were spent in talking about the uprising. The chairman of the union upheld the point of view of Lenin Trotsky, as it was called then, and we carried on our agitation together. The question of the uprising was discussed everywhere in the streets, at mealtime, at casual meetings on the stairs of the Smolny. We ate little, slept little, and worked almost 24 hours a day. Most of the time we were separated from our boys, and during the October days I worried about them. Lyova and Seryoza were the only Bolsheviks in their school except for a third, a sympathizer, as they called him. Against them these three had a compact group of offshoots of the ruling democracy, cadets and socialist revolutionists. And as usually happens in such cases, criticism was supplemented by practical arguments. On more than one occasion, the headmaster had to extricate my sons from under the piled-up Democrats, who were pummeling them. The boys, after all, were only following the example of their fathers. The headmaster was a cadet, and consequently always punished my sons with, "Take your hats and go home." After the revolution, it was quite impossible for the boys to remain in that school, and so they went to a people's school instead. Everything was much simpler and cruder there, but one could breathe more freely. LD and I very seldom were at home. The boys would come home from school and, finding that we weren't in, would think it unnecessary for them to stay within the four walls either. In those days of demonstrations, dashes and shootings, we were worried for their safety, because they were then in such a revolutionary mood. At our brief meetings they would tell us with the greatest joy, "Today we were with some Cossacks in a streetcar and saw them read Dad's appeal, Brother Cossacks." Well, they read it and passed it on to others. It was fine. 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 An acquaintance of LD's, the engineer K., who had a large family of children of all ages, with a governess and so forth, offered to keep the boys in his home, where there would be someone to look after them. I jumped at this as a saving grace. I had to call at the Smolny about 5 times a day to carry out different commissions for LD. We would return to Taurid Street late at night. In the morning, we would separate again, LD going to the Smolny, and I to the Union. At the culmination of events, we almost never left the Smolny. For days at a time LD would not come to Taurid Street even to sleep. And I often stayed at the Smolny, as well. We slept on sofas and chairs without undressing. The weather was not exactly warm, it was autumn, the days were dry and lowering, and the wind blew in sharp, cold gusts. The main streets were quiet and deserted. And in this stillness one felt an intense watchfulness. The Smolny was bubbling over. The enormous hall sparkled with the thousands of lights from the magnificent chandeliers, day and night it was filled to the brim with people. Life in the mills and factories was strained, but the streets had quieted down. They were as still as if the city, in fright, had drawn its head down between its shoulders. I remember that on the morning of the second or third day after the uprising, I dropped into a room at the Smolny and found Vladimir Ilyich, Lenin, there with Lev Davidovich. With them, if I remember correctly, were Dzerzhinsky, Jov, and a crowd of others. Their faces were a grayish-green from lack of sleep, their eyes were inflamed, their collars soiled, and the room was full of smoke. Someone was sitting at a table surrounded by people waiting for orders. Lenin and Trotsky were also in the midst of a waiting mob. It seemed to me that orders were being given as if by people who were asleep. There was something of the somnambulist in the way they talked and moved about. For a moment I felt as if I were seeing it all in a dream, and that the revolution was in danger of being lost if they didn't get a good sleep and put on clean collars. The dream was closely bound up with those collars. I remember that next day I met Lenin's sister, Maria Ilyinishna, and reminded her hurriedly that Vladimir Ilyich needed a clean collar. "Oh, yes, of course," she replied, laughing. But by that time this matter of clean collars had lost its nightmarish significance for me. The power is taken over, at least in Petrograd. Lenin has not yet had time to change his collar, but his eyes are very wide awake, even though his face looks so tired. He looks softly at me, with that sort of awkward shyness that with him indicates intimacy. "You know," he says hesitatingly, "from persecution and a life underground, to come so suddenly into power." He pauses for the right word. "Es schwindelt," he concludes, changing suddenly to German, and circling his hand around his head. We look at each other and laugh a little. All this takes only a minute or two, then a simple, passing to next business. The government must be formed. We number among us a few members of the Central Committee. A quick session opens over in a corner of the room. "What shall we call them?" asks Lenin, thinking aloud. "Anything but ministers, that's such a vile, hackneyed word." "We might call them commissaries," I suggest, "but there are too many commissaries just now." "Perhaps supreme commissaries?" "No, supreme does not sound well either." "What about people's commissaries?" "People's commissaries?" "Well, that might do, I think," Lenin agrees. "And the government as a whole?" "A Soviet, of course, the Soviet of People's Commissaries, eh?" "The Soviet of People's Commissaries." Lenin picks it up. "That's splendid. Smells terribly of revolution." Lenin was not much inclined toward the aesthetics of revolution, or toward relishing its romantic quality. But all the more deeply did he feel the revolution as a whole, and all the more unmistakably did he define its smell. "And what," Vladimir Ilyich once asked me quite unexpectedly, during those first days, "what if the White Guards kill you and me? Will Sviyazhsk and Bukharin be able to manage?" "Perhaps they won't kill us," I rejoined, laughing. "The devil knows what they might do," said Lenin, laughing in turn. In 1924, in my recollections of Lenin, I described this incident for the first time. I learned afterward that the members of what was then a trio, Stalin, Zinoviev and Kamenev, felt terribly offended by it, although they did not dare contradict it. But the fact remains that Lenin only mentioned Sverdlov and Bukharin. He did not think of any others. Since he had spent 15 years in his 2 exiles abroad, with only short intervals between, Lenin knew the main figures of the party who were living in Russia only from his correspondence with them or from his few meetings with them abroad. It was not until after the revolution that he was able to see them at close range and actually at work. And consequently he had to revise the old opinions, based on indirect reports, or else form new ones. A man of great moral passion, Lenin could not imagine such a thing as indifference toward people. A thinker, observer, and strategist, he was subject to spasms of enthusiasm for people. Krupskaya also mentions this trait of his in her memoirs. Lenin never weighed a man at a glance, forming some average estimate of him. His eye was like a microscope, it would magnify many times the trait that came within its field of vision at a particular moment. He would often fall in love with people, in the full sense of the word. And on such occasions I would tease him, I know, you are having a new romance. Lenin realized this characteristic of his, and would laugh by way of reply, a little embarrassed but a little angry, too. Lenin's attitude toward me changed several times during 1917. He met me first with a certain reserve, cautiously. The July days brought us very close together, quite suddenly. When, in opposition to the majority of the leading Bolshevists, I proposed boycotting the pre-parliament, Lenin wrote me from his refuge, "Bravo, Comrade Trotsky." Later on, judging from some accidental and quite erroneous indications, he concluded that I was being too dilatory in the matter of an armed uprising, and this suspicion was reflected in several of his letters during October. By contrast, his attitude toward me on the day of the revolution, when we were resting on the floor of a half-dark, empty room, became all the more unmistakable in its warmth and friendliness. The next day, at the meeting of the Central Committee of the party, he proposed that I be elected chairman of the Soviet of People's Commissaries. I sprang to my feet, protesting the proposal seemed to me so unexpected and inappropriate. Why not? Lenin insisted. You were at the head of the Petrograd Soviet that seized the power. I moved to reject his proposal, without debating it. The motion was carried. On the 1st of November, during the impassioned discussions that took place at the meeting of the Petrograd Party Committee, Lenin exclaimed, "There is no better Bolshevik than Trotsky." Coming from him, the words meant a great deal. It is no wonder that the minutes of the meeting at which they were pronounced are still withheld from the public. The conquest of the power brought up the question of my government work. Strangely enough, I had never even given a thought to it. In spite of the experience of 1905, there was never an occasion when I connected the question of my future with that of power. From my youth on, or, to be more precise, from my childhood on, I had dreamed of being a writer. Later, I subordinated my literary work, as I did everything else, to the revolution. The question of the party's conquest of power was always before me. Times without number, I wrote and spoke about the program of the revolutionary government, but the question of my personal work after the conquest never entered my mind. And so it caught me unawares. After the seizure of power, I tried to stay out of the government, and offered to undertake the direction of the press. It is quite possible that the nervous reaction after the victory had something to do with that. The months that had preceded it had been too closely tied up with the preparatory work for the revolution. Every fiber of my entire being was strained to its limit. Lunacharsky wrote somewhere in the papers that Trotsky walked about like an electric battery and that each contact with him brought forth a discharge. The 25th of October brought the letdown. I felt like a surgeon who has finished a difficult and dangerous operation. I must wash my hands, take off my apron, and rest. Lenin was in a different position. He had just arrived from his refuge, after spending 3.5 months cut off from real, practical direction. One thing coincided with the other, and this only added to my desire to retire behind the scenes for a while. Lenin would not hear of it, however. He insisted that I take over the Commissariat of the Interior, saying that the most important task at the moment was to fight off a counterrevolution. I objected, and brought up, among other arguments, the question of nationality. Was it worthwhile to put into our enemies' hands such an additional weapon as my Jewish origin? Lenin almost lost his temper. We are having a great international revolution. Of what importance are such trifles? A good-humored bickering began. No doubt the revolution is great, I answered, but there are still a good many fools left. But surely we don't keep step with the fools. Probably we don't, but sometimes one has to make some allowance for stupidity. Why create additional complications at the outset? I have already had occasion to observe that the national question, so important in the life of Russia, had practically no personal significance for me. Even in my early youth, the national bias and national prejudices had only bewildered my sense of reason, in some cases stirring in me nothing but disdain and even a moral nausea. My Marxist education deepened this feeling, and changed my attitude to that of an active internationalism. My life in so many countries, my acquaintance with so many different languages, political systems and cultures only helped me to absorb that internationalism into my very flesh and blood. If, in 1917 and later, I occasionally pointed to my Jewish origin as an argument against some appointment, it was simply because of political considerations. Sviyazhsk and other members of the Central Committee were won over to my side. Lenin was in the minority. He shrugged his shoulders, sighed, shook his head reproachfully, and consoled himself with the thought that we should all have to fight the counter-revolution anyway, no matter what departments of the government we were in. But my going over to the press was also firmly opposed by Sviyazhsk. Bukharin, he said, was the man for that. Lev Davidovich should be set up against the rest of Europe. Let him take charge of foreign affairs. What foreign affairs will we have now, retorted Lenin. But reluctantly he finally agreed, and I, likewise with reluctance, consented. And thus, at the instigation of Sviyazhsk, I came to head the Soviet diplomacy for a quarter of a year. The Commissariat of Foreign Affairs actually meant freedom from departmental work. To comrades who offered their help, I almost invariably suggested that they look for a more gratifying field for their energy. One of them later gave, in his memoirs, a fairly juicy report of a conversation he had with me soon after the Soviet government was formed. What diplomatic work are we apt to have? I said to him, according to his account, I will issue a few revolutionary proclamations to the peoples of the world, and then shut up shop. My interlocutor was genuinely hurt by my lack of diplomatic consciousness. I had of course intentionally exaggerated my point of view, because I wanted to emphasize the fact that the center of gravity was not in diplomacy at that time. The principal tasks were to develop the October Revolution further, extend it to the entire country, beat off the raid against Petrograd by Kerensky and General Krasnov, and fight the counter-revolution. These problems we were solving outside of the departments, and my collaboration with Lenin was most intimate and continuous at all times. Lenin's room in the Smolny was at the opposite end of the building from my own. The corridor that connected, or rather divided, them was so long that Lenin jestingly suggested that we establish communication by bicycle. We were connected by telephone, and several times each day I would walk the endless corridor that looked like an anthill to Lenin's room for our conferences. A young sailor who was known as Lenin's secretary was constantly running between us, bringing me Lenin's notes, which consisted of 2 or 3 firmly expressed sentences, with the more important words underscored 2 or 3 times and the final question aimed point blank. Often the notes were accompanied by drafts of decrees that required immediate comment. The archives of the Soviet of People's Commissaries hold a great many documents of that period, some written by Lenin, some by me, Lenin's texts with my amendments or my proposals with Lenin's additions. During the first period, roughly speaking, until August 1918, I was active in the general work of the Soviet of People's Commissaries. During the Smolny period, Lenin was eagerly impatient to answer all problems of economic, political, administrative and cultural life by decrees. In this he was guided not by any passion for bureaucratic method, but rather by a desire to unfold the party's program in the language of power. He knew that revolutionary decrees were only partially carried out. But to ensure full execution and control for these measures, a properly functioning machine was required, as well as time and experience. No one could tell how much time we would have at our disposal. During that first period, the decrees were really more propaganda than actual administrative measures. Lenin was in a hurry to tell the people what the new power was, what it was after, and how it intended to accomplish its aims. He went from question to question with a magnificent tirelessness, he called small conferences, commissioned experts to make inquiries, and dug into books himself. And I helped him. Lenin's conviction of continuity in the work that he was doing was very strong. As a great revolutionary, he understood the meaning of historical tradition. It was impossible to tell in advance whether we were to stay in power or be overthrown. And so it was necessary, whatever happened, to make our revolutionary experience as clear as possible for all men. Others would come, and, with the help of what we had outlined and begun, would take another step forward. That was the meaning of the legislative work during the first period. That was why Lenin insisted impatiently on the earliest possible publication of the classics of socialism and materialism in Russian translation. He was anxious to have as many revolutionary monuments erected as possible, even if they were of the simplest sort, like busts or memorial tablets to be placed in all the towns, and, if it could be managed, in the villages as well. So that what had happened might be fixed in the people's imagination, and leave the deepest possible furrow in memory. Every meeting of the Soviet of People's Commissaries 25, which changed its membership often at first, presented a picture of an immense legislative improvisation. Everything had to proceed from the beginning. There were no precedents, since history had none to offer. Lenin presided indefatigably at the Soviet for 5 and 6 hours on end, and the meetings of the People's Commissaries were held every day. As a rule, matters were brought up for consideration without previous preparation, and almost always as urgent business. Often the substance of the question discussed was not known either to the members of the Soviet or to the chairman before the meeting opened. The debates were always condensed, only 10 minutes being allowed for the opening report. Nevertheless, Lenin always sensed the necessary course. To save time, he would send very short notes to the members present, asking for information on this or that subject. These notes would reveal a large and very interesting epistolary element in the legislative technique of Lenin's Soviet of Commissaries. But unfortunately the majority have disappeared, because the reply in most cases was written on the reverse side of the paper, and the note was usually destroyed at once by the chairman. At the proper moment, Lenin would announce his resolutions, always with an intentional sharpness. After that the debates would cease or else would give way to practical suggestions. In the end, Lenin's points were usually taken as the basis for the decree. Besides other qualities, a great creative imagination was necessary to guide this work. One of the most valuable powers of such an imagination is the ability to visualize people, objects, and events as they really are, even if one has never seen them. To combine separate little strokes caught on the wing, to supplement them by means of unformulated laws of correspondence and likelihood, and in this way to recreate a certain sphere of human life in all its concrete reality. Basing everything upon experience in life and upon theory, that is the imagination that a legislator, an administrator, a leader must have, especially in a period of revolution. Lenin's strength was chiefly this power of realistic imagination. It is hardly necessary to say that in this fever of creative legislation there were many blunders and contradictions. But, taken as a whole, Lenin's decrees of the Smolny period, that is, of the most stormy and chaotic period of the revolution, will be preserved forever in history as the proclamations of a new world. Not only sociologists and historians, but future legislators as well, will draw repeatedly from this source. In the meantime, practical problems, especially problems of civil war, food supply and transport, were coming more and more urgently to the fore. Special extraordinary commissions were created to face these new questions for the first time and to set in motion some department or other that was helplessly marking time at the threshold of the problem. I had to preside over many of these commissions, the Food Supply Commission, of which Tsai Europa, enrolled for the first time in government work, was a member of the Transport Commission, the one for publications, and others. The diplomatic department, with the exception of the Brest-Litovsk peace negotiations, took very little of my time. The business proved a bit more complicated than I had expected, however. Even in the very first days, I found myself unexpectedly in diplomatic negotiations with the Eiffel Tower. During the uprising, we had been too rushed to pay heed to the foreign radios. But now, as the People's Commissary for Foreign Affairs, I had to watch the reaction of the capitalist world toward the revolution. It is quite unnecessary to say that no greetings reached us from anywhere. The Berlin government, although it was ready to flirt with the Bolsheviks, set up interference from its Nauen station when the Tsarskoye Selo station was broadcasting my statement about our victory over Kerensky's troops. But if Berlin and Vienna were still vacillating between enmity to the revolution and the hope of concluding a profitable peace, the rest of the world, not only those countries engaged in war, but the neutral ones as well, echoed, in their respective languages, the sentiments of the ruling classes of the old Russia which we had overthrown. In this chorus the Eiffel Tower stood out for its very fury. In those days, it spoke even in Russian, obviously seeking some direct appeal to the hearts of the Russian people. Sometimes, when I read the Paris radios, I thought that Clemenceau himself must be sitting on top of the tower. I knew him as a journalist well enough to recognize his spirit, if not his style. The hatred in those radios almost choked in its own venom, malice reached its utmost limit. Sometimes it seemed as if the radio scorpion on the Eiffel Tower would sting its head with its own tail. We had the Tsarskoye Selo station at our disposal, and so there was nothing to impose silence upon us. For several days I dictated answers to Clemenceau's abuse. I knew enough of the political history of France to characterize the principal dramatis personae none too flatteringly. I reminded them of certain forgotten facts in their past history, beginning with the Panama business. For several days a tense duel raged between Paris and the Tsarskoye Selo station. Ether, being a neutral agent, conscientiously transmitted the arguments of both sides. And what happened? Even I had not expected such quick results. Paris changed its tone abruptly, henceforth it expressed itself in a still hostile but civil manner. Later I often remembered with pleasure that I had begun my diplomatic activity by teaching the Eiffel Tower good manners. On November 18, General Judson, the chief of the American mission, made an unexpected call on me at the Smolny. He informed me that he was not yet able to speak in the name of the American government, but he hoped that everything would be all right. Did the Soviet government intend to work toward the conclusion of the war in conjunction with the Allies? I replied that in view of the complete publicity of the forthcoming negotiations, the Allies would be able to watch their progress and join them at any stage. In conclusion, the peace-loving general said, "The time for protests and threats against the Soviet power has passed, if there ever was such a time. But, as we know, one swallow, even if it has the rank of general, does not make a summer." My first and last meeting with the French ambassador, Newlands, took place early in December. A former radical deputy, he had been sent to establish friendly relations with the February Revolution, in place of the declared monarchist, Paleolog, a Byzantine in more than name, whom the Republic had used to keep her friendship with the Tsar. Why Newlands and not someone else was chosen, I do not know. But he did not raise my opinion of the rulers of human destiny. The conference, arranged at his initiative, brought no results. After vacillating for a while, Clemenceau finally went over to the barbed wire regime. I did not have a friendly interview with the head of the French mission, General Niessel, in my office at the Smolny. He had been exercising his aggressiveness in rearguard actions. Under Kerensky, he had been accustomed to command, and he did not want to unlearn this bad habit. To begin with, I had to ask him to leave the Smolny. Presently, relations with the French mission became even more difficult. The information bureau attached to the mission became a factory for the most disgusting insinuations against the revolution. In all the hostile papers, cabled reports from Stockholm began to appear daily, reports that excelled each other in fantastic invention, malice, and sheer stupidity. When questioned as to the source of the Stockholm telegrams, the editors of the papers pointed to the French military mission. I asked for an official explanation from General Niessel, and on December 22, he replied in a truly remarkable document. Numerous journalists of various shades of opinion, wrote the general, call at the military mission for information. I am authorized to give them information as to military events on the western front of the war, as to Salonika, Asia, and as to the situation in France. At one, of these interviews, one, of the young officers allowed himself to communicate a rumor which spread through the city, and whose origin was attributed to Stockholm. In conclusion, the general promised vaguely to take steps to prevent such oversights, in the future. This was too much. We had not taught the Paris radio station the rules of decency only to allow General Niesel to create a subsidiary tower of lies in Moscow. The same day I wrote to Niesel. 1. In view of the fact that the propaganda bureau called the Bureau of Information at the French military mission has acted as a source for the dissemination of willfully false rumors. With the object of spreading confusion and chaos in the public mind, this bureau is to be closed at once. 2. The young officer who fabricated lying reports is requested to leave Russian territory at once. I request you to communicate the name of this officer to me without delay. 3. The receiving installation of the radio telegraph is to be removed from the mission. 4. The French officers in the Civil War zone are to be recalled immediately to Petrograd, by an order to be published in the press. 5. I request you to inform me of all steps undertaken by the mission in connection with this letter. People's Commissary for Foreign Affairs. L. Trotsky. The young officer was brought out of his anonymity and left Russia as a scapegoat. The radio receiving installation was removed. The Information Bureau was closed. The officers were recalled to the center. But this was only petty, frontline skirmishing. It gave way to a brief and unstable truce, after I had gone over to the Commissariat of War. The too forthright General Niesel was replaced by the insinuating General Laverne. The truce did not last long, however. The French military mission, like the French diplomacy, soon became the center of every plot and armed attack against the Soviet power. But this did not develop openly until after Brest-Litovsk, during the Moscow period, in the spring and summer of 1918. Chapter 30. In Moscow. The signing of the Brest-Litovsk peace treaty divested my withdrawal from the Commissariat for Foreign Affairs of any political significance. Shishirin had meanwhile arrived from London to succeed me. I had known Shishirin for a long time. In the years of the First Revolution, he gave up his position as a diplomatic official and went over to the Social Democracy. As a Menshevik, he engaged actively in the work of the party, groups of assistants, abroad. At the outbreak of the war, he assumed a stiffly patriotic stand and tried to defend it in his many letters from London. One or two of these letters fell to my lot. Very soon, however, he drew nearer to the internationalists and became an active correspondent for the Nash Slovo, which I was editing in Paris. In the end, he got into an English prison. I demanded his release. The negotiations were dragging on. I threatened reprisals against Englishmen. There is, after all, something in Trotsky's argument. Buchanan, the British ambassador, said in his diary, that if we claim the right to arrest Russians for making a pacifist propaganda in a country bent on continuing the war, he has an equal right to arrest British subjects who are conducting a war propaganda in a country bent on peace. Shishirin was released. He arrived in Moscow at the most opportune moment, and with a sigh of relief I handed the diplomatic helm over to him. I was not appearing at the ministry at all then. On rare occasions, Shishirin would consult me by telephone. Not until March 13 was there a public announcement of my resignation from the Commissariat of Foreign Affairs, coinciding with the announcement of my appointment as War Commissary and as Chairman of the Supreme War Council. Formed only a little while before on my initiative. Thus Lenin achieved his end after all. He used my offer to resign in connection with the Brest-Litovsk disagreements only to carry out his original idea, modified to meet changed circumstances. As the enemy within changed from plotting to the creating of armies and battle fronts, Lenin expressed the wish that I take charge of military operations. He had now won over Sviyazhsk to his side. I tried to argue against it. Whom else can we appoint? Name them. Lenin pressed his attack. I thought it over for a moment, and consented. Was I prepared to do military work? Of course not. I had not even had the benefit of service in the Tsar's army. My army service years I had spent in prison, in exile, and abroad. In 1906, the court sentence deprived me of all civil and military rights. While spending a few months during the Balkan Wars in Serbia, Bulgaria, and later in Romania, I came closer to military affairs. But my approach to these questions was by nature still political rather than military. The World War brought everyone, myself included, close to the questions of militarism. My everyday work on the Nash Slovo and my writing for the Kievskaya MYSL gave me the needed stimulus to systematize my new knowledge and observations. But there the important thing was war as the continuation of politics, and the army as the instrument of the latter. The problems of military organization and technique were still in the background, as far as I was concerned. On the other hand, the psychology of an army, in its barracks, trenches, battles, hospitals, and the like, deeply stirred my interest. This was later very useful. In parliamentary countries, war and navy ministries are often given over to lawyers and journalists who, like myself, see the army chiefly from the window of their editorial offices, although they are more comfortable than mine were. And yet there was an obvious difference. In capitalist countries the problem is that of maintaining the existing army, strictly speaking, of maintaining a political cover for a self-sustaining system of militarism. With us, the problem was to make a clean sweep of the remains of the old army, and in its place to build, under fire, a new army, whose plan was not to be discovered in any book. This explains sufficiently why I felt uncertain about my military work, and consented to take it over only because there was no one else to do it. I did not think of myself as in any sense a strategist, and had little patience with the sort of strategist dilettantism that flooded the party as a result of the revolution. It is true that on 3 occasions, in the war with Denikin, in the defense of Petrograd, and in the war with Pilsudski, I took an independent strategic position and defended it first against the High Command. And again against the majority of the Central Committee. But in these cases my strategic position was determined by political and economic considerations, rather than by those relating to pure strategy. It may be pointed out, however, that questions of high strategy cannot be solved in any other way, after all. The change in my work coincided with the change of the seat of the government. The transfer of the central government to Moscow was, of course, a blow to Petrograd. There was almost general opposition to the transfer, headed by Zinoviev, who by that time had become the chairman of the Petrograd Soviet. He was supported by Lunacharsky, who had resigned from the government a few days after the revolution, on the ground that he did not wish to bear the responsibility for the destruction, imaginary, of St. Basil's Church in Moscow. Now, back at his post, he was unwilling to part with the Smolny as the symbol of the revolution. Others brought forward more serious arguments. The majority feared chiefly the bad effect of the transfer on the Petrograd workers. Our enemies at that time were circulating the rumor that we had undertaken to hand Petrograd over to Kaiser Wilhelm. On the contrary, Lenin and I insisted that the transfer of the government to Moscow was to ensure not only the safety of the government but of Petrograd itself. The temptation to seize the revolutionary capital and its government with it in one swift blow could not fail to appeal strongly to both Germany and the Allies. To seize a starving Petrograd without the government would be quite another matter. In the end, resistance broke down and the majority of the Central Committee voted for the transfer. The government actually left for Moscow on March 12, 1918. To soften the impression that we were demoting the October capital, I remained in Petrograd for another week or two. The railway administration detained me at the station for a few extra hours. The sabotage was diminishing, but it was still considerable. I arrived in Moscow the day after I was appointed war commissary. With its medieval wall and its countless gilded cupolas, the Kremlin seemed an utter paradox as a fortress for the revolutionary dictatorship. To be sure, no more had the Smolny, formerly a private school for girls of the nobility, been intended for workers, soldiers, and peasants' deputies. Until March, 1918, I had never been inside the Kremlin, nor did I know Moscow in general, with the exception of one solitary building, the Butursky transfer prison, in the tower of which I had spent 6 months during the cold winter of 1898 to 1899. As a visitor, I might admiringly have contemplated the antiquities of the Kremlin, the palace of Ivan the Terrible, with its throne room. But we had to settle down here for a long time. The close, day-by-day contact of those two historical poles, the two irreconcilable cultures, was at once bewildering and amusing. As I drove along the wood-paved road past the Nikolaevsky Palace, I often looked sideways at the Tsar gun and the Tsar bell. The heavy barbarism of Moscow stared from the breech in the bell and from the muzzle of the gun. Prince Hamlet would have repeated on this spot. The time is out of joint, O cursed spite, that ever I was born to set it right. But there was nothing Hamletish about us. Even when the more important questions were being discussed, Lenin allowed the speakers only 2 minutes apiece. One could probably meditate on the contradictions in the development of a backward country for a minute or two when dashing off at a tangent to the Kremlin past, on the way from one meeting to another, but no longer than that. The Kavalersky building, opposite the Potyashny Palace, before the revolution was the living quarters of the officials of the Kremlin. The entire lower floor was occupied by the commanding officer. His apartment had now been made into several smaller ones. Lenin and I took quarters across the corridor, sharing the same dining room. The food at the Kremlin was then very bad. Instead of fresh meat, they served corned beef. The flour and the barley had sand in them. Only the red ket caviar was plentiful, because its export had ceased. This inevitable caviar colored the first years of the revolution, and not for me alone. The musical clock on the Sviyazhsk tower was rebuilt. Now the old bells, instead of ringing out God Save the Tsar, slowly and pensively rang out the International, at quarter-hour intervals. The automobile entrance was under the Sviyazhsk tower, through an arched tunnel. Over the tunnel, there was an ancient icon with a top of broken glass. In front of the icon, was a lamp long since extinguished. Often when one came out of the Kremlin, one's eyes would fasten on the icon, while one's ears would catch the peal of the International from overhead. And over the tower, with its bell, was a double-headed gilt eagle which rose just as before, except that its crown had been removed. I advised setting the hammer and sickle up above the eagle, so that the breach in the Times might look down from the height of the Sviyazhsk tower. But for one reason or another it was never done. Lenin and I met a dozen times a day in the corridor, and called on each other to talk things over. Sometimes these talks lasted as long as 10 or even 15 minutes, a long time for us. In that period, Lenin was rather talkative, judged, of course, by his own standard. There were so many new things utterly strange to us, to prepare for. We had to create ourselves and the others to fit in with the new conditions, and accordingly we felt the need of passing from the particular to the general and the other way about. The little cloud of the Brest-Litovsk Disagreements 26 had dispersed, leaving never a trace. Lenin was very cordial and considerate both to me and to my family. He often stopped our boys in the corridor to play with them. The furniture in my room was Karelian birch. Over the fireplace a clock struck the hours in a thin, silver voice from beneath a Cupid and Psyche. Everything in the room was incompatible with work. The aroma of the idle life of the master class emanated from every chair. But I took even my apartment on the wing. This was all the more true because during those years I slept in it only on my brief visits to Moscow from the front. I think it was the very first day of my arrival from Petrograd, while Lenin and I were having a chat in the midst of all that Karelian birch, that the Cupid and his Psyche interrupted us with their singing, silver bells. We looked at each other as if we had both caught ourselves thinking the same thing. We were being overheard by the past, lurking over there in the corner. Surrounded by it on all sides as we were, we treated it without respect, but without hostility either, rather with a touch of irony. It would be incorrect to imply that we got used to the surroundings in the Kremlin. Our lives were too dynamic for that. We had no time to get used to anything. We saw the surroundings out of the corners of our eyes, and said in imagination to the Cupids and Psyches, in a tone at once ironical and encouraging, "You did not expect us." Can't be helped. Get used to us, now. We were making our surroundings accustom themselves to us. The lower ranks of the old staff were retained at their posts. They received us a little fearfully. The regime here had been a stern one, dating from the days of serfdom, and the service had passed from father to son. Among the countless flunkies and other attendants at the Kremlin were many old men who had waited on several emperors in their time. One of them, Stupashin, a little, clean-shaven man, was a dutiful fellow who had been feared by all the attendants in his day. Now the younger ones looked at him with a respect that was mingled with a new challenge. He shuffled tirelessly along the corridors, putting chairs in their places, dusting them off, and generally keeping up the appearance of the old order. At dinner we were given thin vegetable soup and unpolished buckwheat, served on plates adorned with eagles. "What is he doing?" "Look," whispered Seryoza to his mother. The old man was moving like a shadow behind the chairs and silently turning the plates this way or that. Seryoza was the first to guess it. The double-headed eagle on the rim of the plate must be right side up to face the guest. "Did you notice old Stupashin?" I asked Lenin. "How can you help noticing him?" he replied, in a tone of gentle irony. Sometimes one felt sorry for these old men who had been pulled, root and branch, from their element. Stupashin was soon firmly attached to Lenin. When the latter moved to another building nearer to the Soviet of Commissaries, he transferred his devotion to my wife and me, observing that we appreciated order and valued his care. The entire staff of attendants was soon dissolved. The young ones quickly adapted themselves to the new conditions. Stupashin did not want to be put on a pension, and so he was transferred to a great palace that had been changed into a museum. He would often call at the Kavalersky building to look us up. Afterward he was doorman in front of the Andreevsky Hall in the palace, during the congresses and conferences. Around him there was always order. He performed the same duties that he had at the receptions of the Tsars and the Grand Dukes, except that now it was the Communist International. He was fated, like the clock bells in the Spa's Sky Tower, to change his tune from the Tsar's hymn to the hymn of the revolution. In 1926, when the old man was dying a lingering death in a hospital, my wife sent him presents and he wept with gratitude. Soviet Moscow received us chaotically. Moscow, it seemed, had its own Soviet of People's Commissaries under the chairmanship of the historian Pokrovsky, the last man in the world to hold such a post. The authority of the Moscow Soviet extended all through the Moscow region, whose boundaries no one could define. In the north, it claimed the Archangel province, in the south, the province of Kursk. And so in Moscow we discovered a government that had authority, doubtful as it was, over the main section of the Soviet territory. The traditional antagonism between Moscow and Petrograd survived the October Revolution. Once upon a time, Moscow had been a big village, and Petrograd a city. Moscow represented the landowners and merchants, Petrograd the military and the officials. Moscow was regarded as full-blooded Russian, Slavophile, hospitable, in other words, the very heart of Russia. Petrograd was European, impersonal, egotistic, the bureaucratic brains of the country. Moscow developed the textile industries, Petrograd those of metalworking. The antitheses represented literary exaggerations of actual differences. We felt them at once. The local patriotism extended even to the native Moscow Bolshevists. A special commission was set up, with me as chairman, to regulate relations with the Moscow Soviet of Commissaries. It was a curious sort of work. We dissected the regional commissariats patiently, and took for the central government what properly belonged to it. As we progressed with the work, it became quite evident that the second Moscow government was unnecessary. The Muscovites themselves realized the need of winding up their Soviet of Commissaries. The Moscow period, for the second time in Russian history, became one of gathering the state together and of creating organs of administration. Lenin now was showing impatience, irony, and sometimes downright bitter mockery in brushing aside people who continued to answer all questions in terms of propagandist formulas. "Where do you think you are, my man? In the Smolny? He would shoot at them, with a ferocity softened by his good humor. The veriest Smolny, he would interrupt a speaker who was not talking business. Please wake up, we are not at the Smolny, we have gone ahead since then. Lenin never spared vigorous words about the past, when it was necessary to prepare for the next day. We were arm in arm in this work. Lenin was very methodical, I was even pedantic. We waged a tireless fight against slovenliness and laxity of any sort. At my suggestion, strict rules against latecomers and the late opening of meetings were passed. Step by step, chaos yielded to order. Before the sessions at which questions of principle or matters deriving importance from the conflicts between departments were to be discussed, Lenin would insist by telephone that I acquaint myself with the subject in advance. The current literature on the disagreements between Lenin and Trotsky is full of apocrypha. Of course there were sometimes disagreements. But far more often we came to the same conclusion after we had exchanged a few words by telephone, or else independently of each other. When it was obvious that we both had the same opinion about a certain matter, we knew that we would get the necessary decision adopted. But at times when Lenin was afraid that there might be serious opposition to one of his projects, he would remind me by telephone, "Don't fail to come to the meeting. I'll have you speak first." I would talk for a few minutes, and Lenin would say, "Right," perhaps twice during my speech, and that would decide the vote. Not because the others were afraid to oppose us, at that time there was no sign of the present practice of keeping in line with your superiors and of the revolting fear of compromising yourself by an inappropriate word or vote, but because the less the bureaucratic subservience, the greater the authority of leadership. When I disagreed with Lenin, a fevered discussion not only could but sometimes did develop. But when we agreed, the discussion was always brief. If, for some reason, we were unable to talk things over in advance, we would exchange notes during the meeting, and if these revealed some disagreement between us, Lenin would so guide discussion as to defer the issue. Sometimes in notes stating my disagreement with him, I would write in a humorous vein, and Lenin's whole body would shake while he read them. He was very susceptible to laughter, especially when he was tired. It was one of his childlike traits. In that manliest of all men there were many childlike traits. I would watch him in delight as he struggled so hard to overcome a fit of laughter while trying to direct the meeting with the utmost seriousness. His cheekbones then would bulge even more under the strain. The War Commissariat, where most of my work was done, not only my military work but party and literary work, or any other task there was for me, was situated outside of the Kremlin. I had only my living quarters in the Kavalersky building. No one came to see us there. People who came to see me on business came to the commissariat. As for social visits, no one ever thought of such a thing, we were much too busy for that. We returned home from work at about 5 o'clock. By 7 I was back at the commissariat, for the evening sessions. When, much later, the revolution had settled down a little, I devoted my evenings to theoretical and literary work. My wife joined the Commissariat of Education and was placed in charge of museums and ancient monuments. It was her duty to fight for the monuments of the past against the conditions of civil war. It was a difficult matter. Neither the white nor the red troops were much inclined to look out for historical estates, provincial Kremlins, or ancient churches. This led to many arguments between the War Commissariat and the Department of Museums. The guardians of the palaces and churches accused the troops of lack of respect for culture, the military commissaries accused the guardians of preferring dead objects to living people. Formally, it looked as if I were engaged in an endless departmental quarrel with my wife. Many jokes were made about us on this score. I now communicated with Lenin chiefly by telephone. His calls to me and mine to him were very frequent, and referred to an infinite number of things. The departments often bothered him with complaints against the Red Army. Lenin would immediately call me. 5 minutes later he would want to know if I could meet a new candidate for the People's Commissary of Agriculture or Inspection, and tell him what I thought of him. An hour later, he was interested to know if I had watched the theoretical discussion on proletarian culture, and whether I intended to make a counterattack on Bukharin. Then the question would be, Could the War Department on the Southern Front allot motor trucks for the transport of food supplies to the stations? Another half hour would bring Lenin's inquiry whether I was following the disagreements in the Swedish Communist Party. And that was the way it went every day that I was in Moscow. From the moment of the German advance, the behavior of the French, at least the more sensible of them, changed suddenly. They had realized the stupidity of the talk about our secret deal with the Hohenzollerns. It was just as clear to them that we could not engage in a war. Some of the French officers even insisted on our signing the peace in order to gain time. This idea was defended with special energy by a French intelligence officer, an aristocrat and royalist with an artificial eye, who offered me his services for the most dangerous commissions. General Laverne, who had replaced Niesel, gave me frequent advice in a cautious and rather soft-spoken manner, advice of little value but in appearance well meant. According to him, the French government now accepted the conclusion of the Peace of Brest-Litovsk, and was anxious only to lend us its disinterested help in the building up of the army. He offered to place at my disposal the officers of the many French missions returning from Romania. 2 of them, a colonel and a captain, took quarters opposite the building of the War Commissariat, so that I might always have them close at hand. I must confess that I suspected them of being more competent in military espionage than in military administration. They submitted written reports to me which, in the confusion of those days, I had not even time to look over. One of the episodes of that brief truce was the presentation to me of the military missions of the Allies. There were many of them, and each was composed of a number of men. About 20 of their representatives came into my tiny room. Laverne made the presentations. Some of them uttered little pleasantries. A soft-looking Italian general distinguished himself by congratulating me on our success in ridding Moscow of bandits. Now, he said with a charming smile, one can live in Moscow as safely as in any other capital. I remarked that this was rather an exaggeration. After this, we literally did not know what to say to each other. The visitors could not brace themselves to get up and leave, and I did not know how to get rid of them. Finally, General Laverne rescued us from this difficult situation by asking if I would object if the military representatives were to take no more of my time. I answered that, although I was loath to part with so select a company, I would not dare to object. Everyone has had scenes in his life that he can recall only with a somewhat embarrassed laugh. My meeting with the military missions of the Allies was that sort. Gradually military affairs absorbed most of my time, the more so because I had myself to start with the ABCs. In the technical sphere and in that of operations, I saw my task chiefly as a matter of putting the right man in the right place, and then letting him exercise his abilities. My political and organization work in creating the army merged completely with the work of the party. Success would never have been possible in any other way. Among the party workers at the War Commissariat I found the army doctor Sklyansky. In spite of his youth, in 1918 he was barely 26, he was conspicuous for his businesslike methods, his industry, and his talent for appraising people and circumstances, in other words, for the qualities that make an administrator. After consulting Sviyazhsk, who was invaluable in such matters, I chose Sklyansky as my deputy. I never had any occasion to regret it afterward. The duty of deputizing for me involved great responsibility because I was at the front most of the time. In my absence, Sklyansky presided over the Revolutionary War Council, directed all the current work of the Commissariat, which consisted chiefly of attending to the needs of the front, and finally represented the War Commissariat on the Council of Defense, of which Lenin was chairman. If anyone could be compared with Lazare Carnot of the French Revolution, it is Sklyansky. He was always exact, indefatigable, alert, and well-informed. Most of the orders from the War Commissariat were issued over his signature. And since these orders were published in the central organs and local publications, Sklyansky's name became widely known. Like every serious and rigorous administrator, he had many enemies. His youthful abilities irritated not a few mediocre worthies. Stalin stirred them up behind the scenes. Attacks against Sklyansky were made surreptitiously, and especially when I was away. Lenin knew Sklyansky well, through the Council of Defense, and always defended him with great zeal. A splendid worker, he would invariably say, a remarkable worker. Sviyazhsk kept away from all these intrigues and worked. He listened to the reports of the quartermasters, gathered information from the industries, kept count of cartridges, of which there was always a shortage. Smoking endlessly, he spoke by direct wire, called on the telephone the chief officers, and prepared data for the Council of Defense. One could call him at 2 or 3 in the morning, and find him still at his desk in the commissariat. "When do you sleep?" I would ask him. He would reply with a jest. It makes me happy to remember that the War Department was almost free from the personal cliques and squabbles that affected the other departments so gravely. The strenuous nature of the work, the authority of leadership, the correct choice of workers, without nepotism or leniency, the spirit of exacting loyalty, it was these that ensured uninterrupted work from a mechanism that was cumbersome, not very well balanced, and very heterogeneous in its composition. Much of the credit for this is due to Sviyazhsk. The Civil War kept me away from the work in the Soviet of Commissaries. I lived now in a railway carriage or in an automobile. After weeks and months of such traveling, I got so completely out of touch with the current government business that I could not pick up the threads again in my brief visits to Moscow. The most important questions, however, were decided at the Politburo. 27. Sometimes I would return specially for the meeting of the Politburo, in answer to Lenin's summons. Or sometimes, through Sviyazhsk, I would call an extraordinary meeting of the Politburo to discuss important questions that I had brought with me from the front. During these years my correspondence with Lenin was largely confined to matters relating to the Civil War. There were short notes or long telegrams either to supplement previous conversations or to lay the groundwork for future ones. In spite of their businesslike brevity, these documents show, better than anything else, the actual relations within the leading group of the Bolsheviks. I will publish this extensive correspondence in the near future, with the necessary commentaries. It will appear as a deadly rebuttal of the work of the historians of the Stalin school. When Wilson was planning, among his other anemic professorial utopias, a conciliation conference of all the governments of Russia, Lenin on January 24, 1919, sent a coded telegram to me on the Southern Front. Wilson proposes truce and invites all the governments of Russia to a conference. It will be you who will probably have to go to Wilson. The difference at the time of the Brest-Litovsk negotiations did not prevent Lenin from turning to me again when an important diplomatic task had to be met, although at that time I was completely absorbed in my military work. As everybody knows, nothing came of Wilson's peacemaking efforts, and so I had no occasion to go to the conference. Aside from the hundreds of testimonials by Lenin himself, there is a vivid account by Maxim Gorky of his attitude toward my war work, striking the table with his hand. He, Lenin, said, "Could anyone point out to me another man who could organize an almost model army in a year and even win the respect of military experts? We have such a man. We have everything. And there will be miracles." According to Gorky, Lenin said to him in the same conversation, "Yes, yes. I know. Some lies are being told about my relations to him. Too many lies are being told, and especially about me and Trotsky." What would Lenin have said today, when the lying about our mutual relations, despite facts, documents and logic, has become a state cult? When I was declining the Commissariat of Home Affairs on the second day after the revolution, I brought up, among other things, the question of race. It would seem that in war business this consideration should have involved even greater complications than in civil administration. But Lenin proved to be right. In the years of the revolutionary ascendancy, this question never had the slightest importance. Of course, the whites tried to develop anti-Semitic motifs in their propaganda in the Red Army, but they failed signally. There are many testimonials to this, even in the white press. In Archives of the Russian Revolution, published in Berlin, a White Guard writer relates the following striking episode: a Cossack who came to see us was hurt by someone's taunt that he not only served under, but fought under the command of a Jew, Trotsky, and retorted with warm conviction, "Nothing of the sort. Trotsky is not a Jew. Trotsky is a fighter." He's ours. Russian. It is Lenin who is a communist, a Jew, but Trotsky is ours, a fighter. Russian, our own. The same motif will be found in The Horse Army, by Babel, the most talented of our younger writers. The question of my Jewish origin acquired importance only after I had become a subject for political baiting. Antisemitism raised its head with that of anti-Trotskyism. They both derived from the same source, the petty bourgeois reaction against October. Chapter 31. Negotiations at Brest-Litovsk. The decree that announced our willingness to make peace was passed by the Congress of Soviets on October 26, when only Petrograd was in our hands. On November 7, I sent an appeal by radio to the Allied countries and to the Central Powers, inviting them to conclude a general peace. Through their agents, the Allied governments replied to General Dukhanin, the Russian commander-in-chief, that any further steps in the direction of separate negotiations would entail the gravest consequences. I replied to this threat with an appeal to all workers, soldiers and peasants. It was a categorical appeal. When we overthrew our bourgeoisie, it was not to make our army shed its blood at the order of a foreign bourgeoisie. On November 22, we signed an agreement for a truce along the entire front, from the Baltic to the Black Sea. Once more we invited the Allies to join us in the peace negotiations. No reply was forthcoming, but neither were any more threats. The Allied governments seemed to have learned something. The peace negotiations began on December 9, 6 weeks after the adoption of the Decree of Peace, which left the countries of the Entente sufficient time to determine their attitude on this question. At the outset, our delegation made a formal declaration stating the principles of democratic peace. The opposing side demanded an adjournment. The resumption of the conference was put off time and again. The delegations of the Quadruple Alliance had to cope with all kinds of internal difficulties in framing their reply to us, finally given on December 25. The governments of the Quadruple Alliance subscribed to the democratic formula of peace, no annexations, no indemnities, and self-determination for the peoples. On December 28, a huge demonstration was held in Petrograd, in honor of democratic peace. Though the masses mistrusted the German reply, they accepted it as a great moral victory for the revolution. The next morning, our delegation returned from Brest-Litovsk, bringing with it the monstrous demands that Coleman had submitted on behalf of the Central Powers. To delay negotiations, there must be someone to do the delaying, said Lenin. At his insistence, I set off for Brest-Litovsk. I confess I felt as if I were being led to the torture chamber. Being with strange and alien people always had aroused my fears, it did especially on this occasion. I absolutely cannot understand revolutionaries who willingly accept posts as ambassadors and feel like fish in water in their new surroundings. At Brest-Litovsk, the first Soviet delegation, headed by Joff, was treated in a most ingratiating way by the Germans. Prince Leopold of Bavaria received them as his guests. All the delegations had dinner and supper together. General Hoffmann must have observed with considerable interest the woman delegate Vitsenko, who had assassinated General Sakharov. The Germans took their seats between our men, and tried to worm out of them whatever information they wanted. The first delegation included a worker, a peasant, and a soldier. They were delegates by mere accident, and they were little prepared for that sort of trickery. The peasant, an old man, was even encouraged to drink more wine than was good for him. General Hoffmann's staff was publishing a paper called Ruski Vestnik, the Russian Messenger, for the benefit of the Russian prisoners. In its early phases it always spoke of the Bolsheviks with the most touching sympathy. Our readers ask us who Trotsky is. Hoffmann informed his Russian prisoners in his paper, and with admiring affection told them of my struggle against Tsarism, and of my German book Russland in der Revolution. The whole revolutionary world was thrilled by his successful escape. And farther on, when Tsarism was overthrown, its secret friends threw Trotsky into prison soon after he had returned from a long exile. In a word, there were no more ardent revolutionaries than Leopold of Bavaria and Hoffmann of Prussia. But this idyll did not last long. At the meeting of the Brest-Litovsk Conference of February 7, which bore the least possible resemblance to an idol, I remarked. Referring to the past, we are inclined to regret the premature compliments paid us by the official German and Austro-Hungarian press. This was quite unnecessary for the successful progress of peace negotiations. In this affair, the social democracy was again no more than the shadow of the Hohenzollern and Habsburg governments. Scheidman, Ebert and others tried at first to slap us patronizingly on the back. The Vienna Arbeiterzeitung wrote eloquently on December 15 that, the duel between Trotsky and Buchanan is the symbol of the great struggle of our day, the struggle of the proletariat against capital. In the days when Coleman and Chernin were trying to strangle the Russian Revolution at Brest-Litovsk, the Austrian Marxists were able to see nothing but a duel between Trotsky and Buchanan. Even today one views such hypocrisy only with disgust. Trotsky, wrote the Habsburg Marxists, is the authorized representative of the peaceful will of the Russian working class that is trying to break the iron-gold chain with which it has been bound by English capital. The leaders of the social democracy voluntarily chained themselves to Austro-German capital, and were helping their governments forcibly to chain the Russian Revolution. At the most difficult stages of the Brest-Litovsk negotiations, when Lenin or I would come across a copy of the Berlin Vorwärts, or the Vienna Arbeiterzeitung, we would silently point out to each other the lines underscored with a colored pencil. Lift our eyes to one another for a moment, and then turn away with an inordinate sense of shame for the men who, only the day before, had been our comrades in the International. Every one who consciously passed through this stage realized forever that, whatever the fluctuations of the political situation, the social democracy was historically dead. To end this improper masquerade, I asked in our own papers if the German staff would not be so good as to tell the German soldiers something about Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg. We published a special leaflet on the subject for the German soldiers, and the Weissnick of General Hoffmann bit its tongue. Immediately after my arrival at Brest-Litovsk, Hoffmann protested against our propaganda among the troops. I refused to discuss the matter, and suggested that the general continue his own propaganda among the Russian troops. The conditions were the same, the only difference being in the kind of propaganda. I also reminded him that the dissimilarity of our views on certain rather important questions had long been known, and had even been certified to by one of the German courts, the one that during the war had sentenced me in contumacy to prison. This indecorous reminder created a great sensation. Many of the titled gentlemen almost gasped. Turning to Hoffmann, Coleman asked, "Would you like to reply?" To which Hoffmann retorted, "No, that's enough." As chairman of the Soviet delegation, I decided to put an immediate stop to the familiarity that had quite imperceptibly been established during the early stages. Through our military representatives, I made it known that I had no desire to be presented to the Prince of Bavaria. This was noted. I next demanded separate dinners and suppers, under the pretext that we had to hold conferences during the intervals. This was also accepted in silence. In his diary for January 7, Chernin wrote, "All the Russians, under the leadership of Trotsky, arrived before dinner time. They immediately asked to be excused if, in the future, they did not join in the meals in common. And they generally kept out of sight. This time it seems that quite a different wind is blowing than on the last occasion." The feigned friendliness of relations gave way to an official formality. This was all the more opportune since we had to pass from academic preliminaries to the concrete questions of a peace treaty. Coleman was head and shoulders above Chernin, and probably above all the rest of the diplomats whom I met in the years after the war. He impressed me as a man of character, with a practical mind far above the average, and with malice enough to cover not only us, here he met his match, but his dear allies as well. During the discussion of the question of occupied territories, Coleman, stretching himself to his full height and raising his voice, said, "Our German territory, thank God, is not being held by foreign troops anywhere." Whereupon Chernin's face went green and his figure shrank. Coleman was deliberately aiming at him. Their relationship was far from that of a serene friendship. Later, when the discussion turned to Persia, which was occupied on both sides by foreign armies, I remarked that since Persia, unlike Austria-Hungary, was not in alliance with anyone, It did not cause any of us pious rejoicing that it was Persia's territory, and not ours, that was occupied. At this, Chernin almost jumped as he exclaimed, "Unertort." Unheard of. Ostensibly, this exclamation was addressed to me, although it was really for Coleman. Episodes like this were frequent. Like a good chess player who for a long time has met weaker players, and who has lost some of his skill, Coleman, having met only his Austro-Hungarian, Turkish, Bulgarian and neutral diplomatic vassals during the war, was inclined to underestimate his revolutionary opponents and play his game in a slovenly manner. He often astonished me, especially at the outset, by the primitiveness of his methods and by his lack of understanding of his opponent's psychology. I was considerably and quite unpleasantly agitated when I went to my first meeting with the diplomats. When I was hanging up my coat in the hall, I came face to face with Coleman. I did not know him by sight. He introduced himself and immediately added that he was very pleased at my coming, since it was better to deal directly with the master than with his emissary. His face bore witness to his satisfaction with this fine move, so calculated to impress an upstart. This made me feel exactly as if I had stepped on something unclean. I even started back, involuntarily. Coleman realized his blunder, put himself on his guard, and his tone became instantly more formal. But that did not prevent him from following the same method, in my presence, with the head of the Turkish delegation, an old court diplomatist. As he was introducing his colleagues to me, Coleman waited until the Turkish delegate walked a step away and then said to me in a confidential stage whisper, certain that the other would hear him, "He is the best diplomatist in Europe." When I told this to Joff, he answered laughing, "At my first meeting with Coleman he did exactly the same thing." It looked very much as if Coleman was giving the best diplomatist a platonic compensation for certain unplatonic extortions. It is also possible that he was trying to kill two birds with one stone, by making it known to Chernin that he did not consider him the best diplomatist, next to himself. On December 28, Coleman said to Chernin, according to the latter's account, "The Emperor is the only intelligent man in all Germany." One imagines that these words were not intended so much for Chernin's ears as for those of the Emperor himself. In transmitting flatteries to their destination, the diplomatists no doubt were helping each other. Flattes, Illinois en restera toujours quelque chose. This was the first time that I had come face to face with this social circle. Of course, even before, I had never had any illusions about it. I had a fairly strong suspicion that pots were not baked by gods. But I must admit that I had thought the general level much higher. My impressions of that first meeting were something like this: men rate others cheaply, and rate themselves not much dearer. In this connection the following episode may be of some interest. At Victor Adler's instigation, Adler tried in those days to show his personal sympathy for me in every possible way. Count Chernin suggested casually that my library, which had been left in Vienna at the beginning of the war, be sent to Moscow. The library was of considerable interest, for during the long years of foreign exile I had gathered together a large collection of Russian revolutionary literature. I had hardly had time to express my thanks, with a little reserve, before the diplomat was asking me to inquire into the case of two Austrian prisoners who, he alleged, were being badly treated. This direct and underscored transition from the library to the prisoners, who were of course not privates but officers from the circles closest to Count Chernin, seemed altogether too brazen. I answered succinctly that if Chernin's information should prove correct, it would of course be my duty to do everything necessary, but that this matter had nothing to do with my library. In his memoirs Chernin gives a fairly exact account of this incident, without denying that he had tried to connect the business of the prisoners with that of the library. On the contrary, he seems to consider this quite natural. He ends his story with the ambiguous phrase, "He obviously wants to have the library." I might add that immediately after receiving the library I handed it over to one of the learned institutions in Moscow. The circumstances of history will that the delegates of the most revolutionary regime ever known to humanity should sit at the same diplomatic table with the representatives of the most reactionary caste among all the ruling classes. How greatly our opponents feared the explosive power of their negotiations with the Bolsheviks was shown by their readiness to break off the negotiations rather than transfer them to a neutral country. In his memoirs, Chernin says quite plainly that in a neutral country, with the help of their international friends, the Bolsheviks would have taken the reins in their own hands. Officially, he used the excuse that in a neutral country England and France would immediately have launched their intrigues, both openly and behind the scenes. I retorted that our political practice had no use for anything behind the scenes, because this weapon of the old diplomacy had been eradicated by the Russian people, together with many other things, in the victorious uprising of October 25. But we had to bow to an ultimatum, and so we remained at Brest-Litovsk. Barring a few buildings that stood apart from the old town and were occupied by the German staff, Brest-Litovsk strictly speaking no longer existed. The town had been burned to the ground in impotent rage by the Tsar's troops during their retreat. Hoffmann must have chosen this place for his staff because he knew that he could keep its members within his grasp. The furnishings, like the food, were of the simplest, and German soldiers acted as attendants. For them we were messengers of peace, and they looked to us with hope. A high, barbed wire fence surrounded the staff buildings. On my morning walks I kept running into notices: any Russian found in this place will be shot. This referred to prisoners, of course, but I would ask myself if it did not apply also to us, who were semi-prisoners here, and would turn back again. There was a fine, strategic road running through the town of Brest-Litovsk. During the first days of our stay there, we went out for drives in the staff automobiles, and, as a result, a conflict developed one day between one of the members of our delegation and a German sergeant. Hoffmann sent a formal complaint to me. I answered that we declined, with thanks, to make any further use of the automobiles placed at our disposal. The negotiations dragged on. All of us had to communicate with our respective governments by direct wires, and frequently these wires did not work. Whether this was actually due to physical causes or whether the breakdown was feigned to enable our opponents to gain time, we were unable to say. At any rate, the intervals between meetings were frequent, and sometimes lasted as long as several days. During one of these, I made a trip to Warsaw. The city was living under the rule of the German bayonet. The inhabitants evinced a great interest in the Soviet diplomatists, but expressed it very cautiously, because no one knew how it was all going to end. The delay in negotiations was to our interest. That was my real object in going to Brest-Litovsk. But I can claim no credit for myself on this score. My partners helped me as best they could. Time is plentiful here, Chernin writes melancholically in his diary. Now it is the Turks who are not ready, now it is the Bulgarians, and now the Russians, and the meetings are adjourned again, or else broken off when they have only begun. The Austrians, in turn, began to delay the negotiations when they struck their difficulties with the Ukrainian delegation. Of course this did not restrain Kuhlmann and Chernin in their public statements from accusing the Russian delegation alone of trying to protract the negotiations. I protested against this insistently, but quite in vain. Not a trace of the clumsy compliments which the officially inspired German press had indulged in toward the Bolsheviks, and except for the underground sheets it was all officially inspired, was left as the negotiations drew to their close. The Taglish Runshaw, for instance, not only complained that, in Brest-Litovsk, Trotsky has created for himself a platform from which his voice is carried throughout the world, and accordingly demanded an end to it as soon as possible. It also stated that neither Lenin nor Trotsky wants peace, which would in all probability mean either the gallows or prison for them. The tone of the Social Democratic press was substantially the same. The Scheidmans, Eberts and Stampers saw our hope for a revolution in Germany as our greatest crime. These gentlemen were far from thinking that in a few months the revolution would seize them by the scruff of their necks, and put them in power. After the long vacation from reading German papers, I took them up again at Brest-Litovsk with great interest. The peace negotiations figured in them in a way that showed a very thorough propagandist treatment. But the papers alone were not enough to take all of my time. I decided to make the fullest possible use of my enforced leisure, which I could foresee would not happen again in the near future. We had with us a good many stenographers who had once been on the staff of the State Duma, and so I began dictating to them, from memory, historical sketch of the October Revolution. From a few sessions there grew a book intended primarily for foreign workers. The necessity of explaining to them what had happened was most imperative. Lenin and I had discussed this necessity more than once, but no one had any time to spare. And I had been farthest from supposing that Brest-Litovsk would become a seat for my literary work. Lenin was very happy when I brought back with me a finished manuscript on the Russian Revolution. In it, we both saw one of the modest pledges of a future revolutionary recompense for the harsh peace. The book was soon translated into a dozen European and Asiatic languages. Although all the parties included in the Communist International had followed the lead of the Russians and had printed innumerable editions of the book, that did not prevent the Epigones, after 1923, from declaring it a poisoned offshoot of Trotskyism. Today it is on Stalin's blacklist. In this little incident the ideological preparation for the Thermidor found one of its many expressions. The only way to achieve victory was to cut the umbilical cord of the continuity with October. The diplomatists who opposed us also found ways of taking up their spare time at Brest-Litovsk. Count Chernin, according to his diary, not only went hunting but also increased his store of knowledge by reading memoirs of the period of the French Revolution. He compared the Bolsheviks with the Jacobins, trying thereby to console himself. The Habsburg diplomatist wrote, Charlotte Corday said, I killed a wild beast, not a man. These Bolsheviks will disappear again and, who knows? Perhaps there will yet be a Corday for Trotsky. In those days, of course, I didn't know about these soulful meditations of the pious count. But I can easily believe in their sincerity. At first, it may seem difficult to discover exactly what German diplomacy was aiming at when it proposed its democratic formulas on December 25, only to uncover its wolfish appetites a few days later. It was obvious that there was quite a risk to the German government in allowing the theoretical debate on the self-determination of nationalities, which developed chiefly through Kuhlmann's own initiative. It must have been clear to the Hohenzollern diplomatists even before they began, that they were not likely to achieve any great triumphs in that direction. Kuhlmann, for instance, was anxious to show that the German seizure of Poland, Lithuania, the Baltic provinces and Finland was nothing more than a form of self-determination on the part of each of these countries. Since their will was being expressed through national organs created by the German authorities of occupation. This was not so easy to prove. But Kuhlmann would not give up. He asked me, insistently, if I would not recognize that the Nizam of Hyderabad, for instance, expressed the will of his own people. I replied that if India were cleared of British troops, it was quite improbable that the worthy Nizam would stand on his feet more than 24 hours. Kuhlmann shrugged his shoulders rudely. General Hoffmann grunted. The interpreter translated. The stenographers took down notes, and the discussion went on ad infinitum. The secret of this conduct on the part of the German diplomatists lay in Kuhlmann's apparent conviction that we were ready to play his game. He must have reasoned it out in this way: the Bolsheviks got their power through advocating peace. They can retain it only on condition that they make peace. It is true that they have committed themselves to peace on democratic terms. But then, what are diplomatists for? If I, Kuhlmann, give the Bolsheviks their revolutionary formulas in appropriate diplomatic transcriptions, they will give me the chance to take possession, under another name, of course, of provinces and peoples. In the eyes of the world, the German annexations will carry the sanction of the Russian Revolution. As for the Bolsheviks, they will have their peace. In cherishing these hopes, Kuhlmann no doubt was misled by the statements of our liberals, Mensheviks, and populists, who had been representing the Brest-Litovsk negotiations as a comedy with roles assigned in advance. When we made it quite clear to our partners at Brest-Litovsk, and in no equivocal manner, that with us it was not a matter of a hypocritical disguise for a backstairs deal, but a question of the principles governing the mutual relations of peoples, Kuhlmann, who had already bound himself by his first stand, reacted to us almost as if we had broken some tacit agreement. One that really existed only in his own imagination. He persisted stubbornly in holding fast to the democratic principles of December 25. Confident of his considerable gift for casuistry, he hoped to show the world that white was just the same as black. Count Czernin, in his own clumsy way, played second fiddle to Coleman, and, under his direction, took it upon himself to make even more arrogant and cynical statements whenever the situation had become critical. He hoped in this way to conceal his own weakness. General Hoffmann, on the other hand, brought a refreshing element into the negotiations. With a quite obvious lack of sympathy for the subtleties of diplomacy, the general on several occasions put his soldier's boot on the table around which the discussion was taking place. For our part, we never for a moment doubted that in these negotiations Hoffmann's boot was the only reality to take seriously. There were times, however, when the general made incursions into discussions that were purely political, and did it in his own way. When he had completely lost patience with all the dreary palaver about the self-determination of peoples, he appeared one fine morning, it was January 14, with a briefcase packed with Russian newspapers. Mostly of the Socialist Revolutionist Party. Hoffmann read Russian easily. In short, staccato sentences, as if he were snarling at someone or giving orders, the general charged the Bolsheviks with suppressing freedom of speech and of assembly, and with violating the principles of democracy. Meanwhile quoting approvingly from the articles by the Russian Terrorist Party that since 1902 had sent to the other world quite a number of Russians of the general's way of thinking. The general denounced us indignantly because our government was supported by force. Coming from him, that sounded really magnificent. An entry in Czernin's diary says, Hoffmann made his unfortunate speech. He had been working on it for several days, and is very proud of his success. I replied to Hoffmann that in a society based on classes every government rests on force. The only difference was that General Hoffmann applied repression to protect big property owners, whereas we did it in defense of the workers. For a few minutes, the peace conference was transformed into a Marxian propagandist class for beginners. The thing that surprises and repels the governments of other countries, I said, is that we do not arrest strikers, but capitalists who subject workers to lockouts. That we do not shoot peasants who demand land, but arrest the landowners and officers who try to shoot the peasants. At this point, Hoffmann's face grew purple. After every incident of the sort, Coleman would inquire with malicious courtesy whether Hoffmann wanted to say something on the subject under discussion, and the general would reply abruptly, no, no more, and look out of the window in a rage. There was something delightfully piquant in this discussion of the revolutionary use of force in that gathering of Hohenzollern, Habsburg, Sultanic and Coburg diplomatists, generals, and admirals. Some of the titled and decorated gentlemen could do nothing at all during these discussions but look bewildered and glance first at me and then at Coleman and Czernin. They wanted someone to explain to them what, for heaven's sake, all this meant. Behind the scenes, no doubt, Coleman was hammering it into them that our length of life was now measured in weeks, and that this brief time must be utilized to conclude a German peace. So that the successors of the Bolsheviks would have to accept the consequences. In debates on matters of principle, my position was as much superior to that of Coleman as, in matters of military fact, General Hoffmann's was superior to mine. That is why the general was trying so impatiently to reduce all questions to the comparative strength of our forces, whereas Coleman was making futile attempts to make a peace based on the war map look as if it were based on principle. On one occasion, to soften the impression made by Hoffmann's speeches, Coleman said that a soldier inevitably expressed himself more pungently than a diplomatist. I replied that, we members of the Russian delegation do not belong to the diplomatic school, but consider ourselves rather as soldiers of the revolution and consequently preferred the rough language of the soldier. But Coleman's diplomatic civility was entirely relative. The problem he had set himself was obviously insoluble without cooperation from us, and it was just that was missing. We are revolutionaries, I explained to Coleman, but we are realists too, and we prefer to talk plainly about annexations rather than to substitute pseudonyms for real names. After that, it was little wonder that Coleman would occasionally throw off his diplomatic mask and snarl viciously. I still remember the intonation of his voice when he said that Germany was sincerely anxious to restore friendly relations with its powerful eastern neighbor. The word "powerful" was uttered in a tone of mockery so provocative that even Coleman's allies winced. And besides, Chernin was mortally afraid of a rupture of negotiations. I picked up the glove and reminded them, once more, of what I had said in my first speech. We are not in a position, nor do we desire, I said on January 10, to dispute the fact of our country's having been weakened by the policies of the classes that ruled it until recently. But the world position of a country is determined not by the condition of its technical apparatus today, but by the possibilities latent in it, just as the economic power of Germany cannot be measured by the present condition of its food supplies. A broad and far-sighted policy rests on capacity for development, on the inner forces that, once awakened, will sooner or later reveal their power. Less than 9 full months after this, on October 3, 1918, I said at a meeting of the All-Union Central Executive Committee. Recalling Coleman's Brest-Litovsk challenge, no one of us has any feeling of malicious joy because Germany is now passing through a terrible catastrophe. It is unnecessary to adduce proofs that the major part of this catastrophe was prepared by German diplomacy, military as well as civil, at Brest-Litovsk. The more precisely we framed our questions, the greater was Hoffmann's ascendancy over Coleman. They no longer concealed their antagonism, especially the general. When, in reply to one of his periodical attacks, I mentioned the German government with no hidden motive in mind, Hoffmann interrupted me in a voice that was hoarse with anger. I do not represent the German government here, but the German High Command. This sounded as if someone had crashed a stone through glass. I looked about the table at our opponents. Coleman's face was all screwed up, he sat looking down. Chernin's expression was a combination of embarrassment and a sort of vicious rejoicing. I replied that I did not think that I was entitled to judge the mutual relationship between the government of the German Empire and its High Command, but that I was authorized to conduct negotiations only with its government. Coleman crunched his teeth as he noted my declaration and expressed his agreement with it. It would be difficult to exaggerate the extent of the disagreements between the German diplomacy and the High Command. Coleman was trying to prove that the occupied territories had already self-determined themselves in favor of Germany through their authorized national organs. On the other hand, Hoffmann explained that, in view of the absence of authorized organs in those territories, there would be no question of withdrawing German troops. The arguments were diametrically opposed to each other, but the practical conclusion was the same. In this connection, Coleman tried a stratagem that at first seems almost incredible. In a written reply, announced by von Rosenberg, to a list of questions that we had submitted, a statement was made to the effect that the German troops could not be withdrawn from the occupied territories until the termination of the war on the Western Front. I concluded from this that the troops would be withdrawn after the termination of the war, and demanded a more precise indication of the time. Coleman got very excited. He had obviously relied on the soporific effect of his formula. In other words, he wanted to disguise annexation by means of a play on words. When this failed, he explained, through Hoffmann, that the troops were not going to be withdrawn either before or after. I made an attempt toward the end of January, though I did not hope for success, to obtain permission from the Austrian government to visit Vienna for a talk with the representatives of the Austrian proletariat. The Austrian social democracy was, I think, more frightened than anyone else at the idea of such a visit. Of course, my application was refused, for the quite incredible reason that I had no authority to carry out such negotiations. I replied to Chernin in the following letter. Mr. Minister, in forwarding here with a copy of the letter from Legation Councillor Count Chacky, dated 26 inst., which is apparently to be considered your reply to my telegram of the 24 inst. I hereby beg to inform you that I note the refusal, stated therein, to grant me permission to visit Vienna to conduct negotiations with the representatives of the Austrian proletariat in the interests of bringing about a democratic peace. I am obliged to record that, under considerations of a formal character, This reply conceals your unwillingness to allow personal negotiations between the representatives of the workers and the peasants' government of Russia and those of the Austrian proletariat. With regard to the reference in the letter to my lack of plenipotentiary powers for conducting such negotiations, a reference that is inadmissible either in form or in fact, I should like to draw your attention, Mr. Minister, to the fact that the right of determining the scope and character of my powers belongs exclusively to my government. During the last stages of the negotiations, Coleman's and Chernin's trump card was the independent action of the Kiev Rada 28, which was hostile to Moscow. Its leaders represented the Ukrainian variety of Kerenskyism, and differed from their great Russian prototype only in that they were even more provincial. The Brest-Litovsk delegates of the Rada were never intended by nature for any other fate than to be led by the nose by any capitalist diplomatist. Coleman and Chernin both engaged in this business with disdainful condescension. The democratic simpletons felt as if they were walking on air, so elated were they at the thought of the two stalwart firms of Hohenzollern and Habsburg taking them seriously. When the head of the Ukrainian delegation, Golubovich, after making his due comments, sat down in his chair, carefully separating the long skirts of his black frock coat, one was afraid that he would melt on the spot from the intense joy and admiration that were simmering inside him. Chernin eventually succeeded, as he himself records in his diary, in inciting the Ukrainians to come out against the Soviet delegation with an openly hostile statement. But the Ukrainians overdid it. For a quarter of an hour their speaker heaped rudeness on arrogance, even embarrassing the conscientious German interpreter, who could not quite take his pitch from this sort of tuning fork. In describing this scene, the Habsburg Count speaks of my bewilderment, pallor, convulsions, and of the drops of cold sweat that gathered on my face. These exaggerations aside, I must admit that the scene was most distressing, the distressing thing about it being not, as Chernin thinks, that our fellow countrymen were insulting us in the presence of foreigners, but the frantic self-humiliation of what was after all a representative body of the revolution before vain aristocrats who only despised them. A grandiloquent baseness and a servility that choked with its raptures flowed like a fountain from the tongues of these miserable national democrats who for a moment had been touched with power. Coleman, Chernin, Hoffman and the rest were breathing heavily, like gamblers at a racecourse who have placed bets on the winning horse. With a glance at his patrons after each sentence, as if he were looking for encouragement, the Ukrainian delegate read from his notes all the vituperation that his delegation had prepared in 48 hours of collective effort. There is no denying that it was one of the vilest scenes that I have ever witnessed. But even under the crossfire of insults and the maliciously rejoicing glances, I never for a moment doubted that these overzealous flunkies would soon be thrown out of doors by their triumphant masters, who in turn were soon to be ejected from the seats they had been holding for centuries. At that time revolutionary Soviet detachments were victoriously advancing through the Ukraine, fighting their way through to the Dnieper. And on the very day when the matter came to a head, and it was obvious that the Ukrainian delegates had struck up a deal with Coleman and Chernin for the sale of the Ukraine, the Soviet troops took possession of Kiev. When Radek inquired over the direct wire about the situation in the Ukrainian capital, the German telegraph operator, mistaking the person he was addressing for someone else, announced, "Kiev is dead." On February 7, I called the attention of the delegations of the Central Powers to the telegram from Lenin informing us that the Soviet troops had occupied Kiev on January 29. That the government of the Rada, now deserted by everyone, was already in hiding, that the Central Executive Committee of the Soviets of the Ukraine had been proclaimed the supreme power in the country and had taken its seat at Kiev, and that the Ukrainian government had adopted a federative connection with Russia, with complete unity in home and foreign policies. At the next meeting, I told Coleman and Chernin that they were treating with the delegation of a government whose entire territory was confined to Brest-Litovsk. By the treaty this town was to be restored to the Ukraine. But the German government, or rather the German High Command, had already decided by that time to occupy the Ukraine with German troops. The diplomacy of the Central Powers was merely drawing up a passport for their admission. Ludendorff worked magnificently to prepare the final agony of the Hohenzollern army. During those days, confined in a German prison was a man whom the politicians of the social democracy were accusing of crazy utopian ideas, and the Hohenzollern judges of state treason. This prisoner wrote, "The result of Brest-Litovsk is not nil, even if it comes to a peace of forced capitulation. Thanks to the Russian delegates, Brest-Litovsk has become a revolutionary tribunal whose decrees are heard far and wide. It has brought about the expose of the Central Powers, it has exposed German avidity, its cunning lies and hypocrisy. It has passed an annihilating verdict upon the peace policy of the German, social democratic, majority, a policy which is not so much a pious hypocrisy as it is cynicism. It has proved powerful enough to bring forth numerous mass movements in various countries. And its tragic last act, the intervention against the revolution, has made socialism tremble in every fiber of its being. Time will show what harvest will ripen for the present victors from this sowing. They will not be pleased with it." 29. Chapter 32. Peace. All through the autumn, delegates from the front appeared daily before the Petrograd Soviet to say that unless peace was signed by November 1, the soldiers themselves would come from the trenches to make peace in their own way. This became the slogan at the front. Soldiers left the trenches in droves. The October Revolution gave a temporary check to this, but not for long. Thanks to the February Revolution, the soldiers had discovered that they had been ruled by the Rasputin gang, which had dragged them into a heinous and futile war. They saw no reason for continuing it because they were asked to do so by a certain young lawyer named Kerensky. They wanted to get back to their homes, their families, the land, and the revolution, which had promised them land and freedom but so far had done nothing but keep them in cold and verminous holes at the front. Kerensky took offense at the soldiers, workers and peasants, and called them mutinous slaves. He failed to understand one little thing, that revolution consists in exactly this, in slaves mutinying and refusing to be slaves. Buchanan, the patron and the power behind Kerensky, was incautious enough to tell us in his memoirs what war and revolution meant to him and to his sort. Several months after the October Revolution, Buchanan wrote the following description of Russia in 1916, the terrible year of the defeat of the Tsar's armies and the breakdown of the economic life, a year of breadlines. With a government leapfrogging at Rasputin's command. At one of the many beautiful villas which we visited, Buchanan is writing of his trip to the Crimea in 1916, we were not only presented with bread and salt on a silver platter, but found in our motor, on leaving, a case with a dozen bottles of old Burgundy, whose praises I had sung while drinking it at luncheon. It is terribly sad to look back on those happy bygone days, ! And to think of all the misery and misfortunes which have befallen those who showed us such kindness and hospitality. Buchanan refers not to the sufferings of the soldiers in the trenches, or to the starving mothers in the breadlines, but to the misfortune of the former owners of beautiful villas in the Crimea, owners of silver platters and Burgundy. Reading those blissfully shameless lines, one can only say, the October Revolution was not in vain. Not in vain did it sweep away not only the Romanovs but the Buchanans and Kerenskys as well. When I was crossing the front line for the first time on my way to Brest-Litovsk, our sympathizers in the trenches could not muster up much of a protest against the monstrous demands of Germany because the trenches were almost deserted. After the experiments of Buchanan and Kerensky, no one dared to speak even conditionally of continuing the war. Peace, peace, at any price. Later, on one of my return trips from Brest-Litovsk to Moscow, I tried to persuade one of the representatives from the front on the Central Executive Committee to give a little support to our delegation by a vigorous speech. Impossible, he replied, absolutely impossible. We shouldn't be able to return to the trenches. They wouldn't understand us, and would say that we were continuing to deceive them as Kerensky did. It was obvious that going on with the war was impossible. On this point, there was not even a shadow of disagreement between Lenin and me. We were both equally bewildered at Bukharin and the other apostles of a revolutionary war. But there was another question, quite as important. How far could the Hohenzollern government go in their struggle against us? In a letter to one of his friends, Chernin wrote that if they had been strong enough, They would have sent their troops against Petrograd to establish order there, instead of negotiating with the Bolsheviks. There was certainly no lack of ill will. But was there strength enough? Could Hohenzollern send his troops against revolutionaries who wanted peace? How had the February Revolution, and, later on, the October Revolution, affected the German army? How soon would any effect show itself? To these questions, no answer could as yet be given. We had to try to find it in the course of the negotiations. Accordingly, we had to delay the negotiations as long as we could. It was necessary to give the European workers time to absorb properly the very fact of the Soviet Revolution, including its policy of peace. And this was all the more important since the press of the Entente, like the Russian, conciliatory, and bourgeois press, was portraying the peace negotiations in advance as a comedy with the roles ingeniously distributed. Even in Germany, among the social democratic opposition of that period, which was apt to see its own weaknesses reflected in us, people were talking about the Bolsheviks working hand in hand with the German government. And this version must have been even more credible in France and in England. It was obvious that if the bourgeoisie of the Entente and the social democracy succeeded in spreading the wrong idea about us among the masses of workers, the future military intervention of the Allies would be made all the simpler. So I insisted that before signing a separate peace, if that proved absolutely unavoidable, we must at all costs give the workers of Europe a striking and incontestable proof of the deadly enmity existing between us and the German ruling classes. It was these considerations that gave me the idea of a political demonstration at Brest-Litovsk expressing the slogan, "We end war, we demobilize the army, but we do not sign peace." If German imperialism finds itself unable to send troops against us, I reasoned, it will mean that we have achieved a tremendous victory of far-reaching consequences. But if it were still possible for the Hohenzollerns to strike against us, we should always be able to capitulate early enough. I consulted the other members of the delegation, among them Kamenev, and found them in sympathy with me, and wrote Lenin to that effect. His reply was, "When you come to Moscow we will talk it over." One could want nothing better, Lenin answered my arguments, if it turns out that Hoffmann is not strong enough to send troops against us. But there is little hope of that. He will find specially selected regiments of rich Bavarian farmers for it. And then, how many of them does he need? You say yourself that the trenches are empty. What if the Germans resume fighting? Then we will be compelled to sign the peace, but everyone will realize that we had no choice. By this act alone, we will deal a decisive blow at the story of our secret connection with the Hohenzollerns. Of course, there are certain advantages in that. But it is too risky. If it were necessary for us to go under to assure the success of the German Revolution, we should have to do it. The German Revolution is vastly more important than ours. But when will it come? No one knows. And at the moment, there is nothing so important as our revolution. It must be safeguarded against danger at any price. The difficulties of the question were further aggravated by the inner state of the party. The prevalent attitude in the party, at least among its leading elements, was that of irreconcilable hostility to signing the Brest-Litovsk peace terms. The stenographic reports of the negotiations published in our press intensified this mood. It found its most acute expression in the left communist group, which put forward a slogan of revolutionary war. The inner struggle grew more intense every day. Contrary to the tale later spread about, it was not between Lenin and me, but between Lenin and the overwhelming majority of the chief organizations of the party. On the most important questions, such as whether we were then in a position to carry on a revolutionary war and whether it was generally admissible for the revolutionary power to sign agreements with the imperialists, I was unreservedly with Lenin. And answered, as he did, the first question in the negative and the second in the positive. The first discussion of the differences before a wider audience took place on January 21st, at the meeting of the active party workers. 3 points of view came to the fore then. Lenin held that we should try to delay the negotiations and in case of an ultimatum, capitulate immediately. I considered it necessary to break off negotiations even at the risk of a new German advance, so that we might capitulate, if we had to do so, only in the face of an obvious use of force. Bukharin demanded war to extend the arena of revolution. Lenin waged a bitter fight against the advocates of revolutionary war at that meeting, although he made only a slight criticism of my proposal. The supporters of revolutionary war obtained 32 votes, Lenin 15, and I 16. But these figures are not really indicative of the mood of the party. In the upper stratum, if not in the masses, the left wing was even stronger than at this particular meeting. It was this fact that ensured the temporary victory of my formula. Those who shared Bukharin's view regarded my proposal as a step in their own direction. On the other hand, Lenin believed, and rightly, that postponement of the final decision would work for his eventual victory. At this time our own party, no less than the workers of Western Europe, was much in need of some visual demonstration of the actual state of things. In all the directing institutions of the party and state, Lenin was in a minority. Over 200 local Soviets, in response to the invitation of the Soviet of Commissaries, stated their views on war and peace. Of them all, only 2 large Soviets, Petrograd and Sebastopol, the latter with reservations, went on record as being in favor of peace. On the other hand, several of the big workers' centers, such as Moscow, Ekaterinburg, Kharkov, Ekaterinoslav, Ivanovo-Voznesensk, Kronstadt, etc., voted by overwhelming majorities to break off negotiations. The same attitude prevailed among our party organizations, and of course among the left socialist revolutionists. Lenin's point could have been carried out by means of a split in the party and a coup d'état, but not otherwise. And yet, every day was bound to increase the number of Lenin's followers. In these circumstances, the formula of neither war nor peace actually served as a bridge to Lenin's stand. And it was the bridge over which the majority of the party, or at least of its directing elements, made the crossing. All right, let's suppose that we have actually refused to sign a peace, and that the Germans answer it by an advance. What are you going to do then? Lenin questioned me. We will sign peace at the point of a bayonet. The situation will be clear to all the world. But in that case, you won't support the slogan of revolutionary war, will you? Under no circumstances. In that case, the experiment will probably not be so dangerous. We will only risk losing Estonia or Latvia. And with a sly chuckle, Lenin added, for the sake of a good peace with Trotsky, Latvia, and Estonia are worth losing. For several days, that was his favorite refrain. It was at this decisive session of January 22 that the Central Committee adopted my proposals, to delay negotiations, in the event of a German ultimatum, to declare war at an end, but to refuse to sign peace. To act, thereafter, according to the demands of circumstance. Late at night, on January 25, a joint session of the Central Committees of the Bolsheviks and the left Socialist Revolutionists, our allies then, was held, and the same formula was voted by an overwhelming majority. As we often did then, we declared that this decision of both the Central Committees should stand as that of the Soviet of People's Commissaries. On January 31, I telegraphed Lenin at the Smolny over a direct wire from Brest-Litovsk. Among the countless rumors and reports reaching the German press, there has appeared the absurd statement that we intend to refuse, demonstratively, to sign the peace treaty. That there are disagreements among the Bolsheviks on this score, and so forth and so on. I am referring to a telegram of this sort that came from Stockholm and quoted the Politiken as its authority. If I am not mistaken, the Politiken is the organ of Hoagland. Could you ask him why his editors publish such absurd nonsense, in case it is true that a report of this nature appeared in the paper? Inasmuch as the bourgeois press is full of all sorts of malicious gossip, the Germans are not likely to attach much significance to this report. But, in this case, the source is a newspaper of the left wing, one of whose editors is in Petrograd. This gives the report a certain authoritativeness that can only confuse the minds of our opponents. The Austrian and German press are full of reports of horrors in Petrograd, Moscow, and throughout Russia, of hundreds and thousands of dead, of the rattle of machine guns, etc. It is absolutely necessary to appoint a level-headed man to issue daily reports on the state of the country, and to make them public through the Petrograd Telegraph Agency and the radio. It would be a good thing if Comrade Zinoviev would take this upon himself. It is extremely important, and the reports should be sent, first of all, to Vorovsky and Litvinov. This could be done through Shishirin. We have only had one formal meeting, so far. The Germans are delaying negotiations, apparently because of their own internal crisis. The German press has begun to shout that we really do not want peace and are only anxious to spread the revolution to other countries. These jackasses are incapable of understanding that it is simply because we want a further European revolution that the earliest peace possible is of the utmost importance to us. Have any measures been taken toward expelling the Romanian embassy? I believe that the King of Romania is in Austria. According to a report in one of the German papers, we have, stored in Moscow, not the National Romanian Fund, but the Gold Fund of the National Bank of Romania. The sympathies of official Germany are, of course, entirely on the Romanian side. Yours, Trotsky. This note demands a little explanation. Cable dispatches from Brest-Litovsk were regarded as safe from listening in or tapping. But we had every reason to believe that the Germans at Brest-Litovsk were reading our correspondence over the direct wire. We had enough respect for their technical resourcefulness to believe this. It was impossible for us to code all our messages, and we did not consider coding a sufficient protection. At the same time, the newspaper Politiken was doing us no service by spreading its inopportune but authentic information. For this reason, my dispatch was written not so much to warn Lenin that the secret of our decision had been blabbed abroad, but to try to put the Germans off the track. I used the very discourteous word, jackasses, in referring to the newspaper men only to make the message read quite naturally. I can't say to what extent my stratagem succeeded in deceiving Coleman. At any event, my declaration on February 10 seemed to impress our opponents as something quite unexpected. In Chernin's diary for February 11, we read: Trotsky refuses to sign. War is over, but there is no peace. It is hard to believe, but in 1924 the school of Stalin and Zinoviev made an attempt so to represent this matter as to make me seem to have acted at Brest-Litovsk contrary to the decision of the party and the government. The falsifiers did not even bother to look up the old minutes and read their own statements. Zinoviev spoke at the Petrograd Soviet on February 11, the day after I had made the declaration at Brest-Litovsk, and averred that our delegation has found the only correct way out of the situation as it now stands. And it was Zinoviev who moved the resolution which was adopted by the majority of all against one, with the Mensheviks and socialist revolutionists abstaining, and approved the refusal to sign the peace treaty. On February 14, after I had made my report to the Central Executive Committee, Sviyazhsk, on behalf of the Bolshevik faction, moved a resolution that began with the words, having heard and fully considered the report of the peace delegation. The Central Executive Committee fully approves of the action of its representatives at Brest-Litovsk. There was not a single party or Soviet local organization that did not express its approval of the conduct of the Soviet delegation during the interval between February 1 and 15. At the Party Congress in March, 1918, Zinoviev declared, Trotsky is right when he says that he acted in accordance with the decision of the majority of the Central Committee. No one tried to deny that. Lastly, Lenin himself reported at the same Congress, that, at the Central Committee, a decision was adopted not to sign peace. All this has not prevented the establishing, in the Communist International, of the new dogma that Trotsky alone was responsible for the refusal to sign peace at Brest-Litovsk. After the October strikes in Germany and Austria, the question of whether the German government would decide on an offensive was not as obvious, either to us or to the German government, as it is being represented today, after the fact. By many intelligent persons. On February 10, the delegations of Germany and Austria-Hungary at Brest-Litovsk arrived at the conclusion that the situation proposed in Trotsky's declarations must be accepted. Only General Hoffmann opposed it. At their concluding conference next day, according to Chernin, Coleman spoke with complete assurance of the necessity of accepting the de facto peace. Echoes of this reached us at once. All of our delegation returned to Moscow under the impression that the Germans would not start an offensive. Lenin was very pleased with the result. And perhaps they will deceive us, he was still asking. We shrugged our shoulders. To all appearances it did not look that way. Well, if it is so, it's all to the good, said Lenin. Appearances are saved, and the war is over. However, 2 days before the expiration of the week fixed for the German reply, a cabled dispatch from General Samoylo, who had remained at Brest-Litovsk, informed us that the Germans had announced, through General Hoffmann, that from midnight of February 18 they would consider themselves in a state of war with Russia, and had therefore invited him to leave Brest-Litovsk. Lenin got the telegram first. I was in his room at the time, where a conference was being held with the left socialist revolutionists. Without saying a word, Lenin handed me the telegram. His face made me realize instantly that something was up. He hurried the conversation with the socialist revolutionists, so that he could discuss the situation after they had left. They have deceived us, after all. Gained 5 days. This wild beast will let nothing escape it. There is nothing left, then, but to sign the old terms, provided that the Germans will agree to leave them exactly as they are. As before, I insisted that Hoffmann be allowed actually to start an offensive, so that the workers of Germany, as well as of the countries of the Allies, would learn of the offensive as a fact rather than as a threat. No, rejoined Lenin, we can't afford to lose a single hour now. The test has been made. Hoffmann wants to and can fight. Delay is impossible. This beast jumps fast. In March, at the party congress, Lenin said, it was agreed between us, that is, Lenin and me, that we hold out until a German ultimatum, but that after the ultimatum we were to surrender. I described the agreement above. Lenin consented not to attack my point of view before the party only because I promised him not to support the advocates of a revolutionary war. The official representatives of that group, Uritsky, Radek, and, I believe, Osinsky, came to me with an offer of a single front. I made it quite clear to them that our positions had nothing in common. When the German High Command gave notice of the expiration of the truce, Lenin reminded me of our agreement. I answered that by an ultimatum I had not meant simply a verbal statement, but an actual German offensive that would leave no doubt as to the real relations between the countries. At the meeting of the Central Committee on February 17, Lenin put the preliminary question to a vote: if the German offensive becomes a fact, and no revolutionary upheaval takes place in Germany, are we still to sign peace? Bukharin and his followers answered this cardinal question by abstaining from voting. Krestinsky acted in the same way. Joff voted against peace. Lenin and I voted in favor of it. The next day I voted against the immediate dispatch of the telegram stating our readiness to sign peace, as Lenin proposed. During the day, however, telegraphic reports informed us that the Germans had opened an offensive, had seized our military supplies and were advancing in the direction of Dvinsk. That evening I voted for Lenin's telegram. Now there was no possible doubt that the German offensive would be broadcast to the entire world. On February 21, we received new terms from Germany, framed, apparently, with the direct object of making the signing of peace impossible. By the time our delegation returned to Brest-Litovsk, these terms, as is well known, had been made even harsher. All of us, including Lenin, were of the impression that the Germans had come to an agreement with the Allies about crushing the Soviets, and that a peace on the Western Front was to be built on the bones of the Russian Revolution. If this was true, it was obvious that no concessions from us would have been of any use. The developments in Finland and the Ukraine tipped the scales strongly in favor of war. Every hour brought something unfavorable. The news of a German landing in Finland and of the routing of the Finnish workers reached us. I met Lenin in the corridor near his room. He was terribly excited. Never before had I seen him like that, nor did I again. Yes, we shall have to fight, he said, though we have nothing to fight with. There does not seem to be any other way out. But 10 or 15 minutes later, when I called at his room, he said, no, we must not change our policy. Military action on our part would not be able to save the revolution in Finland, but it would most certainly ruin us. We will help the Finnish workers in every way we can, but we must do it without abandoning peace. I am not sure that this will save us now. But at any rate it is the only way in which salvation is still possible. I was very skeptical about the possibility of securing peace even at the price of complete capitulation. But Lenin decided to try the capitulation idea to the utmost. Since he had no majority in the Central Committee, and the decision depended on my vote, I abstained from voting to ensure for him the majority of one vote. I stated this explicitly when I explained my reasons for not voting. If the surrender should fail to obtain peace for us, I reasoned, we would straighten out our party front in armed defense of the revolution thrust on us by the enemy. It seems to me, I told Lenin, privately, that it would be politically wise if I submitted my resignation as Commissary for Foreign Affairs. What for? I hope that we aren't going to introduce these parliamentarian methods. But my resignation would imply, for the Germans, a radical change in our policy, and would strengthen their confidence in our willingness actually to sign the peace treaty this time. There is something in that, Lenin answered, thinking it over. That is a serious political reason. On the 22nd of February, at the meeting of the Central Committee, I reported that the French military mission had conveyed the French and English offers to help us in a war with Germany. I expressed myself as in favor of accepting the offer, on condition, of course, that we be completely independent in matters of foreign policy. Bukharin insisted that it was inadmissible for us to enter into any arrangements with the imperialists. Lenin came vigorously to my aid, and the Central Committee adopted my resolution by 6 votes against 5. As far as I can remember now, Lenin dictated the resolution in these words, that Comrade Trotsky be authorized to accept the assistance of the brigands of the French imperialism against the German brigands. He always preferred formulas that left no room for doubt. After I left the meeting, Bukharin overtook me in the long corridor of the Smolny, threw his arms about me, and began to weep. "What are we doing?" he exclaimed. "We are turning the party into a dung heap." Bukharin is generally ready with his tears, and likes realistic expressions. But at this time the situation was becoming really tragic. The revolution was between the hammer and the anvil. On March 3, our delegation signed the peace treaty without even reading it. Forestalling many of the ideas of Clemenceau, the Brest-Litovsk peace was like the hangman's noose. On March 22, the treaty was ratified by the German Reichstag. The German Social Democrats gave their approval, in advance, to the future principles of Versailles. The independents voted against it. They were just beginning to describe the feudal curve that eventually brought them back to their starting point. Reviewing the way already covered at the 7th Congress of the Party, March, 1918, I described my position with detail and clarity enough. Had we really wanted to obtain the most favorable peace, we would have agreed to it as early as last November. But no one, except Zinoviev, raised his voice to do it. We were all in favor of agitation, of revolutionizing the working classes of Germany, Austria-Hungary and all of Europe. But all our previous negotiations with the Germans had revolutionary significance only in so far as they were received as genuine. I had already reported to the Bolshevik faction of the All-Russian Congress of Soviets how the former Austrian minister, Gratz, said that the Germans only needed some pretext to present us with an ultimatum. They believed that we ourselves were inviting it, that we understood in advance that we were to sign anything, that we were just playing in a revolutionary comedy. In these circumstances, if we had refused to sign peace, we should have been threatened with the loss of Reval and other territories, whereas, on the other hand, if we had signed too hastily, we should have risked the loss of the sympathy of the world proletariat, or at least of the larger part of it. I was one of those who thought that the Germans were not likely to advance, but that if they did, we should always have time to sign the peace, even if it involved still harsher terms. In due course of time, I said then, everyone would have become convinced that there was no other way out. It is remarkable that Liebknecht wrote at the same time from prison, "In no sense can it be said that the present solution of the problem is not as favorable for future development as a surrender at Brest-Litovsk would have been at the beginning of February. Quite the contrary. A surrender like that would have thrown the worst light on all preceding resistance and would have made the subsequent submission to force appear as vis haud ingrata. The cynicism that cries to heaven and the brutal character of the ultimate German action have driven all suspicions into the background. Liebknecht grew amazingly during the war. He learned to establish a gulf between himself and the honest characterlessness of Hesse. It is unnecessary to say that Liebknecht was a revolutionary of endless courage. But he was only now developing himself into a strategist. This disclosed itself in questions of his personal life, as well as of revolutionary policy. Considerations of personal safety were absolutely alien to him. After his arrest, many friends shook their heads at his self-sacrificing recklessness. Lenin, on the contrary, was always much concerned about the safety of the leadership. He was the head of the general staff, and always remembered that, during war, he had to ensure the functioning of the high command. Liebknecht was like a general who himself leads his troops to battle. For this reason, as well as for various others, it was hard for him to understand our strategy at Brest-Litovsk. At first he wanted us simply to challenge fate and advance to meet it. In that period, he repeatedly condemned the policy of Lenin Trotsky, quite reasonably making no distinction in this basic question between Lenin's stand and my own. But later on he began to see the policy of Brest-Litovsk in a different light. Early in May, he wrote, "One thing over and above all is necessary for the Russian Soviets, and that is certainly not demonstrations and decorations, but a stern, harsh power. For this they need intelligence and time as well as energy. Intelligence so that they may gain the time that is necessary for even the most intelligent energy." This is a complete recognition of the rightness of Lenin's Brest-Litovsk policy, which was wholly directed toward gaining time. Truth makes its way, but nonsense is just as tenacious. Professor Fisher of America, in a big book describing the first years of Soviet Russia, The Famine in Soviet Russia 30, attributed to me the idea that the Soviets will never enter into a war with the bourgeois governments, nor make peace with them. Fisher, like many another, copied this nonsensical formula from Zinoviev and the Epigones in general, adding to it some of his own lack of understanding. My belated critics have long since taken my Brest-Litovsk proposal from the context of its time and place and turned it into a universal formula in order to reduce it more easily to absurdity. In doing so, however, they have failed to notice that the state of no peace, no war, or, more precisely, of neither peace treaty nor war, held nothing unnatural in itself. Exactly these relations exist today between Soviet Russia and the greatest countries of the world, the United States and Great Britain. 31 True, it was not by our wish that they became established as such, but that does not alter matters. Moreover, there is a country with which we have established exactly those relations of no peace, no war, on our own initiative. I refer to Romania. While attributing to me a universal formula which they portray as sheer absurdity. My critics seem to be very ignorant of the fact that they are reproducing the absurd formula in the existing relations of the Soviet Union with many other countries. How did Lenin himself regard the Brest-Litovsk episode when it was a thing of the past? Lenin generally considered occasional differences of opinion with me as not worth mentioning. But more than once he spoke of the tremendous propagandist importance of the Brest-Litovsk negotiations. For instance, in his speech of May 17, 1918. At the Congress of the Party a year after the peace, Lenin remarked, "Our extreme isolation from Western Europe and all the other countries deprived us of any objective materials for judging the possible rate of development, or the forms of growth of the proletarian revolution in the West." The result of all this complicated situation was that the question of the Brest-Litovsk peace brought out many differences of opinion in our party. The speech of March 18, 1919. There remains the question of the behavior, during those days, of my later critics and accusers. For almost a year, Bukharin had fought furiously with Lenin and me, threatening to split the party. Kuybyshev, Yaroslavsky, Bubnov, and many of the other current pillars of Stalinism were with him. Zinoviev, on the contrary, demanded an immediate signing of the peace, forswearing the propagandist possibilities of Brest-Litovsk. Lenin and I were unanimous in condemning this stand. Kamenev agreed with my formula while he was at Brest-Litovsk, but joined Lenin on his return to Moscow. Rykov was not on the Central Committee at the time, and so took no part in the deciding conferences. Dzerzhinsky was against Lenin, but on the last vote went over to him. What was Stalin's position? As usual, he had none. He was simply waiting and calculating. The old man is still hoping for peace, he would nod to me, referring to Lenin. He won't get any. Afterward he would go to Lenin and probably make the same sort of observation about me. He never spoke in public. Nobody was much interested in his contradictions, either. My principal object, to make our conduct in the question of peace understood by the world proletariat in the best possible light, was no doubt a matter of secondary importance to Stalin. He was interested in peace in one country, as he later was in socialism in one country. In the deciding vote, he joined Lenin. It was not until several years later that he worked out a semblance of a point of view for himself on the events of Brest-Litovsk, and that was simply in the interests of his struggle against Trotskyism. It is hardly necessary to dwell much longer on all this. As it is, I have devoted a disproportionately large space to the disagreements at Brest-Litovsk. But it seemed necessary to disclose at least one of the debatable episodes in all its completeness, to show what really happened, and how it was represented later. And with this I wanted to put the Epigones in their places. As regards Lenin, no serious person will suspect that I am guided in my attitude toward him by the sentiment known in German as Rechthaberei. Long before anyone else, I made a public appreciation of Lenin's part in the Brest-Litovsk days. On October 3, 1918, at the extraordinary joint meeting of the higher organs of the Soviet government, I said, I deem it my duty to say, in this authoritative assembly, that at the hour when many of us, including myself, were doubtful as to whether it was admissible for us to sign the Brest-Litovsk peace, only Comrade Lenin maintained stubbornly, with amazing foresight and against our opposition, that we had to go through with it to tide us over until the revolution of the world proletariat. And now, we must admit that we were wrong. I did not wait for the delayed revelations from the Epigones to recognize the political courage of Lenin's genius, which had saved the dictatorship of the proletariat in the Brest-Litovsk days. In the words I have just quoted, I took upon myself a larger share of responsibility for the errors of others than was really my due. I did it as an example to the others. At this point, the stenographic report notes, prolonged ovation. The party wanted to show in this way that it understood and appreciated my attitude toward Lenin, an attitude devoid of jealousy or pettiness. I realized only too well what Lenin meant to the revolution, to history, and to me. He was my master. This does not mean that I repeated his words and gestures a bit late, but that I learned from him to arrive independently at the same decision. Chapter 33. A month at Sviyazhsk. The spring and summer of 1918 were unusually hard. All the aftermath of the war was then just beginning to make itself felt at times. It seemed as if everything were slipping and crumbling, as if there were nothing to hold to, nothing to lean upon. One wondered if a country so despairing, so economically exhausted, so devastated, had enough sap left in it to support a new regime and preserve its independence. There was no food. There was no army. The railways were completely disorganized. The machinery of state was just beginning to take shape. Conspiracies were being hatched everywhere. In the West, the Germans occupied Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, White Russia and a large section of Great Russia. Pskov was in their hands. The Ukraine became an Austro-German colony. On the Volga, in the summer of 1918, agents of France and England engineered a rebellion of Czechoslovak regiments, made up of former war prisoners. The German High Command let me know, through their military representatives, that if the Whites approached Moscow from the east, the Germans would come from the west, from the direction of Orsha and Pskov, to prevent the forming of a new eastern front. We were between hammer and anvil. In the north, the French and English occupied Murmansk and Archangel, and threatened an advance on Vologda. In Yaroslavl, there broke out an insurrection of the White Guards, organized by Savinkov at the instigation of the French ambassador Newlens and the English representative Lockhart. With the object of connecting the northern troops with the Czechoslovaks and White Guards on the Volga, by way of Vologda and Yaroslavl. In the Urals, Dutov's bands were at large. In the south, on the Don, an uprising was spreading under the leadership of General Krasnov, then in actual alliance with the Germans. The left socialist revolutionists organized a conspiracy in July and murdered Count Mirbach. They tried, at the same time, to start an uprising on the Eastern Front. They wanted to force us into war with Germany. The Civil War front was taking more and more the shape of a noose closing ever tighter about Moscow. After the fall of Simbirsk, it was decided that I should go to the Volga, where we were facing the greatest danger. I began to get a special train ready, in those days, not so simple a matter. Everything was missing, or, to be more exact, no one knew where to find anything. The simplest task became a complicated improvisation. I never imagined then that I would have to live in that train for 2 years and a half. I left Moscow on August 7th, still ignorant of the fall of Kazan the day before. Only en route did I hear that very disturbing news. Red units hastily drawn up for service had left their posts without a struggle and had bared the defenses of Kazan. Part of the staff proved to be traitors. The others had been caught off guard and had to run for safety as best they could, under a rain of bullets. No one knew where the commander-in-chief or the other commanding officers were. My train stopped at Sviyazhsk, the nearest sizable station to Kazan. There, for a whole month, the fate of the revolution hung again in the balance. That month was a great training school for me. The army at Sviyazhsk was made up of detachments which had retreated from Simbirsk and Kazan, and of assisting units rushed in from all directions. Each unit lived its own distinct life, sharing in common only a readiness to retreat, so superior were the enemy in both organization and experience. Some white companies made up exclusively of officers performed miracles. The soil itself seemed to be infected with panic. The fresh red detachments, arriving in vigorous mood, were immediately engulfed by the inertia of retreat. A rumor began to spread among the local peasantry that the Soviets were doomed. Priests and tradesmen lifted their heads. The revolutionary elements in the villages went into hiding. Everything was crumbling, there was nothing to hold to. The situation seemed hopeless. Here, before Kazan, one could see on a small stretch of land the multiple diversity of the factors in human history, and could draw up arguments against that cowardly historical fatalism which, on all concrete questions, hides behind the passive working of the law of cause and effect, ignoring the while that most important factor, the living and active man. Could much more be needed to overthrow the revolution? Its territory was now reduced to the size of the ancient Moscow Principality. It had hardly any army, it was surrounded by enemies on all sides. After Kazan would have come the turn of Nizhny Novgorod, from which a practically unobstructed road lay open to Moscow. The fate of the revolution was being decided here at Sviyazhsk. And here, at the most critical moment, it rested on a single battalion, on one company, on the courage of one commissary. In short, it really was hanging by a thread. And thus it went, day in and day out. Despite all this, the revolution was saved. What was needed for that? Very little. The front ranks of the masses had to realize the mortal danger in the situation. The first requisite for success was to hide nothing, our weakness least of all. Not to trifle with the masses but to call everything by its right name. The revolution was still very irresponsible, the October victory had been won very easily. At the same time the revolution had not removed, by a single stroke, all the hardships that had fostered it. The spontaneous pressure had relaxed. The enemy was gaining its successes through military organization, the very thing we did not have. But the revolution was achieving it, before Kazan. The propaganda throughout the country was being fed by telegrams from Sviyazhsk. The Soviets, the party, the trades unions, all devoted themselves to raising new detachments, and sent thousands of communists to the Kazan front. Most of the youth of the party did not know how to handle arms, but they had the will to win, and that was the most important thing. They put backbone into the soft body of the army. The commander-in-chief on the Eastern Front was Colonel Vatsidis, who had been in command of a division of Latvian rifles. This was the only unit left over from the old army. The Latvian farm hands, laborers, and poor peasants hated the Baltic barons. Tsarism had capitalized this antagonism in the war with the Germans, and the Latvian regiments had been the best troops in the Tsar's army. After the February Revolution, they came almost to a man under the Bolshevik influence, and played an important role in the October Revolution. Vatsidis was enterprising, energetic and resourceful. He had distinguished himself during the insurrection of the left socialist revolutionists. Under his direction, light guns were placed in front of the conspirators' headquarters, and 2 or 3 volleys, merely to frighten them without casualties, were enough to make them take to their heels. Vatsidis replaced Muravyov after the treason of the adventurer in the East. Unlike the other officers trained at the military academy, he never lost himself in the chaos of the revolution, but plunged cheerfully in, blowing bubbles, appealing, exhorting. Giving orders even when there was little hope of their being carried out. While other specialists in government service were more fearful of overstepping their authority than of anything else. Vatsidis in his moments of inspiration would issue orders as if the Soviet of Commissaries and the Central Executive Committee did not exist. About a year later, he was accused of dubious schemes and connections and had to be dismissed, but there was really nothing serious about the accusations. Perhaps before going to sleep, the chap had been reading Napoleon's biography, and confided his ambitious dreams to 2 or 3 young officers. Today, Vatsidis is a professor in the military academy. In the retreat from Kazan on August 6, he was one of the last to leave the staff headquarters when the Whites were already entering the building. He managed to make his escape, and arrived at Sviyazhsk by way of a circuitous route, having lost Kazan but not his optimism. We considered the more important questions together, appointed the Latvian officer Slavin commander of the Fifth Army and said goodbye to each other. Vatsidis left for his staff headquarters and I remained at Sviyazhsk. Among the party workers who arrived on the same train with me was a man named Gyuzov. He was called an old Bolshevik because of his share in the revolution of 1905. He had retired to bourgeois life for the next 10 years, but, like many others, returned to revolution in 1917. Later Lenin and I removed him from military work because of some petty intrigues, and he was immediately picked up by Stalin. His special vocation today is chiefly that of falsifying the history of the Civil War, for which his main qualification is his apathetic cynicism. Like the rest of the Stalin school, he never looks back over what he has written or said before. At the beginning of 1924, when the campaign against me was already quite overt, Gyuzov played his role of phlegmatic slanderer. But the memory of those days at Sviyazhsk, despite the 6 intervening years, was still too fresh, and acted as a check on even him. This is what he said then of the events before Kazan: the arrival of Comrade Trotsky worked a decisive change in the situation. In Comrade Trotsky's train to the obscure station of Sviyazhsk, there came a firm will to victory, a new sense of initiative, and resolute pressure in all phases of the army work. From the very first days, everyone began to feel that some abrupt change had taken place, not only at the station, the active campaign headquarters of the political section and the army supply staff. Crammed with the supply trains of countless regiments, but even in army units stationed about 15 versts away. It was first apparent in the matter of discipline. Comrade Trotsky's harsh methods were most expedient and necessary for that period of undisciplined and irregular warfare. Persuasion counted for nothing, and there was no time for it. And so, during the 25 days that Comrade Trotsky spent at Sviyazhsk, a tremendous amount of work was done. With the result that the disorganized and demoralized units of the Fifth Army were changed into the fighting units that later recaptured Kazan. Treason had nests among the staff and the commanding officers, in fact, everywhere. The enemy knew where to strike and almost always did so with certainty. It was discouraging. Soon after my arrival, I visited the frontline batteries. The disposition of the artillery was being explained to me by an experienced officer, a man with a face roughened by wind and with impenetrable eyes. He asked for permission to leave me for a moment, to give some orders over the field telephone. A few minutes later 2 shells dropped, forkwise, 50 steps away from where we were standing, a third dropped quite close to us. I had barely time to lie down, and was covered with earth. The officer stood motionless some distance away, his face showing pale through his tan. Strangely enough, I suspected nothing at the moment, I thought it was simply an accident. 2 years later I suddenly remembered the whole affair, and, as I recalled it in its smallest detail, it dawned on me that the officer was an enemy, and that through some intermediate point he had communicated with the enemy battery by telephone, and had told them where to fire. He ran a double risk, of getting killed along with me by a white shell, or of being shot by the Reds. I have no idea what happened to him later. I had no sooner returned to my carriage than I heard rifle shots all about me. I rushed to the door. A white airplane was circling above us, obviously trying to hit the train. 3 bombs dropped on a wide curve, one after another, but did no damage. From the roofs of our train rifles and machine guns were shooting at the enemy. The airplane rose out of reach, but the fusillade went on, it seemed as if everyone were drunk. With considerable difficulty I managed to stop the shooting. Possibly the same artillery officer had sent word as to the time of my return to the train. But there may have been other sources as well. The more hopeless the military situation of the revolution, the more active the treason. It was necessary, no matter what the cost, to overcome as quickly as possible the automatic inertia of retreat, in which men no longer believe that they can stop, face about, and strike the enemy in the chest. I brought about 50 young party men from Moscow with me on the train. They simply outdid themselves, stepping into the breach and fairly melting away before my very eyes through the recklessness of their heroism and sheer inexperience. The posts next to theirs were held by the 4th Latvian Regiment. Of all the regiments of the Latvian division that had been so badly pulled to pieces, this was the worst. The men lay in the mud under the rain and demanded relief, but there was no relief available. The commander of the regiment and the regimental committee sent me a statement to the effect that unless the regiment was relieved at once, consequences dangerous for the revolution would follow. It was a threat. I summoned the commander of the regiment and the chairman of the committee to my car. They sullenly held to their statement. I declared them under arrest. The communications officer of the train, who is now the commander of the Kremlin, disarmed them in my compartment. There were only 2 of us on the train staff, the rest were fighting at the front. If the men arrested had showed any resistance, or if their regiment had decided to defend them and had left the front line, the situation might have been desperate. We should have had to surrender Sviyazhsk and the bridge across the Volga. The capture of my train by the enemy would undoubtedly have had its effect on the army. The road to Moscow would have been left open. But the arrest came off safely. In an order to the army, I announced the commitment of the commander of the regiment to trial before the Revolutionary Tribunal. The regiment remained at its post. The commander was merely sentenced to prison. The communists were explaining, exhorting, and offering example, but agitation alone could not radically change the attitude of the troops, and the situation did not allow sufficient time for that. We had to decide on sterner measures. I issued an order which was printed on the press in my train and distributed throughout the army. I give warning that if any unit retreats without orders, the first to be shot down will be the commissary of the unit, and next the commander. Brave and gallant soldiers will be appointed in their places. Cowards, bastards and traitors will not escape the bullet. This I solemnly promise in the presence of the entire Red Army. Of course the change did not come all at once. Individual detachments continued to retreat without cause, or else would break under the first strong onset. Sviyazhsk was open to attack. On the Volga, a steamboat was held ready for the staff. 10 men of my train crew, mounted on bicycles, were on guard over the pathway between the staff headquarters and the steamship landing. The military soviet of the Fifth Army proposed that I move to the river. It was a wise suggestion, but I was afraid of the bad effect on an army already nervous and lacking in assurance. Just at that time, the situation at the front suddenly grew worse. The fresh regiment on which we had been banking left its post, with its commissary and commander at its head, and seized the steamer by threat of arms, intending to steam to Nizhny Novgorod. A wave of alarm swept over the front. Everyone began to look toward the river. The situation seemed almost hopeless. The staff remained at its post, though the enemy was only a kilometer or two away and shells were bursting close at hand. I had a talk with the indispensable Markin. Boarding an improvised gunboat with a score of tested men, he sailed up to the steamer held by the deserters, and at the point of a gun demanded their surrender. Everything depended on that one moment. A single rifle shot would have been enough to bring on a catastrophe. But the deserters surrendered without resisting. The steamer docked alongside the pier, the deserters disembarked. I appointed a field tribunal which passed death sentences on the commander, the commissary, and several privates. To a gangrenous wound a red-hot iron was applied. I explained the situation to the regiment without hiding or softening anything. A number of communists were injected into the regiment, which returned to the battle front with new commanding officers and a new spirit. Everything happened so quickly that the enemy did not have time to take advantage of the disturbance in our ranks. It was necessary to organize an aviation service. I called up an engineer pilot, Akashev, who, though an anarchist by conviction, was working with us. Akashev showed his initiative and quickly rounded up an air squadron. At last we got with its help a full picture of the enemy front. The command of the Fifth Army had come out of the dark. The flyers made daily air raids on Kazan, and a frenzy of alarm took hold of the city. Some time later, after Kazan had been taken, I received some documents that included the diary of a bourgeois girl who went through the siege of Kazan. Pages were given over to descriptions of the panic that our airmen caused, and alternated with pages describing the girl's affairs of the heart. Life went on. Czech officers vied with Russian. Affairs begun in the drawing rooms of Kazan ran their course and reached their finale in the cellars that served as shelters from the bombs. On the 28th of August, the Whites launched an outflanking movement. Colonel Kappel, later a celebrated White general, penetrated to our rear under cover of darkness, with a strong detachment behind him, and seized a small railway station, destroyed the tracks, and cut down the telegraph poles. When he had cut off our retreat in this way, he advanced to attack Sviyazhsk. If I am not mistaken, Kappel's staff included Savinkov. This move caught us quite off our guard. We were afraid to disrupt the already shaky front, and so we withdrew only 2 or 3 companies. The commander of my train again mobilized everyone he could lay his hands on, both in the train and at the station, including even the cook. We had a good stock of rifles, machine guns and hand grenades. The train crew was made up of good fighters. The men took their posts about a verst from the train. The battle went on for about 8 hours, and both sides had losses. Finally, after they had spent themselves, the enemy withdrew. Meanwhile the break in the connection with Sviyazhsk had stirred up Moscow and the whole line. Small units were rushed to our relief. The line was quickly repaired. Fresh detachments poured into the army. At that time, the Kazan papers were reporting that I had been cut off, taken prisoner, killed, had flown away in an airplane, but that my dog was captured as a trophy. This faithful animal later was captured on all the Civil War fronts. In most cases, it was a chocolate-colored dog, but sometimes a Saint Bernard. I got off all the cheaper because I never had any dog. While I was making the rounds of the staff quarters at 3 o'clock in the morning, on the most critical night at Sviyazhsk, I heard a familiar voice from the staff room saying, "He will play this game until he is taken prisoner. And will ruin himself and all of us. You mark my words." I stopped at the threshold. There, facing me, were 2 young officers of the general staff, sitting at a table and poring over a map. The man who was speaking stood with his back to me, bent over the table. He must have read something like alarm on his companions' faces, for he turned sharply around toward the door. It was Blagonerov, former lieutenant in the Tsar's army, a young Bolshevik. An expression of mingled terror and shame seemed to freeze on his face. As a commissary, it was his duty to keep up the morale of the specialists attached to the army. Instead of that, here he was, at this critical moment, stirring them against me and actually suggesting that they desert. I had caught him red-handed, and I could scarcely believe my eyes or ears. During 1917, Blagonerov had proved himself a fighting revolutionary. He was the commissary of the Peter-Paul fortress during the revolution, and later on he took part in the suppression of the military students' uprising. I entrusted him with important commissions during the Smolny period, and he carried them out well. Out of such a lieutenant, I had once said jokingly to Lenin, even a Napoleon may come some day. He even has the right name for it, Blagonerov, 32, almost like Bonaparte. Lenin laughed at this unexpected comparison, then he grew thoughtful, and, with his cheekbones bulging even more, said very seriously, almost threateningly, "Well, I think we'll manage the Bonapartes, don't you?" "Everything is in the hands of God," I answered him in jest. It was this same Blagonerov whom I had sent to the east when the people there had been asleep to the treachery of Muravyov. When, in Lenin's reception room in the Kremlin, I explained his task to Blagonerov, he answered as if he were depressed. "The whole point of the thing is that the revolution has entered upon a decline. That was in the middle of 1918. Is it possible that you are spent so quickly?" I asked him, indignantly. Blagonerov pulled himself up, changed his tone, and promised to do everything that needed to be done. I was reassured. And now I had caught him on the verge of downright treason at our most critical time. We walked into the corridor so that we need not discuss it in front of the officers. Blagonerov was pale and trembling, with his hand raised to his cap. "Please don't commit me to the tribunal," he kept repeating despairingly. "I will earn my reprieve if you send me into the lines as a private." My prophecy had not come true. Here was my candidate for a Napoleon standing before me like a wet hen. He was dismissed from his post and sent to do less responsible work. Revolution is a great devourer of men and character. It leads the brave to their destruction and destroys the souls of those who are less hardy. Today, Blagonerov is a member of the ruling staff of the State Political Board, GPU, 33, and one of the pillars of the present regime. He must have learned to hate the permanent revolution when he was still at Sviyazhsk. The fate of the revolution was trembling in the balance between Sviyazhsk and Kazan. No retreat was open, except into the Volga. The Revolutionary Soviet of the army informed me that the problem of my safety at Sviyazhsk restricted the freedom of their action, and demanded that I move at once aboard a ship on the river. They were entitled to make this demand. From the outset I had made it a rule that my presence at Sviyazhsk should in no way embarrass or restrict the high command of the army. I stuck to this rule all through my stops at various fronts. So I complied with the demand and moved over to the river, not, however, to the passenger steamer that had been made ready for me, but to a torpedo boat. For small torpedo boats had been brought up to the Volga, with great difficulty, by way of the Mariinsk Canal system. By that time, a few of the river steamers also had been armed with guns and machine guns. The flotilla, under the command of Raskolnikov, was planning a raid on Kazan that night. It had to pass two high headlands on which the Whites had mounted their batteries. Beyond the headlands, the river curved and broadened out, and there the enemy's flotilla was stationed. On the opposite bank, Kazan lay open. The plan was to pass the headlands under cover of darkness, destroy the enemy's flotilla and shore batteries, and shell the city. The flotilla set out in battle formation with lights out, like a thief in the night. Two old Volga pilots, both with thin little beards, stood next to the captain. Having been forced to come aboard, they were in mortal fear every minute, and were hating us and cursing their fate, trembling the while like aspens. Now everything depended on them. The captain reminded them from time to time that he would shoot both of them on the spot if they drove the ship aground. We had just come abreast of the headland, rising dimly out of the dark, when a shot from a machine gun lashed across the river like a whip. A gunshot followed it from the hill. We went on silently. Behind us, from below, answering shots followed. Several bullets drummed on the iron sheet that protected us to the waist on the captain's bridge. We crouched, and the boatswain shrank down, searching the darkness with piercing eyes and exchanging words in tense whispers with the captain. Once past the headland, we entered the reach. Beyond us, on the opposite shore, the lights of Kazan were visible. Heavy firing was going on behind us, from above and below. Not more than 200 yards away at the right, under cover of the hilly banks, the enemy flotilla was lying, the boats looming up as a vague mass. Raskolnikov ordered the guns to open fire on the boats. The metal body of our torpedo boat groaned and shrieked with the first shot from its own gun. We were moving in jerks, as if that iron womb were giving birth to shells in grinding pain. Suddenly the darkness of the night was stripped naked by a flare. One of our shells had set fire to an oil barge. An unexpected, unwelcome, but resplendent torch rose above the Volga. Now we began to fire at the pier. We could see the guns on it clearly, but they did not answer. The gunners apparently had simply fled. The whole expanse of river was lit up. There was no one behind us. We were alone. The enemy's artillery obviously had cut off the passage of the rest of our boats. Our torpedo boat stood out on that bright river like a fly on a white plate. In another moment we would find ourselves under the crossfire from the headlands and the pier. It gave one the creeps. And on top of this, we lost control of our boat. The steering gear had been broken, probably by a shot. We tried to turn the rudder by hand, but the broken chain got tangled around it, and the rudder became useless. We had to stop the engines. The boat was slowly drifting toward the Kazan bank when it ran into an old, half-submerged barge. The firing ceased altogether. It was as light as day and as silent as night. We were in a trap. The only thing that seemed incomprehensible was the fact that we were not being pounded by shells. We did not realize the destruction and panic caused by our raid. Finally, the young commanders decided to push away from the barge and regulate the movement of the boat by running the right and left engines alternately. It proved successful. With the oil torch still blazing, we went on to the headland. There were no shots. Around the headland, we sank into darkness again. A sailor who had fainted was brought up from the engine room. The battery stationed on the hill did not fire a single shot. Obviously we were not being watched, and probably there was no one there to watch us. We were saved. An easy word to write, saved. Cigarettes were lighted. The charred remains of one of our improvised gunboats were lying sadly on the shore. We found a few wounded men on the other boats. Only then did we notice that the bow of our torpedo boat had been neatly pierced by a 3-inch shell. It was the hour before dawn. We all felt as if we had been born a second time. One thing followed another. A flyer who had just come down with welcome news was brought to me. A detachment of the Second Army under the command of the Cossack Azan had come right up to Kazan from the northeast. They had captured 2 armored cars, had disabled 2 guns, routed an enemy detachment, and occupied 2 villages 12 versts away from Kazan. The airmen flew back at once with instructions and an appeal. Kazan was being squeezed in the clutch of the pincers. Our night raid, as we soon learned through our reconnaissance men, had cracked the white resistance. The enemy flotilla had been almost completely destroyed, and the shore batteries had been reduced to silence. The word torpedo boat, on the Volga, had the effect on the whites that the word tank had on the young Red troops before Petrograd, some time later. Rumors were spread about to the effect that the Bolsheviks had Germans fighting with them. The prosperous classes began to flee in hordes from Kazan. The workers' districts lifted their heads again. A revolt broke out in the powder works. An aggressive spirit became apparent among our troops. The month at Sviyazhsk was crammed full of exciting episodes. Something happened every day. In this respect, the nights quite often were not far behind the days. It was the first time that war had unrolled before me so intimately. This was a small war. On our side, there were only about 25,000 to 30,000 men engaged. But the small war differed from a big one only in scale. It was like a living model of a war. That is why its fluctuations and surprises were felt so directly. The small war was a big school. Meanwhile, the situation before Kazan changed beyond recognition. Heterogeneous detachments became regular units, buttressed by worker communists from Petrograd, Moscow, and other places. The regiments stiffened up. Inside the units, the commissaries acquired the importance of revolutionary leaders, of direct representatives of the dictatorship. The tribunals demonstrated to everyone that revolution, when threatened by mortal danger, demands the highest sacrifice. Propaganda, organization, revolutionary example and repression produced the necessary change in a few weeks. A vacillating, unreliable and crumbling mass was transformed into a real army. Our artillery had emphatically established its superiority. Our flotilla controlled the river. Our airmen dominated the air. No longer did I doubt that we would take Kazan. Suddenly, on September 1st, I received a code telegram from Moscow, "Come at once. Vladimir Ilyich wounded, how dangerously not yet known. Complete order prevails." August 31st, 1918. Sviyazhsk. I left at once. The mood of the party circles in Moscow was sullen and dismal, but they were absolutely unshakable. The best expression of this determination was Sviyazhsk. The physicians declared that Lenin's life was not in danger, and promised an early recovery. I encouraged the party with the prospects of success in the east, and returned at once to Sviyazhsk. Kazan was taken on September 10th. 2 days later, Simbirsk was occupied by our First Army. This was no surprise to me. The commander of the First Army, Tukhachevsky, had promised at the end of August that he would take Simbirsk not later than September 12th. When the town was taken, he sent a telegram, "Order carried out. Simbirsk taken." Meanwhile, Lenin had been recovering. He sent a jubilant telegram of greetings. Things were improving all along the line. The Fifth Army was now headed by Ivan Nikitic Smirnov. This was vastly important. Smirnov represented the most complete and finished revolutionary type. He had entered the ranks 30 years before, and had neither known nor sought for relief. In the darkest years of the reaction, Smirnov went on digging underground passages. When they caved in, he did not lose heart but began all over again. Ivan Nikitic was always a man of duty. In this respect, a revolutionary resembles a good soldier, and that is why a revolutionary can become a fine one. Obeying only the demands of his own nature, Ivan Nikitic was always a model of firmness and bravery, without that cruelty which so often accompanies them. All the finest workers of the army began to take him as their example. No one was more respected than Ivan Nikitic, wrote Larissa Reisner in her description of the siege of Kazan. One felt that at the most critical moment he would be the strongest and the bravest. Smirnov has not a trace of pedantry. He is the most sociable, cheerful, and witty of men. People submit to his authority all the more readily because it is not at all obvious or peremptory, even though quite indisputable. As they grouped themselves about Smirnov, the communists of the Fifth Army formed a separate political family which even today, several years after the liquidation of that Fifth Army, plays a part in the life of the country. A Fifth Army man, in the lexicon of the revolution, carries a special meaning. It denotes a true revolutionary, a man of duty and, above all, a scrupulous one. With Ivan Nikitic, the men of the Fifth Army, after the termination of the Civil War, transferred all their heroism to economics, and almost without exception found themselves in the ranks of the opposition. Smirnov stood at the head of the military industry, then he held the office of commissary of post and telegraph. Today, he is in exile in the Caucasus. In prisons and in Siberia you will find many of his fellow heroes of the Fifth Army. But revolution is a great devourer of men and character. The latest reports have it that even Smirnov has been broken by the struggle and is preaching surrender. Larissa Reisner, who called Ivan Nikitic the conscience of Sviyazhsk, was herself prominent in the Fifth Army, as well as in the revolution as a whole. This fine young woman flashed across the revolutionary sky like a burning meteor, blinding many. With her appearance of an Olympian goddess, she combined a subtle and ironical mind and the courage of a warrior. After the capture of Kazan by the Whites, she went into the enemy camp to reconnoiter, disguised as a peasant woman. But her appearance was too extraordinary, and she was arrested. While she was being cross-examined by a Japanese intelligence officer, she took advantage of an interval to slip through the carelessly guarded door and disappear. After that, she engaged in intelligence work. Later, she sailed on warboats and took part in battles. Her sketches about the Civil War are literature. With equal gusto, she would write about the Ural industries and the rising of the workers in the Ruhr. She was anxious to know and to see all, and to take part in everything. In a few brief years, she became a writer of the first rank. But after coming unscathed through fire and water, this palace of the revolution suddenly burned up with typhus in the peaceful surroundings of Moscow, before she was even 30. One good worker joined another. Under fire, men learned in a week. The army was taking shape magnificently. The lowest ebb of the revolution, the moment of the fall of Kazan, was now behind us. Along with this, a tremendous change was taking place in the peasantry. The Whites were teaching the moujiks their political ABCs. During the ensuing 7 months, the Red Army cleared a territory of nearly 1 million square kilometers, with a population of 40 millions. The revolution was again advancing. When they fled from Kazan, the Whites carried away with them the gold reserves of the Republic, which had been stored there since the February offensive of General Hoffmann. We recaptured them considerably later, and with them Admiral Kolchak. When I was at last able to take my eyes from Sviyazhsk, I observed that certain changes had taken place in Europe. The German army was in a hopeless position. Chapter 34. The Train. Now it is time to speak of the train of the Predrevoyen Soviet. 34 During the most strenuous years of the revolution, my own personal life was bound up inseparably with the life of that train. The train, on the other hand, was inseparably bound up with the life of the Red Army. The train linked the front with the base, solved urgent problems on the spot, educated, appealed, supplied, rewarded, and punished. An army cannot be built without reprisals. Masses of men cannot be led to death unless the army command has the death penalty in its arsenal. So long as those malicious tailless apes that are so proud of their technical achievements, the animals that we call men, will build armies and wage wars. The command will always be obliged to place the soldiers between the possible death in the front and the inevitable one in the rear. And yet armies are not built on fear. The Tsar's army fell to pieces not because of any lack of reprisals. In his attempt to save it by restoring the death penalty, Kerensky only finished it. Upon the ashes of the Great War, the Bolsheviks created a new army. These facts demand no explanation for anyone who has even the slightest knowledge of the language of history. The strongest cement in the new army was the ideas of the October Revolution, and the train supplied the front with this cement. In the provinces of Kaluga, Voronezh, and Ryazan, tens of thousands of young peasants had failed to answer the first recruiting summons by the Soviets. The war was going on far from their provinces, the registration of conscripts was inefficient, and consequently the draft to service was not taken seriously. Those who failed to present themselves were known as deserters. It became necessary to launch a strong campaign against these absentees. The War Commissariat of Ryazan succeeded in gathering in some 15,000 of such deserters. While passing through Ryazan, I decided to take a look at them. Some of our men tried to dissuade me. Something might happen, they warned me. But everything went off beautifully. The men were called out of their barracks. "Comrade deserters, come to the meeting. Comrade Trotsky has come to speak to you." They ran out excited, boisterous, as curious as schoolboys. I had imagined them much worse, and they had imagined me as more terrible. In a few minutes, I was surrounded by a huge crowd of unbridled, utterly undisciplined, but not at all hostile men. The "comrade deserters" were looking at me with such curiosity that it seemed as if their eyes would pop out of their heads. I climbed on a table there in the yard, and spoke to them for about an hour and a half. It was a most responsive audience. I tried to raise them in their own eyes. Concluding, I asked them to lift their hands in token of their loyalty to the revolution. The new ideas infected them before my very eyes. They were genuinely enthusiastic. They followed me to the automobile, devoured me with their eyes, not fearfully, as before, but rapturously, and shouted at the tops of their voices. They would hardly let me go. I learned afterward, with some pride, that one of the best ways to educate them was to remind them, "What did you promise Comrade Trotsky?" Later on, regiments of Ryazan deserters fought well at the fronts. I recall to mind the second grade of the St. Paul Real School in Odessa. The 40 boys there did not differ materially from any other group of 40 boys. But when Bernand, with the mysterious cross on his forehead, Superintendent Mayer, Superintendent Wilhelm, Inspector Kaminsky, and Director Schwanebach struck with all their force at the daring and more critical group of boys, the talebearers and envious dullards promptly reared their heads and led the others after them. Every regiment, every company, comprises men of different qualities. The intelligent and self-sacrificing are in the minority. At the opposite pole is an insignificant number of the completely demoralized, the skulkers, and the consciously hostile. Between these two minorities is a large middle group, the undecided, the vacillating. And when the better elements have been lost in fighting or shoved aside, and the skulkers and enemies gain the upper hand, the unit goes to pieces. In such cases, the large middle group do not know whom to follow and, in the moment of danger, succumb to panic. On February 24, 1919, I said to the young commanders gathered in the Hall of Columns in Moscow, "Give me 3,000 deserters, call them a regiment. I will give them a fighting commander, a good commissary, fit officers for battalions, companies and platoons, and these 3,000 deserters in the course of 4 weeks in our revolutionary country will produce a splendid regiment." During the last few weeks, I added, we tested this again by experience in the Narva and Pskov sections of the front, where we succeeded in making fine fighting units out of a few scattered fragments. For 2.5 years, except for comparatively short intervals, I lived in a railway coach that had formerly been used by one of the ministers of communication. The car was well fitted out from the point of view of ministerial comfort, but it was scarcely adapted to work. There I received those who brought reports, held conferences with local military and civil authorities, studied telegraphic dispatches, dictated orders and articles. From it I made long trips along the front in automobiles with my co-workers. In my spare time I dictated my book against Kautsky, and various other works. In those years I accustomed myself, seemingly forever, to writing and thinking to the accompaniment of Pullman wheels and springs. My train was hurriedly organized in Moscow on the night of August 7, 1918. In the morning I left in it for Sviyazhsk, bound for the Czechoslovak front. The train was continually being reorganized and improved upon, and extended in its functions. As early as 1918, it had already become a flying apparatus of administration. Its sections included a secretariat, a printing press, a telegraph station, a radio station, an electric power station, a library, a garage, and a bath. The train was so heavy that it needed 2 engines, later it was divided into 2 trains. When we had to stop for some time at some one section of the front, one of the engines would do service as courier, and the other was always under steam. The front was shifting constantly, and one could take no chances. I haven't the history of the train at hand. It is buried in the archives of the War Department. At one time it was painstakingly worked over by my young assistants. The diagram of the train's movements prepared for the Civil War exhibition used to attract a great many visitors, as the newspapers reported at the time. Later it was put in the Civil War Museum. Today it must be hidden away with hundreds and thousands of other exhibits, such as placards, proclamations, orders, flags, photographs, films, books and speeches reflecting the most important moments of the Civil War and connected, in some way or other, with my part in it. During the years of 1922 to 1924, that is, before repressions were begun against the opposition, the military publishing house managed to bring out 5 volumes of my works relating to the army and the Civil War. The history of the train is not dealt with in these volumes. I can only partially reconstruct the orbit of the train's movements from the place names under the leading articles in the train newspaper: en route, Samara, Chelyabinsk, Vyatka, Petrograd, Balashov, Smolensk, Samara again, Rostov-on-Don, Novocherkassk, Kiev, Zhytomyr, and so on, without end. I haven't even the exact figures of the total distance covered by the train during the Civil War. One of the notes to my military books mentions 36 trips, with a total run of over 105,000 kilometers. One of my former fellow travelers writes that he reckons from memory that in 3 years we circled the Earth 5.5 times. He gives, that is, a figure twice as large as the one mentioned above. This does not include thousands of kilometers done by automobile from the railway line into the heart of the front lines. Since the train always went to the most critical points, the diagram of its journeyings gives a fairly exact and comprehensive picture of the relative importance of the different fronts. The greatest number of trips was in 1920, the last year of the war. My trips to the southern front were especially frequent, because all during that period it was the most stubborn, dangerous, and extended of all the fronts. What was the train of the chairman of the Revolutionary Military Council seeking on the Civil War fronts? The general answer is obvious: it was seeking victory. But what did it give the fronts? What methods did it follow? What were the immediate objects of its endless runs from one end of the country to the other? They were not mere trips of inspection. No, the work of the train was all bound up with the building up of the army, with its education, its administration, and its supply. We were constructing an army all over again, and under fire at that. This was true not only at Sviyazhsk, where the train recorded its first month, but on all the fronts. Out of bands of irregulars, of refugees escaping from the Whites, of peasants mobilized in the neighboring districts, of detachments of workers sent by the industrial centers, of groups of communists and trades unionists, out of these we formed at the front companies, battalions, new regiments, and sometimes even entire divisions. Even after defeats and retreats, the flabby, panicky mob would be transformed in 2 or 3 weeks into an efficient fighting force. What was needed for this? At once much and little. It needed good commanders, a few dozen experienced fighters, a dozen or so of communists ready to make any sacrifice, boots for the barefooted, a bathhouse, an energetic propaganda campaign, food, underwear, tobacco and matches. The train took care of all this. We always had in reserve a few zealous communists to fill in the breaches, 100 or so of good fighting men, a small stock of boots, leather jackets, medicaments, machine guns, field glasses, maps, watches and all sorts of gifts. Of course, the actual material resources of the train were slight in comparison with the needs of the army, but they were constantly being replenished. But, what is even more important, tens and hundreds of times they played the part of the shovelful of coal that is necessary at a particular moment to keep the fire from going out. A telegraph station was in operation on the train. We made our connections with Moscow by direct wire, and my deputy there, Sklyansky, took down my demands for supplies urgently needed for the army, sometimes for a single division or even for a regiment. They were delivered with a dispatch that would have been absolutely impossible without my intervention. Of course, this is not exactly a proper way of doing things. A pedant would tell us that in the supply service, as in military departments in general, the most important thing is system. That is absolutely true. I am myself rather inclined to err on the side of pedantry. But the point is that we did not want to perish before we could build up a smoothly running system. That is why, especially in that early period, we had to substitute improvisations for a system, so that later on we might develop a system on their foundations. On all of my trips, I was accompanied by the chief workers in all the principal departments of the army, especially in those connected with the supply service. We had inherited from the old army supply service officers who tried to work in the old way or in even worse fashion, for the conditions became infinitely more difficult. On these trips, many of the old specialists had to learn new ways, and new ones received their training in live experience. After making the round of a division and ascertaining its needs on the spot, I would hold a conference in the staff car or the dining car, inviting as many representatives as possible, including those from the lower commanding force and from the ranks, as well as from the local party organizations, the Soviet administration, and the trades unions. In this way I got a picture of the situation that was neither false nor highly colored. These conferences always had immediate practical results. No matter how poor the organs of the local administration might be, they always managed to squeeze a little tighter and cut down some of their own needs to contribute something to the army. The most important sacrifices came from institutions. A new group of communists would be drawn from the institutions and put immediately into an unreliable regiment. Stuff would be found for shirts and for wrappings for the feet, leather for new soles, and an extra hundredweight of fat. But of course the local sources were not enough. After the conference, I would send orders to Moscow by direct wire, estimating our needs according to the resources of the center, and, as a result, the division would get what it desperately needed, and that in good time. The commanders and commissaries of the front learned from their experience on the train to approach their own work, whether they were commanding, educating, supplying or administering justice, not from above, from the standpoint of the pinnacle of the staff, but from below, from the standpoint of the company or platoon, of the young and inexperienced new recruit. Gradually, more or less efficient machinery for a centralized supply service for the front and the armies was established. But, alone, it did not and could not satisfy all needs. Even the most ideal organization will occasionally misfire during a war, and especially during a war of maneuvers based entirely on movement, sometimes, alas, in quite unforeseen directions. And one must not forget that we fought without supplies. As early as 1919, there was nothing left in the central depots. Shirts were sent to the front direct from the workshop. But the supply of rifles and cartridges was most difficult of all. The Tula munition factories worked for the needs of the current day. Not a carload of cartridges could be sent anywhere without the special authorization of the commander-in-chief. The supply of munitions was always as taut as a string. Sometimes the string would break, and then we lost men and territory. Without constant changes and improvisations, the war would have been utterly impossible for us. The train initiated these, and at the same time regulated them. If we gave an impulse of initiative to the front and its immediate rear, we took care to direct it into the channels of the general system. I do not want to say that we always succeeded in this. But, as the Civil War has demonstrated, we did achieve the principal thing, victory. The trips to the sections of the front where often the treason of the commanding officers had created catastrophes were especially important. On August 23, 1918, during the most critical period before Kazan, I received a coded telegram from Lenin and Sviyazhsk, Trotsky. Treason on the Saratov front, though discovered in time, has yet produced very dangerous wavering. We consider your going there at once absolutely necessary, for your appearance at the front has an effect on soldiers and the entire army. Let us together arrange for your visits to other fronts. Reply stating date of your departure, all by code, August 22, 1918. Lenin. Sviyazhsk. I thought it quite impossible to leave Sviyazhsk, as the departure of the train would have shaken the Kazan front, which was having a difficult enough time as it was. Kazan was in all respects more important than Saratov. Lenin and Sviyazhsk themselves soon agreed with me on this. I went to Saratov only after the recapture of Kazan. But telegrams like this reached the train at all stages of its travels. Kiev and Vyatka, Siberia, and the Crimea would complain of their difficult positions and would demand, in turn or at the same time, that the train hasten to their rescue. The war unrolled on the periphery of the country, often in the most remote parts of a front that stretched for 8,000 kilometers. Regiments and divisions were cut off from the rest of the world for months at a time. Very often they had not enough telephone equipment even for their own intercommunication, and would then succumb to hopelessness. The train, for them, was a messenger from other worlds. We always had a stock of telephone apparatus and wires. A wireless aerial had been arranged over a particular car in our train, so that we could receive radio messages from the Eiffel Tower, from Nauen, and from other stations, 13 in all, with Moscow, of course, foremost. The train was always informed of what was going on in the rest of the world. The more important telegraphic reports were published in the train newspaper, and given passing comment, in articles, leaflets and orders. Caps raid, conspiracies at home, the English elections, the progress of grain collections, and feats of the Italian fascismo were interpreted while the footprints of events were still warm. And were linked up with the fates of the Astrakhan or Archangel fronts. These articles were simultaneously transmitted to Moscow by direct wire, and radioed from there to the press of the entire country. The arrival of the train put the most isolated unit in touch with the whole army, and brought it into the life not only of the country, but of the entire world. Alarmist rumors and doubts were dispelled, and the spirit of the men grew firm. This change of morale would last for several weeks, sometimes until the next visit of the train. In the intervals, members of the Revolutionary Military Council of the Front or the Army would make trips similar in character, but on a smaller scale. All my work in the train, literary and otherwise, would have been impossible without my assisting stenographers, Glasman and Sayermux, and the younger assistant, Nechayev. They worked all day and all night in the moving train, which, disregarding all rules of safety in the fever of war, would rush over shaken ties at a speed of 70 or more kilometers an hour. So that the map that hung from the ceiling of the car would rock like a swing. I would watch in wondering gratitude the movements of the hand that, despite the incessant jerking and shaking, could inscribe the finely shaped symbols so clearly. When I was handed the typed script half an hour later, no corrections were necessary. This was not ordinary work, it took on a character of heroic sacrifice. Afterward, Glasman and Sayermux paid dearly for their sacrifices in the service of the revolution. Glasman was driven to suicide by the Stalinites, and Sayermux has been shut away in the wilds of Siberia. Part of the train was a huge garage holding several automobiles and a gasoline tank. This made it possible for us to travel away from the railway line for several hundred versts. A squad of picked sharpshooters and machine gunners, amounting to from 20 to 30 men, occupied the trucks and light cars. A couple of hand machine guns had also been placed in my car. A war of movement is full of surprises. On the steppes, we always ran the risk of running into some Cossack band. Automobiles with machine guns ensured one against this, at least when the steppe had not been transformed into a sea of mud. Once during the autumn of 1919, in the province of Voronezh, we could move at a speed of only 3 kilometers an hour. The automobiles sank deep into the black, rain-soaked earth. 30 men had to keep jumping off their cars to push them along. And once, when we were fording a river, we got stuck in midstream. In a rage, I blamed everything on the low-built machine which my excellent chauffeur, an Estonian named Puvi, considered the very best machine in the world. He turned round to me, and raising his hand to his cap, said in broken Russian, "I beg to state that the engineers never foresaw that we should have to sail on water." In spite of the difficulty of the moment, I felt like embracing him for the cold aptness of his irony. The train was not only a military administrative and political institution, but a fighting institution as well. In many of its features it was more like an armored train than a staff headquarters on wheels. In fact, it was armored, or at least its engines and machine gun cars were. All the crew could handle arms. They all wore leather uniforms, which always make men look heavily imposing. On the left arm, just below the shoulder, each wore a large metal badge, carefully cast at the mint, which had acquired great popularity in the army. The cars were connected by telephone and by a system of signals. To keep the men on the alert while we were traveling, there were frequent alarms, both by day and by night. Armed detachments would be put off the train as landing parties. The appearance of a leather-coated detachment in a dangerous place invariably had an overwhelming effect. When they were aware of the presence of the train just a few kilometers behind the firing line, even the most nervous units, their commanding officers especially, would summon up all their strength. In the unstable poise of a scale, only a small weight is enough to decide. The role of that weight was played by the train and its detachments a great many times during its 2.5 years of travel. When we took the returned landing party aboard, we usually found someone missing. Altogether, the train lost about 15 men in killed and wounded, not counting the ones who joined the units in the field and disappeared from our view. For instance, a squad was made up from our train crew for the model armored train named for Lenin, another joined the troops in the field before Petrograd. For its share in the battles against Yudenik, the train as a whole was decorated with the Order of the Red Flag. Sometimes the train was cut off and shelled or bombed from the air. No wonder it was surrounded by a legend woven of victories both real and imagined. Time and again the commander of a division, of a brigade, or even of a regiment would ask me to stay at his staff headquarters for an extra half hour, just whiling away the time. Or to drive with him by automobile or on horseback to some distant sector, or even to send a few men from the train there with supplies and gifts, so that the news of the train's arrival might be spread far and wide. This will be as good as a division in reserve, commanders would say. The news of the arrival of the train would reach the enemy lines as well. Their people imagined a mysterious train infinitely more awful than it really was. But that only served to increase its influence on morale. The train earned the hatred of its enemies and was proud of it. More than once, the socialist revolutionists made plans to wreck it. At the trial of the socialist revolutionists, the story was told in detail by Semyonov, who organized the assassination of Volodarsky and the attempt on Lenin's life, and who also took part in the preparations to wreck the train. As a matter of fact, such an enterprise presented no great difficulty, except that by that time the socialist revolutionists, weakened politically, had lost faith in themselves and no longer had much influence with the younger generation. On one of our trips south, the train was wrecked at the station of Gorky. In the middle of the night, I was suddenly jerked out of bed, and was seized by that creepy feeling one has during an earthquake, of the ground slipping away under 1 inch's feet, with no firm support anywhere. Still half asleep, I clutched the sides of the bed. The familiar rumbling had stopped at once, the car had turned on its edge, and stood stock still. In the silence of the night, a single, pitiful voice was the only thing to be heard. The heavy car doors were so bent that they could not even be opened, and I could not get out. No one appeared, which alarmed me. Was it the enemy? With a revolver in my hand, I jumped out of the window and ran into a man with a lantern. It was the commander of the train, unable to get to me. The car was standing on a slope, with 3 wheels buried deep in the embankment, and the other 3 rising high above the rails. The rear and front of the car had crumpled. The front grating had pinned down a sentry, and it was his pitiful little voice, like the crying of a child, that I had heard in the darkness. It was no easy matter to release him from the grating covering him so tightly. To everyone's surprise, he got off with nothing but bruises and a scare. In all, 8 cars were destroyed. The restaurant car, which was used as the club for the train, was a heap of polished splinters. A number of men had been reading or playing chess while they waited for their turn to go on duty, but they had all left the club at midnight, 10 minutes before the accident. The trucks with books, equipment and gifts for the front were all badly damaged as well. None of the men was seriously hurt. The accident was due to faulty switching, whether because of negligence or deliberate action we never found out. Fortunately for us, the train was passing a station at the time, running at a speed of only 30 kilometers. The train crew performed many other tasks besides their special duties. They lent their help in time of famine, during epidemics of disease, in propaganda campaigns, and at international congresses. The train was the honorary head of a rural district and of several children's homes. Its communist local published its own paper, On Guard. Many an incident of adventure and battle is recorded in its pages, but unfortunately this, like many other records, is not in my present traveling archives. When I was leaving to prepare an offensive against Wrangel, who had entrenched himself in the Crimea, I wrote in the train newspaper en route, on October 27, 1920. Our train is again bound for the front. The fighting men of our train were before the walls of Kazan in the grave weeks of 1918, when we were fighting for the control of the Volga. That fight ended long ago. Today the Soviet power is approaching the Pacific Ocean. The fighting men of our train fought gallantly before the walls of Petrograd. Petrograd has been saved and has since been visited by many representatives of the world proletariat. Our train visited the Western Front more than once. Today, a preliminary peace has been signed with Poland. The fighting men of our train were on the steps of the Don when Krasnov and, later, Denikin advanced against Soviet Russia from the south. The days of Krasnov and Denikin are long since past. There now is left only the Crimea, which the French government has made its fortress. The White Guard garrison of this French fortress is under the command of a hired German-Russian general, Baron Wrangel. The friendly family of our train is starting on a new campaign. Let this campaign be the last. The Crimean campaign was actually the last campaign of the Civil War. A few months later, the train was disbanded. From these pages, I send fraternal greetings to all my former comrades in arms. Chapter 35. The Defense of Petrograd. There were 16 armies fighting on the revolutionary fronts of the Soviet Republic. The Great French Revolution had almost as many, 14. And every one of the 16 Soviet armies had its own brief but striking history. The mere mention of the number of any one army is enough to evoke scores of remarkable stories. Each of the armies had its own clear-cut, though ever-changing, physiognomy. The 7th Army held the western approaches to Petrograd. The prolonged standstill had impaired its morale. Its watchfulness became dulled. Its best workers, even whole detachments, were taken away and sent to the more active sectors of the front. For a revolutionary army, which needs constant charges of enthusiasm, marking time almost always ends in mishap, and often in disaster. The 7th Army was no exception. In June, 1919, an important fort called Krasnaya Gorka, the Red Hill, in the Gulf of Finland, was captured by a detachment of Whites. A few days later it was recaptured by a force of Red Marines. Then it was discovered that the chief of the staff of the 7th Army, Colonel Lundqvist, was transmitting all information to the Whites. There were other conspirators working hand in glove with him. This shook the army to its very core. In July, General Yudenich was made Commander-in-Chief of the Northwestern Army of the Whites, and was recognized by Kolchak as his representative. In August, with the aid of England and Estonia, the Russian Northwestern government was established. The English Navy in the Gulf of Finland promised Yudenich its support. Yudenich's offensive was timed for a moment when we were desperately pressed on the other fronts. Denikin had occupied Oral and was threatening Tula, the munitions manufacturing center. From there it was only a short distance to Moscow. The South demanded all our attention. Just then, the first strong blow from the west threw the 7th Army completely off its balance, and it began to roll back with hardly a show of resistance, abandoning its arms and supplies as it went. The Petrograd leaders, Zinoviev in particular, kept telling Lenin about the enemy's excellent equipment, the automatic rifles, tanks, airplanes, the British monitors on their flanks, and so forth. Lenin concluded that we could fight Yudenich's army of officers, armed with the latest technical devices, only at the cost of denuding and weakening our other fronts, the southern one most of all. But this was impossible, and so, in his opinion, there was only one thing to do, abandon Petrograd and shorten the front line. After he decided that such an amputation was essential, Lenin began to try to win over other leaders. When I arrived in Moscow, I firmly opposed this plan. Yudenich and his masters would not have been satisfied with Petrograd alone, they wanted to meet Denikin in Moscow. In Petrograd, Yudenich would have found enormous industrial resources and manpower, moreover there would be no serious obstacles in his way from Petrograd to Moscow. So I decided that we had to save Petrograd at any cost, and found support first of all among the citizens of Petrograd. Kristinsky, at that time a member of the Politburo, sided with me. I believe that Stalin also supported my stand. Several times during those 24 hours I attacked Lenin, until he said at last, "Very well, let us try." On October the Politburo adopted my resolution on the situation at the fronts, recognizing the existence of an acute military danger, we must take steps really to transform Soviet Russia into a military camp. With the help of the party and the trades unions, a registration must be carried out listing every member of the party, of the Soviet institutions and the trades unions, with a view to using them for military service. This was followed by a list of practical measures. Regarding Petrograd, the resolution said, not to be evacuated. The same day I submitted the draft of a decree to the Council of Defense. To defend Petrograd to the last ounce of blood, to refuse to yield a foot, and to carry the struggle into the streets of the city. I had no doubt that even if the White Army of 25,000 fighting men could manage to force its way into the city of 1 million inhabitants, it would be doomed to extinction if it met serious and well-organized resistance in the streets. At the same time, with an eye especially on the possible intervention of Estonia and Finland, I thought it necessary to plan for the withdrawal of the army and workers toward the southeast. Since that was the only way to save the flower of the Petrograd proletariat from wholesale extermination. On the 16th I left for Petrograd. The next day Lenin wrote me. October 17, 1919. Comrade Trotsky, last night transmitted in code, the decision of the Council of Defense. As you will see, your plan has been accepted. But the withdrawal of the Petrograd workers to the south is, of course, not rejected. I am told that you expounded it to Krasin and Rykov, but to discuss it before the need arises would distract attention from the fight to the finish. An attempt to outflank and cut off Petrograd will, of course, bring corresponding changes which you will carry out on the spot. I enclose a proclamation which I wrote at the suggestion of the Council of Defense. I did it hastily, and it did not turn out well. You had better put my name under your own text. Greetings. Lenin. This letter, it seems to me, definitely shows how the most violent disagreements between Lenin and me, inevitable in a work of such scope, were overcome in practice. And left no trace on our personal relations or on our joint work. It occurs to me that if it had been me against Lenin, instead of Lenin against me, who in October, 1919, defended the idea of surrendering Petrograd, there would have been plenty of literature today, in every known language, exposing this destructive manifestation of Trotskyism. During the course of the year 1918, the Allies were forcing a civil war on us, supposedly in the interests of victory over the Kaiser. But now it was 1919. Germany had long since been defeated. Yet the Allies continued to spend hundreds of millions to spread death, famine, and disease in the country of the Revolution. Yudenich was one of the condottieri in the pay of England and France. His rear was propped up by Estonia, his left flank was covered by Finland. The Allies demanded that both these countries, freed by the revolution, should help to butcher it. There were endless negotiations in Helsingfors, as there were in Reval. The scales tipped this way and that. We watched in alarm the two little states that constituted a hostile pincers about the head of Petrograd. On the 1st of September, I wrote in the Pravda, by way of warning, among the divisions we are now bringing over to the Petrograd front, the part of the Bashkir horsemen will not be least important. And if the bourgeois Finns attempt to attack Petrograd, the Red Bashkirs will advance with the battle cry, to Helsingfors L. The Bashkir cavalry division had been formed only a short time before. From the outset, I had planned to transfer it to Petrograd for a few months, so that the men from the steppes might have a chance to live for a time amid the cultural surroundings of the city, come into closer contact with the workers, and visit clubs, meetings and theaters. To this, a new and still more urgent consideration was now added, that of frightening the Finnish bourgeoisie with the spectre of a Bashkir invasion. But our warnings carried less weight than the swift successes of Yudenik. He took Luga on the 13th of October, Krasnoye Selo and Gachina on the 16th, directing his blow at Petrograd in such a way that he could cut off the railway line connecting Petrograd and Moscow. On the 10th day of his offensive, Yudenik advanced as far as Tsarskoye Selo. His scouts on horseback could see the gilded dome of St. Isaac's Cathedral from the hill. The Finnish radio, forestalling the event, reported the occupation of Petrograd by Yudenika's troops. The ambassadors of the Allies in Helsingfors reported this officially to their governments. All through Europe and the rest of the world the news spread that the Red Petrograd had fallen. A Swedish newspaper wrote of a World Week of Petrograd fever. The ruling circles in Finland were especially excited. The government, as well as the military, was advocating intervention. No one wanted to let the quarry slip out of his hands. As was to be expected, the Finnish social democracy promised to observe neutrality. A white historian writes, the question of intervention was now discussed only from the financial side. All that remained was to ratify the guarantee of 50 million francs, that was the price of the blood of Petrograd in the Allied markets. The question of Estonia was no less acute. I wrote to Lenin on October 17, if we save Petrograd, as I hope, we shall be in a position to make an end of Yudenik. The difficulty will be his right of asylum in Estonia. Estonia must close its frontiers to him. In case he does enter, we must retain the right of invading Estonia on Yudenika's heels. This proposal was accepted after our army had begun to drive Yudenik, but it took some time to start the drive. In Petrograd I found the leaders in a state of utmost demoralization. Everything was slipping. The troops were rolling back and breaking up into separate units. The commanding officers looked to the communists to Zinoviev, and Zinoviev was the very center of utter confusion. Sviyazhsk said to me, Zinoviev is panic itself. And Sviyazhsk knew men. In favorable periods, when, in Lenin's phrase, there was nothing to fear, Zinoviev climbed easily to the seventh heaven. But when things took a bad turn, he usually stretched himself out on a sofa, literally, not metaphorically, and sighed. Since 1917, I had had many opportunities to convince myself that Zinoviev had no intermediate moods, it was either the seventh heaven or the sofa. This time I found him on the sofa. And yet there were brave men about him, Lashevich, for example, but even their hands hung limp. Everyone felt it, and it had its effect everywhere. I ordered an automobile from a military garage by telephone from the Smolny. It did not come on time, and in the voice of the garage man in charge I sensed that apathy, hopelessness, and submission to fate which had infected even the lower ranks of the administrative staff. Exceptional measures were necessary. The enemy was at the very gates. As usual in such straits, I turned to my train force men who could be depended on under any circumstances. They checked up, put on pressure, established connections, removed those who were unfit, and filled in the gaps. From the official apparatus, which had become completely demoralized, I descended 2 or 3 floors to the district organizations of the party, the mills, the factories, and the barracks. Everyone expected an early surrender of the city to the whites, and so people were afraid of becoming too conspicuous. But as soon as the masses began to feel that Petrograd was not to be surrendered, and, if necessary, would be defended from within, in the streets and squares the spirit changed at once. The more courageous and self-sacrificing lifted up their heads. Detachments of men and women, with trenching tools on their shoulders, filed out of the mills and factories. The workers of Petrograd looked badly then. Their faces were gray from undernourishment, their clothes were in tatters, their shoes, sometimes not even mates, were gaping with holes. We will not give up Petrograd, comrades. No, the eyes of the women burned with a special fervor. Mothers, wives, daughters, were loath to abandon their dingy but warm nests. No, we won't give it up, the high-pitched voices of the women cried in answer, and they grasped their spades like rifles. Not a few of them actually armed themselves with rifles or took their places at the machine guns. The whole city was divided into sections, controlled by staffs of workers. The more important points were surrounded by barbed wire. A number of positions were chosen for artillery, with a firing range marked off in advance. About 60 guns were placed behind cover on the open squares and at the more important street crossings. Canals, gardens, walls, fences and houses were fortified. Trenches were dug in the suburbs and along the Neva. The whole southern part of the city was transformed into a fortress. Barricades were raised on many of the streets and squares. A new spirit was breathing from the workers' districts to the barracks, the rear units, and even to the army in the field. Yudenik was only from 10 to 15 versts away from Petrograd, on the same Pulkovo heights where I had gone 2 years before, when the revolution which had just assumed power was fighting for its life against the troops of Kerensky and Krasnov. Once more the fate of Petrograd was hanging by a thread, and we had to break the inertia of retreat, instantly and at any cost. On October 18, I issued an order not to send in false reports of hard fights when the actual truth was bitter panic. Lies will be punished as treason. Military work admits errors, but not lies, deception and self-deception. As usual, in moments of stress, I thought it necessary to bear the grim truth before the army and the country, and I made public the senseless retreat that took place that very day. A company of the Rifle Regiment took alarm because of an enemy threat against its flank. The regimental commander gave the order to withdraw. The regiment ran at a trot for 8 or 10 versts and reached Alexandrovka. A checkup disclosed that the troops on the flank belonged to one of our own units. But the stampeding regiment was not so bad, after all. With its self-confidence restored, it turned back at once, and at a rapid pace or a trot, sweating despite the cold, covered 8 versts in an hour, dislodged the enemy, who were few in number, and recovered its old position with only a small loss. In this brief episode, for the one and only time during the entire war I had to play the role of a regimental commander. When the retreating lines came up against the division headquarters at Alexandrovka, I mounted the first horse I could lay my hands on and turned the lines back. For the first few minutes, there was nothing but confusion. Not all of them understood what was happening, and some of them continued to retreat. But I chased one soldier after another, on horseback, and made them all turn back. Only then did I notice that my orderly Kozlov, a Muscovite peasant, and an old soldier himself, was racing at my heels. He was beside himself with excitement. Brandishing a revolver, he ran wildly along the line, repeating my appeals and yelling for all he was worth. "Courage, boys, Comrade Trotsky is leading you." The men were now advancing at the pace at which they had been retreating before. Not one of them remained behind. After 2 versts, the bullets began their Swedish, nauseating whistling, and the first wounded began to drop. The regimental commander changed beyond recognition. He appeared at the most dangerous points, and before the regiment had recovered the positions it had previously abandoned he was wounded in both legs. I returned to the staff headquarters on a truck. On the way we picked up the wounded. The impetus had been given, and with my whole being I felt that we would save Petrograd. At this point, I should like to dwell for a moment on a question the reader must already have asked himself several times. When a man is in charge of a whole army, has he the right to expose himself to the danger of actual fighting? My answer is that there are no absolute rules of conduct either in peace or in war. Everything depends on circumstances. Officers who accompanied me in my trips along the front frequently would remark, in the old days, even divisional commanders never poked their noses into places like these. The bourgeois journalists wrote of this as a pursuit of self-advertisement, and in this way translated into their familiar language something that was beyond their ken. In point of fact, the conditions under which the Red Army was created, its personal composition, and the very nature of the Civil War demanded exactly this sort of behavior. Everything was built up anew: discipline, fighting tradition, and military authority. Just as it was not in our power, especially in the first period, to supply the army with all its needs from a single center and according to plan, just so were we unable by means of circulars or semi-anonymous appeals to inspire this army. Got together under fire, with revolutionary enthusiasm. It was necessary to win authority in the eyes of the soldiers, so that next day one could justify to them the stern demands of the higher command. Where tradition is lacking, a striking example is essential. Personal risk was the unavoidable hazard on the road to victory. The commanding staff, which had been drawn into a series of failures, needed to be shaken up, refreshed and renewed. Greater changes had to be made among commissaries. All the units were strengthened from the inside by adding communists, and fresh units were also beginning to arrive. The military schools were sent to the front posts. In 2 or 3 days, the supply service, which had gone completely slack, was tightened up. The rank and file of the Red Army got some heartier food, changed their linen and boots, listened to a speech or two, pulled themselves together, and became quite different men. October 21st was a critical day. Our troops had retired to the Pulkovo Heights. Further retreat from there would have meant transferring the struggle to the streets of the city. Until then the Whites had advanced without meeting serious opposition. On the 21st, our army took a firm stand on the Pulkovo line and offered vigorous resistance. The advance of the enemy was checked. On the 22d, the Red Army assumed the offensive. Yudenich had time to bring up reserves and strengthen his line. The fighting grew very bitter, but by the evening of the 23rd we had retaken Tsarskoye Selo and Pavlovsk. In the meantime, the neighboring 15th Army was beginning to press in from the south, threatening the White rear and right flank. Then came the turning point. Our units, caught unawares by the offensive, and embittered by their reverses, now began to vie with each other in self-sacrifice and acts of heroism. They suffered many losses. The White High Command stated that our losses were greater than theirs. It is quite possible, they had more experience and had more arms. But there was more self-sacrifice on our side. Young workers and peasants, military students from Moscow and Petrograd, were utterly reckless with their lives. They advanced against machine gun fire and attacked tanks with revolvers in their hands. The General Staff of the Whites wrote of the heroic frenzy of the Reds. In the preceding days hardly any prisoners had been taken, White deserters were rare. Now the number of deserters and prisoners suddenly increased. On October 24th, when I realized the bitterness of the struggle, I issued an order: woe to the unworthy soldier who raises his knife over a defenseless prisoner or deserter. Our advance continued. The Estonians and Finns were no longer thinking of intervention. The routed Whites were rolled back in 2 weeks to the Estonian frontier, completely demoralized. As they crossed the boundary line, the Estonian government disarmed them. In London and Paris, no one gave them a thought. What only yesterday had been the Northwestern Army of the Entente was now perishing of cold and starvation. 14,000 Whites were stricken with typhus and poured into the camp hospitals. That was the end of the World Week of Petrograd fever. The White leaders later complained loudly against Admiral Cowan, who, they said, had broken his promise to lend them sufficient support from the Gulf of Finland. These complaints are, to say the least, exaggerated. 3 of our torpedo boats were sunk by mines during a night expedition, carrying down with them 550 young seamen. The British admiral should at least be given credit for this. The order to the Army and Navy mourning the grave loss said that day, "Red warriors. On all the fronts you meet the hostile plots of the English. The counter-revolutionary troops shoot you with English guns. In the depots of Shenkersk and Onyega, on the southern and western fronts, you find supplies of English manufacture. The prisoners you have captured are dressed in uniforms made in England. The women and children of Archangel and Astrakhan are maimed and killed by English airmen with the aid of English explosives. English ships bomb our shores. But, even today, when we are engaged in a bitter fight with Yudenik, the hireling of England, I demand that you never forget that there are two Englands. Besides the England of profits, of violence, bribery and bloodthirstiness, there is the England of labor, of spiritual power, of high ideals of international solidarity. It is the base and dishonest England of the stock exchange manipulators that is fighting us. The England of labor and the people is with us. The Order to the Army and Navy, October 24, 1919, number 159. For us, the tasks of education in socialism were closely integrated with those of fighting. Ideas that enter the mind under fire remain there securely and forever. In Shakespeare, tragedy alternates with comedy, for the same reason that in life the sublime is mingled with the petty and vulgar. Zinoviev, who had by that time managed to rise from his sofa and to climb to the second or third heaven, handed me the following document on behalf of the Communist International. The saving of the Red Petrograd meant an invaluable service to the world proletariat, and consequently to the Communist International. To you, dear Comrade Trotsky, belongs of course the first place in the struggle for Petrograd. In the name of the Executive Committee of the Communist International, I hand over to you the banners, with the request that you give them to the most deserving units of the glorious Red Army under your leadership. Chairman of the Executive Committee of the Communist International, G. Zinoviev. I received documents like this from the Petrograd Soviet, from trades unions and various other organizations. I handed the banners over to the regiments and the documents were put away by my secretaries in the archives, where they stayed until, some time later, they were removed when Zinoviev began to sing new songs and in quite a different key. Today it is difficult to describe, or even to recall, the outburst of joy over the victory before Petrograd, rejoicing that was all the greater because we had just begun to win decisive successes on the southern front as well. The revolution was again holding its head high. In Lenin's eyes, our victory over Yudenik took on even greater importance because toward the middle of October he had thought it quite out of the question. The Politburo decided to confer on me the Order of the Red Flag for the defense of Petrograd. This placed me in a very difficult position. I had been rather hesitant about introducing the revolutionary order because it was not very long since we had abolished the orders of the old regime. In introducing the Order of the Red Flag, I hoped that it might be an added stimulus for those for whom the consciousness of revolutionary duty was not enough. Lenin supported me in this. The decoration became established, and it was awarded, at least in those days, for actual services under fire. And now it was being given to me. I could not decline it without disparaging the mark of distinction that I had so often given to others. There was nothing for me but to yield to the convention. Apropos of this, I remember an episode that I saw in its proper light only some time later. At the close of the meeting of the Politburo, Kamenev, considerably embarrassed, introduced a proposal to award the decoration to Stalin. For what? Kalinin inquired, sincerely indignant. I can't understand why it should be awarded to Stalin. They pacified him with a jest, and the proposal was accepted. After the meeting Bukharin pounced on Kalinin. Can't you understand? This is Lenin's idea. Stalin can't live unless he has what someone else has. He will never forgive it. I understood Lenin, and inwardly agreed with him. The award of the decoration was very impressively staged in the Grand Opera Theatre, where I made a report on the military situation before the joint session of the major Soviet institutions. When, toward the end, the chairman named Stalin, I tried to applaud. 2 or 3 hesitant hand claps followed mine. A sort of cold bewilderment crept through the hail, it was especially noticeable after the ovations that had gone before. Stalin himself was wisely absent. I was infinitely more pleased with the award of the decoration of the Red Flag to my train as a whole. In the heroic fight of the 7th Army from October 17 to November 3, I stated in the order of November 4, the members of our train played a deserving part. Comrades Kilger, Ivanov, and Zaster fell in battle. Comrades Preed, Drodin, Purin, Chernyavtsev, Koprivich, and Tesnek were wounded. Comrades Adamson, Purin, and Caselis are suffering from shell shock. I do not mention other names, because, if I did, everyone would be mentioned. In the striking change that came over the front, the members of our train played a most important part. Some months later Lenin asked me by telephone, "Have you read Kurdetsov's book?" The name suggested nothing to me. He is a white, an enemy. He writes about Yudenika's advance on Petrograd. I must add here that Lenin generally watched the white publications more closely than I. A day later he asked me again, "Have you read it? Would you like me to send it over to you?" But I decided that I had the book, since Lenin and I received the same new publications from Berlin. "You must read the last chapter. It is an appreciation of the enemy. It says something about you, too." But somehow I didn't find opportunity to read the book. Strangely enough, I came across it in Constantinople, and remembered Lenin's insistence that I read the last chapter. Here is the appreciation from the enemy as given by one of Yudenika's ministers. On October 16, Trotsky arrived in haste at the Petrograd front, and the confusion of the Red Staff gave way before his burning energy. A few hours before the fall of Gatchina, he was still trying to check the advance of the Whites, but when he saw how impossible that was he left the town in a hurry to organize the defense of Tsarskoye Selo. The heavy reserves had not yet come up, but he quickly concentrated all the Petrograd military students, mobilized the entire male population of Petrograd, and with machine guns, drove all the Red Army units back to their positions, and by means of his energetic measures established defenses on all the approaches to Petrograd. Trotsky succeeded in organizing detachments of worker communists, men who were strong in spirit, in Petrograd itself, and threw them into the thick of the fight. According to the evidence of Yudenika's staff, these detachments but not, ? The Red Army units, together with the Marine battalions and military students, fought like lions. They attacked the tanks with their bayonets, and, although they were mowed down in rows by the devastating fire of the steel monsters, they continued to defend their positions. We never drove the men of the Red Army with machine guns. But we did save Petrograd. Chapter 36. The Military Opposition. The foundation for the successful upbuilding of the Red Army was the proper relationship between the proletariat and the peasantry throughout the country. Later, in 1923, a stupid legend was invented to the effect that I underestimated the peasantry. As a matter of fact, from 1918 to 1921, I had to deal with the problems of rural life more closely and directly than anyone else, because the army was being raised chiefly from among the peasants, and carried on its work in constant touch with peasant life. The question is too large to be discussed here at length. So I shall confine myself to 2 or 3 sufficiently outstanding examples. On March 22, 1919, I demanded over the direct wire that the Central Committee decide the question of an official inquiry by the Central Executive Committee in the Volga region, and of the appointment of an authoritative commission from the Central Committee and the Central Executive Committee. The commission's job should be to strengthen the faith of the Volga peasantry in the Central Soviet power, to correct the most conspicuous local illegalities, and punish the guilty representatives of the Soviet power, to gather complaints and materials to be used as the basis of demonstrative decrees in favor of the middle peasant. It is interesting to note that I held this conversation over the direct wire with no one other than Stalin. And it was to him that I explained the importance of the question of the middle peasant. In the same year Kalinin, at my instigation, was elected chairman of the Central Executive Committee as a man who was close to the middle peasants and familiar with their peculiar needs. But more important is the fact that as early as February, 1920, influenced by my own observation of the lives of the Ural peasants, I insistently advocated a change in the new economic policy. In the Central Committee I mustered only 4 votes against an opposing 11. At that time Lenin was irreconcilably against abolishing the food levy. Of course Stalin voted against me. The change to the new economic policy went into effect just a year later, unanimously, but to the tune of the rumblings of the Kronstadt rebellion and in an atmosphere of threatening moods in the entire army. Most of the questions of principle and the difficulties in connection with the constructive work of the Soviets during the years that followed were encountered first of all in the military sphere, and in most concentrated form at that. As a rule, solutions had to be found on the spur of the moment, and mistakes were followed by immediate retribution. Whatever opposition there might be was tested in action, right on the spot. Hence, by and large, the inner logic of the development of the Red Army, and the absence of wild leaps from one system to another. If we had had more time for discussion, we should probably have made a great many more mistakes. And yet there was fighting within the party, often very bitter. Things could not have been otherwise. The work was too new, the difficulties much too great. The old army was still breaking up and sowing hatred of war over the country at the time when we were obliged to raise new regiments. The Tsar's officers were being driven out of the old army, sometimes quite ruthlessly. We had to enroll these very officers as instructors for the Red Army. Committees came into existence in the old regiments as the very embodiment of the revolution, at least during its first period. In the new regiments the committee system was not to be tolerated, it stood for disintegration. The curses against the old discipline were still ringing in our ears when we began to introduce the new. In a short time, we had to go from voluntary enlistment to conscription, from detachments of irregulars to a proper military organization. We had continuously to fight the methods of the irregulars, a fight that demanded the utmost persistence and unwillingness to compromise, sometimes even the sternest measures. The chaos of irregular warfare expressed the peasant element that lay beneath the revolution, whereas the struggle against it was also a struggle in favor of the proletarian state organizations opposed to the elemental petty bourgeois anarchy that was undermining it. But the methods and ways of the irregular fighting found an echo in the ranks of the party, as well. On the military question, the opposition assumed a more or less definite form during the first months of the organizing of the Red Army. Its fundamental ideas found expression in a defense of the electoral method and in protests against the enlistment of experts, the introduction of military discipline, the centralizing of the army, and so on. The opposition tried to find some general theoretical formula for their stand. They insisted that a centralized army was characteristic of a capitalist state. Revolution had to blot out not only positional war, but a centralized army as well. The very essence of revolution was its ability to move about, to deliver swift attacks, and to carry out maneuvers. Its fighting force was embodied in a small, independent detachment made up of various arms. It was not bound to a base. In its operations it relied wholly on the support of a sympathetic populace. It could emerge freely in the enemy's rear, etc. In short, the tactics of a small war were proclaimed the tactics of revolution. This was all very abstract and was really nothing but an idealization of our weakness. The serious experience of the Civil War very soon disproved these prejudices. The superiority of central organization and strategy over local improvisations, military separatism and federalism, revealed itself only too soon and too clearly in the experiences of the struggle. The Red Army had in its service thousands, and, later on, tens of thousands of old officers. In their own words, many of them only 2 years before had thought of moderate liberals as extreme revolutionaries, while the Bolsheviks, in their eyes, belonged to the fourth dimension. We should indeed have a low opinion of ourselves and of our party. I wrote against the opposition at that time, of the moral force of our idea, of the drawing power of our revolutionary morale. If we thought ourselves incapable of winning over thousands and thousands of specialists, including military ones, we certainly achieved our end, but not without difficulty and friction. The communists adapted themselves to the military work with some difficulty. Here selection and training were essential. Even when we were before Kazan, in August, 1918, I telegraphed Lenin, only communists who know how to obey should be sent here, the ones who are ready to suffer hardships and are prepared to die. Featherweight agitators are not wanted here. A year later, in the Ukraine, where anarchy was rampant even in the party ranks, I wrote in an order to the 14th Army, I give warning that every communist delegated by the party to join the ranks of the army becomes thereby a part of the Red Army and has the same rights and duties as every other soldier of the Red Army. Communists found guilty of misdemeanors and crimes against the revolutionary military duty will be doubly punished, for offenses that may be condoned in a benighted. Uneducated man cannot be condoned in a member of the party that leads the working classes of the world. Obviously, much friction arose on this score, and there was no dearth of malcontents. The military oppositionists included, for example, Pyatakov, the present director of the State Bank. He usually joined every opposition, only to wind up as a government official. 3 or 4 years ago, when Pyatakov belonged to the same group as I did, I prophesied in jest that in the event of a Bonapartist coup d'état, Pyatakov would go to the office the next day with his briefcase. Now I can add more earnestly that if this fails to come about, it will be only through lack of a Bonapartist coup d'état and not through any fault of Pyatakov's. In the Ukraine, he enjoyed considerable influence, not by accident but because he is a fairly well-educated Marxist, especially in the realm of economics, and is undoubtedly a good administrator, with a reserve of will. In the early years, Pyatakov showed revolutionary energy, but it later changed to a bureaucratic conservatism. In fighting his semi-anarchist views, I resorted to giving him an important post from the very outset, so that he would have to change from words to deeds. This method is not new, but often is very efficacious. His administrative sense soon prompted him to apply the very methods against which he had been waging his war of words. Such changes were common. All the best elements of the military opposition were soon drawn into the work. At the same time I offered the most implacable an opportunity to organize a few regiments according to their own principles, promising for my part to give them all the necessary resources. Only one district group on the Volga accepted the challenge, and organized a regiment that was in no way different from the rest. The Red Army was winning on all the fronts, and the opposition eventually melted away. Tsaritsyn, where the military workers were grouped around Voroshilov, held a special place in the Red Army and in the military opposition. Their revolutionary detachments were headed chiefly by former non-commissioned officers from among the peasants of the Northern Caucasus. The deep antagonism between the Cossacks and the peasants of the southern steppes imparted a vicious ferocity to the civil war in that region. It penetrated far into the villages and led to the wholesale extermination of entire families. This was a peasant war with its roots deep in local soil, and, in its mujik ferocity, it far surpassed the revolutionary struggle in all other parts of the country. This war brought forward a good many stalwart irregulars who excelled in local skirmishing but usually failed when they had to undertake military tasks of larger scope. The life of Voroshilov illustrates the career of a worker revolutionist, with its leadership in strikes, underground work, imprisonment, and exile. Like many of the other rulers of today, Voroshilov was merely a national revolutionary democrat from among the workers, nothing more. This was most apparent in the imperialist Great War, and later on in the February Revolution. In the official biographies of Voroshilov, the years 1914 to 17 are a great blank, as is true of most of the present leaders. The secret of this blank is that during the war most of these men were patriots, and discontinued their revolutionary work. In the February Revolution, Voroshilov, like Stalin, supported the government of Guchkov and Myakov from the left. They were extreme revolutionary democrats, but in no sense internationalists. As a rule, the Bolsheviks who were patriots during the war were Democrats after the February Revolution, and are today followers of Stalin's National Socialism. Voroshilov is no exception. Although he was one of the Lugansk workers, from their privileged top section, in his habits and tastes Voroshilov always resembled a small proprietor more than he did a proletarian. After the October Revolution, he became the natural center of the opposition of non-commissioned officers and irregulars against a centralized military organization demanding military knowledge and a wider outlook. Such was the origin of the Tsaritsyn opposition. In Voroshilov's circles, specialists, graduates of the military academy, high staffs, and Moscow were mentioned with hatred. But since the chiefs of the irregulars had no military knowledge of their own, every one had close at hand his own specialist, who, being naturally of the second order, held tenaciously to his post against the more capable and better informed. The attitude of the Tsaritsyn military heads toward the command of the Southern Military Front scarcely differed from their attitude toward the Whites. Their contact with the Moscow center did not go beyond a constant demand for munitions. Our resources were very slight, everything produced by the factories was immediately sent to the armies. Not one of them, however, absorbed as many rifles or cartridges as the Tsaritsyn army. Whenever its demands were refused, Tsaritsyn would raise the cry of treason by the Moscow specialists. It kept a special representative in Moscow, a sailor named Zavodier, to extort supplies for its army. When we tightened up on the discipline, Zavodier turned bandit. I believe that later he was caught and shot. Stalin stayed in Tsaritsyn for a few months, shaping his intrigue against me with the aid of the homebred opposition of Voroshilov and his closest associates. Even then it was assuming a very prominent place in his activities. He so conducted himself, however, as to be able to withdraw at any moment. Every day I would receive from the High Command or the Front Command such complaints against Tsaritsyn as, "It is impossible to get executions of an order, it is impossible to find out what is going on there. It is even impossible to get an answer to an inquiry." Lenin watched the conflict develop with alarm. He knew Stalin better than I did, and obviously suspected that the stubbornness of Tsaritsyn was being secretly staged by Stalin. The situation became intolerable. I decided to enforce order in Tsaritsyn. After a new clash between the High Command and Tsaritsyn, I obtained Stalin's recall. It was done through the medium of Sviyazhsk, who went in a special train to bring Stalin back. Lenin was anxious to reduce the conflict to its minimum, and in this he of course was right. I, for my part, scarcely ever gave Stalin a thought. In 1917 he flashed before me as a barely perceptible shadow. In the heat of the fight I usually forgot his existence. I thought of the Tsaritsyn army because I needed a dependable left flank on the southern front, and I set out for Tsaritsyn to arrange it at any cost. On my way there I met Sviyazhsk. He inquired cautiously about my intentions, and then suggested that I have a talk with Stalin, who, as it happened, was returning in the same car with Sviyazhsk. "Do you really wish to dismiss them all?" Stalin asked me, in a tone of exaggerated humility. "They are fine boys. Those fine boys will ruin the revolution, which can't wait for them to grow out of their adolescence," I answered him. "All I want is to draw Tsaritsyn into Soviet Russia." A few hours later I met Voroshilov. The staff was in a state of alarm. The rumor was that Trotsky was coming with a big broom and his score of Tsarist generals to replace the irregular chiefs, who, I must add, had all hurriedly renamed themselves as commanders of regiments, brigades, and divisions by the time I arrived there. I put the question to Voroshilov: how did he regard the orders from the front and the High Command? He opened his heart to me. Tsaritsyn thought it necessary to execute only such orders as it considered right. That was too much. I retorted that if he did not undertake to carry out the orders and military tasks exactly and absolutely as they were given to him, I would immediately send him under convoy to Moscow for committal before the Revolutionary Tribunal. I dismissed no one, satisfied with the formal assurance of obedience. Most of the communists in the Tsaritsyn army supported me with utter sincerity, not merely out of fear. I visited all the units and encouraged the irregulars, among whom there were many excellent soldiers who needed only proper leadership. With this, I returned to Moscow. In all this affair, I had no feeling of personal prejudice or ill will. I think I can rightfully say that in all my political activity personal considerations have never played a part. But in the great struggle that we were carrying on, the stakes were too big to permit me to consider side issues. As a result, I frequently trod on the toes of personal prejudice, friendly favoritism, or vanity. Stalin carefully picked up the men whose toes had been trodden on. He had the time and the personal interest to do it. From that time on, the Tsaritsyn ruling circle became one of his chief weapons. As soon as Lenin fell ill, Stalin with the help of his allies had Tsaritsyn renamed Stalingrad. The mass of the people had not the ghost of an idea what the name meant. And if Voroshilov is today a member of the Politburo, the only reason, I see no other, is that in 1918 I forced his submission by the threat of sending him under convoy to Moscow. I feel that it will be interesting to illustrate the chapter on our military work, or rather on the struggle connected with it within the party, by a few excerpts from the party correspondence of that time, hitherto unpublished anywhere. On October 4, 1918, I said to Lenin and Sviyazhsk over a direct wire from Tambov. I insist categorically on Stalin's recall. The Tsaritsyn front is in a bad way, despite the abundance of troops. I leave him, Voroshilov, as commander of the 10th, Tsaritsyn, army on condition of obedience to the commander of the Southern Front. Until now the men there have not even sent reports of operations to Kozlov. I made them undertake to send in reports of operations and reconnoitering twice a day. If this is not done tomorrow, I will commit Voroshilov to trial and announce this in an order to the army. There is only a short time left for an offensive before the roads become impassable either by foot or by horse. We have no time for diplomatic negotiations. Stalin was recalled. Lenin understood that I was guided only by military considerations. At the same time, he was naturally disturbed by the disagreement and tried to smooth out our relations. On October 23 he wrote to me at Balashov. Today, Stalin returned bringing with him news of 3 big victories by our troops before Tsaritsyn. 35 Stalin has persuaded Voroshilov and Minin, whom he considers very valuable and quite irreplaceable workers, not to leave, and to obey in full the orders of the center. The only cause of their dissatisfaction, according to him, is the extreme delay or even failure in sending them shells and cartridges, for lack of which the 200,000 strong of the Caucasian army, which is in fine fettle, are also perishing. 36 Stalin is anxious to work on the Southern Front. He hopes that in actual work he will be able to demonstrate the correctness of his view. In informing you, Lev Davidovich, of all these statements of Stalin's, I request that you consider them and reply, first, as to your willingness to talk the matter over with Stalin personally, for this he agrees to visit you, and second, if you think it possible to remove the friction by certain concrete terms and to arrange for the joint work which Stalin so much desires. As for me, I think it necessary to make every effort to arrange to work in conjunction with Stalin. Lenin. I replied stating my complete accord, and Stalin was appointed a member of the Revolutionary Military Council of the Southern Front. Alas, the compromise brought no results. In Tsaritsyn things did not improve a bit. On December 14 I telegraphed Lenin from Kursk, it is impossible to leave Voroshilov at his post after he has nullified all attempts at compromise. It is necessary to send a new Revolutionary Military Council with a new commander to Tsaritsyn, and to transfer Voroshilov to the Ukraine. This proposal was accepted without opposition. But matters in the Ukraine did not improve either. Even as it was, the anarchy that reigned there had made regular military work very difficult, and now Voroshilov's opposition, with Stalin again behind him, made the work quite impossible. On January 10, 1919, I transmitted the following message to Sviyazhsk, then chairman of the Central Executive Committee, from the station of Gryatsy. I must categorically state that the Tsaritsyn policy, which led to the complete disintegration of the Tsaritsyn army, cannot be tolerated in the Ukraine. The line pursued by Stalin, Voroshilov and company means the ruin of the entire enterprise. Trotsky. Lenin and Sviyazhsk, who were watching the work of the Tsaritsyn group from a distance, were still trying to achieve a compromise. Unfortunately I haven't their telegram, but on January 11 I answered Lenin, a compromise is of course necessary, but not one that is rotten. In point of actual fact, all the Tsaritsyn men are gathered now at Kharkov. I consider Stalin's patronage of the Tsaritsyn policy a most dangerous ulcer, worse than any treason or betrayal by military specialists. Trotsky. A compromise is necessary, but not one that is rotten. 4 years later, Lenin returned this phrase, almost word for word, apropos of the same Stalin. It was before the 12th Party Congress. Lenin was getting ready to rout the Stalin group, and opened his attack on the line of the question of nationality. When I suggested a compromise, Lenin answered, Stalin will make a rotten compromise and then he will deceive us. In a letter to the Central Committee in March, 1919, I replied to Zinoviev, who was flirting equivocally with the military opposition, I cannot engage in investigations of individual psychology to determine which group of the military opposition Voroshilov should be included in. But I will say that the only thing I can blame myself for, in regard to him, is my protracted attempt, extending over 2 or 3 months, to proceed by means of negotiations, persuasions, and personal combinations, when the interests of the work demanded instead a firm, administrative decision. For, after all, the problem of the 10th Army was not one of changing Voroshilov's views, but of securing military success in the shortest possible time. On May 30, an insistent demand reached Lenin from Kharkov to form a separate Ukrainian group of armies under Voroshilov's command. Lenin communicated this to me at the station of Kantemirovka, over the direct wire. On June 1, I replied to him, the insistent demands of certain Ukrainians to merge the 2nd, 8th and 13th armies under Voroshilov are utterly indefensible. What we need is not an operative unity in the Donetsk district but a general unity against Denikin. The idea of a military and food dictatorship by Voroshilov, in the Ukraine, is the result of the Donetsk separatism directed against Kiev, i.e. against the Ukrainian government, and the Southern Front. I have no doubt that the realization of this plan would only increase the chaos and would utterly kill the direction of operations. Please demand that Voroshilov and Meslok carry out the real task that has been given them. Trotsky. On June 1, Lenin telegraphed Voroshilov, it is absolutely imperative that all agitation be stopped immediately, and that all work be placed on a military basis. That no more time be wasted on all the fine projects about separate groups and similar attempts at restoring the Ukrainian front. Lenin. Having learned from experience how difficult it was to manage the undisciplined separatists, Lenin called a meeting of the Politburo the same day and got the following decision adopted. It was sent immediately to Voroshilov and to all interested persons. The Politburo of the Central Committee met on June, and in complete agreement with Trotsky rejected decisively the Ukrainian plan to create a separate Donetsk unity. We demand that Voroshilov and Meziok carry out their immediate work, or the day after tomorrow Trotsky will call you to Izium and make his decisions more detailed. By the instruction of the Bureau of the Central Committee. Lenin. Next day, the Central Committee took up the question of the army commander, Voroshilov, who had arbitrarily taken for the use of his army the greater part of the military supplies captured from the enemy. The Central Committee resolved, to instruct Comrade Rakovsky to telegraph this to Comrade Trotsky at Izium and ask him to take the most energetic measures to transfer these supplies for the disposal of the Revolutionary Military Council of the Republic. On the same day, Lenin informed me by direct wire, Debenko and Voroshilov making free with military property. Complete chaos, no serious help given the Donetsk base. Lenin. In other words, what was going on in the Ukraine was simply a repetition of the practices against which I had fought in Tsaritsyn. It is no wonder that my military work created so many enemies for me. I did not look to the side, I elbowed away those who interfered with military success, or in the haste of the work trod on the toes of the unheeding and was too busy even to apologize. Some people remember such things. The dissatisfied and those whose feelings had been hurt found their way to Stalin or Zinoviev, for these two also nourished hurts. Every reverse at the front led the malcontents to increase their pressure on Lenin. Behind the scenes, these machinations were even then being managed by Stalin. Memoranda were submitted criticizing our military policy, my patronage of the specialists, the harsh treatment of the communists, and so on. Commanders who had been compelled to resign or frustrated Red Marshals sent in one report after another pointing out the precariousness of our strategy, the sabotage by the High Command, and much else besides. Lenin was too much absorbed in the general question of direction to make trips to the fronts or to enter into the everyday work of the military department. I stayed at the fronts most of the time, which facilitated the activities of the Moscow Whisperers. Their insistent criticisms could not but occasionally disturb Lenin. By the time I paid my visit to Moscow, he had accumulated many doubts and questions. But after half an hour's talk with me, our mutual understanding and complete solidarity were again restored. During our reverses in the east, when Kolchak was approaching the Volga, at one of the meetings of the Soviet of Commissaries to which I had come straight from the train, Lenin wrote me a note: "What if we fire all the specialists and appoint Lashevich as commander-in-chief?" Lashevich was an old Bolshevik who had earned his promotion to the rank of a sergeant in the German war. I replied on the same note, "Child's play." Lenin looked slyly at me from under his heavy brows, with a very expressive grimace that seemed to say, "You are very harsh with me." But, deep down, he really liked abrupt answers that left no room for doubt. We came together after the meeting. Lenin asked me various things about the front. "You ask me," I said, "if it would not be better to kick out all the old officers. But do you know how many of them we have in the army now? Not even approximately." "I don't know." "Not less than 30,000. "What?" "Not less than 30,000. For every traitor, there are 100 who are dependable, for every one who deserts, there are 2 or 3 who get killed. How are we to replace them all?" A few days later, Lenin was making a speech on the problems of constructing the socialist commonwealth. This is what he said: "When Comrade Trotsky recently informed me that in our military department the officers are numbered in tens of thousands, I gained a concrete conception of what constitutes the secret of making proper use of our enemy. Of how to build communism out of the bricks that the capitalists had gathered to use against us." At the party congress held about the same time, Lenin in my absence, I was at the front, came forward with an impassioned defense of the military policy that I was carrying out, against the criticisms of the opposition. For this reason the minutes of the military section of the 8th Congress of the party have never to this day been published. At the front I was once visited by Menzhinsky. I had known him for a long time. In the years of the reaction, he belonged to the group of the extreme left, or the Periodovists, as they were called from the name of their paper, Bogdanov, Lunacharsky, and others. Menzhinsky himself inclined to French syndicalism. The Periodovists organized a Marxist school in Bologna for 10 to 15 Russian workers who had come over, in the illegal, revolutionary fashion, from Russia. This was in 1910. For about 2 weeks I gave a course there on the press, and also conducted conferences on questions of party tactics. There I met Menzhinsky, who had come from Paris. The impression he made on me could best be described by saying that he made none at all. He seemed more like the shadow of some other unrealized man, or rather like a poor sketch for an unfinished portrait. There are such people. Only now and then would an ingratiating smile or a secret play of the eyes betray his eagerness to emerge from his insignificance. I do not know what his conduct was during the October days, or whether he had any at all. But after the seizure of power, in the hustle-bustle of the period he was sent to the Ministry of Finance. He showed no active enterprise of his own, or rather only enough to reveal his incompetence. Later on, Dzerzhinsky took him over. Dzerzhinsky was a man of tremendous will, passion, and high moral tension. His figure dominated the Cheka.37. No one took any notice of Menzhinsky, so quietly toiling away over his papers. It was not until Dzerzhinsky, toward the end of his life, parted company with his deputy Unskicked that he suggested appointing Menzhinsky to the vacant post, not being able to find anyone else. The proposal caused general surprise. But who else? Dzerzhinsky said, in excuse. There is no one. But Stalin supported Menzhinsky. Stalin generally gave his support to people who existed politically only through the grace of the government apparatus. And so Menzhinsky became the true shadow of Stalin in the GPU. After Dzerzhinsky's death, Menzhinsky became not only the head of the GPU but a member of the Central Committee as well. Thus may the shadow of an unrealized man pass on the bureaucratic screen for that of a real one. 10 years ago, however, Menzhinsky tried to find a different orbit for himself. He came to me in the train with a report about the special departments of the army. After he had finished the official visit, he began to stammer and shuffle about, with that ingratiating smile of his that makes one feel alarmed and puzzled at the same time. He ended by putting a question to me: was I aware that Stalin was conducting a very complicated intrigue against me? What? I said in sheer bewilderment. I was so far from thoughts or apprehensions of anything of the sort. Yes, he is insinuating to Lenin and some others that you are grouping men about you who are especially hostile to Lenin. You must be mad, Menzhinsky. Please wake up. And as for me, I don't even want to talk about it. Menzhinsky left coughing, with shoulders hunched in embarrassment. After that very day I think he began to look for other fields. After an hour or so of work, I began to feel as if something were the matter with me. This man, with his indistinct speech, had disquieted me as surely as if I had swallowed a piece of glass with my food. I began to recall definite incidents, coupling them together, and there, before my eyes, Stalin emerged in a new light. Considerably later, Krastinsky said to me of Stalin, "He is a bad man, with yellow eyes." It was this moral yellowness of his that flashed through my mind for the first time after Menzhinsky's call. When I went to Moscow later for a short visit, I went as usual first to Lenin. We talked about the front. Lenin liked concrete details of life, little facts and casual observations which conducted him, without any beating around the bush, to the heart of things. He couldn't bear approaching real life at a tangent. Leaping over all intermediate steps, he would put his own particular questions, and I would answer him, all the time admiring the skill with which he drilled through to the facts. We laughed. Lenin was usually in a gay mood. Nor would I describe myself as a gloomy person. In the end I told him about Menzhinsky's visit at the Southern Front. Is it really possible that there is any truth in it? I asked. I noticed that Lenin immediately became excited, and that the blood rushed to his face. All trifles, he kept repeating, although not in a very convincing way. I am interested in knowing only one thing, I said. Could you possibly entertain, if only for a moment, such a horrible thought as that I was picking up men to oppose you? Trifles, replied Lenin, but this time with a firmness that instantly reassured me. The little cloud that had hung over us seemed to melt away, and our parting was unusually friendly. But I realized that Menzhinsky was not talking through his hat. If Lenin denied it without telling me everything, it was only because he wanted to avoid a conflict, a personal quarrel. In this I was fully in accord with him. But Stalin was obviously sowing trouble. Not until much later did I realize how systematically he had been doing that, almost nothing but that. For Stalin never did any serious work. Stalin's first quality is laziness, Bukharin had once told me, and his second is an implacable jealousy of anyone who knows more or does things better than he. He even tried to dig under Ilyich. Chapter 37. Disagreements over War Strategy. In these pages I am not recounting the history of the Red Army or of its battles. Both these themes, so inseparably bound up with the history of the revolution, and going far beyond the scope of an autobiography, will probably make the subject matter for another book. But I cannot pass by the political strategic disagreements that sprang up in the progress of the Civil War. The fate of the revolution depended on the course of military operations. As time went on, the Central Committee of the party was more and more absorbed in the problems of war, among them, the questions of strategy. The chief commanding posts were occupied by military experts of the old school who lacked an understanding of social and political conditions. The experienced revolutionary politicians who comprised the Central Committee of the party lacked military knowledge. The strategic conceptions on a large scale were usually the result of collective work, and, as always in such cases, gave rise to dissension and conflict. There were 4 instances when the Central Committee was divided by strategic disagreements. In other words, there were as many disagreements as there were main fronts. Here I can deal with these only very briefly, merely introducing the reader to the essence of the problems that presented themselves to the military leadership, and at the same time disposing, in passing, of the later inventions about me. The first acute argument in the Central Committee took place in the summer of 1919, apropos of the situation on the Eastern Front. The commander-in-chief at the time was Vatsidis, of whom I spoke in the chapter on Sviyazhsk. I directed my efforts toward making Vatsidis sure of himself, of his rights and his authority. Without this, command is impossible. Vatsidis's point of view was that, after our great successes against Kolchak, we abstained from rushing too far into the east, to the other side of the Urals. He wanted the Eastern Front to stay at the mountains for the winter. This would have enabled us to withdraw a few divisions from the east and switch them to the south, where Denikin was getting more dangerous. I supported this plan. But it met with rigorous opposition from Kamenev, the commander of the Eastern Front and a colonel of the General Staff in the Tsar's army, as well as from two members of the Military Council, both old Bolsheviks, Smilga and Lashevich. They insisted that Kolchak was so far defeated that only a few men were necessary to follow him, and that the most important thing was that he be prevented from getting a breathing spell. Because in that case he would recover during the winter and we would have to start the Eastern campaign all over again in the spring. The entire question hinged, therefore, on a true estimate of the condition of Kolchak's army and rear. Even then I considered the southern front far more important and dangerous than the eastern. Later on this was fully confirmed. But it proved to be the command of the Eastern Front that was right in appraising Kolchak's army. The Central Committee adopted a decision against the High Command, and therefore against me, because I supported Vatsidis, on the ground that this strategic equation had several unknowns in it. But that one of the important and known quantities was the need of maintaining the still new authority of the Commander-in-Chief. The decision of the Central Committee proved right. The Eastern armies released some troops for the Southern Front and continued, at the same time, their advance on the heels of Kolchak into the heart of Siberia. This brought about a change in the High Command. Vatsidis was dismissed and Kamenev put in his place. The disagreement, in itself, was of a practical nature, and of course had not the slightest bearing on my relations with Lenin. But out of these small episodic disagreements the intrigue was weaving its nets. On June 4, 1919, Stalin, writing from the south, was trying to scare Lenin with the dangers of the military direction. The whole question now is, he wrote, whether the Central Committee can find enough courage to draw the proper conclusions. Has the Central Committee sufficient character and firmness? The meaning of the above lines is quite obvious. Their tone proves that Stalin had raised the question more than once, and just as many times had met with Lenin's opposition. I was ignorant of all this at the time. But I sensed some intrigue afoot. Being without time or desire to go into the matter, I offered my resignation to the Central Committee, so as to make an end of it. On July 5, the Central Committee replied as follows. The Organizational and Political Bureau of the Central Committee, after considering the statement of Comrade Trotsky and discussing it in full, has unanimously come to the conclusion that it is quite unable to accept Comrade Trotsky's resignation and comply with his request. The Organizational and Political Bureau of the Central Committee will do everything in its power to make the work on the Southern Front, now the most difficult, dangerous, and significant, and which Comrade Trotsky himself has chosen, most convenient for him and profitable for the Republic. In his capacity as War Commissar and as Chairman of the Revolutionary Military Council, Comrade Trotsky is fully able to act as a member of the Revolutionary Military Council of the Southern Front in cooperation with the Commander of the Front, whom he himself proposed and whom the Central Committee accordingly appointed. The Organizational and Political Bureau of the Central Committee give Comrade Trotsky full power to use all means for securing whatever he thinks will correct the line from the military point of view, and if he wishes, to expedite the party congress. Lenin, Kamenev, Kshestinsky, Kalinin, Serebryakov, Stalin, Stasova. This decision carries Stalin's name among the others. Although he was carrying on an intrigue behind the scenes, and accusing Lenin of lack of courage and firmness, Stalin did not have spirit enough to go into open opposition to the Central Committee. The Southern Front, as already mentioned, assumed the principal place in the Civil War. The enemy's forces were composed of two independent parts, the Cossacks, particularly in the province of Kuban, and the volunteer White Army, recruited from all over the country. The Cossacks were anxious to defend their borders from the onslaught of the workers and peasants. The volunteer army was anxious to capture Moscow. These two interests merged only so long as the volunteers formed a common front with the Kuban Cossacks in the northern Caucasus. But Denikin found it very difficult, and in fact impossible, to bring the Cossacks out of their province of Kuban. Our high command approached the problem of the southern front as one of abstract strategy, ignoring its social basis. The Kuban province was the chief base of the volunteers. The high command, therefore, decided to deliver the decisive blow at that base from the Volga. It reasoned, let Denikin rush on and try to reach Moscow at the head of his armies. In the meantime, we will sweep away his Kuban base behind his back. Then Denikin will be suspended in the air and we will catch him bare-handed. That was the general strategic scheme. Had this not been a civil war, the plan would have been correct. But in its application to the real southern front, the plan proved to be merely a theoretical one, and greatly helped the enemy. Whereas Denikin had failed to persuade the Cossacks to a long marching campaign against the north, he now was helped by our striking at the Cossack nests from the south. After this, the Cossacks could no longer defend themselves on their own land. We had ourselves bound up their fate with that of the volunteer army. In spite of the careful preparation for our operations and the concentration of forces and technical means, we had no success. The Cossacks formed a formidable bulwark in Denikin's rear. They seemed to be rooted to their land, and held on with their claws and teeth. Our offensive put the whole Cossack population on their feet. We were expending our time and energy and managing only to drive all those capable of bearing arms directly into the White Army. In the meantime, Denikin swept the Ukraine, filled his ranks, advanced toward the north, took Kursk and Oryol, and was threatening Tula. The surrender of Tula would have been a catastrophe, because it would have involved the loss of the rifle and cartridge manufacturing plants. The plan that I advocated from the outset was exactly the opposite. I demanded that with our first blow we cut the volunteers off from the Cossacks, and, leaving the Cossacks to themselves, concentrate all our strength against the volunteers. The main direction of the blow, according to this plan, would be not from the Volga toward Kuban, but from Voronezh toward Kharkov and the Donetsk region. In this section of the country which divides the northern Caucasus from the Ukraine, the peasants and workers were wholly on the side of the Red Army. Advancing in this direction, the Red Army would have been moving like a knife through butter. The Cossacks would have remained in their places to guard their borders from strangers, but we would not have touched them. The question of the Cossacks would have been an independent one, more political than military in nature. But it was necessary in the first place to separate this as strategy from the routing of the volunteer army of Denikin. In the end, it was this plan that was eventually adopted, but not before Denikin had begun to threaten Tula, whose loss would have been more dangerous than that of Moscow. We wasted several months, suffered many needless losses and lived through some very menacing weeks. In passing, I should like to point out that the strategic disagreements about the southern front were most closely related to the question of the appreciation or underappreciation of the peasantry. I built my plan on the relations of the peasants and workers on the one side and the Cossacks on the other, and on this line of argument I opposed my own plan to the academic scheme of the High Command, which met with support from the majority of the Central Committee. If I had spent 1,000th part of the effort used to prove my underappreciation of the peasantry, I could have built up just as absurd an accusation, not only against Zinoviev, Stalin and the rest, but against Lenin as well. On the basis of our disagreement over the southern front. The third conflict of a strategic nature arose in connection with Yudenika's offensive against Petrograd. This incident was described in an earlier chapter, and need not be gone over again. I will add only that, influenced by the very serious situation in the south, from which the chief menace was directed, and influenced also by the reports from Petrograd of the extraordinary technical equipment of Yudenika's army, Lenin began to believe that it was necessary to shorten the front line by surrendering Petrograd. This was probably the only occasion when Zinoviev and Stalin supported me against Lenin, and he himself abandoned his obviously mistaken plan a few days later. The last disagreement, and undoubtedly the most violent of all, had to do with the fate of the Polish front in the summer of 1920. Bonar Law, then the British Premier, in the House of Commons quoted my letter to the French Communists as proof of our intention of crushing Poland in the fall of 1920. A similar assertion is to be found in a book by the late Polish War Minister, Sikorsky, but this time it is supported by a reference to my speech at the International Congress in January, 1920. All this is sheer drivel from beginning to end. Of course, I never had an occasion to express my sympathy with the Poland of Pilsudski, that is, a Poland of oppression and repression under a cloak of patriotic phraseology and heroic braggadocio. It would be easy to pick out a number of my statements to the effect that, in the event that war was forced on us by Pilsudski, we would try not to stop halfway. Such statements were the result of the entire setting. But to draw the conclusion from this that we wanted a war with Poland, or were even preparing it, is to lie in the face of facts and common sense. We strained every effort to avoid that war. We spared no measure to achieve this end. Sikorsky admits that we conducted peace propaganda with extraordinary cleverness. He does not understand, or pretends that he does not, that the secret of that cleverness was very simple. It was merely that we were trying with all our might to secure peace, even at the price of the greatest concessions. Even more perhaps than anyone else, I did not want this war, because I realized only too clearly how difficult it would be to prosecute it after 3 years of continuous civil war. The Polish government, as Sikorsky's book makes clear, consciously and determinately began the war in spite of our indefatigable efforts to preserve peace, efforts that made of our foreign policy a combination of patience and pedagogical persistence. We sincerely wanted peace. Pilsudski imposed war on us. We could wage it only because the great mass of the people had been watching our diplomatic duel continuously, and were thoroughly convinced that the war had been forced on us. In this they were absolutely right. The country made one more truly heroic effort. The capture of Kiev by the Poles, in itself devoid of any military significance, did us a great service. It awakened the country. Again I had to make the rounds of armies and cities, mobilizing men and resources. We recaptured Kiev. Then our successes began. The Poles were rolled back with a celerity I never anticipated, since I could hardly believe the foolhardiness that actually lay at the bottom of Pilsudski's campaign. But on our side, too, after our first major successes, the idea of the possibilities that were open to us became greatly exaggerated. A point of view that the war which began as one of defense should be turned into an offensive and revolutionary war began to grow and acquire strength. In principle, of course, I could not possibly have any objection to such a course. The question was simply one of the correlation of forces. The unknown quantity was the attitude of the Polish workers and peasants. Some of our Polish comrades, such as the late J. Marklewski, a co-worker of Rosa Luxemburg's, weighed the situation very soberly. The former's estimation was an important factor in my desire to get out of the war as quickly as possible. But there were other voices, too. There were high hopes of an uprising of the Polish workers. At any rate, Lenin fixed his mind on carrying the war to an end, up to the entry into Warsaw to help the Polish workers overthrow Pilsudski's government and seize the power. The apparent decision by the government easily captured the imagination of the High Command and of the command of the Western Front. By the time I paid my regular visit to Moscow, I found opinion strongly in favor of carrying on the war until the end. To this I was resolutely opposed. The Poles were already asking for peace. I thought that we had reached the peak of our successes, and if we went farther, misjudging our strength, we would run the risk of passing beyond the victory already won to a defeat. After the terrific effort that enabled the Fourth Army to cover 600 kilometers in 5 weeks, it could move forward only through inertia. Everything hung on the nerves, and these were but thin threads. One strong blow would have been enough to shake our front and turn our unprecedented and unexampled offensive thrust, even Foch was obliged to admit this, into a defeat that would be a catastrophe. I demanded an immediate conclusion of peace, before the army should grow too exhausted. I was supported, as far as I can remember now, only by Rykov. All the rest were won over by Lenin during my absence. Thus it was decided to continue the offensive. In contrast with the Brest-Litovsk period, the roles had been completely reversed. Then it was I who demanded that the signing of the peace be delayed. That even at the price of losing some territory, we give the German proletariat time to understand the situation and get in its word. Now it was Lenin who demanded that our army continue its advance and give the Polish proletariat time to appraise the situation and rise up in arms. The Polish War confirmed from the opposite side what was demonstrated by the Brest-Litovsk War, that the events of war and those of the revolutionary mass movement are measured by different yardsticks. Where the action of armies is measured by days and weeks, the movement of the masses of people is usually reckoned in months and years. If this difference in tempo is not taken fully into account, the gears of war will only break the teeth of the revolutionary gears, instead of setting them in motion. At any rate, that is what happened in the short Brest-Litovsk War, and in the Great Polish War. We passed over and beyond our own victory to a heavy defeat. One must note that one of the reasons for the extraordinary proportions which the catastrophe before Warsaw assumed was the conduct of the command of the southern group of the Soviet armies, operating in the direction of Lvov, Lemberg. The chief political figure in the Revolutionary Military Council of this group was Stalin. Stalin wanted, at whatever cost, to enter Lvov at the same time that Smilga and Tukhachevsky entered Warsaw. Some people are capable of having even such ambitions. When the danger to the armies under Tukhachevsky was fully revealed, and the High Command ordered the southwestern armies to change the direction of their advance so as to strike at the flank of the Polish armies before Warsaw. The southwestern command, encouraged by Stalin, continued advancing due west. For was it not more important that they should themselves capture Lvov than that they should help others to take Warsaw? Only after repeated orders and threats did the southwestern command change the direction of its advance. But the few days of delay had already had their fatal effect. Our armies were rolled back 400 or more kilometers. After the brilliant victories of the day before, no one would be reconciled to the situation. On my return from the Wrangel front, I found Moscow favoring a second Polish war. Now, even Rykov went over to the other camp. Once started, he was saying, we must carry it through to the end. The command of the Western Front was encouraging hopes, sufficient reserves had come up, the artillery had been replenished, and so on and so forth. The wish was father to the thought. What have we on the Western Front? I rejoined. Only morally defeated units into which we have now poured raw human dough. One can't fight with such an army. Or to be more exact, with an army like this one might be able to engage in defensive operations while retreating and preparing a new army in the rear. But it would be senseless to think that such an army is capable of raising itself to a victorious advance along a road strewn with its own fragments. I declared that a repetition of the error already committed would cost us 10 times as much, and that I would not submit to the decision that was being proposed, but would carry an appeal to the party. Though Lenin formally defended the continuation of the war, this time he did it without his former conviction and insistence. My firm belief in the necessity of concluding peace, even if it were a harsh one, made its impression on Lenin. He proposed that we put off deciding the question until I could visit the Western Front and get a direct impression of the condition of our armies after the retreat. To me, this meant that Lenin was already with me. I found the headquarters at the front in favor of another war. But there was no conviction there, it was simply a reflection of the attitude in Moscow. The lower I went on the military ladder, from an army to a division, a regiment, a company, the more I realized the impossibility of an offensive war. I sent Lenin a letter about it, writing it in longhand, without even keeping a copy of it, while I went on with my round of inspection. The 2 or 3 days that I spent at the front were enough to confirm the conclusion I had brought with me from Moscow. I returned there, and the Politburo almost unanimously resolved in favor of an immediate peace. The error in the strategic calculations in the Polish War had great historical consequences. The Poland of Pilsudski came out of the war unexpectedly strengthened. On the contrary, the development of the Polish Revolution received a crushing blow. The frontier established by the Riga Treaty cut off the Soviet Republic from Germany, a fact that later was of great importance in the lives of both countries. Lenin, of course, understood better than anyone else the significance of the Warsaw mistake, and returned to it more than once in thought and word. In the literature of the Epigones, Lenin is now pictured in somewhat the same light that the icon painters of Suzdal represent Christ and the saints, instead of an ideal image. You get a caricature much as the icon painters try to rise above themselves. In the end they reflect only their own tastes, and as a result they must paint their own idealized portraits. As the authority of the Epigone leadership is maintained by forbidding people to doubt its infallibility, so Lenin is represented in the Epigone literature not as a revolutionary strategist who showed genius in his appreciation of the situation, but as a mechanical automaton of faultless decisions. The word genius in relation to Lenin was first applied by me, at a time when others did not have the courage to pronounce it. Yes, Lenin was as much of a genius as a man can be. But he was not an automatic reckoning machine that makes no mistakes. He made them less often than anyone else in his position would, but he made them all the same, and grave ones, at that, in accord with the titanic scope of all of his work. Chapter 38. The transition to the new economic policy, and my relations with Lenin. Now I am approaching the last period of my collaboration with Lenin. A period deriving further importance from the fact that it contained the foundations of the subsequent victory of the Epigones. After the death of Lenin, a complicated and many-branched organization of an historical and literary nature was established for the sole purpose of distorting the history of our mutual relations. It has been done chiefly by painting a picture of a constant struggle between two principles, by isolating from the past the moments when we disagreed, by making a great deal out of individual polemical expressions, and most of all, by sheer invention. The history of the Church as written down by the medieval apologists is a model of scientific treatment compared with the historical investigations of the Epigones. Their work was somewhat facilitated by the fact that when I disagreed with Lenin, I mentioned it aloud, and, when I thought it necessary, even appealed to the party. Whereas the Epigones, when they disagreed with Lenin, which happened much more often than in my case, usually either kept silent about it, or, like Stalin, sulked and hid away for a few days in the country, somewhere near Moscow. In most cases, the decisions that Lenin and I arrived at independently of each other were identical in all essentials. A few words would bring about a mutual understanding. When I thought the decision of the Politburo or of the Soviet of People's Commissaries might turn out wrong, I would send Lenin a brief note on a slip of paper. He would answer, "Absolutely right. Submit your proposal." Sometimes he would send me an inquiry whether I agreed with his proposal, and a demand that I speak in his support. Time and again he would arrange with me by telephone the manner in which some matter was to be handled, and if it was important he would insist, "Please come without fault." In cases where we worked hand in hand, the usual thing with us on questions of principle, those who were dissatisfied with the decision, among them the present Epigones, remained silent. Many a time Stalin, Zinoviev, or Kamenev disagreed with me on some question of great importance, but as soon as they learned that Lenin shared my opinion they lapsed into silence. We may regard the readiness of the disciples to renounce their own ideas in favor of Lenin's in any way we choose, but this readiness clearly contained no guarantee that without Lenin they were capable of arriving at the same conclusions. In this book my disagreements with Lenin assume an importance that they never actually had. There are two reasons for this: our disagreements were the exception and as such attracted attention. After Lenin's death they were magnified by the Epigones to astronomic proportions and became an independent political factor in no way connected with either of us. In a separate chapter, I gave a detailed account of my disagreements with Lenin in regard to the Brest-Litovsk peace. Now I will mention another disagreement that set us against each other for a couple of months at the close of 1920, on the very eve of the transition to the new economic policy. One cannot deny that the so-called discussion of trades unions clouded our relationship for some time. Each of us was too much the revolutionary and too much the politician to be able or even to want to separate the personal from the general. It was during that discussion that Stalin and Zinoviev were given what one might call their legal opportunity to bring their struggle against me out into the open. They strained every effort to take full advantage of the situation. It was for them a rehearsal of their future campaign against Trotskyism. But it was just this aspect of the thing that disturbed Lenin most, and he tried in every way to paralyze it. The political content of the discussion has had so much refuse heaped upon it that I do not envy the historian of the future who tries to get to the truth of the matter. Long after the event, that is, after Lenin died, the Epigones discovered that my stand at that time was one of appreciation of the peasantry, and one almost hostile toward the new economic policy. This was really the basis of all the subsequent attacks on me. In point of fact, of course, the roots of the discussion were quite the opposite, and to unmask this fact, I must go back a little way. In the fall of 1919, when 60% of our locomotives were diseased, it was thought that by the spring of 1920 the figure would inevitably rise to 75%. That was the expressed opinion of our best experts. Under such conditions, the railway traffic was becoming a senseless affair, because the 25% of locomotives in half-health was only enough for the transport needs of the railways, since they depended on bulky wood for fuel. Engineer Lomonosov, who was actually in charge of the transport system during those months, made a diagram of the locomotive epidemic for the government. Indicating a mathematical point in the year 1920, he declared, "Here comes death." "What is to be done then?" asked Lenin. "There are no such things as miracles," Lomonosov replied. "Even the Bolsheviks cannot perform miracles." We looked at each other, all the more depressed because none of us knew the technical workings of the transport system, nor the technical workings of such gloomy calculations. "Still, we'll try to perform the miracle," Lenin muttered dryly through his teeth. But during the following months the situation grew steadily worse. There was cause enough in actual conditions, but it is also very probable that certain engineers were making the transport situation fit into their diagrams. I spent the winter months of 1919-20 in the Urals directing the economic work. Lenin telegraphed me a proposal that I take charge of transport and try to lift it by emergency measures. I replied stating my acceptance. From the Urals I brought with me a store of economic observations that could be summed up in one general conclusion: war communism must be abandoned. My practical work had satisfied me that the methods of war communism forced on us by the conditions of civil war were completely exhausted, and that to revive our economic life the element of personal interest must be introduced at all costs. In other words, we had to restore the home market in some degree. I submitted to the Central Committee the project of replacing the food levy by a grain tax and of restoring the exchange of commodities. The present policy of equalized requisition according to the food scale, of mutual responsibility for deliveries, and of equalized distribution of manufactured products, tends to lower the status of agriculture and to disperse the industrial proletariat, and threatens to bring about a complete breakdown in the economic life of the country. In these words, I formulated my view in the statement submitted to the Central Committee in February, 1920. The food resources, the statement continued, are threatened with exhaustion, a contingency that no amount of improvement in the methods of requisition can prevent. These tendencies toward economic decline can be counteracted as follows: 1. The requisition of surpluses should give way to payment on a percentage basis, a sort of progressive income tax in kind. The scale of payment being fixed in such a way as to make an increase of the plowed area, or a more thorough cultivation, still yield some profit. 2. A closer correspondence should be established between the industrial products supplied to the peasants and the quantities of grain they deliver. This applies not only to rural districts, volosts, and villages, but to the individual peasant households, as well. These proposals are very guarded. But the basic propositions of the new economic policy adopted a year later did not at first go any farther. Early in 1920, Lenin came out firmly against my proposal. It was rejected in the Central Committee by a vote of 11-4. The subsequent course of events proved the decision of the committee to be a mistake. I did not carry it to the party congress, which was conducted throughout under the slogan of war communism. For the entire year following, the economic life of the country struggled along in a blind alley. My quarrel with Lenin grew out of this blind alley. When the change to the market system was rejected, I demanded that the war methods be applied properly and with system, so that real economic improvements could be obtained. In the system of war communism in which all the resources are, at least in principle, nationalized and distributed by government order, I saw no independent role for trades unions. If industry rests on the states ensuring the supply of all the necessary products to the workers, the trades unions must be included in the system of the state's administration of industry and distribution of products. This was the real substance of the question of making the trades unions part of the state organizations, a measure which flowed inexorably from the system of war communism, and it was in this sense that I defended it. The principles of war communism approved by the Ninth Congress were the basis of my work in the organization of transport. The trade union of railway men was closely bound to the administrative machinery of the department. The methods of military discipline were extended to the entire transport system. I brought the military administration, the strongest and best disciplined at that time, into close connection with the transport administration. This yielded certain important advantages, especially since military transport again assumed first importance with the beginning of war with Poland. Every day I went from the War Commissariat, whose operations destroyed the railways, to the Commissariat of Transport, where I tried not only to save the railways from final collapse, but to raise them to a higher level of efficiency. The year of work in transport was a year in school for me. All the fundamental questions of socialist organization of economic life found their most concentrated expression in the sphere of transport. The great variety in the types of locomotives and cars complicated the work of the railways and the repair shops. Extensive preparatory work was set on foot to standardize the transport system, which, before the revolution, had been controlled equally by the state and by private companies. Locomotives were grouped according to class, their repair was more systematically organized, and the repair shops began to receive precise orders based on their technical equipment. The program for bringing the transport up to the pre-war standard was to be carried out in 4.5 years. The measures adopted were a pronounced success. In the spring and summer of 1920, the transport system began to recover from its paralysis. Lenin never missed an occasion to remark the restoration of the railways. If the war started by Pilsudski in the hope that our transport system would collapse failed to yield Poland the expected result, it was because the curve of railway transport had begun to rise steadily upward. Those results were obtained by extraordinary administrative measures proceeding inevitably from the serious position of the transport system as well as from the system of war communism itself. But the working masses, who had gone through 3 years of civil war, were more and more disinclined to submit to the ways of military rule. With his unerring political instinct, Lenin sensed that the critical moment had arrived. Whereas I was trying to get an ever more intensive effort from the trades unions, taking my stand on purely economic considerations on the basis of war communism, Lenin, guided by political considerations, was moving toward an easing of the military pressure. On the eve of the 10th Congress, our lines crossed antagonistically. A discussion flared up in the party, it was actually beside the point. The party was considering the rate at which the trades unions were to be converted into a part of the state mechanism, whereas the question at issue was really one of daily bread, of fuel, of raw material for the industries. The party was arguing feverishly about the school of communism, whereas the thing that really mattered was the economic catastrophe hanging over the country. The uprisings at Kronstadt and in the province of Tambov broke into the discussion as the last warning. Lenin shaped the first and very guarded theses on the change to the new economic policy. I subscribed to them at once. For me, they were merely a renewal of the proposals which I had introduced a year before. The dispute about the trades unions instantly lost all significance. At the Congress, Lenin took no part in that dispute, and left Zinoviev to amuse himself with the shell of an exploded cartridge. During the debate at the Congress, I gave warning that the resolution on trades unions adopted by the majority would not live until the next Congress. Because the new economic orientation would demand a complete revision of the trades union strategy. And it was only a few months later that Lenin formulated entirely new principles on the role and purpose of trades unions, based on the new economic policy. I expressed my unreserved approval of his resolution. Our solid front was restored. Lenin was afraid that as a result of the discussion, which had lasted 2 months, permanent factions would be established in the party, embittering relationships and making the work much more difficult. But I wound up all conferences with those who shared my view on the question of trades unions while the Congress was still in session. A few weeks after the Congress, Lenin was assured that I was as anxious as he to do away with the temporary factions, which no longer had any basis in principle. Lenin felt as if a weight had been lifted from his chest. He took advantage of some impudent remark that Molotov, who had just been elected to the Central Committee, aimed at me, to charge him with more zeal than reason. And to add then and there, Comrade Trotsky's loyalty in the inter-party relations is absolutely irreproachable. He repeated it several times. It was obvious that in this way he was thrusting back not only at Molotov but at someone else, for Stalin and Zinoviev were trying artificially to prolong the atmosphere of the dispute. At this 10th Congress, on Zinoviev's initiative and quite against Lenin's will, Stalin was put forward as a candidate for the post of the General Secretary of the party. The Congress believed that he had the backing of the entire Central Committee. But no one attached much importance to this appointment. Under Lenin the post of General Secretary, established by the 10th Congress, could have only a technical character, never political. Yet Lenin had his fears. "This cook will make only peppery dishes," he would say of Stalin. That was why Lenin, at one of the first meetings of the Central Committee after the Congress, insisted on emphasizing Trotsky's loyalty. It was a thrust at a subterranean intrigue. Lenin's remark was no casual one. During the Civil War, Lenin had once expressed his moral confidence in me, not by word but by action, so completely that no man could either have asked or received more. The occasion was provided by that same military opposition directed behind the scenes by Stalin. During the war, I had practically unlimited power. The Revolutionary Tribunal held its sessions in my train, the fronts were subordinate to me, and the bases auxiliary to the fronts, and at times, nearly the entire territory belonging to the Republic, not occupied by whites, consisted of bases and fortified regions. Those who happened to get run over by the wheels of the military had relatives and friends who did whatever they could to get relief for them. Petitions, complaints and protests concentrated in Moscow by various channels, and especially at the Presidium of the Central Executive Committee. The first episodes of this sort were connected with events that had taken place as long before as the month at Sviyazhsk. I have already told about the incident of the commander of the 4th Latvian Regiment who was put on trial by me for threatening to withdraw it from its position. The tribunal sentenced the commander to 5 years' imprisonment. Several months later, petitions began to come in, pleading for his release. The pressure of Sviyazhsk was especially great. He put the question to the Politburo. I briefly described the military situation of that time, when the regiment commander had threatened me with consequences that would be dangerous for the revolution. During my narrative, Lenin's face grew grayer and grayer. I had hardly finished my story when he exclaimed in that stifled, hoarse voice that with him always indicated excitement, "Let him stay in. Let him stay there." Sviyazhsk looked at both of us and said, "I think so, too." The second episode, a much more significant one, was that connected with the shooting of the commander and the commissary who withdrew their regiment from its post, seized a steamer by threat of arms, and prepared to steam to Nizhny Novgorod. The regiment had been formed at Smolensk under the direction of those opponents of my military policy who later became its ardent supporters. But at that time they were loud in protest. The commission of the Central Committee, appointed at my request, was unanimous in stating that the action of the military authorities was absolutely right, that the situation had warranted it. But the ambiguous rumors continued. Several times I felt that their source was not far from the Politburo, but I was too busy to conduct an investigation or to disentangle intrigues. Only once did I remark, at the meeting of the Politburo, that if it had not been for the ruthless measures at Sviyazhsk, we would not have been holding our meeting. Absolutely, Lenin picked it up, and then and there began to write very fast, as he always did, in red ink at the bottom of a blank sheet that bore the seal of the Soviet of People's Commissaries. Lenin was in the chair, and so the meeting stopped. 2 minutes later, he handed me the sheet of paper. Point 38. I will give you, said Lenin, as many forms like this as you want. In circumstances as serious as those of civil war, with its necessity of making hasty and irrevocable decisions, some of which might have been mistaken. Lenin gave his signature in advance to any decision that I might consider necessary in the future. And these were decisions that carried life or death with them. Could there be a greater confidence of one man in another? The very idea of this extraordinary document could have come to Lenin only because he knew better than I did, or else suspected the source of the intrigue and thought it necessary to strike back at it with the utmost vigor. But he could risk such a step only because he was so firmly convinced that I could not be disloyal or abuse the power. This confidence in me he expressed to the full in a few lines. The Epigones may look in vain for such a document among their possessions. If Stalin finds anything in his archives, it could only be Lenin's will, which Stalin concealed from the party, the will in which Stalin himself is referred to as a disloyal man, capable of abuse of power. It is enough simply to juxtapose these two texts, the unlimited moral power of attorney which Lenin conferred on me, and the moral Wolf's passport, 39 issued to Stalin, to realize to the full his attitude toward each of us. Chapter 39. Lenin's illness. I took my first leave in the spring of 1920, before the Second Congress of the Communist International, and spent about 2 months near Moscow. My time was given over to a course of medical treatment. I was just beginning to take my health seriously, working on the manifesto that during the following years served as a substitute for the program of the Communist International. And hunting for game. After the years of strain I felt the need of rest. But I didn't have the habit, and walks did not rest me any more then than they do today. The attraction in hunting is that it acts on the mind as a poultice does on a sore. One Sunday early in May, 1922, I went fishing with a net in the old channel of the Moscow River. It was raining, the grass was wet, and I slipped and broke the ligaments of my foot. It was nothing serious and I had merely to spend a few days in bed. On the third day Bukharin came to see me. "You, too, are in bed," he exclaimed in horror. "And who besides?" I asked him. "Lenin is very ill. He has had a stroke, and he cannot walk or talk. The doctors are utterly at a loss." Lenin always showed great interest in the health of his colleagues, and often quoted the words of some émigré, "The old men will die and the young ones will surrender." How many of us know what Europe is, what the world labor movement is? As long as we are the only ones with a revolution, he said frequently, the international experience of the upper group of our party cannot be replaced. Lenin himself was considered a man of robust health, and this health seemed to be one of the indestructible pillars of the revolution. He was always active, alert, even-tempered and gay. Only occasionally did I notice alarming symptoms. During the first Congress of the Communist International, he surprised me with his tired look, the unevenness of his voice, and his sick man's smile. More than once I told him that he was spending himself on matters of secondary importance. He agreed, but said that he couldn't do otherwise. Sometimes he complained of headaches, always casually and with a little embarrassment. But 2 or 3 weeks of rest sufficed to restore him. It seemed as if Lenin would never wear out. At the close of 1921, his condition grew worse. On December 7, he sent a note to the members of the Politburo, "I am going away today. Despite my working less and resting more during recent days, the insomnia has grown hellishly worse. I am afraid that I shall not be able to make any reports either at the party conference or at the Congress of the Soviets." Lenin began to spend a great deal of his time in a village near Moscow. But he watched the progress of the work most carefully from there. At that time, preparations for the Geneva Conference were underway. On January 23, 1922, Lenin wrote to the members of the Politburo. "I have just received 2 letters from Shishirin, dated the 20th and the 22d. He asks whether it wouldn't be desirable to agree, for a proper compensation, to some small changes in the constitution, namely to the representation of the parasitic elements in the Soviets. This to please the Americans. This proposal of Shishirin's shows, in my opinion, that he must be sent to a sanitarium at once. Every concession in this respect, agreement to a delay, etc., will, in my opinion, be the greatest menace to all the negotiations. In every word of this note, in which political ruthlessness is tinged with sly good nature, is the living, breathing Lenin. His health continued to grow worse. In March, his headaches grew more frequent. The doctors found no organic disorders, however, and prescribed a prolonged rest. Lenin settled down permanently in a Moscow village. And it was there that he had his first stroke, early in May. It seems that Lenin had been taken ill 2 days before Bukharin's visit. Why had I been told nothing about it? At the time, I never thought of being suspicious. We did not want to disturb you, Bukharin told me, and were waiting to see how his illness would develop. Bukharin spoke quite sincerely, merely repeating what the grown-ups had persuaded him into believing. At that time, Bukharin was attached to me in his characteristic Bukharin way, half hysterically, half childishly. He finished his account of Lenin's illness by dropping down on my bed and muttering, as he pressed his arms about me over the blanket, "Don't you get sick, I implore you, don't get sick. There are 2 men of whose death I always think with horror. Lenin and you." I raffled, him in a friendly way to restore his poise. He was preventing me from concentrating on the alarm that his news had caused. The blow was overwhelming. It seemed as if the revolution itself were holding its breath. The first rumors of Lenin's illness, writes Anais Sadova in her notes, were only whispered. It seemed that no one thought that Lenin could ever be taken ill. Many knew that he watched intently over the health of others, but it seemed that he himself was immune to disease. Nearly all the revolutionaries of the older generation had some affection of the heart, weakened by the excessive strain put on it. The doctors would complain, nearly all of them have their motors misfiring. There are only 2 hearts in proper order, Professor Gettier said to Lev Davidovich, Lenin's and yours. With such a heart, one can live to be 100. The examination by foreign specialists confirmed this, that out of all the hearts examined by them in Moscow, only those of Lenin and Trotsky worked exceptionally well. When Lenin's sudden turn of health became known more widely, it was like a shift in the revolution itself. Was it possible that Lenin could fall ill and die, like anyone else? It was terrible to hear that Lenin had lost his ability to move about and speak. I could not help firmly believing that he would overcome it all, would rise and recover. This was the sentiment of the entire party. Looking back considerably later, I remembered with fresh surprise that I had not got news of Lenin's illness until the 3rd day. At that time, I did not stop to think about it. But this could have been no accident. Those who for a long time had been preparing to become my opponents, Stalin above all, were anxious to gain time. Lenin's illness was of the sort that might come to a tragic end at any moment. Tomorrow, or even today, all questions of leadership might become crucial ones. My opponents thought it important to gain time for preparation, even if it were only a day. They conferred secretly and sounded out ways and means. It must be assumed that the idea of the trio, Stalin, Zinoviev, Kamenev, to oppose me was already decided on. But Lenin recovered. Driven by his unyielding will, his entire organism made a gigantic effort. The brain that was failing from lack of blood, that had lost the power to join together sounds or letters, suddenly revived. Toward the end of May I went on a fishing trip to a place about 80 versts away from Moscow. The place happened to have a sanitarium named after Lenin. The children walked along the lake with me, asked me questions about Lenin's health, and gave me field flowers and a letter for him. Lenin as yet could not write. He dictated a few lines through his secretary. Vladimir Ilyich has asked me to write you that he welcomes your suggestion to take a present from him to the children of the sanitarium at the station of Podsolnechnya. Vladimir Ilyich also requests you to tell the little ones that he thanks them very much for their kind letter and flowers, and is sorry that he is unable to take advantage of their invitation. He has no doubt that he would soon recover in their company. In July, Lenin was on his feet again, and although he did not officially return to work until October, he kept his eye on everything and studied everything. During those months of convalescence, among the things that engaged his attention was the trial of the socialist revolutionists. The socialist revolutionists had killed Volodarsky and Uritsky, had wounded Lenin seriously, and had made 2 attempts to blow up my train. We could not treat all this lightly. Although we did not regard it from the idealistic point of view of our enemies, we appreciated the role of the individual in history. We could not close our eyes to the danger that threatened the revolution if we were to allow our enemies to shoot down, one by one, the whole leading group of our party. Our humanitarian friends of the neither hot nor cold species have explained to us more than once that they could see the necessity of reprisals in general, but that to shoot a captured enemy means to overstep the limits of necessary self-defense. They demanded that we show magnanimity. Clara Zetkin and other European communists who still dared at that time to say what they thought, in opposition to Lenin and me, insisted that we spare the lives of the men on trial. They suggested that we limit their punishment to confinement in prison. This seemed the simplest solution. But the question of reprisals on individuals in times of revolution assumes a quite specific character from which humanitarian generalities rebound in impotence. The struggle then is for actual power, a struggle for life or death, since that is what revolution is. What meaning, under such conditions, can imprisonment have for people who hope to seize the power in a few weeks and imprison or destroy the men at the helm? From the point of view of the absolute value of the human personality, revolution must be condemned, as well as war, as must also the entire history of mankind taken in the large. Yet the very idea of personality has been developed only as a result of revolutions, a process that is still far from complete. In order that the idea of personality may become a reality and the half-contemptuous idea of the masses may cease to be the antithesis of the philosophically privileged idea of personality, the masses must lift themselves to a new historical rung by the revolutionary crane, or, to be more exact, by a series of revolutions. Whether this method is good or bad from the point of view of normative philosophy, I do not know, and I must confess I am not interested in knowing. But I do know definitely that this is the only way that humanity has found thus far. These considerations are in no sense an attempt to justify the revolutionary terror. To attempt to justify it would mean to take notice of the accusers. And who are they? The organizers and exploiters of the great world slaughter. The nouveau riches who offer up to the unknown soldier the aroma of their after-dinner cigars. The pacifists who fought war only when there was none, and who are ready to repeat their repulsive masquerade. Lloyd George, Wilson, and Poincaré, who considered themselves entitled to starve German children for the crimes of the Hohenzollerns, and for their own crimes. The English conservatives or French republicans who fanned the flames of civil war in Russia from a safe distance while they were trying to coin their profits out of its blood. This roll call could be continued without end. For me, the question is not one of philosophical justification, but rather of political explanation. Revolution is revolution only because it reduces all contradictions to the alternative of life or death. Is it conceivable that men who solve the question of sovereignty over Alsace-Lorraine every half-century by means of mountains of human corpses are capable of rebuilding their social relations by nothing more than parliamentary ventriloquism? At any rate, no one has shown us as yet how it can be done. We were breaking up the resistance of the old rocks with the help of steel and dynamite. And when our enemies shot at us, in most cases with rifles from the most civilized and democratic nations, we replied in the same vernacular. Bernard Shaw shook his beard reproachfully over this in the direction of both parties, but no one took any notice of his sacramental argument. In the summer of 1922, the question of reprisals took on special urgency, because it was concerned with the leaders of a party that had once waged the revolutionary fight against Tsarism, side by side with us, but had turned the weapon of terror against us after the October Revolution. Deserters from the camp of the socialist revolutionists disclosed to us the fact that the worst acts of terrorism were not instigated by individuals, as we had at first been inclined to believe, but by the party. Although it did not risk a formal acknowledgement of its responsibility for the assassinations it was committing. The death sentence by the tribunal was inevitable, but carrying it out meant just as inevitably a retaliating wave of terrorism. To limit the method of punishment to imprisonment, even for a long period of time, was tantamount to encouraging the terrorists, since they were the least likely to believe in the longevity of the Soviet. There was no alternative but to make the execution of the sentence dependent on whether or not the party continued the terrorist struggle. In other words, the leaders of the party must be held as hostages. My first meeting with Lenin after his recovery was during the trial of the social revolutionists. It was instantly and with relief that he agreed to the proposition that I made. Quite right, there is no alternative. His recovery was apparently inspiriting to him. But he still had some inner fear. You understand, he said, quite bewildered, I could not even speak or write, and I had to learn everything all over again. And he lifted his eyes questioningly to me. In October, Lenin officially returned to work. He presided at the Politburo and at the Soviet of People's Commissaries, and in November made program speeches, to all appearances at heavy cost to his arteries. He seemed to sense the almost imperceptible threads of a conspiracy being woven behind our backs in connection with his illness. The Epigones were not yet burning their bridges behind them, but here and there they were sawing through the beams and hiding away sticks of dynamite. Whenever opportunity offered they opposed me, as if they were taking exercises in being independent, and were carefully preparing such demonstrations. As Lenin got deeper into the work, he began to observe with anxiety the changes that had been taking place during the months preceding, but he said nothing about them, for fear of aggravating the situation. He was preparing to rebuff the trio, and began by doing it in individual matters. Among the some odd dozen jobs that I was directing as part of the party work, that is, privately and unofficially, was the anti-religious propaganda, in which Lenin was very much interested. He asked me insistently not to let this work out of my sight. While convalescent, he had somehow learned that Stalin was maneuvering against me there by renewing the apparatus of the anti-religious propaganda and moving it away from me. From the country, Lenin sent the Politburo a letter in which, without apparent necessity, he quoted my book on Trotsky, and praised the author, without mentioning either him or the book by name. I must confess that I did not at the time guess that this was a roundabout way of saying that Lenin condemned Stalin's mensuvers against me. In the meantime, Yaroslavsky, I think in the guise of my deputy, was pushed forward to take charge of the anti-religious propaganda. When Lenin got back to work and heard about it, he ferociously attacked Molotov, and through him Stalin, at one of the meetings of the Politburo. Yaroslavsky. Don't you know what Yaroslavsky is? Why, it would make a hen chuckle. He will never be able to manage this work, and so on. Lenin's vehemence may seem excessive to the uninitiated. But it was not a question of Lenin's being unable to bear Yaroslavsky, but rather the party direction. Incidents like this were frequent enough. If one looks into it more deeply, one sees that Stalin, from the very moment that he came into close contact with Lenin, and especially since the October Revolution, had always been suppressed and impotent in his opposition to him. And was all the more irritable because of it. Because of his enormous envy and ambition, Stalin could not help feeling at every step his intellectual and moral inferiority. It seems that he tried to get closer to me. Not until much later did I realize the meaning of attempts to establish something approaching familiarity between us. But I was repelled by those very qualities that were his strength on the wave of decline, the narrowness of his interests, his empiricism, the coarseness of his psychological makeup. His peculiar cynicism of a provincial whom Marxism has freed from many prejudices without, however, replacing them with a philosophical outlook thoroughly thought out and mentally assimilated. Judged by some of his casual remarks, which at the time seemed accidental but actually were not, Stalin was trying to find in me support against Lenin, whose control he found so irksome. At every attempt of this sort, I instinctively drew away from him and walked on. I believe that the sources of his cold and at first cowardly but thoroughly treacherous hatred of me are to be found in this. He systematically gathered about him either men who were like him, or simple fellows who wanted to live without being bothered by subtle problems, or those whose feelings had been hurt. The first, the second, and the third groups all were numerous. There is no doubt that in routine work it was more convenient for Lenin to depend on Stalin, Zinoviev or Kamenev rather than on me. Lenin was always trying to save his time as well as everyone else's. He tried to reduce to a minimum the energy spent in overcoming friction. I had my own views, my own ways of work and my own methods of carrying out a decision once it had been adopted. Lenin knew this well enough, and respected it. That was why he understood only too well that I was not suited for executing commissions. When he needed men to carry out his instructions, he turned to someone else. In certain periods, especially when Lenin and I had had a disagreement, this probably made his assistants believe that they were particularly close to him. For example, he invited Rykov and Syuropa to be his deputies as chairman of the Soviet of People's Commissaries, and later on added Kamenev to them. I thought this was a good choice. Lenin needed practical, obedient assistants. I was unsuited to the role, and I could only be grateful to Lenin for not offering me the deputyship. Far from considering this a lack of confidence in me, I saw in it on the contrary a definite and not unflattering appreciation of me and of our mutual relations. Later on, I had occasion to be completely convinced of this. In the interval between his first and second strokes, Lenin could work only half as much as before. Slight but none the less ominous warnings from his blood vessels reached him off and on throughout this period. At one of the meetings of the Politburo, as he got up to hand someone a note, Lenin always exchanged notes this way to speed up the work. He reeled a little. I noticed it only because his face changed expression instantly. This was one of many warnings from his vital centers. Lenin had no illusions on this score. He kept pondering from all points of view how the work would go on without him, and after him. It must have been then that he formulated mentally the document that later became known as his will. And it was at this time, during the last weeks before his second stroke, that Lenin and I had a long conversation about my work in the future. Because of its political importance, I immediately repeated this conversation to a number of people, Rakovsky, I.N. Smirnov, Sosnovsky, Preobrazhensky, and others. If only because of this repetition, the conversation has been very clearly recorded in my memory. It came about in this way. The Central Committee of the Union of Educational Workers sent a delegation to Lenin and me with the request that I take over the Commissariat of Education in addition to my other duties. In the same way that I had taken charge of the Commissariat of Transport for a year past. Lenin wanted to know what I thought about it. I told him that in the educational field, as in every other, the difficulty would come from the administrative apparatus. Yes, our bureaucratism is something monstrous, Lenin replied, picking up my train of thought. I was appalled when I came back to work. It is just because of this that you should not, or at least I think so, get drawn into any departmental work besides the military. Lenin proceeded to state his plan with passionate conviction. He had a limited amount of strength to give to the work of direction. He had 3 deputies. You know them. Kamenev is, of course, a clever politician, but what sort of an administrator is he? Syuropa is ill. Rykov is perhaps an administrator, but he will have to go back to the Supreme Economic Council. You must become a deputy. The situation is such that we must have a radical realignment of personnel. Again I pointed out the apparatus that made even my work in the War Department increasingly difficult. Well, that will be your chance to shake up the apparatus, Lenin retorted quickly, hinting at an expression I had once used. I replied that I referred to the bureaucracy not only in the state institutions, but in the party as well. That the cause of all the trouble lay in the combination of the 2 apparatuses and in the mutual shielding among the influential groups that gathered round the hierarchy of party secretaries. Lenin listened intently, and confirmed my suggestions in that deep tone which came straight from the chest. a tone that would break through in him only when, sure that the person he was talking to understood him completely. He would dispense with the conventionalities of conversation, and touch openly on what was the most important and disturbing. After thinking it over for a moment, Lenin put the question point blank: "You propose then to open fire not only against the state bureaucracy, but against the organizational bureau of the Central Committee as well?" I couldn't help laughing, this came so unexpectedly. That seems to be it. The organizational bureau meant the very heart of Stalin's apparatus. "Oh, well," Lenin went on, obviously pleased that we had called the thing by its right name, "if that's the case, then I offer you a block against bureaucracy in general and against the organizational bureau in particular." "With a good man, it is an honor to form a good block," I replied. We agreed to meet again some time later. Lenin suggested that I think over the organization end of the question. He planned to create a commission attached to the Central Committee for fighting bureaucracy. We were both to be members. This commission was essentially to be the lever for breaking up the Stalin faction as the backbone of the bureaucracy, and for creating such conditions in the party as would allow me to become Lenin's deputy, and, as he intended, his successor to the post of chairman of the Soviet of People's Commissaries. Only in this connection does the full meaning of the so-called will become clear. Lenin names only 6 people there, and sums them up briefly, weighing each word. Unquestionably, his object in making the will was to facilitate the work of direction for me. He naturally wanted to do it with the least possible amount of friction. He talks about everyone most guardedly, softening the most devastating judgments. At the same time he qualifies with reservations the too definite indication of the one whom he thinks entitled to first place. Only in his analysis of Stalin does one feel a different a tone which in the later postscript to the will is nothing short of annihilating. Of Zinoviev and Kamenev, Lenin writes, with an effect of casualness, that their capitulation in 1917 was not an accident, in other words, it is in their blood. Obviously such men cannot direct the revolution, but they should not be reproached for their pasts. Bukharin is not a Marxist but a scholastic. He is, however, a sympathetic person. Pyatakov is an able administrator, but a very bad politician. It is quite possible, however, that these two, Bukharin and Pyatakov, will still learn. The ablest is Trotsky, his defect is his excess of self-confidence. Stalin is rude, disloyal, and capable of abuse of the power that he derives from the party apparatus. Stalin should be removed to avoid a split. This is the substance of the will. It rounds out and clarifies the proposal that Lenin made me in our last conversation. Lenin came to know Stalin really only after the October Revolution. He valued his firmness and his practical mind, which is 3/4 cunning. And yet, at every step, Lenin struck at Stalin's ignorance, at his very narrow political horizon, and his exceptional moral coarseness and unscrupulousness. Stalin was elected to the post of General Secretary of the party against the will of Lenin, who acquiesced only so long as he himself headed the party. But after his first stroke, when he returned to work with his health undermined, Lenin applied himself to the entire problem of leadership. This accounts for the conversation with me. Hence, too, the will. Its last lines were written on January 4th. After that, 2 more months passed during which the situation took definite shape. Lenin was now preparing not only to remove Stalin from his post of General Secretary, but to disqualify him before the party as well. On the question of monopoly of foreign trade, on the national question, on questions of the regime in the party, of the worker-peasant inspection, and of the Commission of Control. He was systematically preparing to deliver at the 12th Congress a crushing blow at Stalin as personifying bureaucracy, the mutual shielding among officials, arbitrary rule and general rudeness. Would Lenin have been able to carry out the regrouping in the party direction that he planned? At that moment, he undoubtedly would. There had been several precedents for it, and one of them was quite fresh in mind and significant. In November, 1922, while Lenin was still convalescent and living in the country, and while I was absent from Moscow, the Central Committee unanimously adopted a decision that dealt an irreparable blow at the monopoly of foreign trade. Both Lenin and I sounded the alarm, independently of each other, and then wrote to each other and coordinated our action. A few weeks later, the Central Committee revoked its decision as unanimously as it had adopted it. On December 21, Lenin wrote triumphantly to me, "Comrade Trotsky, it seems that we have managed to capture the position without a single shot, by a mere maneuver. I suggest that we do not stop but press the attack." Our joint action against the Central Committee at the beginning of 1923 would without a shadow of a doubt have brought us victory. And what is more, I have no doubt that if I had come forward on the eve of the 12th Congress in the spirit of a block of Lenin and Trotsky against the Stalin bureaucracy, I should have been victorious even if Lenin had taken no direct part in the struggle. How solid the victory would have been is, of course, another question. To decide that, one must take into account a number of objective processes in the country, in the working class, and in the party itself. That is a separate and large theme. Lenin's wife said in 1927 that if he had been alive he would probably have been doing time in a Stalin prison. I think she was right. For the thing that matters is not Stalin, but the forces that he expresses without even realizing it. In 1922-23, however, it was still possible to capture the commanding position by an open attack on the faction then rapidly being formed of National Socialist officials, of usurpers of the apparatus, of the unlawful heirs of October, of the Epigones of Bolshevism. The chief obstacle was Lenin's condition. He was expected to rise again as he had after his first stroke and to take part in the 12th Congress as he had in the 11th. He himself hoped for this. The doctors spoke encouragingly, though with dwindling assurance. The idea of a block of Lenin and Trotsky against the apparatus men and bureaucrats was at that time fully known only to Lenin and me, although the other members of the Politburo dimly suspected it. Lenin's letters on the national question and his will remained unknown. Independent action on my part would have been interpreted, or, to be more exact, represented as my personal fight for Lenin's place in the party and the state. The very thought of this made me shudder. I considered that it would have brought such a demoralization in our ranks that we would have had to pay too painful a price for it even in case of victory. In all plans and calculations, there remained the positive element of uncertainty, Lenin and his physical condition. Would he be able to state his own views? Would he still have time? Would the party understand that it was a case of a fight by Lenin and Trotsky for the future of the revolution, and not a fight by Trotsky for the place held by Lenin, who was ill? Because of Lenin's exceptional position in the party, the uncertainty of his personal condition became the uncertainty of the condition of the entire party. The indefinite situation was being prolonged. And the delay simply played into the hands of the Epigones, since Stalin, as General Secretary, became the majordomo of the apparatus for the entire period of the interregnum. It was the beginning of March, 1923. Lenin was lying in his room in the huge building of the Courts of Justice. The second stroke was near, it was preceded by a series of lesser shocks. I spent several weeks in bed with Lumbago in the former Kavalerskaya building, where we had our apartment, and was separated from Lenin by the enormous courtyard of the Kremlin. Neither Lenin nor I could reach the telephone. Furthermore, the doctors strictly forbade Lenin to hold any telephone conversations. Lenin's two secretaries, Fodiyeva and Glasser, did service as liaison officers. This is what they came to tell me. Vladimir Ilyich was very much disturbed by Stalin's preparations for the coming party congress, especially in connection with his factional machinations in Georgia. Vladimir Ilyich is preparing a bomb for Stalin at the Congress, that was Fodiyeva's phrase, verbatim. The word bomb was Lenin's, not hers. Vladimir Ilyich asks you to take the Georgian case in your hands, he will then feel confident. On March 5, Lenin dictated this note to me. Dear Comrade Trotsky, I wish very much to ask you to take upon yourself the defense of the Georgian case in the Central Committee of the party. At present, the case is under the persecution of Stalin and Dzerzhinsky, and I cannot trust their impartiality. Quite the opposite. If you were to agree to undertake the defense, my mind would be at rest. If for some reason you cannot agree to do so, please return the entire dossier to me. I shall consider that a sign of refusal from you. With best comradely greetings, Lenin. What had brought the question to such an acute stage? I inquired. It turned out that Stalin had betrayed Lenin's confidence. In order to ensure himself support in Georgia, acting behind Lenin's back and without the knowledge of the entire Central Committee, he had carried out, with the help of Ordzhonikidze and not without support from Dzerzhinsky, an organized coup d'état there against the best section of the party, shielding himself falsely behind the authority of the Central Committee. As Lenin's illness made it impossible for him to meet other comrades, Stalin had taken advantage of this and had surrounded him with misinformation. Lenin instructed his secretaries to gather all the material they could on the Georgian matter and decided to come out openly with a statement. It is hard to say what shocked Lenin most, Stalin's personal disloyalty or his rough and bureaucratic policy on the national question. Probably it was a combination of both. Lenin was getting ready for the struggle, but he was afraid that he would not be able to speak at the Congress, and this worried him. Why not talk the matter over with Zinoviev or Kamenev? His secretaries kept prompting him. But Lenin waved them aside impatiently. He foresaw that if he withdrew from activity, Zinoviev and Kamenev would join Stalin to make up a trio against me, and thus would betray him. Do you happen to know Trotsky's attitude on the Georgian question? Lenin asks. At the plenary meeting, Trotsky spoke in agreement with your views, answers Glasser, who acted as the secretary at the meeting. Are you sure? Quite. Trotsky accused Ordzhonikidze, Voroshilov and Kalinin of failing to understand the national question. Verify it again, Lenin demands. The next day, at the meeting of the Central Committee at my house, Glasser handed me a note with a brief summary of my speech of the day before, concluding with the question, did I understand you correctly? What do you want it for? I asked. For Vladimir Ilyich, Glasser answered. Yes, this is correct, I replied. In the meantime, Stalin watched our correspondence with alarm, but at that moment I was still unaware of what it was all about. After he read my correspondence with you, Glasser told me afterward, Vladimir Ilyich fairly shone. Now, it is a different matter. And he instructed me to hand over to you all the manuscripts that were to make part of his bomb for the 12th Congress. Lenin's intentions now were quite clear to me. By taking the example of Stalin's policy he wanted to expose to the party, and ruthlessly, the danger of the bureaucratic transformation of the dictatorship. Tomorrow Kamenev is going to Georgia for the party conference, I said to Fodieva. I can acquaint him with Lenin's manuscripts so as to induce him to act properly in Georgia. Ask Vladimir Ilyich about it. A quarter of an hour later, Fodieva returned out of breath. Under no circumstances. Why? Vladimir Ilyich says, Kamenev will immediately show everything to Stalin, and Stalin will make a rotten compromise and then deceive. Then the thing has gone so far that Vladimir Ilyich no longer thinks that we can compromise with Stalin even on the right line. Yes, he does not trust Stalin, and wants to come out against him openly, before the entire party. He is preparing a bomb. About an hour after this conversation, Fodieva came to me again with a note from Lenin addressed to an old revolutionary, Mdivani, and to other opponents of Stalin's policy in Georgia. Lenin wrote to them, I am watching your case with all my heart and soul. Ordzhonikidze's rough methods and Stalin's and Dzerzhinsky's encouragement fill me with indignation. I am preparing notes and a speech for you. The copy of the note was addressed not only to me, but to Kamenev as well. This surprised me. Then Vladimir Ilyich has changed his mind? I asked. Yes, his condition is getting worse every hour. You must not believe the reassuring statements of the doctors. He can speak now only with difficulty. The Georgian question worries him terribly. He is afraid he will collapse before he can undertake anything. When handing me this note he said, before it is too late. I am obliged to come out openly before the proper time. But this means that now I can talk to Kamenev? Obviously. Ask him to come to see me. Kamenev came an hour later. He was completely at sea. The idea of a trio, Stalin, Zinoviev, Kamenev, had long been established. Their spear point was directed at me. The whole plan of the conspirators was that after they had mustered enough support in the organizations, they would be crowned legitimate successors to Lenin. The little note cut into their plan like a sharp wedge. Kamenev did not know what to do, and admitted it to me quite frankly. I gave him Lenin's manuscript to read over. Kamenev was an experienced enough politician to understand at once that for Lenin the question was not only one of Georgia but of Stalin's entire role in the party. Kamenev gave me some additional facts. He had just been to see Nadezhda Konstantinovna Krupskaya, at her request. She told him in great alarm, "Vladimir has just dictated to his stenographer a letter to Stalin saying that he breaks off all relations with him." The immediate cause of this was of a semi-personal character. Stalin had been trying to isolate Lenin from all sources of information, and in this connection had been very rude to Nadezhda Konstantinovna. "But you know Vladimir," Krupskaya added. "He would never have decided to break off personal relations if he had not thought it necessary to crush Stalin politically." Kamenev was quite pale and agitated. The ground was slipping away under his feet. He did not know what to do next, or which way to turn. It is quite likely that he was simply afraid of my acting in an unfriendly way toward him. I gave him my opinion of the situation. "Sometimes," I said, "out of fear of an imaginary danger, people are capable of bringing real danger down upon themselves. Remember, and tell others that the last thing I want is to start a fight at the Congress for any changes in organization. I am for preserving the status quo. If Lenin gets on his feet before the Congress, of which there is unfortunately little chance, he and I will discuss the matter together anew. I am against removing Stalin, and expelling Ordzhonikidze, and displacing Dzerzhinsky from the Commissariat of Transport. But I do agree with Lenin in substance. I want a radical change in the policy on the national question, a discontinuance of persecutions of the Georgian opponents of Stalin, a discontinuance of the administrative oppression of the party, a firmer policy in matters of industrialization, and an honest cooperation in the higher centers. On the national question, the Stalin resolution is good for nothing. It places the high-handed and insolent oppression by the dominant nation on the same level with the protest and resistance of small, weak and backward nationalities. I gave my resolution the form of amendments to Stalin's to make it easier for him to alter his line of policy. But there must be an immediate and radical change. In addition, it is necessary that Stalin should write to Krupskaya at once to apologize for his rudeness, and that he revise his behavior. Let him not overreach himself. There should be no more intrigues, but honest cooperation. And you, and here I turn to Kamenev, when you are at the conference at Tiflis, must arrange a complete reversal of the policy toward Lenin's Georgian supporters on the national question. Kamenev gave a sigh of relief. He accepted all my proposals. His only fear was that Stalin would be obstinate, he's rude and capricious. I don't think, I answered, that Stalin has any alternative now. Late that night Kamenev informed me that he had been to see Stalin in the country, and that Stalin had accepted all the terms. Krupskaya had already received his letter of apology, but she could not show it to Lenin, for his condition had grown worse. I gained the impression, however, that Kamenev's tone was different from that at our parting a few hours earlier. It was not until later that I realized that the change was the result of Lenin's more serious condition. On his way to Tiflis, or immediately after his arrival, Kamenev received from Stalin a telegram in code telling him that Lenin was paralyzed again, and unable to speak or write. At the Georgian conference, Kamenev carried out Stalin's policy against Lenin's. Cemented by personal treachery, the trio had become a fact. Lenin's offensive was directed not only against Stalin personally, but against his entire staff, and, first of all, his assistants, Dzerzhinsky and Ordzhonikidze. Both of them are mentioned constantly in Lenin's correspondence on the Georgian question. Dzerzhinsky was a man of great and explosive passion. His energy was held at a high pitch by constant electric discharges. In every discussion, even of things of minor importance, he would fire up, his nostrils would quiver, his eyes would sparkle, and his voice would be so strained that often it would break. Yet, in spite of this high nervous tension, Dzerzhinsky had no apathetic intervals. He was always in that same state of tense mobilization. Lenin once compared him to a spirited thoroughbred. Dzerzhinsky fell in love, in a mad infatuation, with everything he did, and guarded his associates from criticism and interference with a passionate fanaticism that had no element of the personal in it, for he was completely dissolved in his work. Dzerzhinsky had no opinions of his own. He never thought of himself as a politician, at least while Lenin was alive. On various occasions, he said to me, "I am not a bad revolutionary, perhaps, but I am no leader, statesman or politician." This was not mere modesty, his self-appraisal was essentially right. In political matters, Dzerzhinsky always needed someone's immediate guidance. For many years he had followed Rosa Luxemburg and with her had gone through not only the struggle against Polish patriotism, but that against Bolshevism as well. In 1917 he joined the Bolsheviks. Lenin said to me with great joy, "No traces of the old fight are left." During the first 2 or 3 years, Dzerzhinsky was especially drawn to me. In his last years, he supported Stalin. In his economic work, he accomplished things through sheer temperament, appealing, urging, and lifting people off their feet by his own enthusiasm. He had no considered ideas about economic development. He shared all Stalin's errors and defended them with all the passion of which he was capable. He died practically on his feet, just after he had left the platform from which he had so passionately been denouncing the opposition. Stalin's other ally, Ordzhonikidze, Lenin thought it necessary to expel from the party because of his bureaucratic high-handedness in the Caucasus. I argued against it. Lenin answered me through his secretary, at least for 2 years. How little could he imagine at that time that Ordzhonikidze would become head of the control commission that Lenin was planning to create to fight Stalin's bureaucracy, and which was to embody the conscience of the party. Aside from its general political aims, the campaign that Lenin opened had as its immediate object the creation of the best conditions for my work of direction, either side by side with him if he regained his health, or in his place if he succumbed to his illness. But the struggle, which was never carried out to its end, or even part way, had exactly an opposite result. Lenin man-aged only to declare war against Stalin and his allies, and even this was known only to those who were directly involved in it, and not to the party as a whole. Stalin's faction, at that time it was still the faction of the trio, closed its ranks more tightly after the first warning. The indefinite situation continued. Stalin stood at the helm of the apparatus. Artificial selection was carried on there at a mad pace. The weaker the trio felt in matters of principle, the more they feared me, because they wanted to get rid of me, and the tighter they had to bolt all the screws and nuts in the state and party system. Much later, in 1925, Bukharin said to me, in answer to my criticism of the party oppression, "We have no democracy because we are afraid of you. Just you try to stop being afraid," I proffered by way of advice, "and let us work properly." But my advice was vain. The year 1923 was the first year of the intense but still silent stifling and routing of the Bolshevist party. Lenin was struggling with his terrible illness. The trio were struggling with the party. The atmosphere was charged, and toward autumn the tension resolved itself into a discussion of the opposition. The second chapter of the revolution had begun, the fight against Trotskyism. In reality, it was a fight against the ideological legacy of Lenin. Chapter 40. The Conspiracy of the Epigones. It was the early weeks of 1923, and the 12th Congress was drawing near. There remained little hope that Lenin could take part in it. The question of who was to make the principal political report arose. At the meeting of the Politburo, Stalin said, "Trotsky, of course." He was instantly supported by Kalinin, Rykov, and, obviously against his will, by Kamenev. I objected. The party will be ill at ease if any one of us should attempt, as it were personally, to take the place of the sick Lenin. This time let us manage without an introductory political report, and say what we have to say in connection with the separate items of the agenda. Besides, I added, there are differences between us on economic questions. I don't see any differences, Stalin replied, while Kalinin added, on almost all questions, the Politburo adopts your proposals. Zinoviev was on leave in the Caucasus. The question remained undecided. At any rate, I agreed to report on industry. Stalin knew that a storm was menacing him from Lenin's direction, and tried in every way to ingratiate himself with me. He kept repeating that the political report should be made by the most influential and popular member of the Central Committee after Lenin, i.e., Trotsky, and that the party expected it and would not understand anything else. In his feigned attempts at friendliness, he seemed even more alien than in his frank exhibitions of enmity, the more so because his motives were so obvious. Zinoviev soon returned from the Caucasus. At that time, very close factional conferences were continually being held behind my back. Zinoviev demanded that he be allowed to make the political report. Kamenev was asking the old Bolsheviks, the majority of whom had at some time left the party for 10 or 15 years, are we to allow Trotsky to become the one person empowered to direct the party and the state? They began more frequently to rake up my past and my old disagreements with Lenin. It became Zinoviev's specialty. In the meantime, Lenin's condition took a sharp turn for the worse, so that danger no longer threatened there. The trio decided that the political report should be made by Zinoviev. I raised no objection when, after due preparation behind the scenes, the question was put before the Politburo. Everything bore the stamp of a temporary arrangement. No disagreements were manifest, just as no independent line could be found anywhere in the policy of the trio. My theses on industry were at first accepted without discussion. But when it seemed certain that there was no prospect of Lenin's returning to work, the trio made a sharp about-face, frightened by the too peaceful preparations for the Congress. It was looking now for a chance to line itself up against me in the upper circle of the party. At the last moment before the Congress, Kamenev proposed the addition of a clause about the peasantry to my resolution, which had already been approved. There would be no sense in dwelling on the subject matter of this amendment, which had no theoretical or political importance, but was designed as an act of provocation, to provide the basis for accusations, so far only behind the scenes, of my underappreciation of the peasantry. 3 years after his break with Stalin, Kamenev, with his characteristic good-humored cynicism, told me how they had cooked up this accusation, which of course none of its authors took seriously. To operate with abstract moral criteria in politics is notoriously hopeless. Political morals proceed from politics itself, and are one of its functions. Only a politics that serves a great historical task can ensure itself morally irreproachable methods. On the contrary, the lowering of the level of political aims inevitably leads to moral decline. Figaro, as everyone knows, refused to differentiate at all between politics and intrigue. And he lived before the advent of the era of parliamentarism. When the moralists of the bourgeois democracy attempt to perceive the source of bad political morals in revolutionary dictatorship as such, one can only shrug one's shoulders compassionately. It would be very instructive to make a cinematic record of modem parliamentarism, if but for a single year. But the camera should be placed not alongside the President of the Chamber of Deputies at the moment when a patriotic resolution is being adopted, but in quite other places, in the offices of bankers and industrialists. In the private rooms of editorial offices, in the palaces of the princes of the church, in the salons of political ladies, in the ministries, and, with it, let the eye of the camera record also the secret correspondence of the party leaders. On the other hand, it would be perfectly right to say that very different demands should be imposed on the political morals of a revolutionary dictatorship and on those of parliamentarism. The sharpness of the weapons and methods of dictatorship demands watchful antiseptics. A dirty slipper is nothing to fear, but an unclean razor is very dangerous. The very methods of the trio were, in my eyes, a sign of political backsliding. The chief difficulty that the conspirators faced was that of coming out openly against me before the masses of the people. The workers knew Zinoviev and Kamenev, and listened to them readily. But their behavior during 1917 was still too fresh in everyone's memory. They had no moral authority in the party. Stalin, beyond the narrow circle of the old Bolsheviks, was almost unknown. Some of my friends used to say to me, "They will never dare to come out against you in the open. In the minds of the people you are too inseparably bound to Lenin's name. It is impossible to erase the October Revolution, or the Red Army, or the Civil War." I did not agree with this. In politics, and especially in revolutionary politics, popular names of acknowledged authority play a very important, sometimes gigantic, but yet not decisive part. In the final analysis, the fate of personal authority is determined by the deeper processes going on in the masses. During the rising tide of the revolution, the slanders against the Bolshevist leaders only strengthened the Bolshevists. During the ebb tide of the revolution, the slanders against the same men were able to provide the weapons of victory for the Thermidorian reaction. The objective processes in the country and in the world arena were helping my opponents. But their task nevertheless was no easy one. The literature, press and agitators of the party were still living on the memories of the preceding days passed under the sign of Lenin and Trotsky. It was necessary to turn all this around 180 degrees, not at once, of course, but by several stages. To show the extent of the turn, one must give at least a few illustrations of the prevailing tone of the party press toward the leading figures of the revolution. On October 14, 1922, at the time when Lenin had already returned to work after his first stroke, Rodek wrote in the Pravda, "If Comrade Lenin may be called the reason of the revolution, dominating through his transmission of will, Comrade Trotsky may be characterized as the iron will bridled by reason." Trotsky's speech sounded like a bell summoning to work. All its importance, all its meaning, as well as the meaning of our work during the last few years, appears very dearly. And so forth. It is true that Rodek's personal exuberance became a byword. He was capable of saying one thing and just as capable of following it with another. Much more important is the fact that these lines were printed in the central organ of the party while Lenin was still alive without jarring on anyone's ears. In 1923, with the conspiracy of the trio already a fact, Lunacharsky was one of the first to try to raise Zinoviev's prestige. But how did he set about his work? Of course, he wrote in his character sketch of Zinoviev, "Lenin and Trotsky have become the most popular, whether loved or hated, personalities of our epoch, perhaps of the whole world. Zinoviev somewhat recedes before them, but then Lenin and Trotsky had for so long been regarded in our ranks as men of such great gifts, as such undisputed leaders, that no one was much surprised at their amazing growth during the revolution." If I quote these pompous panegyrics in somewhat doubtful taste, I do it only because I need them as elements in the general picture, or, if you like, as evidence for a court trial. It repels me to have to quote yet a third witness, Yaroslavsky, whose panegyrics are perhaps even more insufferable than his calumnies. This man now plays a most important R6 in the party, may assure ing by his insignificant stature the depth of the downfall of its leadership. Yaroslavsky rose to his present position entirely by his slandering of me. As the official corrupter of the history of the party, he represents the past as an unbroken struggle of Trotsky against Lenin. It goes without saying that Trotsky underappreciated the peasantry, ignored the peasantry, did not notice the peasantry. But in February of 1923, that is, at a time when Yaroslavsky must already have been familiar with my relations to Lenin and my views on the peasantry. In a long article dealing with the first steps of my literary activity, the years 1900 to 1902, he characterized my past in the following way. The brilliant work of Comrade Trotsky as a writer and publicist has earned him the world name of Prince of Pamphleteers, as he was called by the English author, George Bernard Shaw. Those who have watched his activity for a quarter of a century, will find that his talent shone with particular brightness. Missing passage. And so on and so forth. Many readers must have seen the much reproduced photograph of the youthful Trotsky, etc. Under this high forehead there was already seething even then a stormy flow of images, thoughts, and impressions which sometimes carried Comrade Trotsky a bit away from the highroad of history. At times either forcing him to choose paths too roundabout or, on the contrary, to attempt fearlessly to break through where no path was possible. But in all these efforts to find the right way, we had before us a man profoundly devoted to the revolution, matured for the role of a tribune, with a tongue as sharp and flexible as steel, that cuts down the opponent. And so forth. The Siberians were carried away with enthusiasm. Yaroslavsky gushes with an excess of zeal, after reading these brilliant articles, and waited impatiently for their appearance. Only a few knew their author, and those who knew Trotsky were the last to imagine at that time that he would be one of the recognized leaders of the most revolutionary army and the greatest revolution in the world. The case of my ignoring the peasantry fares, if possible, even worse at the hands of Yaroslavsky. The first of my literary works was dedicated to the peasants. Here is what Yaroslavsky says about it. Trotsky could not stay in a Siberian village without exploring all the petty details of its life. First of all, he turns his attention to the administrative machinery of the Siberian village. In a series of articles, he gives a brilliant characterization of this machinery. And farther on, around himself, Trotsky saw only the village. He suffered over its needs. He was oppressed by its benighted condition, its outlawry. Yaroslavsky demands that my articles on country life be included in the textbooks. All this in February, 1923, the same month when the version of my inattention to the country was being created for the first time. But Yaroslavsky was then in Siberia, and therefore not yet well informed about the new Leninism. The last example that I want to quote concerns Stalin himself. As early as the occasion of the first anniversary of the revolution, he wrote an article which, though disguised, was directed straight at me. In explanation, one must remember that during the preparation for the October insurrection, Lenin was hiding in Finland, Kamenev, Zinoviev, Rykov, and Kalinin were opposed to an uprising, and no one knew anything about Stalin. As a result, the party connected the October Revolution chiefly with my name. During the first anniversary of the October Revolution, Stalin made an attempt to weaken this impression by setting up against me the general leadership by the Central Committee. But to make his account at all acceptable, he was obliged to write. The entire work of the practical organization of the uprising was carried on under the immediate direction of the chairman of the Petrograd Soviet, Trotsky. One may state without hesitation that the party was indebted first and foremost to Comrade Trotsky for the garrison's prompt going over to the Soviet and for the able organization of the work of the Military Revolutionary Committee. If Stalin wrote in this vein, it was because at that time even he could not write in any other way. It needed years of unbridled baiting before Stalin could venture to state in public. Comrade Trotsky did not and could not play any special role either in the party or in the October Revolution. When the contradiction was pointed out to him, he replied by merely redoubling his rudeness. The trio could under no circumstances pit itself against me. It could pit against me only Lenin. But for this it was necessary that Lenin himself no longer be able to oppose the trio. In other words, the success of their campaign required either a Lenin who was fatally ill, or his embalmed corpse in a mausoleum. But even this was not enough. It was necessary that I too be out of the fighting ranks during the campaign. This happened in the fall of 1923. I am not dealing here with the philosophy of history, but recounting my life against the background of the events with which it was bound up. But I cannot help noting how obligingly the accidental helps the historical law. Broadly speaking, the entire historical process is a refraction of the historical law through the accidental. In the language of biology, one might say that the historical law is realized through the natural selection of accidents. On this foundation, there develops that conscious human activity which subjects accidents to a process of artificial selection. But at this point, I must interrupt my account to tell something about my friend Ivan Vasilievich Zaitsev, from the village of Kalashino, on the river Dubna. This locality is known as Zabality, beyond the swamps, and, as its name suggests, is rich in wild game. Here the river Dubna floods the country over wide areas. Swamps, lakes, and shallow marshes, framed by reeds, stretch along in a wide ribbon for almost 40 kilometers. In the spring, the place is visited by geese, storks, ducks of all kinds, curlew, snipe, and all the rest of the swamp brotherhood. 2 kilometers away in the small woods, between hummocks of moss, woodcocks are clucking over the red bilberry shrubs. With a single short oar, Ivan Vasilyevich drives his hollow canoe along the narrow furrow between the banks of swamp. The furrow had been dug no one knows when, perhaps 200 or 300 years or even longer ago, and it must be dredged out every year to prevent its being sucked in. We are obliged to leave Kalashino at midnight to get to the tent before dawn. With every step, the peat bog lifts its wobbling belly. Once this used to frighten me. But Ivan Vasilyevich said to me on my very first visit, "Step without fear, people do get drowned in the lake, but nobody has ever lost his life on the swamp. The canoe is so light and shaky that it is safer to lie on one's back motionless, especially if there is a wind blowing. Boatmen usually stand on their knees for safety. Only Ivan Vasilyevich, though lame in one leg, stands upright. Ivan Vasilyevich is the duck lord of these lands. His father, his grandfather, and his great-grandfather were all duck men. Probably some ancestor of his supplied ducks, geese, and swans to the table of Ivan the Terrible. Zaitsev has no interest in moorcocks, woodcocks, or curlews. Not of my guild, he will say cursorily. But he knows the duck through and through, its feathers, its voice, its soul. Standing in his moving boat, Ivan Vasilyevich picks up from the water a feather, then a second and a third, and after looking at them, declares. "We shall go to Gushbino, the duck rested there in the evening." How do you know? The feather, you see, floats on the water, it is not soaked yet, a fresh feather, the duck was flying in the evening, and there is no other place she could fly to but Gushchino. And so, whereas other sportsmen bring back a brace or two, Ivan and I bring 5 or even 8 braces. His the merit, mine the credit. It often happens so in life. In the reed tent, Ivan Vasilyevich would put his rough palm to his lips and begin quacking like a duck, so tenderly that the most cautious drake, shot at many a time, would succumb to the spell and come swinging around the tent or a light plop on the water a few paces off, so that one actually felt ashamed to shoot it. Zaitsev notices everything, knows everything, senses everything. "Get ready," he whispers to me, "the drake is heading right toward you." I see the 2 commas of his wings far off over the woods, but cannot figure out that this is a drake. Such mysteries are open only to Ivan Vasilyevich, the great master of the Duck Guild. But the drake is really heading toward me. If you miss, Ivan Vasilyevich will emit a low, polite groan, but it is better never to have been born than to hear this groan behind you. Before the war, Zaitsev worked in a textile factory. In the winter he now goes to Moscow to work as a fireman, or in a power station. During the first years after the revolution, battles were going on all over the country, woods and peat bogs were burning, the fields were bare, and the ducks stopped flying. Zaitsev had his doubts then about the new regime. But after 1920, the ducks came again, this time in hordes, and Ivan Vasilyevich fully recognized the Soviet power. About 2 kilometers from here, a small Soviet wick factory ran for a year. Its director was the former chauffeur of my military train. Zaitsev's wife and daughter used to bring home about 30 rubles a month apiece. This was untold wealth. But the factory soon supplied the whole district with wicks and then closed down, and the duck again became the basis of the family's well-being. One May Day, Ivan Vasilyevich found himself in a large Moscow theater, among the guests of honor on the stage. Ivan Vasilyevich sat in the first row, with his lame leg under him, showing a little embarrassment but, as always, a marked dignity, and listened to my report. He had been brought there by Murilov, with whom I usually shared the joys and sorrows of game shooting. Ivan Vasilyevich was pleased with the report, understood absolutely everything, and recounted it all back at Kalashino. This cemented the friendship of the 3 of us even more solidly. It should be noted that the old hunters, especially from the parts near Moscow, are all spoiled. They rubbed shoulders with the great of the earth and are masters of flattery, lying, and braggadocio. But Ivan Vasilyevic is different. He has a great deal of simplicity, a power of observation, and personal dignity. It is because he is not at heart a trader, but an artist. Lenin also went hunting with Zaitsev, and Ivan Vasilyevic would always point out the place in a wooden shed where Lenin had lain on the hay. Lenin was passionately fond of game hunting, but he rarely went for a hunt. When he did, he usually got excited, in spite of his great self-control in important things. Just as great strategists usually are bad chess players, so men with a genius for political marksmanship can be mediocre shots. I remember how Lenin, almost in despair, as if conscious of something that could never be repaired, complained to me of missing a fox at 25 paces in a drive hunt. I understood him, and my heart swelled with sympathy. Lenin and I never had a chance to go hunting together, though we agreed to do so and made firm plans for it many times. In the first years after the revolution, there was generally no time for this sort of thing. Lenin occasionally managed to leave Moscow for the open spaces, but I was hardly ever free of the railway carriage, the staffs, or the automobile, and I did not once have a shotgun in my hands. And in the later years, after the end of the Civil War, something unforeseen was always cropping up to prevent one or the other of us from keeping our agreement. Later on, Lenin's health began to give way. A short time before he was laid low, we arranged to meet on the river Shosha in Tver province. But Lenin's automobile got stuck on the country road, and I waited for him in vain. When he recovered from his first stroke, he fought insistently to go shooting game. Finally the doctors yielded, on the condition that he not overexert himself. At some agronomic conference, Lenin sidled up to Muralov. "You and Trotsky often go game shooting together, don't you?" "Sometimes." "And do you fare well?" "Sometimes." "Take me with you, will you?" "But are you allowed to go?" Muralov asks cautiously. "Of course I am allowed." "So you will take me?" "How can I refuse to take you, Vladimir Ilyich?" "I'll give you a ring, shall I?" "We'll be looking forward to it." But Lenin did not ring. His illness rang a second time instead. Then death. All this digression has been necessary to explain how and why one of the Sundays in October, 1923, found me in Zabalety, on the bog, among the reeds. There was a slight frost that night and I sat in the tent in felt boots. But in the morning the sun was warm and the bog thawed. The automobile was waiting for me on the rise of land. The chauffeur, Davidov, with whom I had gone shoulder to shoulder throughout the entire Civil War, was as usual consumed with impatience to learn what game I had. From the canoe to the automobile I had to walk about 100 steps, not more. But the moment I stepped onto the bog in my felt boots my feet were in cold water. By the time I leaped up to the automobile, my feet were quite cold. Sitting beside Davidov, I took off my boots and tried to warm my feet by the heat of the motor. But the cold got the better of me. I had to stay in bed. After the influenza, some cryptogenic temperature set in. The doctors ordered me to stay in bed, and thus I spent the rest of the autumn and winter. This means that all through the discussion of Trotskyism in 1923, I was ill. One can foresee a revolution or a war, but it is impossible to foresee the consequences of an autumn shooting trip for wild ducks. Lenin was laid up at Gorky. I was in the Kremlin. The Epigones were widening the circle of the conspiracy. At first they proceeded cautiously and insinuatingly, adding to their praise ever larger doses of poison. Even Zinoviev, the most impatient of them, surrounded his slander with reservations. The authority of Comrade Trotsky is known to everyone, Zinoviev was saying at the party conference in Petrograd on December 15, 1923, as well as his services. In our midst, there is no need of dwelling on it. But errors remain errors. When I erred, the party pulled me up sharply enough. And so on, in that cowardly yet aggressive tone that was for so long the one characteristic of the conspirators. Only after a deeper sounding of their ground, and a further occupying of positions, did they grow bolder. A whole science was created for fabricating artificial reputations, composing fantastic biographies, and boosting the appointed leaders. A special small science was devoted to the question of the honorary presidium. Since October, it had been the custom at the meetings to elect Lenin and Trotsky to the honorary presidium. The combination of these two names was included in everyday speech, in articles, poems, and folk ditties. It now became necessary to separate the two names, at least mechanically, so that later on it might be possible to pit one against the other politically. Now the presidium began to chide all the members of the Politburo. Then they began to be placed on the list in alphabetical order. Later on, the alphabetical order was abandoned in favor of the new hierarchy of leaders. The first place came to be accorded to Zinoviev, in that Petrograd set the example. Some time later, the honorary presidiums would appear here and there without Trotsky at all. Stormy protests from the body of the gathering always greeted this, and on occasion the chairman was obliged to explain the omission of my name as a mistake. But the newspaper report was of course silent on this point. Then the first place began to be given to Stalin. If the chairman was not clever enough to guess what was required of him, he was invariably corrected in the newspapers. Careers were made and unmade in accordance with the arrangement of names in the honorary presidium. This work, the most persistent and systematic of all, was justified by the necessity of fighting against the cult of the leaders. At the Moscow Conference of January, 1924, Preobrazhensky said to the Epigones, "Yes, we are against the cult of the leaders, but we are also against practicing, instead of the cult of one leader, the cult of others merely of smaller stature." Those were hard days, my wife writes in her memoirs, days of tense fighting for Lev Davidovich at the Politburo against the rest of the members. He was alone and ill, and had to fight them all. Owing to his illness, the meetings were held in our apartment. I sat in the adjoining bedroom and heard his speeches. He spoke with his whole being. It seemed as if with every such speech he lost some of his strength, he spoke with so much blood. And in reply, I heard cold, indifferent answers. Everything, of course, had been decided in advance, so what was the need of getting excited? After each of these meetings, LD's temperature mounted. He came out of his study soaked through, and undressed and went to bed. His linen and clothes had to be dried as if he had been drenched in a rainstorm. At that time, the meetings were frequent and were held in LD's room, whose faded, old carpet appeared in my dream every night in the shape of a live panther. The meetings during the day became nightmares. Such was the first stage of the struggle before it came out into the open. In the later struggle by Zinoviev and Kamenev against Stalin, the secrets of this period were disclosed by the members of the conspiracy themselves. For it was a real conspiracy. A secret political bureau of 7 was formed. It comprised all the members of the official Politburo except me, and included also Kuybyshev, the present chairman of the Supreme Economic Council. All questions were decided in advance at that secret center, where the members were bound by mutual vows. They undertook not to engage in polemics against one another and at the same time to seek opportunities to attack me. There were similar centers in the local organizations, and they were connected with the Moscow 7 by strict discipline. For communication, special codes were used. This was a well-organized illegal group within the party, directed originally against one man. Responsible workers in the party and state were systematically selected by the single criterion, against Trotsky. During the prolonged interregnum created by Lenin's illness, this work was carried on tirelessly but still under cover, so that in the event of Lenin's recovery, the mind bridges could be preserved intact. The conspirators acted by hints. Candidates for posts were required to guess what was wanted of them. Those who guessed went up the ladder. In this war a special careerism was developed, which later on received unashamed the name of anti-Trotskyism. Lenin's death freed the conspirators and allowed them to come out into the open. The process of personal selection descended a rung lower. It now became impossible to obtain a post as director of a plant, as secretary of a party local, as chairman of a rural executive committee, as bookkeeper or typist, unless one had proved one's anti-Trotskyism. The members of the party who raised their voices in protest against this conspiracy became the victims of treacherous attacks, made for reasons entirely remote and frequently invented. On the other hand, the morally unstable elements, who were being mercilessly driven out of the party during the first 5 years, now squared themselves by a single hostile remark against Trotsky. From the end of 1923, the same work was carried on in all the parties of the Communist International. Certain leaders were dethroned and others appointed in their stead solely on the basis of their attitude toward Trotsky. A strenuous artificial selection was being effected, a selection not of the best but of the most suitable. The general policy became one of a replacement of independent and gifted men by mediocrities who owed their posts entirely to the apparatus. It was as the supreme expression of the mediocrity of the apparatus that Stalin himself rose to his position. Chapter 41. Lenin's Death and the Shift of Power. I was often asked, and even now I still am asked, how could you lose power? In most instances, the question covers a naive conception of letting some material object slip from one's hands, as if losing power were the same thing as losing a watch or a notebook. But as a matter of fact, when the revolutionaries who directed the seizure of power begin at a certain stage to lose it, whether peacefully or through catastrophe, the fact in itself signifies either a decline in the influence of certain ideas and moods in the governing revolutionary circles, or the decline of revolutionary mood in the masses themselves. Or it may be both at the same time. The leading groups of the party that emerged from underground were inspired by the revolutionary tendencies which the leaders of the first period of the revolution were able to formulate clearly and to carry out completely and successfully in practice. It was exactly thus that made them the leaders of the party, and, through the party, leaders of the working class, and, through the working class, leaders of the country. It was thus that certain individuals had concentrated power in their hands. But the ideas of the first period of the revolution were imperceptibly losing their influence in the consciousness of the party stratum that held the direct power over the country. In the country itself, processes were shaping themselves that one may sum up under the general name of reaction. These extended, in varying degree, to the working class as well, including even its party. The stratum that made up the apparatus of power developed its own independent aims and tried to subordinate the revolution to them. A division began to reveal itself between the leaders who expressed the historical line of the class and could see beyond the apparatus, and the apparatus itself, a huge, cumbrous, heterogeneous thing that easily sucked in the average communist. At first this division was more psychological than political in character. Yesterday was still too fresh in mind, the slogans of October had not had time to vanish from the memory, and the authority of the leaders of the first period was still strong. But under cover of the traditional forms, a different psychology was developing. The international prospects were growing dim. The everyday routine was completely absorbing the people. New methods, instead of serving the old aims, were creating new ones and, most of all, a new psychology. In the eyes of many, the temporary situation began to seem the ultimate goal. A new type was being evolved. In the final analysis, revolutionaries are made of the same social stuff as other people. But they must have had certain very different personal qualities to enable the historical process to separate them from the rest into a distinct group. Association with one another, theoretical work, the struggle under a definite banner, collective discipline, the hardening under the fire of danger, these things gradually shaped the revolutionary type. It would be perfectly legitimate to speak of the psychological type of the Bolshevik in contrast, for example, to that of the Menshevik. An eye sufficiently experienced could tell a Bolshevik from a Menshevik even by his outward appearance, with only a slight percentage of error. This doesn't mean, however, that a Bolshevik was always and in everything a Bolshevik. To absorb a certain philosophic outlook into one's flesh and blood, to make it dominate one's consciousness, and to coordinate with it one's sensory world is given not to every one but to only a few. In the working masses, a substitute is found in the class instinct, which in critical periods attains a high degree of sensitiveness. But there are many revolutionaries in the party and the state who come from the masses but have long since broken away from them, and who, because of their position, are placed in a separate and distinct class. Their class instinct has evaporated. On the other hand, they lack the theoretical stability and outlook to envisage the process in its entirety. Their psychology retains many unprotected surfaces, which, with the change of circumstances, expose them to the easy penetration of foreign and hostile ideological influences. In the days of the underground struggle, of the uprisings, and the Civil War, people of this type were merely soldiers of the party. Their minds had only one string, and that sounded in harmony with the party tuning fork. But when the tension relaxed and the nomads of the revolutions passed on to settled living, the traits of the man in the street, the sympathies and tastes of self-satisfied officials, revived in them. Quite frequently I heard isolated remarks of Lenin, Voroshilov, Stalin or Rykov with alarm. Where does this come from? I asked myself, from what well does it gush? When I came to a meeting and found groups engaged in conversation, often they would stop when they saw me. There was nothing directed against me in those conversations, nothing opposed to the principles of the party. But they showed an attitude of moral relaxation, of self-content and triviality. People began to feel an urge to pour out these new moods upon each other, moods in which the element of Philistine gossip came to have a very prominent place. Heretofore they had realized the impropriety of this sort of thing not only in Lenin's or my presence but even with one another. On occasions when vulgarity showed itself, for example, on the part of Stalin, Lenin, without even lifting his head from his papers, would look around as if trying to find someone else who was repelled by the remark. In such cases, a swift glance, or an intonation in the voice was enough to reveal indisputably to both of us our solidarity in these psychological appraisals. If I took no part in the amusements that were becoming more and more common in the lives of the new governing stratum, it was not for moral reasons, but because I hated to inflict such boredom on myself. The visiting at each other's homes, the assiduous attendance at the ballet, the drinking parties at which people who were absent were pulled to pieces, had no attraction for me. The new ruling group felt that I did not fit in with this way of living, and they did not even try to win me over. It was for this very reason that many group conversations would stop the moment I appeared, and those engaged in them would cut them short with a certain shamefacedness and a slight bitterness toward me. This was, if you like, a definite indication that I had begun to lose power. I am here limiting myself to the psychological aspect of the matter, and disregarding its social basis, that is, the changes in the anatomy of the revolutionary society. In the final reckoning, it is, of course, these latter changes that decide. But in actual life it is their psychological reflection that one encounters directly. The inner events were developing rather slowly, facilitating the molecular processes of the transformation of the upper stratum, and leaving no opening for contrasting the two irreconcilable positions before the masses. One must add that the new moods were for a long time, and still are, disguised by traditional formulas. This made it all the more difficult to determine how far the process of metabolism had gone. The Thermidor conspiracy at the end of the 18th century, prepared for by the preceding course of the revolution, broke out with a single blow and assumed the shape of a sanguinary finale. Our Thermidor was long drawn out. The guillotine found its substitute, at least for a while, in intrigue. The falsifying of the past, systematized on the conveyor plan, became a weapon for the ideological re-arming of the official party. Lenin's illness and the expectation of his return to the leadership made the temporary situation indefinite, and it lasted, with an interval, for over 2 years. If the revolution had been in the ascendancy, the delay would have played into the hands of the opposition. But the revolution on the international scale was suffering one defeat after another. And the delay accordingly played into the hands of the national reformism by automatically strengthening the Stalin bureaucracy against me and my political friends. The out-and-out Philistine, ignorant, and simply stupid baiting of the theory of permanent revolution grew from just these psychological sources. Gossiping over a bottle of wine or returning from the ballet, one smug official would say to another. He can think of nothing but permanent revolution. The accusations of unsociability, of individualism, of aristocratism, were closely connected with this particular mood. The sentiment of, not all and always for the revolution, but something for oneself as well, was translated as, down with permanent revolution. The revolt against the exacting theoretical demands of Marxism and the exacting political demands of the revolution gradually assumed, in the eyes of these people, the form of a struggle against Trotskyism. Under this banner, the liberation of the Philistin in the Bolshevik was proceeding. It was because of this that I lost power, and it was this that determined the form which this loss took. I have said before that Lenin, from his deathbed, was preparing a blow at Stalin and his allies, Dzerzhinsky and Ordzhonikidze. Lenin valued Dzerzhinsky highly. The estrangement began when Dzerzhinsky realized that Lenin did not think him capable of directing economic work. It was this that threw Dzerzhinsky into Stalin's arms, and then Lenin decided to strike at him as one of Stalin's supports. As for Ordzhonikidze, Lenin wanted to expel him from the party for his ways of a governor-general. Lenin's note promising the Georgian Bolsheviks his full support against Stalin, Dzerzhinsky, and Ordzhonikidze was addressed to Mdivani. The fates of the four reveal most vividly the sweeping change in the party engineered by the Stalin faction. After Lenin's death, Dzerzhinsky was put at the head of the Supreme Economic Council, that is, in charge of all state industries. Ordzhonikidze, who had been slated for expulsion, has been made the head of the Central Control Commission. Stalin not only has remained the General Secretary, contrary to Lenin's wish, but has been given unheard-of powers by the apparatus. Finally, Budim Mdivani, whom Lenin supported against Stalin, is now in the Tobolsk prison. A similar regrouping has been effected in the entire directing personnel of the party and in all the parties of the International, without exception. The epoch of the Epigones is separated from that of Lenin not only by a gulf of ideas, but also by a sweeping overturn in the organization of the party. Stalin has been the chief instrument in carrying out this overturn. He is gifted with practicality, a strong will, and persistence in carrying out his aims. His political horizon is restricted, his theoretical equipment primitive. His work of compilation, The Foundations of Leninism, in which he made an attempt to pay tribute to the theoretical traditions of the party, is full of sophomoric errors. His ignorance of foreign languages compels him to follow the political life of other countries at second hand. His mind is stubbornly empirical, and devoid of creative imagination. To the leading group of the party, in the wide circles he was not known at all, he always seemed a man destined to play second and third fiddle. And the fact that today he is playing first is not so much a summing up of the man as it is of this transitional period of political backsliding in the country. Helvetius said it long ago, every period has its great men, and if these are lacking, it invents them. Stalinism is above all else the automatic work of the impersonal apparatus on the decline of the revolution. Lenin died on January 21, 1924. Death was for him merely a deliverance from physical and moral suffering. He must have felt it intolerably humiliating to be so utterly helpless, and especially to lose his power of speech while he was still fully conscious. He grew unable to endure the patronizing tone of the doctors, their banal jokes and their false encouragements. While he was still able to speak, he casually put test questions to the doctors, caught them unawares in contradictions, insisted on additional explanations, and dipped into the medical books himself. In this case as in everything else, he was striving most of all for clarity. The only medical man he could endure was Fyodor Alexandrovich Gedier. A good physician and a good man, unsullied by the traits of a courtier, Gedier was attached to Lenin and Krupskaya by a genuine affection. During the period when Lenin would not allow any other doctor to come near him, Gedier continued to visit him. Gedier was also a close friend and house physician to my family during all the years of the revolution. Thanks to him, we always had most trustworthy and intelligent reports on the condition of Vladimir Ilyich, to supplement and correct the impersonal official bulletins. More than once, I asked Gedier whether Lenin's intellect would retain its power in case of recovery. Gedier answered me in this strain, the tendency to fatigue would increase, there would not be the former clarity in work, but a virtuoso would remain a virtuoso. In the interval between the first and second strokes, this prediction was confirmed to the letter. Toward the end of the meetings of the Politburo, Lenin gave one the impression of being a hopelessly tired man. All the muscles of his face sagged, the gleam went out of his eyes, and even his formidable forehead seemed to shrink, while his shoulders drooped heavily. The expression of his face and of his entire figure might have been summed up in a word: tired. At such ghastly moments, Lenin seemed to me a doomed man. But with a good night's sleep he would recover his power of thought. The articles written in the interval between his two strokes hold their own with his best work. The fluid of the source was the same, but the flow was growing less. Even after the second stroke, Gettier did not take away all hope. But his reports continued to grow more pessimistic. The illness dragged on. Without malice or mercy, the blind forces of nature were sinking the great sick man into a state of impotence from which there was no way out. Lenin could not and should not have lived on as an invalid. But still we did not abandon hope for his recovery. In the meantime, my own indisposition lingered on. At the insistence of the doctors, writes N. I. Sedova, L.D. was moved to the country. There Gettier visited the sick man, for whom he had a tender regard. Politics did not interest him, but he suffered deeply for us without knowing how to express his sympathy. The persecution of L.D. caught him unprepared. He did not understand it, and was waiting and worrying. At Arkhangelskoye, he spoke to me excitedly about the necessity of taking L.D. to Sukhum. In the end, we decided to take the step. The journey, which was long in itself, via Baku, Tiflis, and Batum, was made still longer by the snowdrifts that covered the tracks. But the traveling had a soothing effect. The farther we went from Moscow, the more we broke away from the depression that we had found there of late. But in spite of it all, I still had the feeling that I was accompanying a very sick man. The uncertainty tried one's patience. What sort of life would there be at Sukhum? Would we have enemies or friends about us there? January 21st found us at the station in Tiflis, on our way to Sukhum. I was sitting with my wife in the working half of my car, with the high temperature that was the usual thing at that time. There was a knock on the door, and my faithful assistant, Sirmux, who was accompanying me to Sukhum, entered. From his manner as he walked in, from his livid grey face as he handed me a sheet of paper, looking past me with glassy eyes, I sensed a catastrophe. It was the decoded telegram from Stalin telling me that Lenin had died. I passed it to my wife. She had already guessed it. The Tiflis authorities soon received a similar telegram. The news of Lenin's death was spreading in ever-widening rings. I got the Kremlin on the direct wire. In answer to my inquiry, I was told, the funeral will be on Saturday, you can't get back in time, and so we advise you to continue your treatment. Accordingly, I had no choice. As a matter of fact, the funeral did not take place until Sunday, and I could easily have reached Moscow by then. Incredible as it may appear, I was even deceived about the date of the funeral. The conspirators surmised correctly that I would never think of verifying it, and later on they could always find an explanation. I must recall the fact that the news of Lenin's first illness was not communicated to me until the third day. This was a system. The object was to gain time. The Tiflis comrades came to demand that I write on Lenin's death at once. But I knew only one urgent desire, and that was to be alone. I could not stretch my hand to lift my pen. The brief text of the Moscow telegram was still resounding in my head. Those who gathered at the train waited for a response. They were right. The train was held up for half an hour, and I wrote the farewell lines, Lenin has gone. Lenin is no more. The few handwritten pages were transmitted to the direct wire. We arrived quite broken down, writes my wife. It was the first time we had seen Sukhum. The mimosa were in full bloom, they are plentiful there. Magnificent palms. Camellias. It was January, in Moscow the cold was bitter. The Abkhazians greeted us on our arrival in a friendly manner. In the dining room of the rest house, there were two portraits on the wall, one, draped in black, of Vladimir Ilyich, the other of L.D. We felt like taking the latter one down, but thought it would look too demonstrative. At Sukhum I spent long days lying on the balcony facing the sea. Although it was January, the sun was warm and bright. Between the balcony and the glittering sea there were huge palms. With the constant sensation of running a temperature were mingled thoughts of Lenin's death. In my mind I went through all the stages of my life, my meetings with Lenin, our disagreements, polemics, our renewed friendliness, our fellowship of work. Individual episodes emerged with the vividness of a dream. Gradually all of it began to assume increasingly sharp outlines. With amazing clarity I saw those disciples who were true to their master in the little things, and not in the big. As I breathed the sea air in, I assimilated with my whole being the assurance of my historical rightness in opposition to the Epigones. January 27, 1924. Over the palms and the sea reigned silence, sparking under the blue canopy. Suddenly it was pierced by salvos of artillery. The cannonading was going on somewhere below, on the seashore. It was Sukhum's salute to the leader who at that hour was being buried in Moscow. I thought of him and of the woman who had been his life companion for so many years, receiving through him her impressions of the world. Now she was burying him, and must inevitably feel lonely among the grieving millions around her, grieving, but not as she was grieving. I thought of Nadezhda Konstantinovna Krupskaya. I wanted to speak a word of greeting, of sympathy, of endearment to her from where I was. But I could not bring myself to do it. Words seemed much too light in the face of what had happened. I was afraid that they would only sound conventional. And so I was shaken with gratitude when I received a letter a few days later from Nadezhda Konstantinovna. This is how it read. Dear Lev Davidovich, I write to tell you that about a month before his death, as he was looking through your book, Vladimir Ilyich stopped at the place where you sum up Marx and Lenin, and asked me to read it over again to him. He listened very attentively, and then looked it over again himself. And here is another thing I want to tell you. The attitude of VI toward you at the time when you came to us in London from Siberia has not changed until his death. I wish you, Lev Davidovich, strength and health, and I embrace you warmly. N. Krupskaya. In the book which Vladimir Ilyich was looking over before his death, I compared Lenin with Marx. I knew only too well Lenin's attitude toward Marx, an attitude made up of a disciple's grateful love and of the pathos of distance. The relationship between master and disciple became, in the course of history, the relationship of the theoretical precursor and the first realizer. In my article I did away with the traditional pathos of distance. Marx and Lenin, so closely linked historically and yet so different, were to me the two unsurpassable summits of man's spiritual power. And I rejoiced at the thought that Lenin had read my lines about him attentively a short time before he died, and probably with emotion, since for him, as for me, the Marx scale was the most titanic for measuring human personality. And with emotion I now read Krupskaya's letter. She took two extreme points in my connection with Lenin, the October day in 1902 when, after escaping from Siberia, I had raised Lenin from his hard London bed early in the morning, and the end of December, 1923. When Lenin had twice read my appreciation of his life work. Between these 2 points there had passed 2 decades, at first joint work, then bitter factional struggle, then joint work again on a higher historical foundation. In Hegel's phrase, thesis, antithesis, synthesis. And now Krupskaya bore witness that Lenin's attitude toward me, despite the protracted period of antithesis, remained of London, one, that is, one of warm support and friendly sympathy, but now on a higher historical plane. Even if there were nothing else, all the folios of the dissemblers could not outweigh in the judgment of history this little note written by Krupskaya a few days after Lenin's death. Considerably delayed by the snow, the newspapers began to bring us the memorial speeches, obituaries, and articles. Our friends were expecting L.D. to come to Moscow, and thought that he would cut short his trip in order to return, since no one imagined that Stalin's telegram had cut off his return. I remember my son's letter, received at Sukhum. He was terribly shocked by Lenin's death, and though suffering from a cold, with a temperature of 104, he went in his not very warm coat to the Hall of Columns to pay his last respects, and waited with impatience for our arrival. One could feel in his letter his bitter bewilderment and diffident reproach. This again is quoted from my wife's notes. A delegation of the Central Committee composed of Trotsky, Frunze, Pyatakov, and Guziev came to me at Sukhum to coordinate with me in making changes in the personnel of the War Department. This was sheer farce. The renewal of the personnel in the War Department had for some time been going on at full speed behind my back, and now it was simply a matter of observing the proprieties. The first blow in the War Department fell on Sklyansky. He was the first to bear Stalin's revenge for the latter's reverses before Tsaritsyn, his failure on the southern front, and his adventure before Lvov. Intrigue reared high its serpentine head. To uproot Sklyansky, and me in the future, an ambitious but talentless intriguer named Unschlicht had been installed in the War Department a few months before. Sklyansky was dismissed and Frunze, who was in command of the armies in the Ukraine, was appointed in his place. Frunze was a serious person. His authority in the party, due to his sentence of hard labor in Siberia in the past, was higher than the more recent authority of Sklyansky. Furthermore, he had revealed an indisputable talent for military leadership during the war. But as a military administrator, he was far inferior to Sklyansky. He was too apt to be carried away by abstract schemes, he was a poor judge of character, and he succumbed easily to the influence of experts, especially those of the second order. But I must finish Sklyansky's story. With that rudeness characteristic of Stalin, without even being consulted about it, he was transferred to economic work. Dzerzhinsky, who was glad to get rid of Unskicht, his deputy at the GPU, and secure for industry such a first-class administrator as Sklyansky, put him in charge of the cloth trust. With a shrug of his shoulders, Sklyansky plunged into his new work. A few months later he decided to visit the United States, to look about, study, and buy machinery. Before he left he called on me to say goodbye and to ask my advice. We had worked hand in hand during the years of civil war. But our talk had usually been about troop units, military rules, speeding up the graduation of officers, supplies of copper and aluminum for military plants, uniforms and food, rather than about the party. We were both too busy for that. After Lenin was taken ill, when the plots of the Epigones began to force their way into the War Department, I refrained from discussing party matters, particularly with the military staff. The situation was very indefinite, the differences were then only beginning to crop up, and the forming of factions in the army concealed many dangers. Later on I was ill myself. At that meeting with Sklyansky in the summer of 1925, when I was no longer in charge of the War Department, we talked over almost everything. "Tell me," Sklyansky asked, "what is Stalin?" Sklyansky knew Stalin well enough himself. He wanted my definition of Stalin and my explanation of his success. I thought for a minute. "Stalin," I said, "is the outstanding mediocrity in the party." This definition then shaped itself for me for the first time in its full import, psychological as well as social. By the expression on Sklyansky's face, I saw at once that I had helped my questioner to touch on something significant. "You know," he said, "it is amazing how, during this last period, the self-satisfied mediocrity is pushing itself into every sphere. And all of it finds in Stalin its leader. Where does it all come from? This is the reaction after the great social and psychological strain of the first years of revolution. A victorious counter-revolution may develop its great men. But its first stage, the Thermidor, demands mediocrities who can't see farther than their noses. Their strength lies in their political blindness, like the mill horse that thinks that he is moving up when really he is only pushing down the belt wheel. A horse that sees is incapable of doing the work. In that conversation I realized for the first time with absolute clarity the problem of the Thermidor, with, I might even say, a sort of physical conviction. I agreed with Sklyansky to return to the subject after he got back from America. Not many weeks later a cable informed us that Sklyansky had been drowned in some American lake while boating. Life is inexhaustible in its cruel inventions. The urn with Sklyansky's ashes was brought back to Moscow. Everyone was sure that it would be immured in the Kremlin wall in the Red Square, which had become the pantheon of the revolution. But the Secretariat of the Central Committee decided to bury Sklyansky outside of the city. Sklyansky's farewell visit to me had apparently been noted and taken into account. The hatred extended to the burial urn. The belittling of Sklyansky was part of the general fight against the leadership that had ensured victory in the Civil War. I do not think that Sklyansky alive was interested in the matter of where he was to be buried. But the decision of the Central Committee took on a character of personal and political meanness. Throwing aside my sense of repulsion, I called Molotov. But the decision could not be altered. History has yet to pass its verdict on it. In the autumn of 1924, my temperature again began to mount. By that time, another discussion had blazed up, brought about this time from above in accordance with some prearranged plan. In Leningrad, in Moscow, and in the provinces, hundreds and thousands of preliminary secret conferences had been held to prepare the so-called discussion, to prepare, that is, a systematic and well-organized baiting. Now directed not at the opposition but at me personally. When the secret preparations were over, at a signal from the Pravda a campaign against Trotskyism burst forth simultaneously on all platforms, in all pages and columns, in every crack and corner. It was a majestic spectacle of its kind. The slander was like a volcanic eruption. It was a great shock to the large mass of the party. I lay in bed with a temperature, and remained silent. Press and orators did nothing but expose Trotskyism, although no one knew exactly what it meant. Day after day they served up incidents from the past, polemical excerpts from Lenin's articles of 20 years standing, confusing, falsifying and mutilating them, and in general presenting them as if everything had happened just the day before. No one could understand anything of all this. If it had really been true, then Lenin must have been aware of it. But was there not the October Revolution after all that? Was there not the Civil War after the Revolution? Had not Trotsky worked together with Lenin in creating the Communist International? Were not Trotsky's portraits hanging everywhere next to those of Lenin? But slander poured forth in a cold lava stream. It pressed down automatically on the consciousness, and was even more devastating to the will. The attitude toward Lenin as a revolutionary leader gave way to an attitude like that toward the head of an ecclesiastical hierarchy. Against my protests, a mausoleum was built on the Red Square, a monument unbecoming and offensive to the revolutionary consciousness. The official books about Lenin evolved into similar mausoleums. His ideas were cut up into quotations for hypocritical sermons. His embalmed corpse was used as a weapon against the living Lenin, and against Trotsky. The masses were stunned, puzzled, and overawed. Thanks to its sheer bulk, the campaign of ignorant lies took on political potency. It overwhelmed, oppressed, and demoralized the masses. The party found itself condemned to silence. A regime was established that was nothing less than a dictatorship of the apparatus over the party. In other words, the party was ceasing to be a party. In the morning, papers were brought to me in bed. I looked over the cable reports, and the titles and signatures of the articles. I knew those men well enough, I knew their inner thoughts, what they were capable of saying and what they had been ordered to say. In the majority of cases, they were men already exhausted by the revolution. Some were simply narrow-minded fanatics who had let themselves be deceived. Others were young, careerists, in a hurry to prove how invaluable they were. All of them contradicted each other and themselves. But the slander kept up incessantly in the newspapers, it howled and shrieked, drowning its contradictions and superficiality in its own noise. It succeeded by sheer volume alone. The second attack of LD's illness, writes Anisidova, coincided with a monstrous campaign of persecution against him, which we felt as keenly as if we had been suffering from the most malignant disease. The pages of the Pravda seemed endless, and every line of the paper, even every word, a lie. LD kept silent. But what it cost him to maintain that silence. Friends called to see him during the day and often at night. I remember that someone once asked him if he had read that day's paper. He replied that he no longer read the newspapers. And it is true that he only took them up in his hands, ran his eyes over them, and then threw them aside. It seemed as if it were enough for him merely to look at them to know all that they contained. He knew only too well the cooks who had made the dish, and the same dish every day, to boot. To read the papers at that time was exactly, he would say, like pushing a funnel brush into one's own throat. It might have been possible to force himself to read them if LD had decided to reply. But he remained silent. His cold lingered on, thanks to his critical nervous condition. He looked pale and thin. In the family we avoided talking about the persecution, and yet we could talk of nothing else. I remember how I felt when I went to my work every day at the Commissariat of Education. It was like running a gauntlet. But never once did anyone permit himself an unpleasant insinuation. Side by side with the inimical silence of the small ruling group, there was unquestionable sympathy from most of my colleagues. The life of the party seemed to be split in half, the inner, hidden life and the outward life for show only, and the two lives were in absolute contradiction to each other. Only a few brave souls ventured to reveal what was latent in the minds and hearts of most of those who concealed their sympathies under a monolithic vote. My letter to Cheeds against Lenin was published during this period. This episode, dating back to April 1913, grew out of the fact that the official Bolshevik newspaper then published in St. Petersburg had appropriated the title of my Viennese publication, the Pravda, a labor paper. This led to one of those sharp conflicts so frequent in the lives of the foreign exiles. In a letter written to Cheeds, who at one time stood between the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks, I gave vent to my indignation at the Bolshevik center and at Lenin. 2 or 3 weeks later, I would undoubtedly have subjected my letter to a strict censor's revision. A year or two later still it would have seemed a curiosity in my own eyes. But that letter was to have a peculiar destiny. It was intercepted on its way by the police department. It rested in the police archives until the October Revolution, when it went to the Institute of History of the Communist Party. Lenin was well aware of this letter. In his eyes, as in mine, it was simply the snows of yesteryear and nothing more. A good many letters of various kinds had been written during the years of foreign exile. In 1924, the Epigones disinterred the letter from the archives and flung it at the party, 3/4 of which at that time consisted of new members. It was no accident that the time chosen for this was the months immediately following Lenin's death. This condition was doubly essential. In the first place, Lenin could no longer rise to call these gentlemen by their right names, and in the second place, the masses of the people were torn with grief over the death of their leader. With no idea of the yesterdays of the party, the people read Trotsky's hostile remarks about Lenin and were stunned. It is true that the remarks had been made 12 years before, but chronology was disregarded in the face of the naked quotations. The use that the Epigones made of my letter to Cheeds is one of the greatest frauds in the world's history. The forged documents of the French reactionaries in the Dreyfus case are as nothing compared to the political forgery perpetrated by Stalin and his associates. Slander becomes a force only when it meets some historical demand. There must have been some shift, I reasoned, in social relations or in the political mood, if slander could find such an endless market. It is necessary to analyze the content of this slander. As I lay in bed, I had plenty of time to do so. From what does this accusation of Trotsky's wishing to rob the peasant derive? That formula which the reactionary agrarians, the Christian socialists, and the fascists always direct against socialists and against communists in particular. Whence this bitter baiting of the Marxist idea of permanent revolution, this national bragging which promises to build its own socialism? What sections of the people make demands for such reactionary vulgarity? And lastly, how and why this lowering of the theoretical level, this retrogression to political stupidity? Lying in bed, I went over my old articles, and my eyes fell on these lines written in 1909, at the peak of the reactionary regime under Stalin. When the curve of historical development rises, public thinking becomes more penetrating, braver and more ingenious. It grasps facts on the wing, and on the wing links them with the thread of generalization. But when the political curve indicates a drop, public thinking succumbs to stupidity. The priceless gift of political generalization vanishes somewhere without leaving even a trace. Stupidity grows in insolence, and, baring its teeth, heaps insulting mockery on every attempt at a serious generalization. Feeling that it is in command of the field, it begins to resort to its own means. One of its most important means is slander. I say to myself that we are passing through a period of reaction. A political shifting of the classes is going on, as well as a change in class consciousness. After the great effort, there is the recoil. How far will it go? Certainly not back to its starting point. But no one can indicate the line in advance. The struggle of the inner forces will determine that. First, one must understand what is happening. The deep molecular processes of reaction are emerging to the surface. They have as their object the eradicating, or at least the weakening, of the dependence of the public consciousness on the ideas, slogans and living figures of October. That is the meaning of what is now taking place. So let us not become too subjective, or quarrel or feel put out with history for conducting its affairs in such involved and tangled ways. To understand what is happening is already to half ensure the victory. Chapter 42. The last period of struggle within the party. In January, 1925, I was relieved of my duties as the People's Commissary of War. This decision had been carefully prepared for by the preceding struggle. Next to the traditions of the October Revolution, the Epigones feared most the traditions of the Civil War and my connection with the army. I yielded up the military post without a fight, with even a sense of relief, since I was thereby wresting from my opponent's hands their weapon of insinuation concerning my military intentions. The Epigones had first invented these fantasies to justify their acts, and then began almost to believe them. Ever since 1921, my personal interests had shifted to another field. The war was over. The army had been reduced from 5,300,000 men to 600,000. The military work was entering bureaucratic channels. Economic problems were of first importance in the country. From the moment the war ended they had absorbed my time and attention to a far greater extent than military matters. I was made chairman of the Concessions Committee in May, 1925, head of the Electrotechnical Board, and chairman of the Scientific Technical Board of Industry. These three posts were in no way connected. Their selection was made behind my back and determined by certain specific considerations, to isolate me from the party, to submerge me in routine, to put me under special control, and so on. Nevertheless, I made an honest attempt to work in harmony with the new arrangements. When I began my work in three institutions utterly unfamiliar to me, I naturally plunged in up to my ears. I was specially interested in the institutes of technical science which had developed in Soviet Russia on quite a large scale, because of the centralized character of industry. I assiduously visited many laboratories, watched experiments with great interest, listened to explanations given by the foremost scientists, in my spare time studied textbooks on chemistry and hydrodynamics. And felt that I was half administrator and half student. Not for nothing had I planned in my youth to take university courses in physics and mathematics. I was taking a rest from politics and concentrating on questions of natural science and technology. As head of the Electrotechnical Board, I visited power stations in the process of construction, and made a trip to the Dnieper, where preparatory work on a large scale was underway in the construction of a hydroelectric power station. 2 boatmen took me down the rapids in a fishing boat, along the ancient route of the Zaporozhye Cossacks. This adventure of course had merely a sporting interest. But I became deeply interested in the Dnieper enterprise, both from an economic and a technical point of view. I organized a body of American experts, later augmented by German experts, to safeguard the power station from defective estimates. and tried to relate my new work not only to current economic requirements but also to the fundamental problems of socialism. In my struggle against the stolid national approach to economic questions, independence, through self-contained isolation, I advanced the project of developing a system of comparative indices of the Soviet and the world economy. This was the result of our need for correct orientation in the world market, being intended on its part to serve the needs of the import and export trade and of the policy of concessions. In essence, the project of comparative indices, which grew inevitably from a recognition of the productive forces of the world as dominating those of a single nation, implied an attack on the reactionary theory of socialism in a single country. I made public reports on matters connected with my new activity, and published books and pamphlets. My opponents neither could nor cared to accept battle on this ground. They summed up the situation in the formula: Trotsky has created a new battlefield for himself. The electrotechnical board and the scientific institutions began now to worry them almost as much as the War Department and the Red Army previously had. The Stalin apparatus followed on my heels. Every practical step that I took gave rise to a complicated intrigue behind the scenes, every theoretical conclusion fed the ignorant myth of Trotskyism. My practical work was performed under impossible conditions. It is no exaggeration to say that much of the creative activity of Stalin and of his assistant Molotov was devoted to organizing direct sabotage around me. It became practically impossible for the institutions under my direction to obtain the necessary wherewithal. People working there began to fear for their futures, or at least for their careers. My attempt to win a political holiday for myself was patently a failure. The Epigones could not stop halfway. They were too afraid of what they had already done. Yesterday's slander weighed heavily on them, demanding double treachery today. I ended by insisting on being relieved of the electrotechnical board and the institutions of technical science. The Chief Concessions Committee did not provide the same scope for intrigue, since the fate of each concession was decided in the Politburo. Meanwhile, party affairs had reached a new crisis. In the first period of the struggle, a trio had been formed to oppose me, but it was far from being a unit. In theoretical and political respects, both Zinoviev and Kamenev were probably superior to Stalin. But they both lacked that little thing called character. Their international outlook, wider than Stalin's, which they acquired under Lenin in foreign exile, did not make their position any stronger, on the contrary, it weakened it. The political tendency was toward a self-contained national development, and the old formula of Russian patriotism, "will bury the enemy under a shower of our caps," was now assiduously being translated into the new socialist language. Zinoviev's and Kamenev's attempt to uphold the international viewpoint, if only to a limited degree, turned them into Trotskyists of the second order in the eyes of the bureaucracy. This led them to wage their campaign against me with even more fury, so that they might win greater confidence from the apparatus. But these efforts were also vain. The apparatus was rapidly discovering that Stalin was flesh of its flesh. Zinoviev and Kamenev soon found themselves in hostile opposition to Stalin. When they tried to transfer the dispute from the trio to the Central Committee, they discovered that Stalin had a solid majority there. Kamenev was considered the official leader of Moscow. But after the routing with Kamenev's participation of the Moscow Party organization in 1923, when the party came out in its majority to support the opposition, the rank and file of the Moscow Communists maintained a grim silence. With the first attempts to resist Stalin, Kamenev found himself suspended in air. The situation in Leningrad 40 was different. The Leningrad Communists were protected from the opposition of 1923 by the heavy lid of Zinoviev's apparatus. But now their turn came. The Leningrad workers were aroused by the political trend in favor of the rich peasants, the so-called kulaks, and a policy aimed at one-country socialism. The class protest of the workers coincided with the high official opposition of Zinoviev. Thus a new opposition came into existence, and one of its members in the first stages was Nadezhda Konstantinovna Krupskaya. To everyone's utter surprise, their own most of all, Zinoviev and Kamenev found themselves obliged to repeat word for word the criticisms by the opposition, and soon they were listed as being in the camp of the Trotskyists. It is little wonder that in our circle, closer relations with Zinoviev and Kamenev seemed, to say the least, paradoxical. There were among the oppositionists many who opposed such a bloc. There were even some, though only a few, who thought it possible to form a bloc with Stalin against Zinoviev and Kamenev. One of my closest friends, Mrachkovsky, an old revolutionary and one of the finest commanders in the Civil War, expressed himself as opposed to a bloc with anyone and gave a classic explanation of his stand: Stalin will deceive. And Zinoviev will sneak away. But such questions are finally decided not by psychological but by political considerations. Zinoviev and Kamenev openly avowed that the Trotskyists had been right in the struggle against them ever since 1923. They accepted the basic principles of our platform. In such circumstances, it was impossible not to form a bloc with them, especially since thousands of revolutionary Leningrad workers were behind them. I had not met Kamenev outside the official meetings for 3 years, that is, since the night on the eve of his trip to Georgia, when he promised to uphold the stand taken by Lenin and me, but, having learned of Lenin's grave condition, went over to Stalin. At our very first meeting, Kamenev declared, "It is enough for you and Zinoviev to appear on the same platform, and the party will find its true central committee." I could not help laughing at such bureaucratic optimism. Kamenev obviously underestimated the disintegrating effect on the party of the 3 years' activity of the trio. I pointed it out to him, without the slightest concession to his feelings. The revolutionary ebb tide that had begun at the end of 1923, that is, after the defeat of the revolutionary movement in Germany, had assumed international proportions. In Russia, the reaction against October was proceeding at full speed. The party apparatus more and more was lining itself up with the right wing. Under such conditions, it would have been childish to think that all we need do was join hands and victory would drop at our feet like a ripe fruit. We must aim far ahead, I repeated dozens of times to Kamenev and Zinoviev. We must prepare for a long and serious struggle. On the spur of the moment, my new allies accepted this formula bravely. But they didn't last long. They were fading daily and hourly. Mrachkovsky proved right in his appraisal of their personalities. Zinoviev did sneak away after all, but he was far from being followed by all of his supporters. At any rate, his double about-face inflicted an incurable wound on the legend of Trotskyism. In the spring of 1926, my wife and I made a trip to Berlin. The Moscow physicians, at a loss to explain the continuance of my high temperature, and unwilling to shoulder the entire responsibility, had been urging me for some time to take a trip abroad. I was equally anxious to find a way out of the impasse, for my high temperature paralyzed me at the most critical moments, and acted as my opponent's most steadfast ally. The matter of my visit abroad was taken up at the Politburo, which stated that it regarded my trip as extremely dangerous in view of the information it had and the general political situation, but that it left the final decision to me. The statement was accompanied by a note of reference from the GPU indicating the inadmissibility of my trip. The Politburo undoubtedly feared that in the event of any unpleasant accident to me while abroad, the party would hold it responsible. The idea of my enforced exile abroad, and in Constantinople at that, had not yet dawned within the policeman's skull of Stalin. It is possible that the Politburo was also apprehensive of my taking action abroad to consolidate the foreign opposition. Nevertheless, after consulting my friends, I decided to go. Arrangements with the German embassy were completed without difficulty, and about the middle of April my wife and I left with a diplomatic passport in the name of Kuzmienko, a member of the Ukrainian Collegium of the Commissariat of Education. We were accompanied by my secretary, Syrmux, by the former commander of my train, and by a representative of the GPU. Zinoviev and Kamenev parted from me with a show of real feeling. They did not like the prospect of remaining eye to eye with Stalin. In the years before the war, I had known Hohenzollern Berlin very well. It had then its own peculiar physiognomy, which no one could call pleasant but which many thought imposing. Berlin has changed. It has now no physiognomy at all, at least none that I could discover. The city was slowly recovering from a long and serious disease whose course had been accompanied by many surgical operations. The inflation was already over, but the stabilized mark served only as a means of measuring the general anemia. In the streets, in the shops, on the faces of the pedestrians, one sensed the impoverishment, and also that impatient, often avid desire to rise again. The German thoroughness and cleanliness during the hard years of war, of the defeat and the Versailles brigandage, had been swallowed up by dire poverty. The human ant-hill was stubbornly but joylessly restoring the passages, corridors, and storerooms crushed by the boot of war. In the rhythm of the streets, in the movements and gestures of the passers-by, one felt a tragic undercurrent of fatalism. Can't be helped, life is an indefinite term at hard labor, we must begin again at the beginning. For a few weeks I was under medical observation in a private clinic in Berlin. In search of the roots of the mysterious temperature, the doctors shunted me from one to another. Finally, a throat specialist advanced the hypothesis that the source was my tonsils, and advised having them removed in any case. The diagnosticians and therapeutists hesitated, being middle-aged medical base men. But the surgeon, with the experience of the war behind him, treated them with a devastating contempt. He implied that tonsils were now removed as easily as shaving off a mustache. I was obliged to consent. The assistants were getting ready to tie my hands, but the surgeon decided to accept moral guarantees. Behind his encouraging jocosity, I could feel the tension and controlled excitement. It was a most unpleasant sensation to lie on the table and choke in one's own blood. The proceeding lasted from 40 to 50 minutes. Everything went off well, if one overlooks the fact that the operation was apparently useless, as the temperature set in again some time later. But my time in Berlin, at least that spent in the clinic, was not wasted. I immersed myself in the German press, from which I had been almost completely cut off ever since August, 1914. Every day I was provided with a score of German and a few foreign publications, and after reading them I would throw them on the floor. The specialists who visited me had to walk on a carpet of newspapers of all shades of political opinion. It was really my first opportunity to listen to the entire range of German Republican politics. I must confess that I did not find anything unexpected there. The Republic as the foundling of the military debacle, the Republicans as creatures of the Versailles compulsion, the Social Democrats as the executors of the November Revolution which they themselves had smothered. Hindenburg as a democratic president, in general, it was just as I had imagined it. And yet it was very instructive to be able to view it at close range. On May 1st, my wife and I went out for a drive around the city in an automobile. We visited the principal districts, watched processions, read placards, listened to speeches, drove to the Alexanderplatz, and mingled with the crowd. I had seen many May Day processions that were more imposing and more decorative, but it was long since I had been able to move about in a crowd without attracting anyone's attention, feeling myself a part of the nameless whole. Listening and observing. Only once did our companion say to me cautiously, "There they are selling your photographs." But from those photographs no one would have recognized the member of the Collegium of the Commissariat of Education, Kuzmienko. In case these lines should meet the eyes of Count Westarp, of Hermann Müller, Stresemann 41, Count Reventlow, Hilferding, or of any others who opposed my admission into Germany, I think it necessary to inform them that I did not proclaim any reprehensible slogans, stick up any outrageous posters, that in general I was merely an observer waiting to undergo an operation a few days later. We also attended the wine festival outside the city. Here were hordes of people, but in spite of the spring mood, enhanced by sun and wine, the grey shadow of past years lay over the merrymaking, as well as over those who were trying to make merry. You had only to look closer and they all seemed like slowly recovering convalescents, their gaiety still cost them a great effort. We spent a few hours in the thick of the crowd, observed, talked, ate frankfurters from paper plates, and even drank beer, the very taste of which we had forgotten since 1917. I was recovering from the operation quickly, and was considering the date of our departure. At this point, an unexpected thing happened, which even today is still something of a puzzle to me. About a week before my intended departure, there appeared in the corridor of the clinic 2 gentlemen of that indefinite appearance which so definitely proclaims the police profession. Looking into the courtyard from the window, I discovered below me about half a dozen men like them, who, though differing somewhat among themselves, still resembled each other remarkably. I drew Krastinsky's attention to it. A few minutes later, one of the assistant doctors knocked on the door and excitedly announced, at the request of his chief, that I was in danger of an attempt on my life. Not by the police, I hope? I asked, pointing to the many agents. The doctor hazarded a suggestion that the police were there to prevent the attempt. 2 or 3 minutes later a police inspector, Polizirat, arrived and told Krastinsky that the police had actually received information about an attempt on my life, and had taken extraordinary protective measures. The entire clinic was agog. The nurses told each other and the patients that the clinic was harboring Trotsky, and because of that several bombs were going to be thrown at the building. The atmosphere created was little suited to a curative institution. I arranged with Krastinsky to go at once to the Soviet embassy. The street in front of the clinic was barricaded by the police. I was escorted by police motor cars. The official version of the episode was something like this: one of the German monarchists arrested in connection with a newly discovered conspiracy made a statement to the court examiner, or so it was alleged, that the Russian White Guards were arranging for an early attempt on the life of Trotsky, who was stated to be in Berlin. The German diplomacy, through which my trip had been arranged, had deliberately refrained from informing its police because of the considerable number of monarchists among the ranks. The police did not give much credence to the report of the arrested monarchist, but nevertheless checked up on his statement about my staying at the clinic. To their great amazement, the information proved correct. As inquiries had been made of the physicians as well, I received 2 simultaneous warnings, one from the assistant doctor, the other from the police inspector. Whether an attempt had really been planned, and whether the police really learned of my arrival through the arrested monarchist, are questions that even today I cannot answer. But I suspect that the case was much simpler. One may assume that the diplomatic circles failed to keep the secret, and the police, hurt by the lack of confidence in them, decided to demonstrate, either to Stresemann or to me, that tonsils could not be removed without their aid. Whatever the explanation, the clinic was turned upside down, while under this mighty protection against my hypothetical enemies, I moved over to the embassy. Vague and feeble echoes of this story later found their way into the German press, but it seems that no one was inclined to believe them. The days of my stay in Berlin coincided with certain important events in Europe, the general strike in England, and Pilsudski's coup d'état in Poland. Both these occurrences greatly accentuated my disagreements with the Epigones, and determined in advance the stormier development of our later struggle. A few words on that subject should be included here. Stalin, Bukharin, and, in the first period, Zinoviev as well, saw the crowning achievement of their policy in the diplomatic bloc between the higher groups of the Soviet trades unions and the General Council of the British trades unions. In his provincial narrowness, Stalin imagined that Purcell and other trades union leaders were ready or able, in a difficult moment, to lend support to the Soviet Republic against the British bourgeoisie. As for the British Union leaders, they believed, with some justification, that in view of the crisis in British capitalism and the increasing discontent of the masses, it would be politic for them to be covered on their left by means of an official but actually non-committal friendship with the leaders of the Soviet trades unions. Both sides did a great deal of beating about the bush, for the most part avoiding calling things by their real names. A rotten policy has more than once been wrecked on great events. The general strike in England in May, 1926, proved to be a great event not only in English life, but also in the inner life of our party. England's fate after the war was a subject of absorbing interest. The radical change in her world position could not fail to bring about changes just as radical in the inner correlation of her forces. It was clear that even if Europe, including England, were to restore a certain social equilibrium for a more or less extended period, England herself could reach such an equilibrium only by means of a series of serious conflicts and shake-ups. I thought it probable that in England, of all places, the fight in the coal industry would lead to a general strike. From this I assumed that the essential contradiction between the old organizations of the working class and its new historical tasks would of course be revealed in the near future. During the winter and spring of 1925, while I was in the Caucasus, I wrote a book on this, Whither England? The book was aimed essentially at the official conception of the Politburo, with its hope of an evolution to the left by the British General Council, and of a gradual and painless penetration of communism into the ranks of the British Labour Party and trades unions. In part to avoid unnecessary complications, in part to check up on my opponents, I submitted the manuscript of the book to the Politburo. Since it was a question of forecast, rather than of criticism after the fact, none of the members of the Politburo ventured to express himself. The book passed safely by the censors and was published exactly as it had been written. A little later, it also appeared in English. The official leaders of British socialism treated it as the fantasy of a foreigner who did not know British conditions, who could dream of transferring the Russian general strike to the soil of the British Isles. Such estimates could have been counted by the dozens, even by the hundreds, beginning with MacDonald himself, who in the political banalities contest indisputably carried off first prize. But within a few months the strike of the coal miners became a general strike. I had not expected such an early confirmation of my forecast. If the general strike proved the rightness of the Marxist forecast against the homemade estimates of the British reformists, the behavior of the General Council during the general strike signified the collapse of Stalin's hopes of Purcell. I eagerly gathered and collated in the clinic all the information about the course of the general strike and especially about the relations between the masses and their leaders. The thing that made my gorge rise was the nature of the articles in the Moscow Pravda. Its chief concern was to screen bankruptcy and save its face. This could be achieved only by a cynical distortion of the facts. There can be no greater proof of the intellectual downfall of a revolutionary politician than deception of the masses. Upon my return to Moscow, I demanded an immediate breaking up of the bloc with the British General Council. Zinoviev, after the inevitable vacillation, sided with me. Radek was opposed. Stalin clung to the bloc, even to the semblance of one, for all he was worth. The British trades unionists waited until their acute inner crisis was at an end, and then uncivilly kicked their generous but muddle-headed ally away. Events just as significant were taking place in Poland at the same time. In frantic search for a way out, the petty bourgeoisie entered on a rebellion and raised Pilsudski on its shield. The leader of the Communist Party, Varsky, decided that a democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry was developing there before his very eyes, and called on the Communist Party to support Pilsudski. I had known Varsky for a long time. When Rosa Luxemburg was still alive, he was perhaps able to hold his place in the revolutionary ranks. Left alone, he was always a vacancy. In 1924, after great hesitation, he announced that at last he realized the evil of Trotskyism, that is, of the underappreciation of the peasantry for the success of the democratic dictatorship. As a reward for his obedience, he was given the post of leader, and watched impatiently for an occasion for using the spurs that it had taken him so long to win. In May, 1926, he seized his opportunity, only to disgrace himself and spatter the flag of the party. He went unpunished, of course. The Stalin apparatus shielded him from the wrath of the Polish workers. During 1926, the party struggle developed with increasing intensity. In the autumn, the opposition even made an open sortie at the meetings of the party locals. The apparatus counter-attacked with fury. The struggle of ideas gave place to administrative mechanics, telephone summons of the party bureaucrats to attend the meetings of the workers' locals, an accumulation of automobiles with hooting sirens in front of all the meetings, and a well-organized whistling and booing at the appearance of the oppositionists on the platform. The ruling faction exerted its pressure by a mechanical concentration of its forces, by threats and reprisals. Before the mass of the party had time to hear, grasp or say anything, they were afraid of the possibility of a split and a catastrophe. The opposition was obliged to beat a retreat. On October 6, we made a declaration announcing that although we considered our views just and reserved the right of fighting for them within the framework of the party, we renounced the use of activities that might engender the danger of a split. The declaration of October 16 was intended not for the apparatus but for the mass of the party. It was an expression of our desire to remain in the party and serve it further. Although the Stalinites began to break the truce the day after it was concluded, still we gained time. The winter of 1926-7 gave us a certain breathing spell which allowed us to carry out a more thorough theoretical examination of many questions. As early as the beginning of 1927, Zinoviev was ready to capitulate, if not all at once, at least gradually. But then came the staggering events in China. The criminal character of Stalin's policy hit one in the eye. It postponed for a time the capitulation of Zinoviev and of all who followed him later. The Epigones' leadership in China trampled on all the traditions of Bolshevism. The Chinese Communist Party was forced against its will to join the bourgeois Kuomintang Party and submit to its military discipline. The creating of Soviets was forbidden. The Communists were advised to hold the agrarian revolution in check, and to abstain from arming the workers without the permission of the bourgeoisie. Long before Chiang Kai-shek crushed the Shanghai workers and concentrated the power in the hands of a military clique, we issued warnings that such a consequence was inevitable. Since 1925, I had demanded the withdrawal of the Communists from the Kuomintang. The policy of Stalin and Bukharin not only prepared for and facilitated the crushing of the revolution but, with the help of reprisals by the state apparatus, shielded the counterrevolutionary work of Chiang Kai-shek from our criticism. In April 1927, at the party meeting in the Hall of Columns, Stalin still defended the policy of coalition with Chiang Kai-shek and called for confidence in him. 5 or 6 days later, Chiang Kai-shek drowned the Shanghai workers and the Communist Party in blood. A wave of excitement swept over the party. The opposition raised its head. And disregarding all rules of conspiratia, and at that time, in Moscow, we were already obliged to defend the Chinese workers against Chiang Kai-shek by using the methods of conspiratia. The oppositionists came to me by scores in the offices of the Chief Concessions Committee. Many younger comrades thought the patent bankruptcy of Stalin's policy was bound to bring the triumph of the opposition nearer. During the first days after the coup d'état by Chiang Kai-shek, I was obliged to pour many a bucket of cold water over the hot heads of my young friends, and over some not so young. I tried to show them that the opposition could not rise on the defeat of the Chinese Revolution. The fact that our forecast had proved correct might attract 1,000, 5,000, or even 10,000 new supporters to us. But for the millions, the significant thing was not our forecast, but the fact of the crushing of the Chinese proletariat. After the defeat of the German Revolution in 1923, after the breakdown of the English general strike in 1925, the new disaster in China would only intensify the disappointment of the masses in the international revolution. And it was this same disappointment that served as the chief psychologic source for Stalin's policy of national reformism. In a very short time, it was apparent that as a faction we had undoubtedly gained in strength, that is to say, we had grown more united intellectually, and stronger in numbers. But the umbilical cord that connected us with power was cut by the sword of Chiang Kai-shek. His finally discredited Russian ally, Stalin, now had only to complete the crushing of the Shanghai workers by routing the opposition within the party. The backbone of the opposition was a group of old revolutionaries. But we were no longer alone. Hundreds and thousands of revolutionaries of the new generation were grouped about us. This new generation had been awakened by the October Revolution. It had taken part in the Civil War, it stood at attention before the great authority of Lenin's Central Committee. Only since 1923 had it begun to think independently, to criticize, to apply Marxist methods to new turns in the development, and, what is still more difficult, to learn to shoulder the responsibility of revolutionary initiative. At present there are thousands of such young revolutionaries who are augmenting their political experience by studying theory in the prisons and the exile of the Stalin regime. The leading group of the opposition faced this finale with its eyes wide open. We realized only too clearly that we could make our ideas the common property of the new generation not by diplomacy and evasions but only by an open struggle which shirked none of the practical consequences. We went to meet the inevitable debacle, confident, however, that we were paving the way for the triumph of our ideas in a more distant future. The pressure of material force has always played, and still plays, a great role in humanity's history. Sometimes it is a progressive role, more often a reactionary one. Its character depends on what class applies the force, and to what end. But it is a far cry from this to the belief that force can solve all problems and overcome all obstacles. It is possible by force of arms to check the development of progressive historical tendencies. It is not possible to block the road of the advance of progressive ideas forever. That is why, when the struggle is one for great principles, the revolutionary can only follow one rule: face ce que dois, advienne pura. The nearer drew the time for the 15th Congress, set for the end of 1927, the more the party felt that it had reached a crossroads in history. Alarm was rife in the ranks. In spite of a monstrous terror, the desire to hear the opposition awoke in the party. This could be achieved only by illegal means. Secret meetings were held in various parts of Moscow and Leningrad, attended by workers and students of both sexes, who gathered in groups of from 20 to 100 and 200 to hear some representative of the opposition. In one day I would visit 2, 3, and sometimes 4 of such meetings. They were usually held in some worker's apartment. 2 small rooms would be packed with people, and the speaker would stand at the door between the 2 rooms. Sometimes everyone would sit on the floor. More often the discussion had to be carried on stand big, for lack of space. Occasionally representatives of the Control Commission would appear at such meetings and demand that everyone leave. They were invited to take part in the discussion. If they caused any disturbance they were put out. In all, about 20,000 people attended such meetings in Moscow and Leningrad. The number was growing. The opposition cleverly prepared a huge meeting in the hall of the High Technical School, which had been occupied from within. The hall was crammed with 2,000 people, while a huge crowd remained outside in the street. The attempts of the administration to stop the meeting proved ineffectual. Kamenev and I spoke for about 2 hours. Finally the Central Committee issued an appeal to the workers to break up the meetings of the opposition by force. This appeal was merely a screen for carefully prepared attacks on the opposition by military units under the guidance of the GPU. Stalin wanted a bloody settlement of the conflict. We gave the signal for a temporary discontinuance of the large meetings. But this was not until after the demonstration of November 7. In October of 1927, the Central Executive Committee held its session in Leningrad. In honor of the occasion, the authorities staged a mass demonstration. But through an unforeseen circumstance, the demonstration took an entirely unexpected turn. Zinoviev and I and a few others of the opposition were making the rounds of the city by automobile, to see the size and temper of the demonstration. Toward the end of our drive, we approached the Taurid Palace where motor trucks were drawn up as platforms for the members of the Central Executive Committee. Our automobile stopped short before a line of police. There was no farther passage. Before we could make up our minds how to get out of the impasse, the commander hurried to our car and quite guilelessly offered to escort us to the platform. Before we could overcome our hesitation, 2 lines of police opened a way for us to the last motor truck, which was still unoccupied. When the masses learned that we were on the last platform, the character of the demonstration changed instantly. The people began to pass by the first trucks indifferently, without even answering the greetings from them, and hurried on to our platform. Soon a bank of thousands of people had been formed around our truck. Workers and soldiers halted, looked up, shouted their greetings, and then were obliged to move on because of the impatient pressure of those behind them. A platoon of police which was sent to our truck to restore order was itself caught up by the general mood, and took no action. Hundreds of trusted agents of the apparatus were dispatched into the thick of the crowd. They tried to whistle us down, but their isolated whistles were quite drowned by the shouts of sympathy. The longer this continued, the more intolerable the situation became for the official leaders of the demonstration. In the end, the chairman of the Central Executive Committee and a few of its most prominent members came down from the first platform, around which there was nothing but a vast gulf of emptiness, and climbed onto ours, which stood at the very end and was intended for the least important guests. But even this bold step failed to save the situation, for the people kept shouting names, and the names were not those of the official masters of the situation. Zinoviev was instantly optimistic, and expected momentous consequences from this manifestation of sentiment. I did not share his impulsive estimate. The working masses of Leningrad demonstrated their dissatisfaction in the form of platonic sympathy for the leaders of the opposition, but they were still unable to prevent the apparatus from making short work of us. On this score I had no illusions. On the other hand, the demonstration was bound to suggest to the ruling faction the necessity of speeding up the destruction of the opposition, so that the masses might be confronted with an accomplished fact. The next landmark was the Moscow demonstration in honor of the 10th anniversary of the October Revolution. The organizers of the demonstration, the authors of the Jubilee articles, and the speakers were, in most cases, people who either had been on the other side of the barricade during the events of October, or had simply sought shelter under the family roof until they could see what had happened, and had joined the revolution only after it had won a secure victory. It was with amusement rather than bitterness that I read articles and listened to radio speeches in which these hangers-on accused me of treason to the October Revolution. When you understand the dynamics of the historical process and see how your opponent is being pulled by strings controlled by a hand unknown to him, then the most disgusting acts of turpitude and perfidy lose their power over you. The oppositionists decided to take part in the general procession, carrying their own placards, with their slogans. These were in no sense directed against the party. They read, for example, "Let us turn our fire to the right, against the kulak, the netman and the bureaucrat. Let us carry out Lenin's will. Against opportunism, against a split, and for the unity of Lenin's party." Today, these slogans form the official credo of the Stalin faction in its fight against the right wing. On November 7, the placards of the opposition were snatched from their hands and torn to pieces, while their bearers were mauled by specially organized units. The official leaders had learned their lesson in the Leningrad demonstration, and this time their preparations were much more efficient. The masses were showing signs of uneasiness. They joined in the demonstration with minds that were profoundly disquieted. And above the alarmed and bewildered people, two active groups were rising, the opposition and the apparatus. As volunteers in the fight against the Trotskyists, notoriously non-revolutionary and sometimes sheer fascist elements in the streets of Moscow were now coming to the aid of the apparatus. A policeman, pretending to be giving a warning, shot openly at my automobile. Someone was guiding his hand. A drunken official of the fire brigade, shouting imprecations, jumped on the running board of my automobile and smashed the glass. To one who could see, the incidents in the Moscow streets on November 7, 1927, were obviously a rehearsal of the Thermidor. A similar demonstration took place in Leningrad. Zinoviev and Radek, who had gone there, were laid hold of by a special detachment, and under the pretense of protection from the crowd, were shut up in one of the buildings for the duration of the demonstration. On the same day, Zinoviev wrote us in Moscow, "All the information at hand indicates that this outrage will greatly benefit our cause. We are worried to know what happened with you. Contacts, that is, secret discussions with the workers, are proceeding very well here. The change in our favor is great. For the time being we do not propose to leave." This was the last flash of energy from the opposition of Zinoviev. A day later he was in Moscow, insisting on the necessity of surrender. On November 16, Joff committed suicide. His death was a wedge in the growing struggle. Joff was a very sick man. He had been brought back from Japan, where he was Soviet ambassador, in a serious condition. Many obstacles were placed in the way of his being sent abroad, but his stay there was too brief, and although it had its beneficial results, they were not sufficient compensation. Joff became my deputy in the Chief Concessions Committee, and all the heavy routine fell on him. The crisis in the party disturbed him greatly. The thing that worried him most was the treachery. Several times he was ready to throw himself into the thick of the struggle. Concerned for his health, I tried to hold him back. Joff was especially furious at the campaign in connection with the theory of permanent revolution. He couldn't stomach the vile baiting of those who had foreseen, long in advance of the rest, the course and character of the revolution, by those who were merely enjoying its fruits. Joff told me of his conversation with Lenin. It took place in 1919, if I am not mistaken, on the subject of permanent revolution. Lenin said to him, "Yes, Trotsky proved to be right." Joff wanted to publish that conversation, but I tried my best to dissuade him. I could visualize the avalanche of baiting that would crash down upon him. Joff was peculiarly persistent, and under a soft exterior he concealed an inalterable will. At each new outburst of aggressive ignorance and political treachery, he would come to me again, with a drawn and indignant face, and repeat, "I must make it public." I would argue with him again that such evidence of a witness could change nothing, that it was necessary to re-educate the new generation of the party, and to aim far ahead. Joff had been unable to complete his cure abroad, and his physical condition was growing worse every day. Toward autumn, he was compelled to stop work, and then he was laid low altogether. His friends again raised the question of sending him abroad, but this time the Central Committee refused point-blank. The Stalinites were now preparing to send the oppositionists in quite a different direction. My expulsion from the Central Committee and then from the party startled Joff more than anyone else. To his personal and political wrath was added the bitter realization of his own physical helplessness. Joff felt unerringly that the future of the revolution was at stake. It was no longer in his power to fight, and life apart from struggle meant nothing for him. So he drew his final conclusion. At that time I had already moved from the Kremlin to the home of my friend Bialoborodov, who formerly was still People's Commissary of the Interior, although the agents of the GPU were on his heels wherever he went. Bialoborodov was then away in his native Urals, where he was trying to reach the workers in the struggle against the apparatus. I telephoned Joff's apartment to ask the state of his health. He himself answered. The telephone was beside his bed. In the tone of his voice, but I realized this only later, there was something strange and alarming. He asked me to come to him. Some chance prevented me from doing so immediately. In those stormy days, comrades called continuously at Bialoborodov's house to confer with me on important matters. An hour or two later an unfamiliar voice informed me over the telephone, "Adolf Abramovich has shot himself. There is a packet for you on his bedside table." In Bialoborodov's house, there were always a few military oppositionists on duty to accompany me in my movements about town. We set off in haste for Joff's. In answer to our ringing and knocking, someone demanded our names from behind the door and then opened it after some delay. Something mysterious was going on inside. As we entered, I saw the calm and infinitely tender face of Adolf Abramovich against a blood-stained pillow. A member of the board of the GPU, was at Joff's desk. The packet was gone from the bedside table. I demanded its return at once. B. muttered that there was no letter at all. His manner and voice left me in no doubt that he was lying. A few minutes later, friends from all parts of the city began to pour into the apartment. The official representatives of the Commissariat of Foreign Affairs and of the party institutions felt lost in the midst of the crowd of oppositionists. During the night, several thousand people visited the house. The news of the theft of the letter spread through the city. Foreign journalists were sending dispatches, and it became quite impossible to conceal the letter any longer. In the end, a photostatic copy of it was handed to Rakovsky. Why a letter written by Joff to me and sealed in an envelope that bore my name should have been given to Rakovsky, and at that in a photostatic copy instead of the original, is something that I cannot even attempt to explain. Joff's letter reflects him to the end, but as he was half an hour before his death. Joff knew my attitude toward him. He was bound to me by a deep moral confidence, and gave me the right to delete anything I thought superfluous or unsuitable for publication. Failing to conceal the letter from the whole world, the cynical enemy tried to exploit for its own purposes those very lines not written for the public eye. Joff tried to make his death a service to the same cause to which he had dedicated his life. With the same hand that was to pull the trigger against his own temple half an hour later, he wrote the last evidence of a witness and the last counsel of a friend. This is what he addressed directly to me in his last letter. You and I, dear Lev Davidovich, are bound to each other by decades of joint work, and, I make bold to hope, of personal friendship. This gives me the right to tell you in parting what I think you are mistaken in. I have never doubted the rightness of the road you pointed out, and as you know I have gone with you for more than 20 years, since the days of permanent revolution. But I have always believed that you lacked Lenin's unbending will, his unwillingness to yield, his readiness even to remain alone on the path that he thought right in the anticipation of a future majority. Of a future recognition by every one of the rightness of his path. Politically, you were always right, beginning with, and I told you repeatedly that with my own ears I had heard Lenin admit that even in 1905, you, and not he, were right. One does not lie before his death, and now I repeat this again to you. But you have often abandoned your rightness for the sake of an overvalued agreement, or compromise. This is a mistake. I repeat, politically you have always been right, and now more right than ever. Some day the party will realize it, and history will not fail to accord recognition. Then don't lose your courage if someone leaves you now, or if not as many come to you, and not as soon, as we all would like. You are right, but the guarantee of the victory of your rightness lies in nothing but the extreme unwillingness to yield, the strictest straightforwardness, the absolute rejection of all compromise. In this very thing lay the secret of Lenin's victories. Many a time I have wanted to tell you this, but only now have I brought myself to do so, as a last farewell. Joff's funeral was set for a working day, at an hour that would prevent the Moscow workers from taking part in it. But in spite of this, it attracted no less than 10,000 people and turned into an imposing oppositionist demonstration. Meanwhile, Stalin's faction was preparing for the Congress, hastening to place a split before it as an accomplished fact. The so-called elections to local conferences which sent delegates to the Congress were carried out before the official opening of the sham discussion, during which groups of whistlers, organized in military fashion, broke up meetings in the regular fascist way. It is difficult even to imagine anything more disgraceful than the preparations for the 15th Congress. Zinoviev and his group had no difficulty in perceiving that the Congress would put the political cap sheaf on the physical rout that had begun in the streets of Moscow and Leningrad on the 10th anniversary of the October Revolution. The only concern of Zinoviev and his friends was to capitulate while there was yet time. They could not fail to understand that the Stalin bureaucrats saw their real enemy not in them, the oppositionists of the second draft, but in the main group of the opposition, linked to me. They hoped to buy forgiveness, if not to win favor, by a demonstrative break with me at the time of the 15th Congress. They did not foresee that by a double betrayal they would achieve their own political elimination. Although they weakened our group temporarily by stabbing it in the back, they condemned themselves to political death. The 15th Congress resolved to expel the opposition en bloc. The expelled were placed at the disposal of the GPU. Chapter 43. The Exile. I will quote in full my wife's account of the exile to Central Asia. January 16, 1928, packing all morning. I have a temperature. My head is going round with fever and weakness in the midst of the things that have just been brought over from the Kremlin, and the things that are being packed to go with us. A medley of furniture, boxes, linen, books and endless visitors, friends coming to say goodbye. F.A. Gettier, our doctor and friend, was naively advising us to put off the departure because of my cold. He did not realize what our journey meant, and what it would mean to postpone it now. We hoped that I would improve more readily on the train, because at home, under the conditions of the last days before we left, there was little chance of an early recovery. New faces kept flashing before our eyes, many of whom I was seeing for the first time. Embraces, hands shaking, expressions of sympathy and good wishes. The chaos is being increased by people bringing flowers, books, candy, warm clothing, etc. The last day of bustle, strain, and excitement is nearing its end. The things have been taken to the station. Our friends have gone there too. We are sitting, the entire family, in the dining room, ready to leave, waiting for the agents of the GPU. We watch the time, 9 o'clock, half past. No one comes. 10 o'clock, the hour of the train's departure. What has happened? Rescinded? The telephone rings. The GPU informs us that our departure has been put off, for reasons not stated. For how long? Asks LD. For 2 days, comes the answer, you will have to leave the day after tomorrow. Half an hour later friends from the station rushed in, first young people, then Rakovsky and others. There had been a tremendous demonstration at the station. People waited, shouting "Long live Trotsky." But Trotsky was nowhere to be seen. Where was he? Around the car reserved for us, there was a stormy crowd. Young friends set up a large portrait of LD on the roof of the car. It was greeted with jubilant hurrahs. The train started, first one jerk, then another. It moved forward a little and then stopped suddenly. The demonstrants had run in front of the engine, they clung to the cars and stopped the train, demanding Trotsky. A rumor had run through the crowd that the GPU agents had conducted LD secretly into the car and were preventing him from showing himself to those who had come to see him off. The excitement at the station was indescribable. There were clashes with the police and the agents of the GPU, with casualties on both sides. Arrests were made. The train was detained for about an hour and a half. Some time later our baggage came back from the station. For a long time afterward, friends kept telephoning to find out if we were at home and to tell us what had happened at the station. It was long after midnight when we went to bed. After the worries of the last few days, we slept until 11 the next day. There were no telephone calls. Everything was quiet. The wife of our older boy went to her work, there were still 2 days ahead of us. But we had hardly finished breakfast when the bell rang, it was Bialoborodov's wife, next came Joff's wife. Another ring, and the whole apartment filled with agents of the GPU in civilian clothes and uniforms. An order was handed to LD, declaring him under arrest for immediate conveyance under escort to Alma-Ata. And the 2 days of which the GPU had spoken the day before. Another deception, a ruse to avoid a new demonstration at the send-off. The telephone rang continually, but an agent stood beside it and good-humoredly prevented us from answering. It was only by chance that we managed to let Bialoborodov know that our house had been occupied and that we were being carried away by force. Later on, we were informed that the political direction of the send-off had been Bukharin's. This was quite in the spirit of the Stalin machinations. The agents were noticeably excited. LD refused to leave of his own accord. He took advantage of the occasion to make the situation perfectly clear. The Politburo was trying to make his exile, as well as that of at least the most prominent oppositionists, seem like a voluntary affair. It was in this light that the exile was being represented to the workers. Now it was necessary to explode this legend, and to show the reality in such a way that the facts could be neither suppressed nor distorted. Hence LD's decision to compel his opponents to an open use of force. We locked ourselves in one of the rooms with our 2 guests. Parleys with the agents of the GPU were carried on through locked doors. The agents did not know what to do. They hesitated, consulted with their chiefs by telephone, and when they had received instructions, announced that they were going to force the door, since they must carry out their orders. Meantime, LD was dictating instructions for the future conduct of the opposition. The door remained locked. We heard a hammer blow, the glass crashed, and a uniformed arm was thrust inside. "Shoot me, Comrade Trotsky, shoot me," Kishkin, a former officer who had often accompanied LD on his trips to the front, kept saying excitedly. "Don't talk nonsense, Kishkin," LD replied calmly. "No one is going to shoot you. Go ahead with your job." The agents opened the door and entered the room confused and agitated. Seeing LD in his slippers, they found his shoes and put them on him. Then they found his fur coat and cap and put them on him. LD refused to go. They lifted him in their arms and started away. We hurried after. I slipped on my snow boots and my fur coat. The door slammed behind me. On the other side of it, I heard a commotion. I shouted to the men who were carrying LD down the stairs and demanded that they let out my sons, the elder of whom was to accompany us into exile. The door was flung open, and my sons burst out, followed by our women guests, Bialoborodova and Joff. They all forced their way through with the aid of athletic measures on Seryoza's part. On the way down the stairs, Lyova rang all the doorbells, shouting, "They're carrying Comrade Trotsky away." Frightened faces flashed by us at the doors and on the staircase. In this house, only prominent Soviet workers were living. We were all crammed into one automobile. Seryoza could hardly get his legs in. Bialoborodova was also with us. We drove along the streets of Moscow. It was freezing cold. Seryoza had no cap, he had not had time to take it. Everybody was without galoshes and gloves, there was not a traveling bag among us, not even a handbag, and we were all empty-handed. We were not being taken to the Kazan station, but in another direction, as it developed, to the Yaroslav station. Seryoza made an attempt to jump out of the automobile, intending to run into the place where his brother's wife was working and tell her that we were being taken away. The agent seized his arms and appealed to LD to persuade him not to jump out of the automobile. We arrived at the empty station. The agents bore LD in their arms, as they had from the house. Lyova shouted to various railway workers, "Comrades, see how they are carrying Comrade Trotsky away." An agent of the GPU who had at one time accompanied LD on hunting trips caught him by the collar. "You wriggler," he exclaimed insolently. Seryoza answered him with a trained athlete's blow in the face. We were in the car. The men of the escort were at the windows and doors of our compartment. The other compartments were occupied by the agents of the GPU. Where were we going? We didn't know. Our baggage had not been brought in when the locomotive started off with our solitary car. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We found that we were going by a circuitous route to a small station where our car was to be attached to the mail train that had left Moscow from the Kazan station for Tashkent. At 5 o'clock, we said goodbye to Seryoza and Bialoborodova, who had to return to Moscow. We continued on our way. I had a fever. LD was brisk and almost gay. The situation had taken definite shape, the general atmosphere had cleared. The escort was considerate and civil. We were told that our baggage was coming by the next train, and that it would overtake us at Frunze, the end of our journey by rail, that is, on the 9th day. We had no change of linen, and no books. And with what love and care Syermux and Poznansky had packed those books, sorting them so carefully, these for the journey, and those for early studies. And with what solicitude Syermux, who knew LD S tastes and habits so well, had packed his writing materials. He had made so many trips with LD during the revolution in the capacity of stenographer and secretary. LD always worked with triple energy while he was traveling, taking advantage of the absence of telephone and visitors, and the chief burden of this work fell first on Glasman and later on Syermux. And now we found ourselves launched on a long journey without a single book, pencil, or sheet of paper. Before we left Moscow, Seryoza had got us Semyonov Tyanshansky's book on Turkestan, a scientific work, and we were planning to acquaint ourselves while on the train with our future place of residence, of which we had but a vague conception. But Semyonov Tyanshansky remained in the traveling bag along with the rest of the luggage in Moscow. We sat in the car empty-handed, as if we were driving from one part of the city to another. In the evening, we stretched out on the benches and leaned our heads against the elbow rests. A sentry stood on duty at the half-open door of the compartment. What was in store for us? What would our journey be like? And the exile? What would our condition be there? The start had not been very promising. Nevertheless we were calm. The car rolled along smoothly. We lay stretched on the benches. The half-open door reminded us that we were prisoners. We were tired out by the surprises, uncertainties and the tension of those last days, and now we were resting. Everything was quiet, the guard was silent. I was a little indisposed. LD tried everything he could think of to make things easier for me, but he had nothing but his gay and tender mood to transmit to me. We had stopped being aware of our surroundings and were enjoying the rest. Lyova was in the adjoining compartment. In Moscow, he had been completely absorbed in the work of the opposition, now he was accompanying us into exile to lighten our lot, he had not even had time to say goodbye to his wife. From that moment, he became our only means of contact with the outside world. It was almost dark in the car, the candles were burning dimly over the door. We were moving steadily eastward. The farther we left Moscow behind, the more considerate the escort became. At Samara they bought us a change of underwear, soap, tooth powder, brushes, etc. Our meals and the escort's camp from the station restaurants. LD, who was always obliged to follow a strict diet, now gaily ate everything that was served and kept cheering Lyova and me. I watched him with astonishment and apprehension. The things they bought for us in Samara were given special names, the towel was named Menshinsky 42, the socks, Yagoda, Menshinsky's deputy, and so forth. Articles by such names were much gayer. The progress of the train was considerably delayed by snowdrifts. But every day we went deeper into Asia. Before he left Moscow, LD had asked for his 2 old assistants, but his request was refused. And so Syermux and Poznansky decided to make the trip independently, traveling in the same train with us. At the false start, they took seats in an other car, saw the demonstration, but did not leave their seats, thinking that we were on the same train. A little later they discovered our absence, left the train at Aries, and waited for us to come on the next train. It was there we found them. Lyova, who was allowed a certain freedom, was the only one who saw them, but it made us all very happy. Here is my son's account, written at the time. In the morning I set out for the station on the chance that I might find the comrades whose fate we had constantly been talking and worrying about. And I did. There the 2 of them were, sitting at a table in the buffet and playing chess. It would be hard to describe my joy. I made signs to them not to come near me, my appearance in the buffet, as usual, had increased the activity of the agents. I hastened to the car to tell of my discovery. There was general rejoicing. Even LD found it hard to be cross with them, although they had disobeyed instructions, and instead of continuing their journey were waiting there in the face of everyone, an unnecessary risk. After talking the matter over with LD, I wrote a note which I intended to hand to them after dark. The instructions were as follows: Poznansky was to separate from us and proceed immediately to Tashkent, and wait there for a summons. Syermux was to go to Alma-Ata without meeting us. I managed in passing to tell Syermux to meet me behind the station in an inconspicuous corner where there were no lamps. Poznansky came there, at first we couldn't find each other, and began to get disturbed. When we did meet we talked rapidly, continually interrupting each other. I said to him, "Smashed the doors, carried out in arm's eye." He did not understand who did the smashing or the reason for the carrying. There was no time to explain. We were fearful of discovery. The meeting yielded no results. After my son's discovery at Aries, we went on our way feeling that we had a trusted friend on the train with us. It made us very happy. On the 10th day we received our baggage, and rushed to get at Semyonovtyanshansky. We read about the natural features, the population, the apple orchards. Best of all, we found that the hunting was good. LD opened with delight the writing materials that Sayermux had packed. We arrived at Frunze, Pishpek, early in the morning. It was the last railway station. There was a biting frost. The sun's rays pouring on the clean white snow blinded us. We were given felt boots and sheepskins. I could hardly breathe for the weight of my clothes, and yet it was cold on the road. The autobus moved slowly over the creaking snow packed down by vehicles. The wind lashed our faces. After making 30 kilometers, we stopped. It was dark, we seemed to be in the midst of a snow-covered desert. Two of the guards, the escort comprised from 12 to 15 men, came up and told us with some embarrassment that the sleeping quarters were not very good. We got out of the bus with a little difficulty, and after groping about in the dark for the doorstep and the low door of the mail station, walked inside and shed our sheepskins with relief. But the hut was cold, not having been heated. The tiny windows were frosted right through. In the corner there was a huge Russian stove, but alas, as cold as ice. We warmed ourselves with tea and ate something. We got into conversation with the hostess at the post, a Cossack woman. LD asked her many questions about her life and also about the hunting. Everything stirred our curiosity. The outstanding thing was that we didn't know how it all would end. We began to get ready for the night. The guards had found shelter in the neighborhood. Lyova lay on a bench, LD and I on a big table on top of the sheepskins. When finally we all were lying quietly in a cold room with a low ceiling, I burst out laughing. Quite unlike the apartment in the Kremlin, I said. LD and Lyova laughed with me. At dawn, we set off again. Before us lay the most difficult part of the journey. We crossed the Kurde mountain range. Bitter cold. The weight of the clothes was unbearable, it was as if a wall had fallen down on one. At the next stop, for tea, we talked with the chauffeur and with the agent of the GPU who had come from Alma-Ata to meet us. Gradually the strange, unknown life ahead was being disclosed to us. The road was difficult for the automobile, snow had drifted over the glassy surface. The chauffeur handled the machine expertly. He knew the peculiarities of the road well, and kept himself warm with vodka. Toward night the frost grew sharper and sharper. Well aware that in this desert of snow everything depended on him, the chauffeur relieved his feelings by a most unceremonious criticism of the authorities and their general methods. The Alma-Ata representative, who was sitting beside him, spoke to him appeasingly, anything to get home safely. In the third hour after midnight, the car stopped in utter darkness. We had arrived. But where? We learned that it was Gogol Street, in front of the Hotel Dzedesa, a hostelry unquestionably dating from Gogol's time. We were given 2 little rooms. The adjoining rooms were taken by the escort and the local agents of the GPU. Lyova checked up on our baggage. 2 cases of underwear and books were missing, lost somewhere in the snow. Alas! We were again without Semyonovtyanshansky, gone were L.'s maps and books about China and India, gone were the writing materials. 15 pairs of eyes, and yet they failed to look after the luggage properly. In the morning, Lyova went out to reconnoiter. He became acquainted with the town, first of all with the post and telegraph office, which was to be the center of our life. He found a chemist's shop, too, and searched tirelessly for all the needed articles, pens, pencils, bread, butter, and candles. For the first few days, LD and I never left our room. Later on we began to go out for short walks in the evening. All our connections with the outside world were through our son. Dinner was brought in from an eating place nearby. Lyova was busy all day long. We waited impatiently for him. He brought us papers and various bits of information about the people and the life of the town. We were anxious to know if Sayermux had reached Alma-Ata. Suddenly, on the morning of our 4th day there, we heard the familiar voice in the corridor. How dear it was to us! We listened tensely from behind the door to Sayermuck's words and footsteps. His coming opened new prospects before us. Sayermuck's was given a room just opposite ours. I stepped out into the corridor. He bowed to me from a distance. We still could not risk entering into conversation with him, but we rejoiced silently in his nearness. The next day, we stealthily let him into our room, told him hastily what had happened, and planned for our joint future. But that future proved to be very brief. That very night, at 10 o'clock, came the finish. The hotel was quiet. LD and I were sitting in our room, with the door half open on the cold corridor because the iron stove made the room unbearably hot. Lyova was in his room. We heard the soft, cautious padding of felt boots in the hall, and listened intently. Lyova, as we learned later, was also listening. He had guessed what was happening. "They have come," flashed through our minds. We could hear someone enter Sayermuck's room without knocking, and say, "Hurry up, now." And then Sayermuck's reply. "May I at least put the felt boots on?" Evidently he was in his slippers. Again the soft, almost noiseless steps and then deep silence. Later the doorman came and locked Sayermuck's room. We never saw him again. He was kept on starvation rations for a few weeks in the basement of the GPU in Alma-Ata together with the criminals, and then was sent to Moscow with a daily allowance of 25 kopecks, which was not even enough to buy bread. Poznansky, as we learned later, was arrested at the same time in Tashkent and taken to Moscow. About 3 months later, we got news from them from their places of exile. By some happy chance, when they were being taken to the east, they were put in the same railway carriage in seats facing each other. Separated for a time, they met thus only to be separated again. They were exiled to different places. And so LD found himself without his assistance. His opponents revenged themselves on them for their faithful service with LD to the revolution. The gentle, modest Glasman had been driven to suicide as early as 1924. Sayermuck's and Poznansky were sent into exile. Butov, the quiet industrious Butov, was arrested, pressed for false evidence, and driven to a hunger strike that ended in his death in the prison hospital. Thus was the Secretariat which LD's enemies regarded with mystic hatred as the source of all evil finally wiped out. The enemies now considered LD completely disarmed in the faraway Alma-Ata. Voroshilov openly gloated, "Even if he dies there, we won't hear of it soon." But LD was not disarmed. We formed a cooperative of 3. The work of establishing contact with the outside world fell on our son's shoulders. He was in charge of the correspondence. LD sometimes called him Minister of Foreign Affairs, and sometimes Minister of Posts and Telegraph. Our correspondence soon grew to a huge volume, and the burden of it was Lyova's. He was bodyguard as well. He also found for LD the material for his literary work, searched the bookshelves of the library, secured back numbers of newspapers, and copied excerpts. He conducted all negotiations with the local authorities, organized the hunting trips, took care of the dog and the guns. And on top of all that, he studied economic geography and languages assiduously. A few weeks after our arrival, LD's scientific and political work was already in full swing. Later on, Lyova found a girl typist. The GPU did not molest her, but they evidently compelled her to report everything that she typed for us. It would have been amusing to hear the report of this young girl, so little experienced in the struggle against Trotskyism. A fine thing in Alma-Ata was the snow, white, clean, and dry. As there was very little walking or driving, it kept its freshness all winter long. In the spring, it yielded to red poppies. Such a lot of them, like gigantic carpets. The steppes glowed red for miles around. In the summer there were apples, the famous Alma-Ata variety, huge and also red. The town had no central waterworks, no lights, and no paved roads. In the bazaar in the center of the town, the Kyrgyzs sat in the mud at the doorsteps of their shops, warming themselves in the sun and searching their bodies for vermin. Malaria was rampant. There was also pestilence, and during the summer months an extraordinary number of mad dogs. The newspapers reported many cases of leprosy in this region. In spite of all this, we spent a good summer. We rented a peasant house from a fruit grower up on the hills with an open view of the snow-capped mountains, a spur of the Tian Shan range. With the owner and his family, we watched the fruit ripen and took an active part in gathering it. The orchard was a picture of change. First the white bloom, then the trees grew heavy, with bending branches held up by props. Then the fruit lay in a motley carpet under the trees on straw mats, and the trees, rid of their burden, straightened their branches again. The orchard was fragrant with the ripe apples and pears, bees and wasps were buzzing. We were making preserves. In June and July, work was in full swing in the little reed-thatched house in the apple orchard, with a typewriter clicking incessantly, a thing unknown in those parts. L.D. was dictating a criticism of the program of the Communist International, making corrections and handing it back for retyping. The mail was large, from 10 to 15 letters every day, with all sorts of theses, criticisms, internal polemics, news from Moscow, as well as many telegrams about political matters and inquiries about LD's health. Great world problems were mingled with minor local matters that here seemed also important. Sosnovsky's letters were always topical, with his usual enthusiasm and pungency. Rakovsky's remarkable letters we copied and sent out to others. The little low-ceilinged room was crammed with tables spread with manuscripts, files, newspapers, books, copied excerpts, and clippings. Lyova stayed in his little room next to the stables for whole days, typing, correcting the typist's copy, sealing packages, sending and receiving the mail, and searching for the necessary quotations. The mail was brought to us from the town by an invalid who came by horse. Toward evening, with a dog and a gun, LD would often go up into the mountains, sometimes with me, sometimes with Lyova. We would come back with quails, pigeons, mountain fowl, or pheasants. Everything went well until the regularly recurring attacks of malaria. Thus we spent a year in Alma-Ata, a town of earthquakes and floods, at the foot of the Tian Shan range on the borders of China, 250 kilometers from the railway and 4,000 from Moscow, a year spent with letters, books, and nature. Although we came across secret friends at every step, it is still too early to say more of this. We were outwardly completely isolated from the surrounding population, for everyone who tried to get in touch with us was punished. Sometimes very severely. To my wife's account I will add a few excerpts from the correspondence of that period. On February 28, soon after our arrival, I wrote to a few exiled friends. In view of the forthcoming transfer of the Kazakhstan government to this place, all the houses here are on the register. Only as a result of the telegrams that I sent the most exalted personages in Moscow were we at last given a house, after a 3-week stay in the hotel. We had to buy some furniture, restore the ruined stove, and in general build up a home, though not on the state planning system. This work fell to Natalia Ivanovna and to Lyova. The home building is not completed to this day, for the stove will not get hot. I give much time to the study of Asia, its geography, economics, history, and so forth. I miss foreign papers terribly. I have already written to the necessary places, asking to have papers sent me, even if they are not recent. Mail reaches here with difficulty, and is often lost. The role of the Communist Party of India is difficult to understand. The newspapers have printed reports of the activities in various provinces of workers' and peasants' parties. The very name arouses a just alarm. The Kuomintang, too, was at one time declared to be a workers' and peasants' party. Will not this prove to be a repetition of the past? The Anglo-American antagonism has at last come seriously to the surface. Now, even Stalin and Bukharin seem to be beginning to understand what the trouble is. Our newspapers, however, simplify the question when they represent the situation as if the Anglo-American antagonism, which is growing in intensity, would lead directly to war. One cannot doubt that there will be several turning points in this process. For war would be too dangerous a thing for both sides. They will still make more than one effort to achieve agreement and peace. But, taken in general, the process is developing by giant strides toward a bloody finale. On the way here, I read for the first time Marx's pamphlet, Herr Voigt. To refute some dozen slanders by Karl Voigt, Marx wrote a 200-page book, in small type, marshalling documents and the evidence of witnesses and analyzing direct and circumstantial evidence. If we had begun to refute the Stalin slanders on the same scale, we should probably have to publish an encyclopedia of 1,000 volumes. In April I shared with the initiated my joys and sorrows in the business of hunting. My son and I made a trip to the river Ili with the intention of making the fullest possible use of the spring season. This time we took with us tents, skins, fur coats, etc., so that we shouldn't have to sleep in the native yurtas. But snow fell again, and the weather turned bitter cold. Those were trying days. At night the temperature dropped to 14 degrees above zero. Nevertheless, for 9 days we didn't go inside a house. Thanks to our warm underwear and plenty of warm clothes, we scarcely suffered from the cold. But our boots froze at night, and we had to thaw them out over the fire to get them on our feet. The first few days we hunted in the swamp, and after that on the open lake. I had a small tent set up on a little hill where I spent from 12 to 14 hours a day. But Lyova stood right in the reeds under the trees. But because of the bad weather and the irregular flights of the game, the trip as a hunt was not a success. We brought back only some 40 ducks and a brace of geese. But it gave me an immense amount of pleasure, especially this temporary lapse into barbarism, this sleeping in the open air, eating mutton cooked in a pail under the sky, not washing or undressing and consequently not dressing. Falling from horseback into the river, the only time that I had to undress, under the hot rays of the noon sun. Spending almost all day and night on a small log perch in the midst of the water and reeds, such experiences do not often come one's way. I returned home without even the suggestion of a cold. But after I got home I caught one on the second day and was laid low for a week. Foreign papers have now begun to reach us from Moscow and Astrakhan, through Rakovsky. Today I received a letter from him. He is preparing a work on Saint-Simonism for the Marx-Engels Institute. Besides this, he is working on his memoirs. Anyone who knows anything about Rakovsky's life can easily imagine what a tremendous interest his memoirs will have. On May 24, I wrote to Preobrazhensky, who was already vacillating in his views. After receiving your theses, I did not write a word about them to anyone. Day before yesterday I received the following telegram from Kalpashovo: absolutely reject Preobrazhensky's proposals and estimate. Reply immediately. Smilga, Alsky, Nechayev. Yesterday I received a telegram from UST Kulam: consider Preobrazhensky's proposals wrong. Bialoborodov, Valentinov. From Rakovsky, I received a letter yesterday in which he does not praise you, and expresses his attitude to Stalin's left policy, in an English formula: wait and see. Yesterday I received also a letter from Bialoborodov and Valentinov. They are much disturbed by some epistle from Radek to Moscow which expresses a sour mood. They are raving. If their version of Radek's letter is right, I am completely at one with them. Leniency toward impressionables is not to be recommended. Since my return from the hunting trip, that is, since the last of March, I have not left the house. I have simply been sitting over a book or working with my pen from about 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning until 10 at night. I am going to have a break of a few days, there being no hunting now. Natalia Ivanovna, Serioza, he is here now, and I will go on a fishing trip to the river Ili. You will receive an account of this in due time. Have you been able to understand what happened in the French elections? I have not. The Pravda did not even give the figures of the total number of elected candidates as compared with those at the last election, so that one cannot tell whether the ratio of communists has changed. But I intend to investigate this through foreign papers, and I will write then. On May 26, I wrote to Mikhail Okadzava, one of the oldest of the Georgian Bolsheviks. In so far as Stalin's new policy sets aims for itself, it undoubtedly represents an attempt to approach our point of view. In politics, however, it is not merely what, but how and who that decides. The principal battles to decide the fate of the revolution are still ahead. We always considered, and more than once stated, that the progress of the political backsliding on the part of the ruling faction should not be represented as an absolutely unbroken falling curve. After all, backsliding takes place not in empty space but in a class society, amid deep, inner frictions. The chief mass of the party is far from being a solid homogeneous block. To an overwhelming degree it represents simply political raw material. It is inevitably subject to processes of differentiation, under pressure of class impacts, both from the right and left. The significant events during the last period of party affairs, of which you and I are bearing the consequences, are only an overture to the further progress of events. Just as the overture to an opera anticipates the musical themes of the entire opera and states them in compressed form, so does our political overture merely anticipate the melodies that will be developed in full in the future. Swelled by trumpets, contrabasses, drums, and all the other instruments of a serious class music. The way things have progressed has convinced me beyond any doubt that we were and are right, not only against the weathercocks and turncoats, the Zinovьevs, Kamenevs, Pyatikovs, etc. but also against our dear friends on the left, the ultra-lefts, muddle-headed in so far as they are apt to accept the overture for the opera. That is, to think that all the fundamental processes in the party and the state have already reached completion, and that the Thermidor, of which they first heard from us, is already an accomplished fact. Not to give way to one's nerves, not to worry oneself and others unnecessarily, to study, to wait, to look sharply ahead and not allow our political line to be corroded by the rust of personal irritation, that should be our attitude. On the 9th of June, my daughter Nina, my ardent supporter, died in Moscow. She was 26. Her husband had been arrested shortly before my exile. She continued the oppositionist work until she was laid low by illness, a quick consumption that carried her off in a few weeks. The letter she wrote to me from the hospital was 73 days reaching me, and came after she died. Rakovsky wired me on June 16, yesterday received your letter about Nina's grave illness. Wired Alexandra Georgievna 43 in Moscow. Learned today from the papers that Nina's brief but revolutionary life came to an end. I am wholly with you, dear friend. It pains me to be separated from you by such an unsurmountable distance. I embrace you many times from my heart. Christian. A fortnight later came Rakovsky's letter. Dear friend, I am greatly pained about Ninotchka 44 for you and yours. You have long been bearing the heavy cross of a revolutionary Marxist, but now for the first time you are experiencing the boundless sorrow of a father. I am with you, with all my heart. I grieve that I am so far from you. You must have heard from Serioza of the absurd measures dealt out to your friends after the senseless treatment of you in Moscow. I came to your house half an hour after your departure. A group of comrades, mostly women, and with them Muralov, were in the sitting room. Who is Citizen Rakovsky? I heard a voice say. I am. What do you want? Follow me. I was led through the hall into a little room. Before the door of the room I was commanded, hands up. Then my pockets were searched and I was put under arrest. I was freed at 5 o'clock. Muralov, who was afterward subjected to the same thing, was detained until late that night. Lost their heads, I said to myself, feeling not so much angered as ashamed for my own comrades. I wrote Rakovsky on July 14. Dear Christian Georgievich, I have not written you, or other friends, for an eternity. I have confined myself to sending out various material. After my return from the Ely, where I first got news of Nina's grave condition, we moved at once to a country house. There, a few days later, came the news of her death. You understand what that meant. But it was necessary, without any loss of time, to get documents ready for the 6th Congress of the Communist International. It was difficult. On the other hand, the need of carrying out this work at any cost acted like a mustard plaster, and helped us to bear up through the first most difficult weeks. We were waiting here all July for Zanushka.45 alas. We were to be denied this visit. Gettier demanded that she be placed immediately in a sanitarium for consumptives. She had had the germ for a long time, and nursing Nanushka during the 3 months after the doctors had already given her up greatly undermined her health. Now about the work for the Congress. I have decided to start with a criticism of the draft of the program in connection with all the questions on which we are opposed to the official leaders. I have ended by producing a book of about 175 pages. Generally speaking, I have summed up the result of our collective work during the last 5 years, when Lenin retired from the party leadership and the reckless Epigonism came in, at first living on the interest from the old capital, but soon beginning to spend the capital itself. Concerning the appeal to the Congress, I have received several dozen letters and telegrams. Compilation of the votes has not yet been made. At any rate, out of over 100 votes, only 3 are in favor of Preobrazhensky's theses. It is very probable that Stalin's bloc with Bukharin and Rykov will keep the appearance of unity at this Congress in order to make a last hopeless attempt to cover us with a very final tombstone. But just this new effort and its inevitable failure may greatly expedite the progress of divergence within the bloc, for on the day after the Congress the question, what next, will rise in even greater nakedness. What answer will be given? After letting the revolutionary situation in Germany in 1923 slip by, we were compensated by the ultra-left zigzag of 1924-5. The ultra-left policy of Zinoviev rose from the right yeast, the struggle against the industrializers, the romance with Radich, La Follette, the Krestintern, the Kuomintang, etc. When the policy of the ultra-left smashed its head, the right policy rose from the same right yeast. The chance of a broader repetition of this at some new stage is not barred, that is, a new ultra-left phase based on the same opportunist premises. But the latent economic forces may break off this ultra-left trend and twist the policy definitely to the right. In August I wrote to several of the comrades. Of course you have noticed that our newspapers reprint absolutely no comments by the American and European press on the events taking place in our party. This alone made one suspect that such comments do not quite suit the requirements of the new policy. Now I have something that is no mere guess, but a very striking bit of evidence from the press. Comrade Andrakin has sent me a page torn from a February number of the American paper, The Nation. After giving a brief summary of our latest events, this important left democratic journal says, "This action brings to the front the question, who represents the continuation of the Bolshevik program in Russia and who the inevitable reaction from it? To the American readers it has seemed as if Lenin and Trotsky represented the same thing and the conservative press and statesmen have arrived at the same conclusion." Thus, the New York Times found a chief cause for rejoicing on New Year's Day in the successful elimination of Trotsky from the Communist Party, declaring flatly that, the ousted opposition stood for the perpetuation of the ideas and conditions that have cut off Russia from Western civilization. Most of the great European newspapers wrote similarly. Sir Austen Chamberlain during the Geneva Conference was quoted as saying that England could not enter into conversations with Russia for the simple reason that Trotsky had not yet been shot against a wall, he must be pleased by Trotsky's banishment. At any rate, the mouthpieces of reaction in Europe are one in their conclusion that Trotsky, and not Stalin, is their chief communist enemy. 46 This is eloquent enough, isn't it? Here are a few bits of statistical data from my son's notes. For the period of April to October, 1928, we sent out from Alma-Ata about 800 political letters, among them quite a few large works. The telegrams sent amounted to about 550. We received about 1,000 political letters, both long and short, and about 700 telegrams, in most cases from groups of people. All this refers chiefly to the correspondence within the region of exile, but letters from exile filtered out into the country as well. Of the correspondence sent us, we received, in the best months, not more than half. In addition, we received about 8 or 9 secret mails from Moscow, that is, secret material and letters forwarded by special courier. About the same number were sent by us in similar fashion to Moscow. The secret mail kept us informed of everything that was going on there and enabled us, thoroughly after much delay, to respond with our comments on the most important events. Toward autumn the state of my health grew much worse. Rumors of this reached Moscow. Workers began to raise questions about it at the meetings. The official reporters found that their best course was to picture my health in the brightest colors. On September 20th, my wife sent the following telegram to Uglanov, then secretary of the Moscow Party Organization. In your speech at the plenary meeting of the Moscow Committee, you speak of the fictitious illness of my husband, L.D. Trotsky. Referring to the anxiety and protests of many comrades you exclaim indignantly, these are the measures they resort to. You make it appear that unbecoming measures are resorted to not by the men who banish Lenin's collaborators and condemn them to illness, but by those who protest against this. On what grounds and by what right do you inform the party, the workers, and the whole world that the reports of LD's illness are false? You are actually deceiving the party. The archives of the Central Committee contain reports by our best physicians on the state of LD's health. Consultations of these physicians were held more than once at the instigation of Vladimir Ilyich, who showed the greatest concern for LD's health. Those consultations called also after VI's death have established the fact that LD is suffering from colitis and gout caused by faulty assimilation of matter. You probably know that in May, 1926, LD underwent an operation in Berlin to rid himself of the high temperature that had tormented him for several years, but he found no relief. Colitis and gout are not the sort of diseases that can be cured, especially at Alma-Ata. As the years go by, they get worse. Health can be maintained at a certain level only through a proper regimen and the right sort of treatment. Neither one nor the other is procurable at Alma-Ata. As to what regimen and treatment are necessary, you may ask the People's Commissary of Health, Sviyazhsk, who participated several times in the consultations ordered by Vladimir Ilyich. In addition to this, LD has here fallen a victim to malaria, which also affects both the colitis and the gout and often causes vicious headaches. The weeks and months when his condition is better are followed by more weeks and months of severe illness. That is the actual state of affairs. You have exiled LD by virtue of Article 56, as a counterrevolutionary. It would be understandable if you had said that LD's health did not interest you at all. In that case you would be consistent, with that dangerous consistency which, if it is not stopped, will lead to the grave not only the best revolutionaries but possibly the party and the revolution itself. But now, apparently under pressure of public opinion of the workers, you lack the courage to be consistent. Instead of saying that Trotsky's illness is to your advantage, because it can prevent his thinking and writing, you simply deny the illness. Kalinin, Molotov and others act the same way in their public statements. The fact that you are now obliged to answer inquiries from the masses and to try to wriggle out in such an unseemly manner, proves that the working class does not believe the political slander of Trotsky. Neither will it believe your lies about L.'s state of health. N.I. Sidova Trotskaya. Chapter 44. The Deportation. In October, a rigorous change in our situation took place. Communication with our personal and political friends, even with our relatives in Moscow, ceased abruptly. Letters and telegrams no longer reached us. The Moscow Telegraph Office, as we learned through special channels, accumulated several hundred telegrams for me, especially telegrams on the anniversary of the October Revolution. The ring around us was closing in tighter and tighter. During 1928, the opposition, in spite of the unbridled persecution, obviously was growing, especially in the large industrial plants. This was responsible for the increase of reprisals, including even the complete suppression of correspondence among the exiles themselves. We expected other measures of the same sort to follow, and we were not mistaken. On December 16, a special representative of the GPU, coming from Moscow, in the name of that institution handed me an ultimatum: I must stop directing the opposition. If I did not, measures would be taken to isolate me from political life. The question of deporting me abroad, however, was not raised then. The measures under consideration, as far as I understood, were simply of a domestic character. I replied to this ultimatum with a letter addressed to the Central Committee of the party and the Presidium of the Communist International. I think it necessary to quote the main points of this letter here. Today, December 6, the representative of the Collegium of the GPU, Volinsky, acting in the name of the Collegium, delivered the following verbal ultimatum to me. The work of your political sympathizers throughout the country, almost word for word, has lately assumed a definitely counter-revolutionary character. The conditions in which you are placed at Alma-Ata give you full opportunity to direct this work. In view of this, the Collegium of the GPU has decided to demand from you a categorical promise to discontinue your activity. Failing this, the Collegium will be obliged to alter the conditions of your existence to the extent of completely isolating you from political life. In this connection, the question of changing your place of residence will arise. I informed the representative of the GPU that I can only give him a written reply provided I receive from him a written statement of the GPU's ultimatum. My refusal to give any oral reply was based on my belief, derived from all my past experience, that my words would again be viciously distorted to mislead the working masses of the USSR and of the rest of the world. But regardless of further action by the Collegium of the GPU, which in this case is playing no independent role but is only mechanically executing the old decision, long familiar to me, of Stalin's narrow faction, I think it necessary to bring the following to the notice of the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party and of the Executive Committee of the Communist International. The demand that I abstain from political activity is a demand that I renounce the struggle for the interests of the international proletariat. A struggle which I have been waging continually for 32 years, throughout all of my conscious life. The attempt to represent this activity as counter-revolutionary comes from those whom I charge, before the international proletariat, with violating the fundamental principles of the teachings of Marx and Lenin, with infringing on the historical interests of the world revolution, with renouncing the traditions and precepts of October, and with unconsciously, but all the more menacingly, preparing the Thermidor. To abstain from political activity would be tantamount to ending the struggle against the blindness of the present direction of the Communist Party, which adds to the objective difficulties of the constructive socialist work an ever-increasing number of political difficulties caused by its opportunist inability to conduct the proletarian policy on a large, historical scale. It would be tantamount to renouncing the struggle against a strangling party regime that reflects the growing pressure of the enemy classes on the proletarian vanguard. It would be tantamount to passively acquiescing in that economic policy of opportunism which is undermining and shaking the foundations of the dictatorship of the proletariat, retarding the latter's material and cultural progress, and at the same time dealing severe blows at the union of the workers and the toiling peasants, the foundation of the Soviet power. The Lenin wing of the party has been under a hail of blows ever since 1923, that is, ever since the unexampled collapse of the German Revolution. The increasing force of these blows keeps pace with the further defeats of the international and Soviet proletariat as a consequence of opportunist leadership. Theoretical reasoning and political experience attest that a period of historical recoil or reaction can follow not only a bourgeois, but a proletarian revolution, as well. For 6 years, we have been living in the USSR under the conditions of a growing reaction against October, and, consequently, of a clearing of the way for the Thermidor. The most obvious and complete expression of this reaction within the party is the savage persecution and routing of the left wing in the party organization. In its latest attempts at resistance to the out-and-out Thermidorians, the Stalin faction is living on the chips and fragments of the ideas of the opposition. Creatively, it is impotent. The struggle against the left deprives it of stability. Its practical policy has no backbone, being false, contradictory and unreliable. The noisy campaign against the danger from the right is three-quarters sham, and serves first of all as a screen before the masses for the war of real extermination against the Bolshevik-Leninists. The world bourgeoisie and the world Menshevism have equally blessed this war. These judges have long since recognized historical rightness as being on Stalin's side. But for this blind, cowardly and utterly inept policy of adaptation to bureaucracy and Philistinism, the position of the working masses in the 12th year of the dictatorship would be infinitely more favorable. The military defense much stronger and more reliable, and the Communist International would be standing upon a higher level, instead of retreating step by step before the treacherous and venal social democracy. The incurable weakness of the reaction headed by the apparatus, in spite of its apparent power, lies in the fact that they know not what they do. They are executing the orders of the enemy classes. There can be no greater historical curse on a faction, which came out of the revolution and is now undermining it. The greatest historical strength of the opposition, in spite of its apparent weakness, lies in the fact that it keeps its fingers on the pulse of the world historical process, that it sees the dynamics of the class forces clearly, foresees the coming day and consciously prepares for it. To abstain from political activity would mean to abstain from getting ready for tomorrow. The threat to change the conditions of my life and isolate me from political activity sounds as if I had not already been banished to a place 4,000 kilometers distant from Moscow, 250 kilometers distant from the railway, and about as far from the borders of the western desert provinces of China, a region where malignant malaria, leprosy, and plague hold dominion. It sounds as if the Stalin faction, whose direct organ is the GPU, had not already done everything it could to isolate me from political as well as from any other life. The Moscow newspapers take from 10 days to a month or more to reach here. Letters come to me, with few exceptions, only after resting for 1, 2, or 3 months in the files of the GPU and the Secretariat of the Central Committee. 2 of my closest co-workers from the time of the Civil War, Comrade Syrmux and Poznansky, who ventured of their own accord to accompany me to my place of exile, were arrested immediately on their arrival, incarcerated in a cellar with criminals, and then exiled to distant parts of the North Country. A letter from my daughter, fatally ill, whom you expelled from the party and removed from her work, took 73 days to reach me from the Moscow hospital, so that my reply found her no longer living. A letter about the serious illness of my other daughter, who was also expelled from the party by you and removed from work, was delivered to me a month ago, 43 days after leaving Moscow. Telegraph inquiries about my health in most cases never even reached their destination. Thousands of irreproachable Bolshevik Leninists whose services to the October Revolution and the international proletariat far surpassed the services of those who have imprisoned and banished them, are in the same situation, or worse, in planning increasingly severe reprisals against the opposition. The narrow faction of Stalin, whom Lenin in his will called rude and disloyal at a time when those characteristics had not been revealed in even 100th part of their present degree, is constantly endeavoring, with the aid of the GPU, to plant upon the opposition some connection with the enemies of the proletarian dictatorship. Within their small circle, the present leaders say, this is necessary for the masses, sometimes, even more cynically, this is for the fools. My closest co-worker, Georgy Vasilyevich Butov, who had been in charge of the Secretariat of the Revolutionary Military Council of the Republic during all the years of civil war, was arrested and held under intolerable conditions. From this pure and modest man, this irreproachable party worker, they tried by force to extort a confirmation of charges in the spirit of the Thermidorian fabrications, charges known in advance to be false and counterfeit. Butov's answer was a heroic hunger strike that lasted about 50 days. In September of this year he died in prison. Violence, beatings, torture, both physical and moral, are inflicted on the best Bolshevik workers for their adherence to the precepts of October. Such are the general conditions which, in the words of the Collegium of the GPU, present no obstacle at present to the political activity of the opposition in general, and to mine in particular. The sorry threat to change these conditions for me in the direction of further isolation is nothing but the decision of the Stalin faction to substitute prison for exile. This decision, as I have already said above, is nothing astounding. As early as 1924 it was formed in prospect, and has been carried out gradually step by step, so that the oppressed and deceived party might imperceptibly grow accustomed to the Stalin methods, whose rudeness and disloyalty have now ripened into poisoned bureaucratic dishonesty. In the declaration submitted to the Sixth Congress, as if foreseeing the ultimatum presented to me today, we wrote verbatim. To demand from a revolutionary such a renunciation of political activity, i.e., in the service of the party and the international revolution, would be possible only for a completely depraved officialdom. Only contemptible renegades would be capable of giving such a promise. I cannot alter anything in these words. To everyone, his due. You wish to continue carrying out policies inspired by class forces hostile to the proletariat. We know our duty and we will do it to the end. L. Trotsky. December 16, 1928. Alma-Ata. After this reply, a month passed without change. Our connections with the outside world had been completely broken off, including the secret ones with Moscow. During January, we received only the Moscow newspapers. The more they wrote about the struggle against the right, the more confidently we waited for a blow against the left. That is the Stalin method. The Moscow emissary of the GPU, Volinsky, remained at Alma-Ata awaiting instructions. On January 20, he appeared at my house, accompanied by many armed agents of the GPU who occupied the entrance and exits, and handed me the following extract from the minutes of the GPU for January 18, 1929. Considered, the case of citizen Trotsky. Lev Davidovich, under Article 58 out of 10 of the Criminal Code, on a charge of counterrevolutionary activity expressing itself in the organization of an illegal anti-Soviet party, whose activity has lately been directed toward provoking anti-Soviet actions and preparing for an armed struggle against the Soviet power. Resolved, Citizen Trotsky, Lev Davidovich, to be deported from the territory of the USSR. When later I was asked to sign a slip to the effect that I had acquainted myself with this decision, I wrote, the decision of the GPU, criminal in substance and illegal in form, has been announced to me, January 20, 1929. Trotsky. I called the decision criminal because it tells a deliberate lie in charging me with preparing for an armed struggle against the Soviet power. This formula, necessary for Stalin to justify the deportation, is in itself a most vicious attempt to undermine the Soviet power. If it were true that the opposition directed by the organizers of the October Revolution, the builders of the Soviet Republic and the Red Army, was preparing for an overthrow of the Soviet power by force of arms, this in itself would have spelled catastrophe for the country. Fortunately, the GPU formula is an insolent lie. The policy of the opposition has nothing to do with preparation for an armed struggle. We are guided wholly by a conviction of the profound vitality and elasticity of the Soviet regime. Our course is one of inner reform. When I asked how and to where I was to be deported, I received the answer that I would be informed of this in European Russia by the representative of the GPU who was to meet me there. The whole next day was taken up with a feverish packing, almost exclusively of manuscripts and books. In passing, I may note that there was no suggestion of hostility on the part of the agents of the GPU. Quite the contrary. At dawn on the 22nd, my wife, my son, and I, with the escort, set off in an autobus which drove us along a smooth, firm road of snow to the top of the Kurdai mountain range. On the summit, there were heavy snowdrifts and a strong wind. The powerful tractor that was to tow us over the Kurdai Pass got lodged in the snow up to its neck, together with the 7 automobiles it was towing. During the snowstorms, 7 men and a good many horses were frozen to death on the pass. We were obliged to transfer to sleighs. It took us more than 7 hours to advance about 30 kilometers. Along the drifted road, we encountered many sleighs with their shafts sticking up, much material for the Turkestan-Siberian Railway, in the process of construction, many kerosene tanks, all deep in snow. Men and horses had found shelter from the snowstorms in the nearby winter camps of the Kyrgyzs. On the other side of the ridge, an automobile again, and at Pishpek, a railway car. The Moscow papers which we get on the way reveal a preparing of public opinion for the deportation to foreign countries of the leaders of the opposition. In the Aktubinsk district, we are met with a communication, transmitted over a direct wire, that the place of deportation is to be Constantinople. I demand to see 2 members of my family in Moscow, my second son and my daughter-in-law. They are brought to the station Ryazk, and placed under the same regime as we. The new representative of the GPU, Bulanov, tried to convince me of the advantages of Constantinople. I refuse categorically to avail myself of them. Bulanov engages in negotiations over a direct wire with Moscow. There everything has been foreseen except the obstacle of my refusal to go abroad voluntarily. Our train, turned aside from the direction in which it has been going, moves along slowly, stops on a sideline near a dead little station, and there sinks into a coma between 2 stretches of thin woods. Day after day goes by. The number of empty cans about the train grows steadily. Crows and magpies gather for the feast in ever-increasing flocks. Waste. Solitude. There are no hares here. They were wiped out in the autumn by a cruel epidemic, and so the fox has laid his stealthy tracks to the very train. The engine makes daily trips with 1 car to a larger station for our midday meal and our newspapers. Grip rages in our car. We reread Anatole France and Klyachevsky's Russian history. I make my first acquaintance with a straight-eye. The cold reaches 53 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit. Our engine keeps rolling back and forth over the rails to keep from freezing. In the ether, radio stations call to one another, asking our whereabouts. We don't hear these inquiries, we are playing chess. But even if we heard them, we could not answer, we were brought here at night, and we ourselves don't know where we are. Thus we spent 12 days and 12 nights. We learned from the newspapers of new arrests of several hundred people, including 150 of the so-called Trotskyist Center. The published names included Kavtaradze, the former chairman of the Soviet of People's Commissaries of Georgia, Mdivani, the former trade representative of the USSR in Paris, and Vronsky, our best literary critic. And others, all old party members, leaders in the October Revolution. On February 8, Bulanov announced, in spite of all the efforts from Moscow, the German government has categorically refused to admit you to Germany. I have been given final instructions to conduct you to Constantinople. But I will not go voluntarily, and I will say so at the Turkish frontier. That will not change matters, you will be conducted into Turkey in any case. Then you have made a deal with the Turkish police for my forcible deportation into Turkey? An evasive gesture, we only carry out our orders. After a 12-day halt, the train began to move. Our small train grew with the increase in our escort. Throughout the trip, ever since we had boarded the train at Pishpek, we were not allowed to leave our car. Now we were going at full speed toward the south, stopping only at small stations to take on water and fuel. These extreme precautions were due to the memories of the Moscow demonstration in connection with my exile in January, 1928. The newspapers received en route brought to us echoes of the great new campaign against the Trotskyists. Between the lines was visible a struggle in the upper groups over the question of my deportation. The Stalin faction was in a hurry, and for this there was reason enough, it had to overcome not only political but physical obstacles as well. The steamer Kalinin had been appointed to take us from Odessa, but it became icebound and all the efforts of the icebreakers were in vain. Moscow was standing at the telegraph line and urging haste. The steamer Ilyich put on steam by urgent order. Our train arrived in Odessa on the night of February 10. I looked through the car window at familiar places, I had spent 7 years of my school life in this city. Our car was brought right up to the steamer. It was bitterly cold. Despite the lateness of the hour, the pier was surrounded by troops and agents of the GPU. Here I had to say goodbye to my younger son and my daughter-in-law, who had shared our imprisonment with us for the past 2 weeks. Peering through the car window at the steamer awaiting us, we remembered that other boat that likewise had not been taking us to our proper destination. That was in March, 1917, off Halifax, when British Marines, before the eyes of a crowd of passengers, had carried me on their shoulders from the Norwegian steamer Christiania fired. Our family had been the same then, but we were 12 years younger. The Ilyich, which carried no cargo or passengers, cleared about 1 o'clock in the morning. For a distance of 60 miles, an icebreaker made passage for us. The gale that had been raging caught us here on the last strokes of its wings. On February 12, we entered the Bosphorus. To the Turkish police who boarded the steamer at Bayaktir to check off the passengers, besides my family and the agents of the GPU, there were no passengers on the boat. I handed the following statement for transmission to the President of the Turkish Republic. Kemal Pasha. Dear Sir, at the gate of Constantinople, I have the honor to inform you that I have arrived at the Turkish frontier not of my own choice, and that I will cross this frontier only by submitting to force. I request you, Mr. President, to accept my appropriate sentiments. L. Trotsky. February 12, 1929. This declaration had no consequences. The steamer proceeded into the harbor. After a journey of 22 days, during which we had covered a distance of 6,000 kilometers, we found ourselves in Constantinople. Chapter 45. The Planet Without a Visa. We found ourselves in Constantinople, first in the consulate building, and then in a private apartment. Here are a few lines from my wife's notes dealing with the first period. It is probably not worth while to dwell on the petty adventures connected with our settling down in Constantinople, the little deceptions and coercions. I will record only one episode. We were still on the train, on our way to Odessa. The representative of the GPU, Bulanov, was setting forth all sorts of absolutely valueless considerations touching our security abroad, when L.D. interrupted him with the words, "You had better let my co-workers Syermux and Poznansky go with me, that would be the only really effective thing to do." Bulanov immediately transmitted these words to Moscow. At one of the next stations, he triumphantly brought us a reply received by direct wire. The GPU, that is, the Politburo, had agreed. LD laughed. "You will deceive us anyway." Apparently genuinely hurt, Bulanov examined, "Then you can call me a blackguard." "Why should I insult you?" LD answered. "It won't be you but Stalin who will do the deceiving." On our arrival at Constantinople, LD inquired about Syermux and Poznansky. A few days later, a representative of the consulate brought us a cabled reply from Moscow. They would not be released. The rest of our experiences were of much the same sort. An endless stream of rumors, suppositions, and plain inventions about our destiny poured over us through the newspapers as soon as we arrived in Constantinople. The press tolerates no gaps in its information, and works prodigiously. To make one seed grow, nature must cast a multitude of seeds to the wind. The press acts in the same way. It picks up rumors and disseminates them, multiplying them endlessly. Hundreds and thousands of reports die before the correct version even takes root. Sometimes that doesn't happen until several years later. Sometimes, too, it happens that the time for truth never comes. The thing that amazes one on occasions when public opinion is touched to the quick is man's capacity for lying. I speak of this with no moral indignation, but rather in the tone of a naturalist who is simply stating a fact. The urge to lie, and the habit of it, reflect the contradictions in our lives. One may say that the newspapers tell the truth only as the exception. In saying this I have no desire to offend the journalists. They are not very different from other people, being merely their megaphones. Zola wrote of the French financial press that it could be divided into two groups, the venal, and the so-called incorruptible, that sells itself only in exceptional cases and at a very high price. Something of the sort may be said of the mendacity of newspapers in general. The yellow press lies as a matter of course, without hesitating or looking back. Newspapers like the Times or Le Temps speak the truth on all unimportant and inconsequential occasions, so that they can deceive the public with all the requisite authority when necessary. The Times later published reports that I had come to Constantinople by arrangement with Stalin, to prepare for a military conquest of the countries of the Near East. The 6 years of struggle between me and the Epigones were represented as a comedy with the parts distributed in advance. Who will believe that, some optimist may ask. He is wrong, many will believe it. Churchill probably will not believe his newspaper, but Kleins is sure to believe it, or at least half of it. It is this that constitutes the mechanics of the capitalist democracy, or, to be more exact, one of its most essential springs. But all this is merely in passing. Kleins will be discussed further along. Soon after my arrival in Constantinople, I read in one of the Berlin papers the speech of the President of the Reichstag delivered on the occasion of the 10th anniversary of the Weimar National Assembly. It closed with these words, "Vielite kommen wir sogar dazu, Herrn Trotsky das Freiheitliche Asel zu geben, lebhafter Beifall bei der Mehrheit." 47. Loeb's words were a great surprise to me, since everything that had gone before had given me reason to believe that the German government had decided against my admission to Germany. Such, at any rate, had been the categorical statement of the agents of the Soviet government. On February 15, I called in the representative of the GPU who had accompanied me to Constantinople and said to him, "I must draw the conclusion that the information given me was false." Loeb's speech was made on February 6. We sailed from Odessa for Turkey on the night of February 10. Loeb's speech was known to Moscow at that time. I recommend that you send at once to Moscow a telegram suggesting that on the strength of Loeb's speech they make an actual request to Berlin to grant me a visa. That will be the least discreditable way of winding up the intrigue that Stalin has apparently built up around the question of my admission to Germany. 2 days later, the representative of the GPU brought me the following reply, in answer to my telegram to Moscow. I have received the confirmation that the German government had categorically refused to issue the visa as early as the beginning of February. A new application would be useless, Loeb's speech was irresponsible. If you wish to verify this, you can apply for the visa yourself. This version did not seem to me credible. I considered that the President of the Reichstag was in a better position to know the intentions of his party and his government than the agents of the GPU. The same day I wired Loeb informing him that on the strength of his statement I had applied to the German consulate with a request for a visa. The Democratic and Social Democratic press derived malicious satisfaction from pointing out the fact that a believer in the revolutionary dictatorship was obliged to seek asylum in a democratic country. Some even expressed the hope that this lesson would teach me better to appreciate the institutions of democracy. Nothing was left me but to wait and see how the lesson would realize itself. The democratic right of asylum obviously does not consist in a government's showing hospitality to people who hold views similar to its own, even Abdul Hamid did that. Nor does it consist in a democracy's admitting exiles only with the permission of the government that exiled them. The right of asylum consists, on paper, in a government's giving refuge even to its opponents, provided they undertake to observe the country's laws. I of course could enter Germany only as an irreconcilable opponent of the social democratic government. In giving an interview to the Constantinople representatives of the German social democratic press who called on me for that purpose, I supplied the necessary explanations, which I will quote here just as I wrote them down immediately after the conversation. As I am now applying for admission to Germany, where the majority of the government consists of social democrats, I am chiefly interested in clarifying my attitude toward the social democracy. In this respect there has been no change. My attitude toward the social democracy is just what it was. Moreover, my struggle against the centrist faction of Stalin is only a reflection of my general struggle against the social democracy. Neither you nor I stand in any need of vagueness or ambiguity. Some social democratic publications are trying to see a contradiction between my stand on the question of democracy and my request for admission to Germany. There is no contradiction. We do not at all deny democracy as the anarchists deny it, verbally. The bourgeois democracy has advantages in comparison with the state forms that preceded it. But it is not eternal. It must yield to socialist society. The dictatorship of the proletariat is the bridge to socialist society. In all the capitalist countries communists take part in the parliamentary struggle. There is no difference in principle in the usage of the right of asylum, and the usage of suffrage, of the freedom of the press and assembly, and so forth. So far as I am aware, this interview was never published. There is nothing surprising in that. In the meantime, voices were raised in the social democratic press insisting on the necessity of granting me the right of asylum. One of the social democratic lawyers, Dr. K. Rosenfeld, acting on his own initiative, took it upon himself to intercede on my behalf with a view to securing my admission to Germany. But at the outset he encountered difficulties, for a few days later I received a telegram from him asking to what restrictions I would be willing to submit during my stay in Germany. I replied, I intend to live in complete isolation, outside of Berlin, not to speak at public meetings, under any circumstances, and to confine myself to literary work within the bounds of the German laws. So the matter under discussion was no longer the democratic right of asylum, but the right of residence in Germany on an exceptional basis. The lesson in democracy that my opponents were going to accord me was given a restrictive interpretation at the very outset. But this was not the end of it. A few days later I received a new telegraphic inquiry: would I agree to come to Germany only for purposes of medical treatment? I wired in reply, I request that I be given at least the possibility of staying in Germany for a course of treatment absolutely necessary for my health. Thus, the right of asylum at this stage shrank to the right of treatment. I named several well-known German physicians who had treated me during the past 10 years, whose aid I needed now more than ever before. Toward Easter, the German press sounded a new note. In government circles, it was stated, the opinion was held that Trotsky was not really so ill as to be absolutely in need of the help of German doctors and of German health resorts. On March 31 I telegraphed Dr. Rosenfeld. According to the newspaper reports, my illness is not sufficiently hopeless to obtain my admission to Germany. I ask, did Loeb offer me the right of asylum or the right of internment? I am willing to submit to any examination by any medical commission. I undertake to leave Germany at the close of the health resort season. In this way, in the course of a few weeks, the democratic principle was 3 times truncated. The right of asylum was at first reduced to the right of residence on a specially restricted basis, then to the right of treatment, and finally, to the right of internment. But this meant that I could appreciate the full advantages of democracy only as a corpse. There was no reply to my telegram. After waiting a few days, I telegraphed Berlin again, regard the absence of reply as a disloyal form of refusal. Only after this, on April 12, that is, after 2 months, did I receive a communication that the German government had refused my application for admission. There was nothing left but to telegraph the President of the Reichstag, Loeb, regret have not received the possibility for practical education in the advantages of the democratic right of asylum. Trotsky. Such is the brief and instructive history of my first attempt to find a democratic visa in Europe. Of course, it is understood that if the right of asylum had been accorded me, that in itself would not in the least mean a refutation of the Marxist theory of a class state. The regime of democracy, which derives not from self-sufficient principles, but from the real requirements of the dominant class, by the force of its inner logic also includes within itself the right of asylum. The granting of refuge to a proletarian revolutionary in no way contradicts the bourgeois character of democracy. But there is no need of such arguments now, for in Germany, as directed by the Social Democrats, no right of asylum has been found to exist. Through the GPU, Stalin proposed on December 16 that I renounce my political activity. During the discussion of the question of the right of asylum in the press, the same condition was advanced by the Germans as something taken for granted. This means that the government of Müller and Stresemann likewise regards those ideas that are being fought by Stalin and his Thalmans as dangerous and harmful. Stalin, by diplomatic means, and the Thalmans, by means of agitation, demanded that the social democratic government refuse me admission to Germany, presumably in the name of the interests of the proletarian revolution. On the other flank, Chamberlain, Count Westarp and their like demanded that I be refused the visa, in the interests of the capitalist order. Hermann Müller was able in this way to satisfy both his partners on the right and his allies on the left. The social democratic government became the connecting link in the united international front against the revolutionary Marxism. For an image for this united front, one need only turn to the first lines of the Communist Manifesto by Marx and Engels. For a holy war against this ghost, communism, all the forces of old Europe joined hands, the Pope and the Tsar. Metternich and Guizot, the French radicals and the German policemen. The names are different, but the substance is the same. The fact that today the role of the German policeman is played by the Social Democrats alters the situation but little. Essentially they are protecting the same thing as the Hohenzollern policeman. The variety of reasons that induce democracies to refuse a visa is great. The Norwegian government, if you please, proceeds solely from consideration for my safety. I had never imagined that I had so many considerate friends in high places in Oslo. The Norwegian government is of course unreservedly in favor of the right of asylum, just as are the German, French, English, and all the other governments. The right of asylum, as everyone knows, is a sacred and impregnable principle. But an exile must first of all submit to Oslo a certificate guaranteeing that he is not going to be killed by anyone. Then they will extend hospitality to him, provided, of course, that no other obstacles arise. The two debates in the Storting about my visa constitute an inimitable political document. Reading it has given me at least a partial compensation for the refusal of the visa which my friends in Norway were trying to get for me. First, the Norwegian premier had of course a conversation in regard to my visa with the chief of the secret police, whose competence in democratic principles, I hasten to admit, is unquestioned. The chief of the secret police, according to Mr. Mowinckel, put forward the consideration that the wisest thing to do was to let Trotsky's enemies finish him off outside of Norwegian territory. It was expressed not quite so precisely, but that was what was meant. The Minister of Justice on his part explained to the Norwegian Parliament that the cost of protecting Trotsky would be too great for the Norwegian budget. The principle of state economy, also one of the indisputable democratic principles, proved this time to be in irreconcilable opposition to the right of asylum. At all events, the conclusion was that the person who most needs an asylum has the least chance of obtaining it. Much wittier was the French government, which simply pointed to the fact that the order for my expulsion from France, as issued by Malvy, had never been rescinded. An utterly insurmountable obstacle in the way of democracy. I have related earlier in this book how after that expulsion, and in spite of the unrescinded order by Malvy, the French government was ready to place its officers at my disposal. How I was visited by French deputies, ambassadors, and one of the premiers. But these phenomena apparently were proceeding along two different planes that did not meet. And at present, the position is this: asylum in France would doubtless be accorded me if the archives of the French police did not contain an order for my expulsion from France issued at the demand of Tsarist diplomacy. It is known that a police order is something like the pole star, it is as impossible to annul it as it is to remove it. Be that as it may, the right of asylum has been banished from France as well. Where then is the country in which this right has found its asylum? Perhaps England. On June 5, 1929, the Independent Labour Party, of which Ramsay MacDonald is a member, sent me an official invitation, on its own initiative, to come to England and deliver a lecture at the party school. The invitation, signed by the General Secretary of the party, read, "With the formation of the Labour government here, we cannot believe that any difficulties are likely to arise in connection with your visit to England for this purpose." Nevertheless, difficulties did arise. I was neither allowed to deliver a lecture before the supporters of MacDonald, nor was I allowed to avail myself of the aid of English physicians. My application for a visa was flatly refused. Kleins, the Labour Home Secretary, defended this refusal in the House of Commons. He explained the philosophical meaning of democracy with a directness that would have done credit to any minister of Charles II. According to Kleins, the right of asylum does not mean the right of an exile to demand asylum, but the right of the state to refuse it. Kleins's definition is remarkable in one respect: by a single blow it destroys the very foundations of so-called democracy. The right of asylum, in the style of Kleins, always existed in Tsarist Russia. When the Shah of Persia failed to hang all the revolutionaries and was obliged to leave his beloved country, Nicholas II not only extended to him the right of asylum, but supplied him with sufficient comforts to live in Odessa. But it never occurred to any of the Irish revolutionaries to seek asylum in Tsarist Russia, where the constitution consisted entirely of the one principle expounded by Kleins, namely, that the citizens must be content with what the state authorities give them or take from them. Mussolini accorded the right of asylum to the King of Afghanistan in exact agreement with this very principle. The pious Mr. Kleins ought at least to have known that democracy, in a sense, inherited the right of asylum from the Christian Church, which, in turn, inherited it, with much besides, from paganism. It was enough for a pursued criminal to make his way into a temple, sometimes enough even to touch only the ring of the door, to be safe from persecution. Thus the Church understood the right of asylum as the right of the persecuted to an asylum, and not as an arbitrary exercise of will on the part of pagan or Christian priests. Until now, I had thought the pious laborites, though little informed in matters of socialism, certainly well versed in the tradition of the Church. Now I find that they are not even that. But why does Klein stop at the first lines of his theory of the state law? It is a pity. The right of asylum is only one component part of the system of democracy. Neither in its historical origin, nor in its legal nature, does it differ from the right of freedom of speech, of assembly, etc. Mr. Kleins, it is to be hoped, will soon arrive at the conclusion that the right of freedom of speech stands not for the right of citizens to express their thoughts, whatever they may be, but for the right of the state to forbid its subjects to entertain such thoughts. As to the freedom of strikes, the conclusion has already been drawn by British law. Kleins's misfortune is that he had to explain his actions aloud, for there were members of the Labour faction in Parliament who put respectful but inconvenient questions to him. The Norwegian premier found himself in the same unpleasant situation. The German cabinet was spared this discomfiture because in the whole Reichstag there was not a single deputy who took any interest in the question of the right of asylum. This fact assumes special significance when one remembers that the president of the Reichstag, in a statement that was applauded by the majority of the deputies, promised to accord me the right of asylum at a time when I had not even asked for it. The October Revolution did not proclaim the abstract principles of democracy, nor that of the right of asylum. The Soviet state was founded openly on the right of revolutionary dictatorship. But this did not prevent Vandervelde or other social democrats from coming to the Soviet Republic and even appearing in Moscow as public defenders of persons guilty of terrorist attempts on the lives of the leaders of the October Revolution. The present British ministers were also among our visitors. I cannot remember all of those who came to us, I haven't the necessary data at hand, but I remember that among them were Mr. and Mrs. Snowdon. This must have been as far back as 1920. They were received not simply as tourists but as guests, which was probably carrying it a little too far. A box in the Grand Theatre was placed at their disposal. I remember this in connection with a little episode that it may be worth recounting at this point. I had arrived in Moscow from the front, and my thoughts were far away from the British guests. In fact, I did not even know who those guests were, because in my absorption in other things I had hardly read any newspapers. The commission that was receiving Snowdon, Mrs. Snowdon, and if I am not mistaken, Bertrand Russell and Williams, as well as a number of others, was headed by Lozovsky, who told me by telephone that the commission demanded my presence in the theatre where the English guests were. I tried to excuse myself, but Lozovsky insisted that his commission had been given full power by the Politburo and that it was my duty to set others an example of discipline. I went unwillingly. There were about a dozen British guests in the box. The theatre was crammed to overflowing. We were gaining victories at the front, and the theatre applauded them violently. The British guests surrounded me and applauded too. One of them was Snowdon. Today of course he is a little ashamed of this adventure. But it is impossible to erase it. And yet I too should be glad to do so, for my fraternizing with the laborites was not only a mistake, but a political error as well. As soon as I could get away from the guests, I went to see Lenin. He was much disturbed. Is it true that you appeared in the box with those people? Lenin used a different word for people. In excuse, I referred to Lozovsky, to the commission of the Central Committee, to discipline, and especially to the fact that I had not the remotest idea who the guests were. Lenin was furious with Lozovsky and the whole commission in general, and for a long time I too couldn't forgive myself for my imprudence. One of the present British ministers visited Moscow several times, I believe. At any rate, he rested in the Soviet Republic, stayed in the Caucasus and called on me. It was Mr. Lansbury. The last time I met him was at Kislovodsk. I was urged to drop in, if only for a quarter of an hour, at the house of rest where some members of our party and a few foreign visitors were staying. A goodly number of people were sitting around a large table. It was in the nature of a modest banquet. The place of honor was held by the guest, Lansbury. On my arrival, he offered a toast and then sang, "For he's a jolly good fellow." Those were Lansbury's feelings toward me in the Caucasus. Today, he too would probably like to forget about it. When I applied for the visa, I sent special telegrams to Snowden and Lansbury, reminding them of the hospitality that had been accorded them by the Soviets and in part by myself. My telegrams had little effect. In politics, recollections carry as little weight as democratic principles. Mr. and Mrs. Sidney Webb most courteously paid me a visit quite recently, early in May of 1929, when I was already on Principo. We talked about the possible advent of the Labour Party to power. I remarked in passing that immediately after the formation of MacDonald's government, I intended to demand a visa. Mr. Webb expressed the view that the government might find itself not strong enough, and because of their dependence on the Liberals, not free enough either. I replied that a party that isn't strong enough to be able to answer for its actions had no right to power. Our irreconcilable differences needed no new test. Webb came into power. I demanded a visa. MacDonald's government refused my application, but not because the Liberals prevented it from following its democratic convictions. Quite the contrary. The Labour government refused the visa, despite the protests of the Liberals. This was a variant that Mr. Webb did not foresee. It must be pointed out, however, that at that time he was not yet Lord Pasfeld. Some of these men I know personally. Others I can judge only by analogy. I think that I measure them correctly. They have been raised up by the automatic growth of labor organizations, especially since the war, and by the sheer political exhaustion of liberalism. They have completely shed the naive idealism that some of them had 25 or 30 years ago. In its stead, they have acquired political routine and unscrupulousness in the choice of means. But in their general outlook they have remained what they were, timid, petty bourgeois whose methods of thought are far more backward than the methods of production in the British coal mining industry. Today, their chief concern is that the court nobility and the big capitalists may refuse to take them seriously. And no wonder. Now that they are in power, they are only too sharply aware of their weakness. They have not and cannot have the qualities possessed by the old governing cliques in which traditions and habits of rulership have been handed down from generation to generation, and often take the place of talent and intellect. But neither do they have what might have constituted their real strength, faith in the masses and the ability to stand on their own feet. They are afraid of the masses who put them there, just as they are afraid of the conservative clubs whose grandeur staggers their feeble imaginations. To justify their coming to power, they must needs show the old ruling classes that they are not simply revolutionary upstarts. God forbid. No, they really deserve every confidence because they are loyally devoted to the Church, to the King, to the House of Lords, to the system of titles. That is to say, not simply to the sacrosanct principle of private property, but to all the rubbish of the Middle Ages. For them to refuse a visa to a revolutionary is really a happy opportunity to demonstrate their respectability once again. I am very glad that I gave them such an opportunity. In due time, this will be taken into account, since, in politics, as in nature, there is no waste. One needs no great imagination to picture Mr. Klein's interview with his subordinate, the chief of the political police. During the interview, Mr. Kleins feels as if he were undergoing an examination, and is afraid that he will not seem firm enough to the examiner, or statesmanlike or conservative enough. Thus it needs little ingenuity on the part of the chief of the political police to prompt Mr. Kleins to a decision that will be greeted with full approval in the conservative papers next day. But the conservative press does not merely praise, it kills with praise. It mocks. It does not take the trouble to conceal its disdain for the people who so humbly seek its approval. No one will say, for instance, that the Daily Express belongs to the most intelligent institutions in the world. And yet this paper finds very caustic words to express its approval of the Labour government for so carefully protecting the sensitive MacDonald from the presence of a revolutionary observer behind his back. And are these the people who are called upon to lay the foundations of a new human society? No, they are only the penultimate resource of the old society. I say penultimate because the ultimate resource is physical repression. I must admit that the roll call of the Western European democracies on the question of the right of asylum has given me, aside from other things, more than a few merry minutes. At times, it seemed as if I were attending a pan-European performance of a one-act comedy on the theme of principles of democracy. Its text might have been written by Bernard Shaw if the Fabian fluid that runs in his veins had been strengthened by even so much as 5% of Jonathan Swift's blood. But whoever may have written the text, the play remains very instructive: Europe without a visa. There is no need to mention America. The United States is not only the strongest, but also the most terrified country. Hoover recently explained his passion for fishing by pointing out the democratic nature of this pastime. If this be so, although I doubt it, it is at all events one of the few survivals of democracy still existing in the United States. There the right of asylum has been absent for a long time. Europe and America without a visa. But these two continents own the other three. This means, the planet without a visa. On many sides it has been explained to me that my disbelief in democracy is my greatest sin. How many articles and even books have been written about this? But when I ask to be given a brief object lesson in democracy, there are no volunteers. The planet proves to be without a visa. Why should I believe that the much more important question, the trial between the rich and poor, will be decided with strict observance of the forms and rituals of democracy? And has the revolutionary dictatorship produced the results expected of it? I hear a question. It would be possible to answer it only by taking a reckoning of the experience of the October Revolution and trying to indicate its future prospects. An autobiography is no place for this, and I will try to answer the question in a special book on which I had already begun to work during my stay in Central Asia. But I cannot end the story of my life without explaining, if only in a few lines, why I adhere so completely to my old path. That which has happened in the memory of my generation, already mature or approaching old age, can be described schematically as follows: during several decades, the end of the last century and the beginning of the present, the European population was being severely disciplined by industry. All phases of social education were dominated by the principle of the productivity of labor. This yielded stupendous results and seemed to open up new possibilities to people. But actually it only led to war. It is true that through the war humanity has been able to convince itself, in the face of the crowings of erudite philosophy, that it is not degenerating after all. On the contrary, it is full of life, strength, bravery, enterprise. Through the same war, it realized its technical power with unprecedented force. It was as if a man, to prove that his pipes for breathing and swallowing were in order, had begun to cut his throat with a razor in front of a mirror. After the end of the operations of 1914-18, it was declared that from now on the highest moral duty was to care for the wounds which it had been the highest moral duty to inflict during the preceding 4 years. Industry and thrift were not only restored to their rights, but were put into the steel corsets of rationalization. The so-called reconstruction is directed by those same classes, parties, and even individuals who guided the destruction. Where a change of political regime has taken place, as in Germany, the men who play the leading roles in the direction of reconstruction are those who played second and third roles in guiding the destruction. That, strictly speaking, is the only change. The war has swept away an entire generation, as if to create a break in the memory of peoples and to prevent the new generation from noticing too closely that it is actually engaged in repeating what has been done before. Only on a higher historical rung, which implies more menacing consequences. The working class of Russia, under the leadership of the Bolsheviks, made an attempt to effect a reconstruction of life that would exclude the possibility of humanity's going through these periodical fits of sheer insanity. And would lay the foundations of a higher culture. That was the sense of the October Revolution. To be sure, the problem it has set itself has not yet been solved. But in its very essence, this problem demands many decades. Moreover, the October Revolution should be considered as the starting point of the newest history of humanity as a whole. Toward the end of the 30 Years' War, the German Reformation must have appeared the work of men who had broken out of a lunatic asylum. To a certain extent, it really was European humanity broken out of the medieval monastery. Modern Germany, England, the United States and the modern world in general would never have been possible without the Reformation with its countless victims. If victims are generally to be permitted, but whose permission could one ask? It is certainly victims that move humanity forward. The same can be said of the French Revolution. That narrow-minded, reactionary pedant, Taine, imagined that he was making a most profound discovery when he established the fact that a few years after the execution of Louis XVI, the French people were poorer and more unhappy than under the old regime. But the whole point of the matter is that such events as the Great French Revolution cannot be viewed on the scale of a few years. Without the Great Revolution, the entire New France would never have been possible. And Taine himself would still have been a clerk in the service of some contractor of the old regime instead of being able to blacken the revolution that opened a new career to him. A still greater historical perspective is necessary to view the October Revolution. Only hopeless dullards can quote as evidence against it the fact that in 12 years it has not yet created general peace and prosperity. If one adopts the scale of the German Reformation and the French Revolution, representing two different stages in the evolution of bourgeois society, separated from each other by almost 3 centuries. One must express amazement at the fact that a backward and isolated Russia 12 years after the revolution has been able to ensure for the masses of the people a standard of living that is not lower than that existing on the eve of the war. That alone is a miracle of its kind. But of course the significance of the October Revolution does not lie in that. The revolution is an experiment in a new social regime, an experiment that will undergo many changes and will probably be remade anew from its very foundations. It will assume an entirely different character on the basis of the newest technical achievements. But after a few decades and centuries, the new social order will look back on the October Revolution as the bourgeois order does on the German Reformation or the French Revolution. This is so clear, so incontestably clear, that even the professors of history will understand it, though only after many years. And what of your personal fate? I hear a question, in which curiosity is mixed with irony. Here I can add but little to what I have said in this book. I do not measure the historical process by the yardstick of one's personal fate. On the contrary, I appraise my fate objectively and live it subjectively, only as it is inextricably bound up with the course of social development. Since my exile, I have more than once read musings in the newspapers on the subject of the tragedy that has befallen me. I know no personal tragedy. I know the change of 2 chapters of the revolution. One American paper which published an article of mine accompanied it with a profound note to the effect that in spite of the blows the author had suffered, he had, as evidenced by his article, preserved his clarity of reason. I can only express my astonishment at the Philistine attempt to establish a connection between the power of reasoning and a government post, between mental balance and the present situation. I do not know, and I never have, of any such connection. In prison, with a book or a pen in my hand, I experienced the same sense of deep satisfaction that I did at the mass meetings of the revolution. I felt the mechanics of power as an inescapable burden, rather than as a spiritual satisfaction. But it would perhaps be briefer to quote the good words of someone else. On January 26, 1917, Rosa Luxemburg wrote to a woman friend from prison, this losing oneself completely in the banalities of daily life is something that I generally cannot understand or endure. See, for example, how Goethe rose above material things with a calm superiority. Just think of what he had to live through, the Great French Revolution, which at near range must have seemed a bloody and utterly aimless farce, and then from 1793 to 1815, a continuous sequence of wars. I do not demand that you write poetry as Goethe did, but his view of life, the universality of his interests, the inner harmony of the man, every one can create for himself or at least strive for. And should you say that Goethe was not a political fighter, I maintain that it is precisely the fighter who must try to be above things, or else he will get his nose stuck in all sorts of rubbish, of course, in this case. I am thinking of a fighter in the grand style. Brave words. I read them for the first time the other day, and they immediately brought the figure of Rosa Luxemburg closer and made her dearer to me than ever before. In his views, his character, his world outlook, Proudhon, that Robinson Crusoe of socialism, is alien to me. But Proudhon had the nature of a fighter, a spiritual disinterestedness, a capacity for despising official public opinion, and finally, the fire of a many-sided curiosity never extinguished. This enabled him to rise above his own life, with its ups and downs, as he did above all contemporaneous reality. On April 26, 1852, Proudhon wrote to a friend from prison. The movement is no doubt irregular and crooked, but the tendency is constant. What every government does in turn in favor of revolution becomes inviolable. What is attempted against it passes over like a cloud. I enjoy watching this spectacle, in which I understand every single picture. I observe these changes in the life of the world as if I had received their explanation from above. What oppresses others, elevates me more and more, inspires and fortifies me. How can you want me then to accuse destiny, to complain about people and curse them? Destiny, I laugh at it. And as for men, they are too ignorant, too enslaved for me to feel annoyed at them. Despite their slight savor of ecclesiastical eloquence, those are fine words. I subscribe to them.